The Legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. David W. Dent. Contents. Preface. Argentina. Bolivia. Brazil equals Chile. Colombia. Costa Rica, Cuba. Dominican Republic. Ecuador. El Salvador. Grenada. Guatemala. Guyana. Haiti. Honduras. Jamaica. Mexico. Nicaragua. Panama. Paraguay. Peru. Trinidad and Tobago. Uruguay. Venezuela. Appendix, The Monroe Doctrine, excerpts from Monroe's original message, December 2, 1823. Glossary Index. Preface. This reference work is designed to provide a synthesis of the major themes in the history of U.S. involvement in Latin America and the Caribbean since the independence of the Latin American nations. Particular emphasis is placed on the Monroe Doctrine, the 19th-century principle that the United States would not tolerate foreign intervention in the Western Hemisphere, and its chronology of corollaries and interpretations, clearly one of the most durable foundations of American foreign policy. This work contains an introduction and 24 separate country chapters, each with a timeline and relatively brief analysis that highlight the most important features of U.S. involvement in the area. Each country chapter, from Argentina to Venezuela, emphasizes the individuals and events that shaped the relationship during four historical eras: the 19th century, the early 20th century, the Cold War, and the post-Cold War. Within each period, the focus is on milestones and important legacies in the history of inter-American relations. For example, the discussion of major wars: Mexican War, Triple Alliance War, War of the Pacific, Spanish-American War, Chaco War, and Soccer War emphasizes the role of the United States in the causes and consequences of each conflict, including diplomatic efforts at mediation. Because of the richness and complexity of the material contained in the Legacy of the Monroe Doctrine, it will serve as a convenient reference tool for those interested in learning more about the United States and Latin America. Latin America and the Caribbean have not been tranquil places during the 20th century. Several revolutions have given rise to leaders and political transformations that have threatened U.S. interests and challenged the ability of leaders in Washington to cope with these events and work with their leaders. In each case where a major revolution occurred, Mex. 8. Preface. ICO, Bolivia, Guatemala, Cuba, Chile, Nicaragua, and Grenada. The role of the United States is of paramount interest. The involvement of the United States in Latin America and the Caribbean is also related to the creation and preservation of friendly dictators, some of whom were servile in their support of the United States if they were allowed to maintain themselves in power, regardless of how this was accomplished or how humanely they treated their opposition. Many tyrants emerged from the Spanish colonial experience and the political turmoil of the 19th century, others came of age during the revolutions and international conflicts of the 20th century. The reasons for U.S. involvement with Latin American dictators varied, and often the friendships soured over time and the United States played a role in their removal, but they nevertheless served the interests of the United States, at least as they were perceived by many of their defenders in Washington. Another important theme of this book is the application of the Monroe Doctrine to the history of U.S. involvement in Latin America. The doctrine actually arose from an address crafted by John Quincy Adams and delivered by President James Monroe in 1823. It became a central guideline in how the United States dealt with other nations in the Western Hemisphere and the encroachment of foreign powers after Latin American independence. At the core of President Monroe's message was the belief that it was important for the United States to become a protector of Latin America's newly acquired freedom. The idea that the United States could enforce a hands-off policy was dubious from the beginning, but as the address evolved into a powerful tool for justifying U.S. involvement in Latin American affairs, it became highly useful for policymakers in Washington. At times it served the needs of Latin American political leaders as well. For example, in the 1920s, Peruvian President Augusto Leguía hung a portrait of James Monroe in the presidential palace to reflect his feelings toward the United States. By eulogizing Monroe in speeches and monuments, Leguía and other Latin Americans thought they could obtain economic and political advantages for themselves and their countries. The Monroe Doctrine could work both ways, but it was also avoided by some and criticized by others, particularly as Monroe's message became associated with more forceful diplomacy and the use of a big stick that resulted in continual U.S. intervention and military occupation during the first 3 decades of the 20th century. There are many of Monroe's ghosts in this book, people with power over inter-American relations who carried the spirit of 1823 in their hearts and minds. Although some of those who applied the Monroe Doctrine by means of a series of corollaries/interpretations to different aspects of U.S. relations with the Western Hemisphere were knowledgeable about the history, people, and culture of the region, many were ignorant and arrogant, rarely cared about the consequences of their efforts, and blundered to the point of doing considerable harm to the relationship. Those who became involved in Latin America often expressed negative stereotypes and racial prejudices that were passed from one generation to another. At times the same gap in knowledge and understanding of the United States existed among Latin American public figures, although it never seemed as noteworthy as it was among policymakers in Washington. My attempt to synthesize a vast amount of inter-American history in a short amount of space was a daunting task. It meant that some details concerning a particular country and its relationship with the United States could not be covered as extensively as others. Moreover, certain individuals who played roles in the drama had to be either left out or treated only briefly. This was necessary in the interest of making the book a true reference tool that will serve the best interests of the general reader, not the specialist in inter-American relations. As a result, the reader will find a selected list of readings at the end of each chapter that can be used to explore topics related to the subject in greater detail. This reference book would not have been possible without the assistance of friends and colleagues. I owe an enormous debt to Larman C. Wilson, who read the entire manuscript and offered encouragement, information, and important insights. Tom Mullen provided me with clippings from a wide variety of sources that I used for critical subjects. Paul Sundrol shared his expertise on Paraguay's history of authoritarianism, and Jack Binns, former U.S. ambassador to Honduras, helped clarify the chapters on El Salvador and Honduras. Gary Bernachute read the chapter on Guyana and offered useful suggestions. Sue Mundell of the Hispanic Division of the Library of Congress was instrumental in helping me locate hard-to-find books, and I am grateful to her and the other staff members of the Hispanic Division who were consistently helpful in the most difficult stages of the research. Kelly Smith, one of my former students, provided research assistance on the chapters about Chile and Haiti. Finally, I appreciate the invitation from Barbara Rader at Greenwood Press to tackle this challenging project. It allowed me to embark on a stimulating and rewarding journey into the story of events and individuals who have shaped the inter-American relationship. In no way are any of the above-mentioned individuals to be held responsible for the material selected, the views expressed on certain subjects, or the limitations and defects found in this volume, which are entirely my own. The end of the Cold War has forced the United States and Latin America to forge a new relationship and prepare for the next century. I hope that the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine will provide the reader with the necessary information to comprehend the important legacies and policy blunders that are part of the fabric of hemispheric relations. Latin Americans believe that if the United States claims the right to prevent foreign intervention, the least it can do is not intervene itself. Cole Blazier, the giant's rival. Monroe's message. It was to be a routine message, on a variety of subjects of importance to the nation, delivered by the fifth President of the United States, James Monroe. President Monroe was not an imaginative thinker but was experienced in battle and foreign affairs and had mastered the details of his address in a slow and methodical fashion. The world had gone through profound changes since Monroe took office, but in the era of good feelings he experienced and had no sense of urgency as he prepared to deliver his message to Congress on December 2, 1823. A farm boy from Virginia, James Monroe resembled the 20th century's Gerald Ford with his 6-foot stature, fair complexion, and country boy heartiness. He lacked the intellectual capacity of Thomas Jefferson or John Quincy Adams, and he did not have the oratory skills of Henry Clay, but as his second term was coming to a close he realized the importance of making a statement that extended the foreign policy principles of former Presidents Washington and Jefferson. However, in addressing the issue of the safety and security of the newly independent Latin American nations, Monroe feared that he might come to be known as an architect of war if his speech echoed with belligerency. Monroe's words would have to balance two opposing currents of thought that were prevalent in Washington at the time: isolationism and interventionism and territorial expansion. Isolationism is a foreign policy. X. 2. Principle that advocates minimal participation in the internal affairs, or external wars, of other nations and the avoidance of entangling treaties that involve security commitments. Those who advocate isolationism are usually wary of international law and organizations, believing that non-interference is the best policy. Interventionism has many guises, but at its core is a belief that various forms of intervention or involvement are necessary remedies for protecting national interests, whether economic, political, or security. The original Monroe Doctrine was an isolationist policy, opposed to extra-hemispheric intervention in the Americas. However, as the United States became more powerful, it was amended through various corollaries and interpretations to authorize Washington to engage in the unilateral use of force to deal with a myriad of situations in Latin America and the Caribbean region. With the support of his cabinet, Monroe's message would address both domestic political issues, but without arousing hostility abroad. Monroe tried to justify his new policy through a simple distinction between the good politics of republicanism in the Western Hemisphere and the bad monarchies then widespread in the Old World. However, the essence of Monroe's address was not democracy building in Latin America, but a rhetorical ploy to keep Spain, France, Russia, and England from acquiring new territorial possessions in the Americas. Unlike dozens of presidents who followed him, Monroe also recognized the importance of candor in articulating the principles he wished to convey to the nation and the world. John Quincy Adams, Secretary of State, was the figure most responsible for the content of Monroe's speech that pertained to Latin America. Adams held no romantic notions about the political future of the Latin American republics. A practicing Calvinist, he put little faith in countries of Catholic religion and Latin temperaments. Adams was proud of his Anglo-Saxon heritage and felt that it was one thing to tell Europe to keep its hands off the Western Hemisphere, according to James Humes, but it was another to join hands with those weak Latin governments in the spirit of equality and fraternal affection. Most of his diplomatic life had been spent in Europe, where he learned to speak several languages and formulate a view of the world that fit the changing times. His first priority was to deter the European powers from encroaching on the Western Hemisphere, and he firmly believed that whatever strategic doctrine was formulated, it should not involve a joint declaration with the British. The early 19th century struggles in Latin America to break free of European domination and achieve statehood were varied in terms of causes, intensity, and length, but they eventually freed a vast territory stretching from California and Florida in North America all the way to the southern tip of South America from Spanish and Portuguese control. Slave revolts against French settlers resulted in political freedom for Haiti in 1804, the 1st in the hemisphere. There was no war of independence in Brazil because the colonial government declared independence in 1822 after moving the Portuguese monarchy to Rio de Janeiro. With the exceptions of Cuba and Puerto Rico, two Caribbean possessions that Spain ruled until 1898, most of the Spanish colonies achieved their independence between 1810 and 1826. However, the elimination of two great colonial empires in the Western Hemisphere did not put an end to foreign domination. After independence, the weak and poorly governed Latin American countries faced a new form of colonialism as the region was opened up to public and private interests from the United States and Europe. The basic principle of hands off the Western Hemisphere, expressed in the Monroe Doctrine in 1823, was inspired by U.S. policymakers' perception of neocolonial economic pursuits and threats to U.S. security by the major European powers at the time. On December 1, the day before President Monroe was scheduled to deliver his address, Adams handed the president a 52-paragraph statement. However, only 3 paragraphs buried deep within the speech ultimately came to constitute the Monroe Doctrine. With the collapse of the Spanish Empire, President Monroe and his advisors worried with some justification about the possibility of a reversal of the independence movement in the Western Hemisphere by one, or several, European powers. In what would amount to an artificial separation of the world into spheres of influence, and a warning whisper to the monarchies of Europe, the 3 operative phrases of the Monroe Doctrine occurred in the 7th, 50th, and 51st paragraphs of the address. The first proposition declared that the American continents, by the free and independent condition which they have assumed and maintain, are henceforth not to be considered as subjects for future colonization by any European powers. The second proposition, and the heart of the doctrine, stated that we owe it, therefore, to candor and to the amicable relations existing between the United States and those powers to declare that we should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety. The third proposition in the original message emphasized that our policy in regard to Europe, which was adopted at an early stage of the wars which have so long agitated that quarter of the globe, nevertheless remains the same, which is, not to interfere in the internal concerns of any of its powers. The perceived threats from Europe in 1823 were greatly exaggerated by Americans at the time. But Monroe's message ultimately became operational policy for those who chose to assign their own meaning to the spirit of 1823. We must admit, according to Dexter Perkins, that the message of 1823 was directed against an imaginary menace. 4. Not one of the continental powers cherished any designs of reconquest in the New World in November or December of 1823. Asterisk from President Monroe's message in 1823 came the nation's first, and historically most significant, presidential doctrine, one that would give Monroe a kind of political immortality that no other American president has acquired. As Humes points out, no president, not even the venerable Washington, the learned Jefferson, or the saintly Lincoln, has a national sacred dogma attached to his name. Asterisk in many ways it was not even a Latin American policy, because it emphasized European relations and the proper role of the United States in dealing with the monarchies of the time. It contained neither a diplomatic accord nor an international legal foundation, but it grew into one of the most powerful symbols ever created to lend authority to a wide variety of foreign policy positions. Over the years it acquired a mythic grandeur that stretched far beyond what the crafters of the original message had envisioned. The Monroe Doctrine continues to generate interest as an important subject of investigation. As of 1998, the Library of Congress listed over 425 works devoted to the Monroe Doctrine, a number that far exceeds that devoted to any other presidential doctrine in the history of U.S. foreign policy. A critical analysis. Monroe delivered his address in writing and with little fanfare and enthusiasm, unlike Theodore Roosevelt and other U.S. presidents who have used the bully pulpit of the presidency, a term referring to a forceful style of speaking from a platform. Once it became known as the Monroe Doctrine in the 1840s, its flaws as a policy regarding Latin America soon were revealed, although this did not detract from the popularity of the message at home and abroad. The Monroe Doctrine's 5 basic flaws were either the result of faulty assumptions inherent in the message or the result of the way in which top officials used the doctrine to justify their actions and soothe the concerns of the American public about things strategic and political in Latin America. A unilateral doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine was a unilateral pronouncement of foreign policy principles designed to conform to the interests of the United States in a hemisphere it hardly understood. There was no consultation with the newly independent states in the Americas while it was being drawn up, and no effort to obtain their cooperation in enforcing it throughout the Americas. The United States alone reserved the right to both interpret and implement it to best suit its own foreign policy interests. As G. Pope Atkins points out, unilateralism was indicated by the rejection of a prior British proposal for a joint declaration and by rebuffing subsequent Latin American. 5. Suggestions for formal alliance against Europe. Registered. Not until the 1930s did the United States agree to modify the Monroe Doctrine from a unilateral doctrine of U.S. policy to a basis for multilateral inter-American collective security. However, during the Cold War the United States resurrected the Monroe Doctrine and used it to justify numerous unilateral interventions. The times when North American presidents insisted on go-it-alone policies of intervention in defiance of the United Nations and the Organization of American States revealed the depth of Monroeist sentiment in Washington. A doctrine based on limited knowledge, the Monroe Doctrine was put forth during an era in which very few special agents had anything more than a rudimentary knowledge of Latin America and its people. Although Latin America was officially recognized as important to the United States as early as 1808, understanding of the Americas developed in a vacuum in which Washington policymakers based many of their decisions on little information and myopic visions of the people and international politics of the region. It is a striking fact, says historian Arthur Whitaker, that of the three men James Monroe, John Quincy Adams, and Henry Clay who were to play the leading roles in shaping American policy and opinion in the next decade, not one possessed any special training or qualifications for the task. Monroe had a good reading and speaking knowledge of Spanish, but none of the three had ever set foot in Latin America. As the United States became more involved in, and assumed greater responsibility for, Latin America, information from special agents' reports and first-hand encounters increased, as did negative stereotypes. Historian John J. Johnson contends that both our public and private dealings with the Latin American republics have resulted to a significant degree from widely accepted stereotyped negative images of their people, religion, and value systems registered. These negative perceptions have been incredibly durable, often reinforced and transmitted by each successive generation on the basis of faulty cultural assumptions. Once the Monroe Doctrine became established, those who found the spirit of Monroe useful did not worry about the need for or accuracy of information about Latin America. Indeed, even during the 1980s the ignorance about Central America among foreign policy bureaucrats in Washington was appalling. Much of what was decided about Central America was based on what had transpired in previous conflicts such as World War II and the Vietnam War. As Gada Smith points out, none of those in the administration who made high policy towards Central America knew very much about the region, nor did they consider such knowledge relevant or necessary. In that sense they XR 6 were true heirs to the original Monroe Doctrine. Never had policies developed in the doctrine's name been concerned with real Latin American conditions, but only as they were perceived as inviting or blocking extra-hemispheric intervention threatening the United States. The doctrine was rarely referred to during the Central American conflict of the 1980s and was not specifically invoked to justify the U.S. invasion of Grenada in 1983 or Panama in 1989. Once Mikhail Gorbachev helped to extricate the Soviet Union from the Western Hemisphere, starting in the late 1980s, and following the subsequent collapse and fragmentation of other extra-hemispheric threats, the Monroe Doctrine essentially ceased to exist. As spiritual heirs to the original pronouncement, policymakers in Washington formulated policies on the basis of faulty assumptions and inappropriate models drawn from other contexts, and often repeated the mistakes made by their predecessors. A common factor in these policy tragedies, some absurd and others disastrous in their consequences, was the general indifference to Latin American political and social reality. What haunted Monroe's ghosts was not so much the symbols and history of U.S. involvement in Latin America, it was more the belief that Latin America didn't matter as long as foreign powers could be denied a strategic foothold within geographic proximity of the southern boundary of the United States. Over 30 major corollaries and interpretations have modified, extended, or reinforced Monroe's original message. The Monroe Doctrine also contributed to the belief in Washington that the United States could conduct a moral foreign policy in Latin America, based on the notion that using excessive power to force other countries to behave in a principled way for the sake of hemispheric security was noble. This has proven to be a dangerous assumption because U.S.-backed efforts to promote democracy, human rights, and social justice have often been accompanied by forceful measures to bolster security by expelling other foreign powers and ideas. At times this crusading moralism was counterproductive, with disastrous consequences for the conduct of foreign relations. There are limits to the pursuit of principled foreign policy, and misguided noble ideals can sometimes be a poor guide to foreign policy. No legal foundation. Throughout its lifetime, the Monroe Doctrine contained no legal basis for conducting a hemispheric policy. Efforts by Latin American governments to transform the doctrine into a binding inter-American commitment were rejected by the United States until well into the 20th century. European governments dismissed the Monroe Doctrine as irrelevant and having no legal foundation, particularly during the 19th century when the United States lacked the power to enforce it. When the Monroe Doctrine was violated, as during the British seizure of the Malvinas Islands in 1833, and during the French takeover of Mexico in the 1860s, the United States reacted like a helpless giant. In an effort to detoxify Monroe's message in preparator for the Good Neighbor policy in 1928, State Department official J. Reuben Clark demonstrated that the Monroe Doctrine had no validity in international law. By the 1930s, successive inter-American conferences weakened the Monroe Doctrine by winning the assent of other states in the hemisphere to form regional or multilateral security. A destructive catchword. At first, Latin American governments welcomed the Monroe Doctrine as a protective shield against European expansion in the Western Hemisphere. However, after the Mexican War and the indifference of Washington to predatory filibusteros that plagued Latin America in the 1850s and intermittently thereafter, most Latin American governments viewed the doctrine with intense hostility. For over a century and a half, interventionists and isolationists alike have invoked the Monroe Doctrine for a myriad of purposes, both domestic and foreign. Monroe's message served the needs of U.S. presidents, foreign investors, filibusteros, and others who needed a slogan to justify their actions. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the Monroe Doctrine was frequently criticized for its faulty assumptions and demeaning references to Latin Americans by top officials in Washington. However, it is important to note that opportunistic rulers in Latin America and the Caribbean also found the Monroe Doctrine useful for winning concessions from the United States. Rationalization for U.S. intervention. For over 150 years, the Monroe Doctrine served as a rationalization for U.S. intervention and coercive diplomacy in dealing with Latin America. Although Monroe's original message was based on keeping Europe out of the Western Hemisphere, it said nothing about the United States keeping its own hands off the region. Acting on its own initiative, the United States constantly violated the sovereignty of independent nations in the name of its own national security or some other interest. Whenever policymakers in Washington determined that an extra hemispheric power might intrude into Latin America, they claimed that the United States had the right, and moral duty, to carry out its own interventionary action. Between 1895 and 1930, the United States assumed the role of hemispheric policeman, imposing its control over Central America and the Caribbean in the name of peace, democracy, stability, and economic protection. The persistent efforts by Latin Americans to establish non-intervention as an international legal principle were rebuffed by the United States until the 1930s. Monroe's Ghosts, the Evolution of a Latin American Policy. By the last decade of the 19th century, the United States had gotten the British to defer to the Monroe Doctrine during the first Venezuelan crisis and had driven Spain out of the Caribbean during the Cuban-Spanish-American War. For the next 20 years, policymakers in Washington viewed Germany as the major threat to the hemisphere. This was an era known for protective imperialism. It was a time when the United States, under 3 presidents, put teeth in the Monroe Doctrine to help solidify U.S. influence over the Americas. The United States was no longer the smug protector of the status quo in the Caribbean, as it had been during most of the 19th century. It was now time to assume the role of a full-fledged imperial power. After the Second Venezuelan crisis, there was no serious German challenge to the United States in the Caribbean. Nevertheless, the image of a predatory Germany persisted, and top officials in Washington soon realized that they could capitalize on the fear of Germany to assert U.S. dominance in the region. The United States took control over Cuba, Puerto Rico, Panama, Haiti, and the Virgin Islands, and it made repeated interventions in the Dominican Republic and throughout Central America. By the 1920s, the Monroe Doctrine was a battered instrument of U.S. Latin American policy, but for those in Washington in charge of Caribbean policy, it had served as potent medicine to administer to Germans and others lurking in the United States backyard. It facilitated pro-American regimes that accommodated U.S. economic interests, and it eliminated an assortment of rebels who wanted greater control over their own political destiny. It provided the excitement of a foreign policy based on bravado and fear. However, the instruments of control and domination were altered after 1930, and the residue of resentment in Latin America would haunt Monroe's ghosts for generations. In the 1920s, the Monroe Doctrine was cited by those who opposed the League of Nations, as it was by those who supported the United Nations years later. The Monroe Doctrine was rediscovered during the Cold War era and was put to use by U.S. presidents worried about the expansionist goals of the Soviet Union and Cuba. President Eisenhower and his top advisors made generous use of the Monroe Doctrine when Guatemala became the target of a CIA plan to overthrow President Jacobo Arbenz in 1954. John Purifoy, the U.S. ambassador who played a key role in the removal of Arbenz, declared later that in proving that communism can be defeated, lest we forget, we relied on the traditional American principle of honesty in the conduct of foreign affairs and the American doctrine of continental liberty from despotic intervention, first enunciated by President Monroe 131 years ago. However, this was not the kind of candor Monroe had had in mind, and it contributed to criticism of the United States after 1954. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles called the Guatemala intervention a glorious victory. Years later, this statement prompted the following criticism from Mexican author Carlos Fuentes. A glorious victory for what? For the unilaterally proclaimed Monroe Doctrine, this Monroe Doctrine that periodically and conveniently pops out of the ghost closet of the U.S. government until it meets the Brezhnev Doctrine, this Monroe Doctrine that would ban extracontinental interventions in this hemisphere but not extracontinental interventions by the United States in other hemispheres, and most assuredly not in this one, its backyard, its most immediate sphere of influence, Latin America. This Monroe Doctrine that ironically and conveniently forgets that if a Monroe Doctrine had been in effect in 1776, the United States would not exist. 16. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Members of Congress cited the Monroe Doctrine as justification for undermining the Cuban Revolution in 1960. In the 1960s, liberals cited the Monroe Doctrine to improve U.S. Latin American relations and to advance President Kennedy's Alliance for Progress. In the 1980s, President Reagan and his conservative followers used the Monroe Doctrine to support the president's anti-Sandinista campaign in Nicaragua and .9 policy in El Salvador. In his State of the Union address in January 1987, President Reagan tried to build bipartisan support at home by saying, "Our commitment to a Western Hemisphere safe from aggression did not occur by spontaneous generation on the day we took office. It began with the Monroe Doctrine." As a founding myth of the United States, the Monroe Doctrine spawned generation after generation of policymakers who relied on Monroe's message to formulate a policy toward Latin America. With the end of the Cold War, the Monroe Doctrine is no longer a guiding principle of American foreign policy, yet its spirit remains embodied in the legacies of U.S. involvement in the Americas. Argentina declares independence from Spain. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. U.S. naval vessels clash with Argentina over Falklands/Malvinas Islands. British capture Malvinas/Falkland Islands. Joint French-British blockade of Buenos Aires. Triple Alliance War. Argentina refuses to declare war on Axis powers until end of World War II. U.S. Ambassador Spruey Braden publishes Blue Book on Argentina. Juan D. Perón serves 2 terms as president. Perón is overthrown by the military. Arturo Frondizi is ousted in military coup. Argentina supports U.S. invasion of Dominican Republic. Perón returns to Argentina. Perón wins presidency but dies in same year. Isabel Perón, his widow and vice president, replaces him. Isabel Perón is overthrown by the military. Dirty war results in thousands of deaths during military dictatorship. President Carter criticizes Argentina for human rights abuses. Argentine military assists with Contra training. 1982 Falklands/Malvinas War results in 115 killed and wounded. 1983 Raul Alfonsín is elected president. 1989 Carlos Menem is elected president. 1991 Argentina supports Persian Gulf War. 1995 Menem is re-elected president for second term. 1997 President Clinton visits Argentina as part of his trip to South America to promote free markets and democracy. Introduction. In general, Argentina and the United States experienced cordial relations throughout the 19th century. The main exceptions to this pattern were the unwillingness of the United States to apply the Monroe Doctrine to keep Europeans out of the Rio de la Plata region and the British seizure of the Falklands/Malvinas Islands in 1833. However, no country in South America caused Washington as much torment as Argentina during most of the 20th century, when the two countries sparred over trade preferences and market access, Pan-Americanism, Argentine neutrality during times of war, U.S. intervention, and definitions of regional security. Argentine foreign relations reveal a century-old tradition of uniqueness and prominence in world affairs that presumes and accepts confrontation with the United States. This tradition is no longer valid, but it continues to influence the worldview held by Argentines and their leaders. U.S. Argentine relations have also been influenced by geography and history. Buenos Aires is roughly the same distance from New York as New York is from Moscow, and Argentina's capital of 12 million is not on the average American's path to anywhere. Given its distant location, low level of trade and investment, and close ties to Europe, Argentina realized early on that it was unrealistic to expect protection from the United States. Moreover, there is a pervasive French, Italian, Spanish, and German influence that has contributed to a disdain for American democracy and culture in Argentina, although there have been times at which political leaders expressed admiration for all things American. Argentina refused to take sides during both world wars, expressed sympathy for Nazi ideology and Germany, and consistently opposed U.S. initiatives during Pan-American meetings. During the Cold War, Argentina resisted U.S. efforts to introduce anti-communism into the inter-American system and in bilateral relations with leftist governments. For example, Argentina opposed the diplomatic and covert military attacks on Guatemala in 1954, the trade and diplomatic embargo of Cuba after 1959, Carter's boycott of the 1980 Olympics in Moscow, and U.S. hostility toward Nicaragua during the Sandinista era. In terms of power politics, Argentina often sought its own regional influence and felt no need to join any system of security protection from the United States. After a while it became obvious to Argentine leaders that the Monroeist principles of non-colonization and non-intervention, which they had originally endorsed, would not reach Buenos Aires or at least would have little applicability in such a distant location. Argentina and the United States in the 19th century. The United States and Argentine independence. The difficulties that Argentina experienced during its first century of independence were typical of those experienced by other new states in the Western Hemisphere: boundary disputes, the danger of foreign intervention, the personal ambitions of caudillos or military dictators, and interstate frictions that were likely to lead to armed conflicts. In order to formulate more effective Latin American policies, President Monroe felt he needed to know more about the capacity and willingness of the South Americans to establish and maintain an independent form of government. He reasoned that this information would establish the basis for recognizing Argentina's legitimacy, and the best way to keep it from falling into the hands of a European monarchy. To impress the United Provinces of the River Plate with U.S. friendship and interest in their struggle for independence, Monroe sent the South American Commission to gather information on the political status of the newly independent republics located in southern South America. The diplomatic reports expressed different perspectives, some positive, some negative on the political situation, but were not persuasive enough to convince the Monroe administration to offer formal diplomatic recognition. This brand of cautionary diplomacy displeased the Argentines and made future bilateral relations more difficult to achieve. Argentina and the Monroe Doctrine. The independence and recognition of Argentina had little to do with the deliberations that led to President Monroe's message to Congress in late 1823 spelling out the principles that would later come to be known as the Monroe Doctrine. With recognition in 1822 and the promises put forth in the Monroe Doctrine, Argentina looked favorably at the Latin American policy of the United States, expecting to benefit from the principles of non-colonization and non-intervention. After the euphoria that accompanied Argentina's early reactions to Monroe's address, Argentine X. 22. Leaders grew repeatedly disappointed by the refusal of the United States to invoke the Monroe Doctrine when clear violations occurred. There were 3 occasions between 1823 and 1850 on which the Argentine leaders expected the United States to invoke the Monroe Doctrine to protest European intervention and occupation in the Rio de la Plata region. The first occurred between 1825 and 1828 when the Argentine government tried to invoke the principles of Monroe in their conflict with Brazil over the status of Uruguay. Secretary of State Henry Clay refused President Bernardo Rivadavia's request, claiming that the United States wished to remain neutral and, furthermore, that Monroe's principles did not seem to apply to the case. The second episode occurred between 1831 and 1833 and concerned the Falklands/Malvinas Islands. Finally, the United States did nothing to prevent the British from occupying the islands and claiming sovereignty in 1833 in clear violation of the Monroe Doctrine. During the rule of Juan Manuel de Rosas in the 1840s, Argentina faced several interventions by France and Great Britain in La Plata estuary that did not end until Rosas signed an agreement with the European powers in 1850. Rosas had no luck in convincing the Polk administration that Anglo-French intervention in the Rio de la Plata threatened the peace and security of the hemisphere and that the acceptance of the principle of non-intervention required U.S. action. Polk was more interested in moving the United States westward under the banner of manifest destiny than in forcing a showdown over such a faraway place as Argentina. In his annual message to Congress in 1845, President Polk said he was willing to apply the Monroe Doctrine only to North America. The Falklands/Malvinas Crisis, 1831–1833. The Falkland Islands have been the source of conflict between the United States and Argentina on 2 occasions. In both cases the United States sided with Great Britain. The first U.S. dispute with Argentina over the Falkland Islands developed in 1831 when the Argentine governor captured 3 U.S. vessels and charged them with illegal seal hunting. In retaliation, the commanding officer of the USS Lexington landed a small force, raided and looted the islands, and then brought the governor and most of his men as prisoners to Montevideo. This naval bluster led the Argentines to sever diplomatic relations with the United States and gave the British the opportunity, without objection from the Jackson administration, to establish their own colony. In January 1833 the British flag went up to signal the newly acquired sovereignty. Though the Argentines protested both the U.S. intervention and the British occupation, the United States refused to consider the British acquisition of THIRD-WORLDISM, a violation of the non-colonization principle of the Monroe Doctrine. The inability to resolve conflicting claims of sovereignty would lead to a major war between Argentina and Britain that lasted for 25 days in 1982. Between 1862 and 1916, Argentina experienced dramatic economic growth and modernization as a major producer of beef and grains. Power rested in the hands of a small group of wealthy farmers and merchants who were often at odds with U.S. foreign policy. By 1910 Argentina had become a powerful agricultural nation, which contributed in part to its exaggerated claims of national superiority. Some Argentines went so far as to predict that Argentina would surpass the level of material accomplishment of the United States. Others envisioned a destiny that would result in Argentina becoming the colossus of the southern hemisphere and, thus, having no need for civilizing instruction from the United States. Argentina soon became a major player in the world economy, but many differences existed between the United States and Argentina that would subsequently cause friction in the 20th century. The Triple Alliance War, 1865–1870. The Triple Alliance War was one of the bloodiest in the history of the Western Hemisphere. It involved three South American countries, Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay, against Paraguay. After Paraguayan dictator Francisco Solano Lopez declared war against Brazil in 1864, ostensibly to forestall a Brazilian takeover of Uruguay, Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay signed a secret pact to carry on the war against Lopez until his downfall. In 1866, Secretary of State William Seward tried to mediate an end to the war, but his offer was turned down. The U.S. Minister in Rio de Janeiro, James W. Webb, had insisted that Latin Americans had a duty to seek protection and advice from the United States, which had the right to intervene in all international conflicts in the Western Hemisphere. Webb's assertive arguments for the moral protection principle of the Monroe Doctrine were not well received because no South American government agreed with Webb's assumptions. Opposition to U.S. intervention. The Calvo Clause. In an effort to create legal blocks to U.S. and European intervention in the hemisphere, Argentine jurists asserted the leadership among Latin American states to prevent foreign intervention and loss of national sovereignty. In 1868, jurist Carlos Calvo proposed to revise international law to prevent North American and European powers from intervening and to ensure that civilized levels of justice would be administered to their nation. X. 24. ALS. Calvo's doctrine was in direct response to the North American belief that the Latin Americans were too primitive to correctly administer justice to resident aliens in their countries. Calvo's clause stated that under no circumstances does the resident alien enjoy the right to have his own government interpose in his behalf. Not even a denial of justice could warrant intervention, for it would convey a privileged status to aliens not enjoyed by the nationals. Many Latin American countries have used Calvo's clause in contracts with international corporations. However, the principle has been widely rejected outside of Latin America, including in the United States. Argentina and the United States during the early 20th century. Opposition to U.S. intervention. 2. The Drago Doctrine. After the European blockade and bombardment of Venezuela in 1902, Argentine Foreign Minister Luis M. Drago put forth the international principle that the public debt cannot occasion armed intervention nor even the actual occupation of the territory of American nations by a European power. Such a situation, he declared, seems obviously at variance with the principles of the Monroe Doctrine, sustained and defended with so much zeal by the United States, a doctrine to which the Argentine Republic has heretofore solemnly adhered. Drago's diplomatic note contributed to the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, a significantly revised interpretation in which the United States decided it would exclude European intervention in the Caribbean by intervening itself. The Drago Doctrine received wide support throughout Latin America. At the Second Hague Peace Conference in 1907 it was accepted after the United States managed to tone down the anti-interventionist language in the proposal. At the Pan American Conference in Buenos Aires in 1936, after the United States gave up its interventionist policies, the Drago Doctrine was adopted as a fundamental principle for the Americas. As an economic corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, it represented an Argentine effort to curb the growing power of the United States, precisely at the time when the greatest amount of intervention in the Caribbean basin and Central America was taking place. The United States and Argentina during World War I. At the start of World War I, President Wilson tried to convert the Monroe Doctrine from a unilateral policy of the United States into a multilateral Pan-American treaty under which all member states would settle their internal differences by peaceful means. Of the three ABC powers that Wilson tried to convince of the importance of converting the Monroe Doctrine, Argentina was the most enthusiastic, but the crisis of war in Europe and Chile's reluctance doomed the proposal. After the war, President Wilson again tried to implement his idea of a mutual guarantee of independence of territorial integrity to his 14-point speech and in the Covenant of the League of Nations. Wilson's failure was clearly associated with the difficulties in justifying military intervention in the name of the Monroe Doctrine. Argentina and the Good Neighbor Policy. The economic and strategic need for intervention declined after World War I as Britain, France, and Germany lost much of their capability for economic expansion abroad, and no existing naval power threatened the security of the Panama Canal. By the beginning of the Good Neighbor policy under President Hoover, there was little need for intervention to prohibit European financial investment in Latin America and the Caribbean. Nevertheless, the three Republican administrations that followed Woodrow Wilson began to worry about how decades of intervention and exploitation might affect the growing economic nationalism in Latin America. After years of military intervention and occupation, the American public had grown weary of references to the Monroe Doctrine as justification for policing the Western Hemisphere. Anti-imperialists in the United States criticized the economic exploitation of the region and demanded the rejection of the Monroe Doctrine. At the Fifth Pan-American Conference held in Havana, Cuba, in 1928, the Argentine representative delivered a blistering attack on the United States and the Monroe Doctrine, a clear sign of the poor state of inter-American relations. Between 1923 and the inauguration of Franklin D. Roosevelt in 1933, Republican diplomats made efforts to remove the Monroe Doctrine's corollaries that had contributed to the negative reactions to intervention in Latin America. As chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in 1923, Henry Cabot Lodge was given the task of speaking on the meaning of the Monroe Doctrine after 100 years as a bedrock principle of American foreign policy. As a lifelong Republican, a friend of Theodore Roosevelt, and an advocate of a forceful foreign policy, Lodge proclaimed that the Monroe Doctrine is no more to be disturbed or questioned or interpreted by other nations than the independence of the United States. Although the U.S. Senate tried to preserve the Monroe Doctrine after World War I, the State Department in the 1920s and the Roosevelt administration in the 1930s called for a thorough re-examination of the principles of Monroeism. Beginning with the Clark Memorandum of 1928. The so-called Clark Memorandum was the result of an internal analysis. S. 26. Of the history of the Monroe Doctrine written by Under-Secretary J. Reuben Clark at the direction of Secretary of State Frank Kellogg. This remarkable policy re-evaluation stated that the Roosevelt corollary was not a legitimate part of the original doctrine and that Monroe's message had been formulated in terms of the United States versus Europe, not the United States versus Latin America. President Herbert Hoover accepted the report, but it was not made public until 1930. Nevertheless, aspects of intervention remained despite the rhetoric applied to hemispheric non-intervention, and the Good Neighbor policy did not take form until Franklin D. Roosevelt assumed office in 1933. Although at the time of the Clark Memorandum there was not much security threat to the United States or Latin America, the policy statement represented a move toward non-intervention and helped make the case for the withdrawal of U.S. armed forces from Nicaragua, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. The United States and Argentina during World War II. Prior to World War II, Argentina was convinced that its future was more closely linked to Europe than to the United States. During this period Argentina was governed by a conservative military government that expressed open admiration for Germany and Italy and resisted U.S. efforts at hemispheric solidarity against the coalition of fascist states that lost World War I. Argentina's refusal to break completely with Germany until the end of World War II would serve as a backdrop to the major feud that arose with the United States during 1945 to 1946. At the Chapultepec Conference in Mexico City in early 1945, which was designed to strengthen the inter-American system and address the Argentine problem, the Argentine government accepted the invitation to rejoin the American community of nations, declared war against the Axis powers, and agreed to adhere to the provisions mapped out in the Act of Chapultepec. By calling for common action against an aggressor from outside or inside the Western Hemisphere, the Act of Chapultepec expanded the Monroe Doctrine's unilateral guarantee against outside intervention in the Americas into a mutual security system. It also made it possible for Argentina to be admitted to the San Francisco Conference and thus become a charter member of the United Nations. Although Argentina's admission to the United Nations marked a return to some degree of normalcy in Argentine-American relations, it wasn't long before diplomatic hostilities broke out again. Diplomatic dilemmas, Braden versus Perón. U.S. Ambassador Spruill Braden's feud with Argentine President Juan Perón went through several stages between 1945 and 1946. Braden had considerable experience in Latin American affairs, both as a businessman and as a diplomat, but his views on the meaning of intervention and sovereignty and his abrasive and outspoken diplomatic style inhibited efforts to achieve hemispheric solidarity. During a 4-month period as ambassador to Argentina in 1945, Braden publicly attacked Perón for not expelling Axis-controlled firms from the country and preventing Argentina's return to constitutionalism. In retaliation, Perón branded Braden as another agent of North American imperialism. Meanwhile, personnel changes in the State Department in Washington paved the way for Braden's rise to the position of Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs. The conflict between Braden and Perón did not end with his transfer to Washington. Braden continued his war against Perón and Argentine fascism with long-distance public attacks and other forms of persuasion. Several months after assuming his State Department post, Braden circulated a State Department manuscript blue book on Argentina that denounced Argentine links to the Nazis during World War II. The Blue Book not only failed to undermine PER-6's electoral success but it severely damaged Argentine-American relations and the good neighbor policy. While Braden continued his public statements attacking the Argentine government, his Blue Book became a symbol of Yankee arrogance, and throughout Latin America the U.S. policy toward Argentina was condemned as a return to the era of intervention. The long feud with Argentina did not end until 1947, when General George C. Marshall replaced James F. Burns and Spruill Braden resigned, thus terminating the years of get-tough policies toward Buenos Aires. Braden retired from public life but during the Cold War became an uncompromising anti-communist. He became a founder of the anti-communist John Birch Society and served as public relations director for the United Fruit Company during the time when it was engaged in the overthrow of the democratically elected reformist Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala. In his book Diplomats and Demagogues, Braden called President Kennedy's pledge not to invade Cuba during the missile crisis of 1962 a clear defeat of the Monroe Doctrine. Argentina and the United States during the Cold War. The Perón era, 1946 to 1955. During his first term in office, Juan Per-6 maintained a neutral third position in the Cold War, a stance that policymakers in Washington found aggravating. Shortly after his inauguration, Perón, a professed anti-communist, established diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union. These continued throughout the Cold War. However, Perón did X. 28. Little to promote Argentine-Soviet relations until economic difficulties arose in 1953. Perón's economic nationalism angered the foreign business community during this first term, but in his second term he reversed his stand and welcomed investments by Standard Oil of New Jersey, Kaiser, and others. U.S. relations with Argentina improved until his second term ended in a military coup in 1955. By the time the United States had established its containment doctrine in dealing with world communism in the late 1940s, the regionalist policy makers in Washington were gone and Latin America's economic development became secondary to U.S. security in the Western Hemisphere. Argentina and the Alliance for Progress. Latin American governments were unsuccessful in obtaining a Marshall Plan for Latin America after World War II because, according to Secretary of State George Marshall, U.S. funds were scarce and the security threat in Europe was considerably greater than in Latin America. President Kennedy's Alliance for Progress was launched in March 1961. It was a long-term economic assistance program designed to promote economic growth, social modernization, and political democratization. Arturo Frondizi, elected president of Argentina in 1958, became one of the strongest supporters of the Alliance for Progress and in return was aided by the United States. However, Frondizi upset the United States and the Argentine military by maintaining relations with Castro's Cuba and by offering his services to mediate the growing differences between Cuba and the United States. Frondizi's diplomatic tightrope was designed to accomplish two things for Argentina: by serving as mediator between the United States and Cuba, he could demonstrate Argentine independence in world affairs, and by steering a middle path, he could also calm nationalists in the military, in the labor movement, and within his own political party who feared Castro's revolutionary policies. However, pressure from the United States and his own military forced him to break relations with Cuba in February 1962 and caused his removal from office by the military 2 months later. During the Cold War, democratic regimes were important to the United States, but only if they adopted anti-communist rhetoric and expressed opposition to Castro's Cuba. In the decade preceding the military coup of March 1976, Argentina faced cyclical economic crises, weak and quasi-legitimate governments, and public cynicism regarding the effectiveness of Argentine democracy. The military overthrew the elected government in 1966 and imposed an authoritarian regime headed by General Juan Carlos Onganía. In what was referred to as the Argentine Revolution, the military tried to implement a state-led development strategy emphasizing economic self-reliance and other economic measures to solve Argentina's development problems. However, economic development policies eventually provoked popular protests among civilian opposition groups, revolutionary guerrilla groups, and the export-dependent business community. The turmoil from the military's revolution paved the way for the return of the aging dictator Juan D. Perón and his sweeping electoral victory in 1973. When Perón died in 1974, his wife, Isabel, assumed the presidency from her position as vice president, but her lackluster performance contributed to her removal from the presidency in March 1976. The Dirty War, 1976 to 1982. In 1976 the Argentine military stepped in once again, and a new cycle of militarism and brutal dictatorship was launched, replete with death squads and torture centers. In what became known as the Dirty War, the military declared and waged a war against politicians and subversives that left thousands dead or disappeared by the early 1980s. The key military figure in the 1976 coup and the repression that followed was General Jorge Rafael Videla, a close associate of General Pinochet in Chile and Honduran General Gustavo Álvarez Martínez. Videla justified the coup on grounds of civilian corruption, deceit, and treason. In public statements he promised to restore law, order, stability, and social discipline. In what the military called a war against subversion and terrorism, persons suspected of leftist views or subversive acts were arrested, tortured, kidnapped, killed, or disappeared. 1 year after Videla's coup, Amnesty International estimated that 15,000 people had disappeared and that many were being held in secret detention camps. Some victims of military and police brutality reported that secret detention centers displayed swastikas and photographs of Hitler, Mussolini, and Franco, fascists from previous wars who were admired by the military government. At first, policymakers in Washington welcomed the military takeover. Ambassador Robert Hill looked favorably on what had happened and claims that U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger told the coup leaders to proceed with their dirty war. Ambassador Hill later became disturbed at the extent of the brutality and human rights violations of the military in Argentina, despite the fact that he had helped plan the removal of Arbenz from power in Guatemala in 1954, an event that led to over 3 decades of a similar dirty war in Central America. The Carter Administration and Human Rights. The time Jimmy Carter arrived in Washington in 1977, most of Latin America was a graveyard of democracies and the U.S. Congress had passed legislation requiring human rights considerations before granting foreign aid. President Carter's human rights-based Latin American policy was influenced by the work of the Commission on United States-Latin American Relations, a group of prominent business and academic leaders concerned about reordering relationships in the hemisphere. Published in 1975, the report The Americas in a Changing World provided a comprehensive critique of U.S. Latin American policy going back to the Truman administration and a condemnation of the principles inherent in the Monroe Doctrine. It recommended that the United States bring military interventions and covert action to a close, work toward normalizing relations with Cuba, and sign and ratify a new treaty with Panama granting it full control over the Canal Degree. In his efforts to condemn past sins and provide for a moral rebirth, President Carter indicated that his administration would stop supporting repressive dictatorships, emphasize the protection of human rights, and begin to treat the Latin American nations in a less paternalistic way. His human rights campaign in Latin America hit the hardest in Argentina, Nicaragua, Brazil, and Chile, where authoritarian dictatorships and repressive military regimes tried to ingratiate themselves with the United States by claiming strong anti-communism. Within a month after taking office, Carter cut military aid to Argentina and Uruguay by 2/3, opposed economic assistance, and pursued a vigorous campaign of public diplomacy that included support for critical resolutions in the United Nations and the Organization of American States. In contrast to previous administrations that often criticized U.S. ambassadors for raising the issue of human rights in private discussions, the Carter administration instructed diplomats to apply human rights standards as part of American foreign policy. To counter the criticism of Argentina in the United States and elsewhere, General Videla hired one of the best public relations firms in Washington, Denver and Hanford, and established close ties with various anti-communist alliances around the world. The Carter administration was not able to remove the military government in Argentina, but the Reagan administration lightened up on its criticism of the government and bargained with the military for assistance in raising support for its anti-communist efforts against the Nicaraguan revolutionary movement in the early 1980s. The Falklands/Malvinas War. The war between Argentina and Britain in 1982 put severe strains on the inter-American system and U.S.-Argentine relations because the United States supported the British effort to regain the islands after the Argentine military government invaded the British-held islands. The basis of the war involved Argentina's legal and historical claim to title since achieving independence in 1816, the failure of years of intermittent negotiations over Argentine control of the islands, and the apparent efforts of Argentina's military government to encourage nationalism and turn attention away from a disastrous economic situation in April 1982. The military government ordered the invasion, assuming that the United States would remain neutral, the British would not come to the defense of the islands, and the Latin American states would be sympathetic to Argentina's claim of sovereignty, regardless of its chosen methods. It was a desperate and risky gamble by a government that was isolated in the international community. At first, the British troops stationed on the islands were quickly overcome and the islands were occupied by Argentine forces. Both the United Nations and the Organization of American States met to decide on a response, and a debate took place over which body had the proper jurisdiction to handle the dispute. Argentina preferred the latter, the organization of consultation meeting on the basis of the Rio Treaty, thus eliminating all but one of the Commonwealth Caribbean states since they were not parties to the treaty and would side with the British. What provoked the Argentines' anger at the United States was that at first the United States sided with the OAS but later shifted its position in support of the British, who favored the United Nations Security Council. In a move reminiscent of 1833, the United States gave military aid to the British and imposed economic sanctions on Argentina. The pro-UN/British and anti-OAS/Argentine stance of the United States seriously undermined U.S.-Argentine relations and ultimately weakened the OAS as a peacekeeping body. Although the war lasted only 45 days, 255 British troops were killed and 777 seriously wounded in the battle to regain the Falklands. The cost to Argentina was considerably greater, 746 troops were killed and 1,336 wounded in defending their effort to regain sovereignty over the Islas Malvinas. The war cost the two countries $2 to $3 billion, and the fact that the Reagan administration sided with Britain generated widespread Latin American criticism of the United States, but the animosity did not linger. The war put an end to the human rights violations associated with the Dirty War by discrediting the military junta and contributing to its replacement by a freely elected president. However, the Falklands remained a British possession. The Reagan administration and Argentina. Argentina was part of a regional trend toward the resurgence of democracy in South America between 1979 and 1985, as Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Uruguay, Argentina, and Brazil moved from military to civilian rule. After the Carter administration's human rights crusade had worsened U.S.-Argentine relations, the Reagan administration decided to correct this by shifting U.S. support for moderate authoritarians, regimes that suppository OEDly deserved U.S. support because of their anti-communist orientation. However, other motives also served the interests of the Reagan administration. First, the Reagan administration needed the support of military governments in South America to assist with the struggle against communism in Central America. Second, after the Pentagon declared the South Atlantic a zone of growing strategic importance, the Reagan administration felt it needed to court military governments to prevent any possible Soviet attempts to block vital sea lanes and cripple the mineral and energy needs of the West. The Reagan administration abandoned Carter's high-profile human rights policy and replaced it with quiet diplomacy. In terms of relations with Argentina, this meant that human rights issues were largely ignored in dealing with the military governments prior to the return to civilian rule. Reagan's new policy did lead to improved relations, but it also led to Argentina's involvement in Central America. Prior to the Falklands-Malvinas War, the Argentine military worked with the CJA and the Honduran military to provide technical and financial assistance to the Nicaraguan Contras. With $15 million in U.S. government funds, major Nicaraguan Contra leaders were trained by the Argentine military in Buenos Aires and then later sent to Honduras to lead another dirty war in Central America. The U.S.-Argentine relationship during the Reagan administration remained artificial, as was demonstrated by the miscalculation of U.S. support for Argentina after its invasion of the Falkland Islands in 1982. The United States did not stay neutral and supported Britain instead of Argentina in the conflict. This misjudgment on behalf of the Argentine military seriously damaged the Reagan administration's policy toward the rest of the region, where an effort was being made to convince Congress that the military leaders of South America were useful allies. Now it was clear to Argentina and the rest of South America that when the chips were down, the United States would not side with its hemispheric allies. The humiliation of the Argentine military in the Falklands-Malvinas War contributed to Argentina's decision to hold democratic elections and establish new domestic and foreign policies. Argentina's first president to assume power in the aftermath of the Dirty War and the loss to the British over sovereignty in the Falklands was Raúl Alfonsín, who defeated the Peronists on the Radical Party ticket in 1983. His central task was to figure out how to reinsert Argentina into world affairs, given the tumultuous nature of its foreign policies since World War II. To reach this goal, Argentina would have to redefine its relations with the United States, a highly charged matter in domestic politics. Alfonsín also inherited severe economic problems, a huge foreign debt, rampant inflation, and stagnant growth, and was forced to deal with public anger over the years of inept and violent military rule. He organized the first human rights trials in Latin America and reversed the amnesty law that the military had enacted, but the military retaliated by staging 3 unsuccessful uprisings against him during his time in office. Argentina's relations with the United States cooled significantly as Alfonsín opposed Reagan administration policy in Central America, pursued a more third world focus in foreign policy, and allowed his economic ministers to criticize the United States publicly. Nevertheless, Alfonsín received favorable political attention from the United States because he symbolized the re-emergence of democracy in South America, and Washington backed him verbally when military rebellions occurred against him in 1987 and 1988. In addition, the Reagan administration supported Argentina by expressing opposition to coups and through an assortment of democracy assistance projects such as conferences on democratic transition, party-building efforts, legislative training, and constitutional reform. Overall, the programs did not amount to much, but they provided enough domestic capital to pursue other foreign policy objectives. Post-Cold War U.S.-Argentine relations. The minimization of Argentine foreign policy in Argentina. The 1990s have been dominated by Carlos Saúl Menem, a reform Peronist who has been twice elected president of Argentina on the Justicialista party ticket. Using old-style politics, Menem has implemented the most radical privatization program ever undertaken in Latin America, reducing public employment and government spending and opening the Argentine economy to foreign competition. The primary architect of Menem's neoliberal economic policies was Domingo Cavallo, a Harvard-trained economist whose prescriptions for Argentina's ailing economy emphasized privatizing the state sector to produce revenue, but with little concern for improving efficiency or fostering greater competition. However, Menem's political style, a form of authoritarianism and cordial relations with the United States, did not deter his landslide re-election in 1995 despite economic difficulties and strikes against privatization of the state sector, opposition to his pardons of those involved in the Dirty War, corruption scandals, and dependency on international lending agencies such as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Argentina and the United States. From Bush to Clinton. During the presidencies of George Bush and Bill Clinton, Argentina supported the United States and its foreign policy more than any other Latin American country. When President Menem's foreign minister declared that Argentina wanted to have carnal relations with the United States, he was 34. Reversing years of Argentine opposition to U.S. Latin American policy. President Menem, of Muslim Syrian ancestry, was the only Latin American leader to send troops to the Persian Gulf War. He criticized Fidel Castro's government in Cuba and endorsed U.S. intervention in Haiti to restore President Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Although his neighbors often accuse him of subordinating Argentina's foreign policy to U.S. interests, Menem's alliance with Washington has had its rewards in getting some relief from its huge foreign debt by having its payments rescheduled, securing financial assistance from international financial institutions, and opening the door to arms sales for the first time since the Falklands/Malvinas War. As a member of the Southern Cone Common Market, Argentina has been able to attract investment capital from major automobile manufacturers such as Ford, General Motors, Chrysler, Honda, Toyota, and Fiat. President Menem and his economic advisors deserve credit for creating a stronger and more competitive economy, but Argentines have had to pay dearly for Menem's neoliberal economic policies. First, they have endured unemployment, reduced wages, and the elimination of a well-established social safety net. Second, Menem tends to justify his authoritarian style as a political necessity to move forward and get things done. This trade-off may not foster domestic political legitimacy or good relations with the United States. Although the United States has lost interest in anti-communism in the aftermath of the Cold War, it still must confront situations in countries like Argentina where military nationalists resist pressure to introduce human rights considerations as part of democratization efforts because they fear a deliberate effort to weaken or eliminate the armed forces in Latin America. Some of those in the Latin American military confronted with military budget cuts, policies of arms control, and a new emphasis on environmental problems and illicit drug trafficking fear not only a plan to eliminate the armed forces and undermine sovereignty, but a strategic effort to restore U.S. imperial control over the region. The Clinton administration may be committed to the promotion of free markets and democracy in places like Argentina, but it may eventually have to choose between unappealing alternatives, ones that are similar to those that many of Monroe's defenders have had to face during times of both war and peace. Conclusion. U.S.-Argentine relations have been based on conflicting views of power and diplomacy in the Americas. Argentina's geographic distance from the United States and its colonial ties to Europe created a pattern of involvement in which top officials in Washington were not too likely to perceive a security threat from European activity in the region. In contrast, Argentina's close ties to Germany during World War II, and to the Soviet Union during the Cold War, were indeed perceived as security threats to the Argentina. 35. United States, but the United States could do little to counter a nationalist government, civilian and military, that wished to pursue an independent foreign policy in defiance of the United States. Argentina's 20th-century dictators were no match for those in Central America and the Caribbean who followed the cues from Washington in exchange for economic and military assistance. Although the current government in Buenos Aires has adopted pro-American foreign policies in the aftermath of the Cold War, Argentina's traditional view of itself as a key player in the hemisphere, and a general feeling of opposition to the United States, will make it difficult to maintain cordial relations indefinitely. Bolivia. Timeline of U.S. relations with Bolivia. Bolivia achieves independence from Spain. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. War of the Pacific. Tin replaces silver as major export commodity. Chaco War. Bolivian petroleum industry is nationalized. Bolivian revolution begins under Movimiento Nacional Revolucionario. Major reforms are instituted under MNR rule. General René Barrientos takes power. Che Guevara is captured and executed with help of U.S. military. General Juan José Torres González takes power. Cocaine trafficking begins. General Hugo Banzer Suarez seizes power. Cocaine coup brings Luis Garcia Meza to power. Victor Paz Estensoro is elected president. Cocaine trade flourishes under Operation Blast Furnace. 160 U.S. troops come to Bolivia. Jaime Paz Zamora is elected president. Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada serves as president. Former dictator Hugo Banzer Suarez is elected president. Che Guevara's remains are uncovered in Valle Grande and transported to Cuba for reburial. 138. Introduction. Major factors in U.S. Bolivian relations have included Bolivia's economic dependency on mining and the trafficking of illicit drugs, the detrimental effects of two wars, the War of the Pacific and the Chaco War with its neighbors, and U.S. investment and control of key industries. From independence in 1825 to 1938, Bolivia lost over half of its original territory to its bordering states, Chile, Peru, Brazil, Paraguay, and Argentina. One of two countries in South America that have no seacoast, Bolivia has put considerable emphasis on international organizations and friendly relations with the United States to obtain economic assistance and political guarantees for national security and to regain its outlet to the sea. With a record of chronic problems in governance, financial mismanagement, and economic stagnation, Bolivia has had to rely on foreign capital and financial advisors, as well as public assistance from the United States, to survive. During times of war, Bolivia has solicited diplomatic assistance from the United States to mediate disputes and gain economic leverage. For most of the Cold War period, Bolivia built close ties with the U.S. military, a relationship that often affected the success of democratic rule in Bolivia and efforts to combat drug trafficking. The negative effects of U.S. economic, political, and military involvement in Bolivia have contributed to outbreaks of anti-Americanism, regardless of the charitable motives of policymakers in Washington. Bolivia's revolution in 1952 stemmed from domestic grievances built up over a half-century of foreign domination and economic exploitation by a small band of wealthy tin barons, but it has remained unfinished as a thoroughly social revolution. With a population sharply divided along racial, cultural, and geographic lines, Bolivia has struggled since independence to establish a sense of national unity to pacify regional/racial tensions that have made governing so difficult. Bolivia and the United States during the 19th century. The United States and Bolivian independence. During the colonial period, Bolivia was an important mining region called Upper Peru. It included the highland community of Potosí, site of the 17th century's richest silver mines and a major source of Spanish wealth and power. Bolivia achieved its independence from Spain in 1825 and installed Antonio José de Sucre as president, a position he was to hold for life but in fact held only for several years. Between 1825 and 1880, Bolivia was run by a series of quasi-military strongmen, or caudillos, from regional Bolivia. 39. Strongholds. Mariano Melgarejo, the most notorious despot of the 19th century, stripped over 100,000 Indian peasants of their land titles and sold off large segments of national territory as if it were his own personal property. Despite attempts to adopt U.S. and French constitutional traditions, Bolivia has suffered from a long history of political instability and military takeovers. Since 1825 there have been at least 190 coups, often the result of struggles among rival elite factions to control the central government and the bounty that it controlled. Bolivia and the Monroe Doctrine. Faced with intense rivalries with its not-so-friendly neighbors, Bolivia was forced to play balance of power politics but suffered tragically with each confrontation. The Monroe Doctrine served no purpose in preventing Bolivia's predatory neighbors from nibbling away at its national territory. There were times when Bolivia turned to the United States for help, claiming the possibility of European intervention in the Andean region. Even during the 20th century when German and Soviet influence expanded into Bolivia, the Monroe Doctrine did not come into play either because the United States saw no threat to its security or because the Bolivians realized that invoking Monroe's words would serve no national purpose. The rise of the tin barons. Bolivia's economic links to the international capitalist system evolved as the result of its dependency on the export of silver and tin. After the silver mines were depleted in the middle of the 19th century, Bolivians turned to tin mining in an effort to meet world demand. As tin exports expanded, a new mining elite appeared. It was supported by foreign capitalists and linked to the traditional elite and oriented to free enterprise capitalism. With wars in Europe and elsewhere during the first half of the 20th century, the weapons industry helped produce a surge in the world demand for tin. Until the Bolivian Revolution in 1952, control of Bolivia's tin mining business remained in the hands of a small group of local capitalists known collectively as the tin barons. With no restrictions on foreign investment, and the growing demand for tin, it is surprising that Bolivians themselves emerged as the dominant mine owners. The backbone of the small group of tin barons was Sim-6N Patafio, who at the peak of his power controlled 10% of world tin output. To avoid export taxes and other regulations, Patafio moved his corporate headquarters to Delaware in 1924. Although Patafio spent most of his time in Paris or New York, he remained Bolivia's dominant miner and its most powerful capitalist until his death. 40. In the 1940s. The tin barons who controlled the other half of production included the Aramilla family and the European-born Mauricio Hochschild. However, through financial deals with foreign bankers and refinery owners, the tin barons allowed the tin industry to gradually fall under the control of foreigners. The most powerful foreign owners of Bolivian mines were the Guggenheim Brothers American Smelting and Refining Company and W.R. Grace's International Mining Company. Foreign control of Bolivia's tin mines contributed to the emergence of a leftist, anti-imperialist trade union movement that became the focus of political conflict between the Bolivian military, miners, and major political parties. The War of the Pacific. The War of the Pacific was waged by Chile against Bolivia and Peru over territory and control of the Atacama Desert, a 600-mile strip of the Pacific coast rich in guano and nitrates, fertilizers used to improve agricultural production in Europe and the United States. Bolivia's possession of Antofagasta meant the control of valuable nitrate and silver lands, but because of geographic barriers and political instability it was unable to exercise effective control. From the very beginning of hostilities, Bolivia and Peru turned to the United States to help block Chile's expansionist desires in South America. The Bolivian minister in Washington offered the prospect of lucrative guano and nitrate concessions to U.S. investors in exchange for official protection. After two U.S.-mediated peace treaties in 1883 and 1884, the war came to a formal close, but Bolivia was left landlocked, without access rights to the Pacific Ocean. It languished in remorse and resentment at both Chile and the United States for what it considered unfair diplomacy and the loss of valuable territory. Unfortunately, the Salida al Mar issue would poison relations among Bolivia, Chile, and Peru well into the 20th century, and it would also give rise to other wars and political disturbances. Bolivia and the United States during the 20th century. During the first 2 decades of the 20th century, Bolivia experienced substantial economic growth based on its growing share of the world tin market, which rose from 12% in 1900 to 22% in 1925. The added income enabled Bolivia to build railroads and other forms of communication. A rubber boom stimulated interest in its eastern territory bordering on Brazil, drawing North American capitalists in search of rubber plantations. After Bolivians heard of President Wilson's peace without Bolivia. 41. Victory speech in 1917 in which he said that every nation had the right of a direct outlet to the sea. They reversed course and severed diplomatic relations with Germany in 1917, hoping that this gesture would benefit Bolivia economically and politically. The Chaco War. The Chaco War was an exceptionally violent and long-lasting conflict between Bolivia and Paraguay for possession of a desolate and seemingly worthless region called the Chaco Boreal. Since gaining their independence in the 1820s, both nations had claimed the region but were unable to settle the territorial question of ownership, despite the assistance of outside actors including the League of Nations, Inter-American conferences, and a number of American states acting individually and, at times, together. The Chaco War was the bloodiest war in 20th century South America with over 80,000 deaths and some 250,000 injuries. Many of those who participated in the peace talks, including the United States, recognized that the failure of international peace mechanisms to prevent war in this case meant that it might be impossible to avoid war in Europe and elsewhere in the world. The core of the dispute involved feelings of lost territory and control on the part of both nations reaching back to the 19th century. Bolivia, having lost its route to the sea in the War of the Pacific, thought it could secure a passage to the Atlantic via the Paraguay River, gain control over vast oil reserves, and redeem its national honor, which had been sullied by losses of national territory in past wars. Paraguay's motives arose from efforts to maintain sovereignty over territory it had settled, and strong desires to restore its national honor, which had been lost in the Paraguayan War in the 1860s. Bolivia's neighbors Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Peru viewed the conflict as a threat to their own economic and security interests and worried about being drawn into war. They hosted several inter-American conferences but failed to prevent the outbreak of hostilities, being afraid that any form of coercion would be considered a form of intervention. This attitude undermined inter-American solidarity and principles of peaceful settlement and mutual security throughout the Americas. The United States cited the Chaco War to emphasize its opposition to the League of Nations and its preference for a regional or inter-American solution to conflict resolution. The war also provided the United States with opportunities to sell trucks, airplanes, and munitions, especially to Bolivia. Paraguay resented these sales and charged that the United States oil interests were secretly funding Bolivia's war effort, while at the same time Great Britain and Argentina were behind Paraguay's armed forces. After 42 years of conflict compounded by both sides' financial ruin and battlefield exhaustion, both sides turned to outside intervention to help end the war. This brought about a ceasefire in 1935, but the war did not formally end until 1938 with Paraguay as the military victor. The peace treaty that both parties signed was mediated and ratified by a commission made up of representatives from the United States and 5 Latin American states. Although Paraguay was allowed to keep about 3/4 of the disputed area, and Bolivia gained port facilities and rights of passage through Paraguay, the war had far-reaching consequences. Bolivia's Chaco generation of veterans organized peasant leagues, labor unions, and new reformist and revolutionary political parties that helped bring about the 1952 revolution. However, Paraguay suffered from continual political instability, a succession of military governments, and major setbacks in economic development. U.S. Ambassador Spruey Braden played an important diplomatic role in the Chaco Peace Conference, as did Argentine Foreign Minister Carlos Saavedra Lamas, who was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1936 for his leadership role at the conference. Bolivia and the Good Neighbor Policy. President Roosevelt's new policy of respect for the interests of Latin Americans was challenged by the seizure of U.S. oil companies in Bolivia in 1937, the first of several tests of the interplay between the U.S. pledge of non-intervention and the protection of foreign investors. In March 1937 the Bolivian government annulled the petroleum concession of Standard Oil of Bolivia and confiscated its properties. Bolivia's case was based on claims that the oil company had opposed Bolivia during the Chaco War, avoided tax payments, and engaged in the illegal export of oil. The Roosevelt administration reacted with caution, wishing to practice the policy of the good neighbor, although being well aware that the oil fields in Bolivia were producing little oil and were of limited value. This approach was successful when Bolivia agreed to a $1.5 million settlement followed by a $25 million loan from the United States for economic assistance. Bolivia and the United States during the Cold War. The United States and the Bolivian Revolution. The Bolivian Revolution of 1952 presented the United States with the difficult task of having to cope with a social revolution during the early years of the Cold War. Led by Victor Paz Estensaro's revolutionary nationalist movement, the Bolivia 43 Revolution set out to destroy the elitist power structure by nationalizing 80% of the nation's mining industry, approving a broad agrarian reform program, declaring universal voting rights, and purging the old army of its more traditional and undemocratic elements. The causes of the Bolivian Revolution were largely domestic, although Paz and his followers were inspired by the social welfare components of the Mexican Revolution and the political stability that arose from its one-party dominant system. What bothered the United States about the Bolivian Revolution was not so much the MNR's vaguely leftist program but the background of its leaders. Some had been Nazis during World War II, and others were Marxists and strongly critical of U.S. hegemony. Despite suspicions of the political ideology of the MNR leaders, the United States formally recognized Bolivia's revolutionary government after a 2-month delay. Bolivians realized the importance of U.S. recognition, and they promised a government that would respect private property and international agreements. Recognition required Bolivia to assure the United States that compensation would be paid for the expropriated mining properties, and that the government was not communist and supportive of dictators. The Eisenhower administration wanted a non-communist Bolivia and used economic and military assistance to curb political radicalism and economic nationalism. In return for serving as a bulwark against communism, Bolivia received $200 million in economic and military assistance from the United States between 1952 and 1964. The favorable response on the part of the United States was also due to the efforts of Milton Eisenhower, the president's brother, who denounced American business leaders for calling the Bolivians communists because of their land reform and mine nationalization programs. In his book The Wine is Bitter, Milton Eisenhower defends the Bolivian Revolution by stating that the Paz Estensaro government may have been inexperienced, sometimes critical of us, and more inclined to socialism than Americans generally prefer. But they were not communists. He went on to stress that we should not confuse each move in Latin America towards socialism with Marxism, land reform with communists, or even anti-Yankeeism with pro-Sovietism. Eisenhower continued to advise presidents of both parties until his death in 1985, but his Cold War admonitions seemed to fall on deaf ears. During the Kennedy administration, U.S. military and economic assistance to Bolivia continued to expand, due in large part to the perceived threat of communist influence and the close personal ties between President Paz and John F. Kennedy. In an effort to comply with Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, Paz Estensaro pushed through economic reforms to restructure the tin industry and the state mining corporation to attract domestic and foreign capital, but his efforts produced confrontations with organized labor that required the deployment 44 of troops around the mines. In a strange twist of events, the Bolivian Revolution did not reduce the country's dependence on the United States or the magnitude of U.S. influence in Bolivian internal affairs. Bolivian reliance on U.S. grants and loans, markets, and top officials soon superseded its earlier dependence on the tin mines, mine entrepreneurs, and British markets. Despite the fact that the MNR reforms dismantled most of the old power structure, the Bolivian revolutionaries were unable to create a viable new order. Thus, the revolution remained incomplete after 12 turbulent years. By 1964, growing internal conflicts over economic restructuring served to expand the power of the military. After prodding by the U.S. Embassy, Paz decided to run again for the presidency, but the military forced him to accept an Air Force general, René Barrientos, as his running mate in the 1964 elections. Returned to power after an easy election, Paz lasted only 3 months before he was overthrown by Barrientos with the support of labor and opposing factions of the MNR. To consolidate power after the coup, Barrientos promised peasants that he would not harm their interests if they promised to remain loyal to the military, which was by now a key political player. Bolivia and the death of Che Guevara. Determined to defeat revolutionary communism in the Western Hemisphere, President Lyndon B. Johnson infused a great deal of his thinking and rhetoric in Monroeist principles, but without invoking the Monroe Doctrine by name. His foreign policy advisors were mostly cold warriors who devised a conceptual strategy according to which any group or individual inspired by a foreign regime or ideology and intent on changing a Latin American government was considered an instrument of foreign aggression, thereby justifying the use of force and covert action including assassination. In these advisors' view, whenever political or revolutionary struggles involve national forces inspired from abroad by training, money, and propaganda, they cease being internal and become international or external. The efforts to isolate Cuba in the mid-1960s also included the use of the Central Intelligence Agency and U.S. military forces against Castro's revolutionary colleague Beto Che Guevara and international insurgents in rural Bolivia in 1967. Che's Bolivia campaign was designed to bring the Cuban Revolution to Bolivia as well, but it faced the opposition of local communists, constant hostility from the Bolivian peasantry, and a collaborative anti-insurgency effort carried out by the United States and the Bolivian armed forces. The United States provided some arms and a team of CIA agents including Felix Rodriguez, a veteran of the Bay of Pigs invasion to improve the Bolivian military's feeble rural forces. It also flew in 17 members of a new Bolivia 45 elite counterinsurgency corps to instruct a Bolivian battalion in field intelligence and counterinsurgency warfare. Using infrared photographic sensors that detect human body heat from long distances, those in pursuit of the Argentine-born revolutionist had little trouble locating Che and his comrades. After his capture in October 1967, the decision to execute Che came from Bolivia's president, René Barrientos, and his military advisors, not U.S. intelligence. Washington wanted to keep the guerrilla leader alive and take him to Panama for interrogation. His death on October 9, 1967, put an end to a crusade that the U.S. government had long considered a major challenge to its hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. One of the architects of the Cold War during the 1960s was Walt W. Rostow, President Johnson's national security advisor. Rostow was an astute foreign policy analyst who became the chief architect of military escalation to counter communist revolutions. He hated revolutionary leaders such as Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, and Ho Chi Minh. On October 9, 1967, he called a meeting to announce to the National Security Council staff in Washington that Guevara had been executed in Bolivia. In an excited state of euphoria, Rostow took great pleasure in slowly announcing Che's death. "I have important news, the Bolivians have executed Che, they finally got the sob." The last of the romantic guerrillas. The cocaine coup and narco-militarism. Bolivia ranks second to Peru in coca leaf production and is a major link in the international cocaine trade. The paradox of Bolivia's role in hemispheric drug trafficking is that despite billions of dollars in profits yielded by the tons of coca paste sent abroad on a weekly basis, it remains one of the poorest countries in the Western Hemisphere. The growing importance of the international cocaine trade after the fall of General Banzer in 1978, and the continuing U.S. pressure on Bolivia to curtail the drug trade, contributed to what became known as the cocaine coup of July 1980, led by General Luis Garcia Meza. One of Bolivia's leading drug barons, Roberto Suarez Gomez, called a meeting of top narco-traficantes and offered several members of the Bolivian armed forces a bribe of $1.3 million to lead the coup and promises of vast profits if the coup succeeded. This arrangement brought to power the narco-military regime of General Garcia Meza in what was one of the bloodiest coups in Bolivia's history. After taking power, Garcia Meza's government became known for its brutality and corruption. Colonel Luis Arce Gomez, a cousin of Roberto Suarez, was appointed head of the Interior Ministry, but he soon became known as the Minister of Cocaine because of his corruption and links to the drug trade. The Carter administration was outraged by the 1980 coup, and U.S.-Bolivian relations deteriorated rapidly until the middle of the decade. After 46 cocaine generals were installed at the highest levels of the Bolivian government, the United States suspended all anti-narcotics efforts, removed its team of Drug Enforcement Agency advisors, and suspended about $127 million in foreign assistance. After being criticized and threatened by Garcia Meza, U.S. Ambassador Marvin Weissman left the country. During the last months of the Carter administration, several conditions were established for normalizing relations, but none were met, and U.S.-Bolivian relations remained distant and cool. The Reagan administration and the Bolivian political morass. President Garcia Meza anticipated that the Reagan administration would overlook Bolivia's human rights violations and lack of democracy and re-establish normal relations. However, despite some sympathy for Garcia Meza among hardliners in the Reagan administration, Carter's policy of pressuring the military to reduce drug production and trafficking, shift toward civilian rule, and improve human rights continued, although in a less visible manner. Disagreements developed between the drug dealers and the military, the economy began a sharp decline, and after only 1 year in power, Garcia Meza and his close collaborators were overthrown in another bloodless coup. U.S.-Bolivian relations remained cool despite efforts by President Hernan Siles Zuazo to clean up corruption, curb the power of the military, and put an end to drug trafficking. The Reagan administration was not pleased with the Siles Zuazo presidency because he was a leftist with connections with foreign governments that were considered security threats to the United States, but the U.S. Embassy worked to keep civilian rule afloat. Siles did manage to capture and extradite the fugitive Nazi, Klaus Barbie, to France in 1983, and he removed a number of high-ranking military figures linked to the drug trade and corruption, but his economic reforms were negated by labor unrest, congressional opposition, and several coup attempts. When Siles Zuazo was kidnapped by the military in 1984, his wife called U.S. Ambassador Edwin Corr to tell him of the abduction and to request his aid in preventing the planned assassination. The U.S. ambassador intervened, telling the generals that if there's a coup, you'll have problems with the United States. After word got out that Siles had contacted drug baron Suarez about helping to pay off Bolivia's public debt, and that $500 million had been offered, an impeachment drive against the president and his narco-democracy began. Siles was pressured to finish his term early and hold elections in 1985. This brought Victor Paz Estenssoro back to power for a fourth term. The cocaine industry continued to flourish, however, as the rest of Bolivia's economy disintegrated, particularly the collapse of the tin market in 1985 and again in 1993. Bolivia 47. Money doctors for Bolivia's ailing capitalism. Bolivia has a long history of employing foreign economic advisors to solve its financial and economic woes. From the Kemmerer missions in the 1920s to the more recent economic stabilization measures and long-term market-oriented reforms of the 1980s, Bolivia has become dependent on money doctors from the United States to advise on how best to acquire foreign loans and construct a capitalist system. Bolivia's success in conquering hyperinflation in 1985 to 1987 was attributed to Jeffrey Sachs, a Harvard economist. The dramatic success of Sachs's anti-statist and free market experiment in Bolivia earned him praise from around the world, including the title of the Indiana Jones of economics by the Los Angeles Times. In contrast to the Chicago boys who advised Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet, Sachs only advises democratic governments. Under the direction of Sachs, Bolivia achieved some economic stability, including a tremendous drop in inflation, but at the price of continued poverty, economic stagnation, and high employment rates. Operation Blast Furnace. Bolivia has become a showcase for the Andean drug war due to its willingness to comply with Washington's need to display resolve against narcotics trafficking. In July 1986, at the invitation of President Paz, hundreds of U.S. military personnel were sent into Bolivia in a joint counter-narcotics campaign to stop the processing and transportation of cocaine. Known as Operation Blast Furnace, the intervention helped the Reagan administration publicize the seriousness of a problem that had become a major domestic and hemispheric issue. Bolivia's major concern was not so much the demand for drugs in the United States as it was the influence of drug traffickers on Bolivian politics and its inability to obtain badly needed financial assistance from the United States on grounds related to the narcotics trade. With at least 20 U.S. agencies now operating in Bolivia, and over $200 million in annual assistance to finance counter-narcotics missions, Bolivia is now one of the principal sites for U.S. anti-drug activities in the Andes. Bolivia has not had to face a drug-rural insurgency connection nexus, but joint efforts like Operation Blast Furnace have proved to be only a temporary solution to a much more deeply rooted problem. Bolivia and the United States after the Cold War. Recent U.S. involvement in Bolivia has been based on support of economic reforms, the survival of democracy, and the continuing effort to 48. Combat the growing cocaine trade. Bilateral relations have been friendly, but strains still exist over the continuing power of the Bolivian military and the pace of reforms tied to debt reduction, privatization, and the openness toward foreign investment. Themselves addicted to the funds they receive from Washington to fight the drug war, Bolivian governments must confront domestic political forces that resent the degree of control the United States has over the nation. From dictator to Democrat, the return of General Hugo Banzer. Bolivians voted in 1997 to return Hugo Banzer to the presidency, a position he held for 8 years after a bloody coup in 1971. During his first presidency, Banzer decided to adopt the model of military rule then employed in Brazil, and later in Chile and Argentina. In accordance with the new military ideology, Banzer believed that democratic rule ultimately led to social chaos and was dangerous to the development of a modern capitalist economy. He felt that the masses needed to be depoliticized and re-educated in order to become more submissive and compliant. Only then could rapid modernization and peaceful development occur. Banzer's more recent political metamorphosis makes some observers wonder whether he is still an autocrat or a democrat. By ignoring Washington's political advice and entering into a coalition with a left-wing party, the revolutionary leftist movement headed by Jaime Paz Zamora, Banzer has annoyed top officials in the United States. Tensions in U.S. Bolivian relations have not prevented Banzer from pushing ahead with his own brand of populism and economic nationalism despite Bolivia's need for U.S. investment and trade. Banzer has promised to continue his predecessor's economic reforms, but with more emphasis on helping the poor with education and health care programs, and he has assured the United States that he is committed to eliminating both corruption and narco-trafficking. As a member of the Andean Pact Regional Trade Group, and an associate member of Mercosur, Banzer hopes to take advantage of Bolivia's central location bordering on Brazil, Argentina, Chile, and Peru. Conclusion. Since the time of the Monroe Doctrine, U.S. Bolivian relations have been characterized as generally friendly but interspersed with periods of tension during times of war or domestic crises arising out of military dictatorships, drug trafficking, and the failure of economic reforms. Although Bolivia means little to the United States in terms of foreign investment and bilateral. Bolivia 49. Trade, its location and central place in the current drug wars requires continuing attention from U.S. government agencies. Bolivia has made some headway in strengthening democracy, fighting corruption, and exporting tin and energy resources to the U.S. market, but the obstacles political and economic that Bolivia faces will not be easily overcome, with or without trade arrangements that lower tariffs, and U.S. assistance. Brazil. Timeline of U.S. relations with Brazil. 1822 Brazil proclaims independence from Portugal. 1822 to 1831 Emperor Pedro I rules Brazil 1824 United States recognizes Brazil's independence 1831 to 1889 Emperor Pedro II rules Brazil 1876 Pedro II visits United States for centennial celebrations 1888 Slavery is abolished in Brazil 1889 Brazilian military overthrows monarchy to begin republic 1890 United States recognizes Republic 1891 to 1894 Marshal Floriano Peixoto serves as president 1893 to 1894 Rio Bay Naval Reold 1894 Charles Flint's 12-ship fleet of mercenaries sails for Rio Bay 1895 Brazil names new Senate building after President Monroe 1902 to 1912 Rio Branco period of cordial bilateral relations 1906 Brazil and United States exchange ambassadors 1917 Brazil enters World War I 1930 Getulio Vargas assumes power, rules until 1945-1942 Brazil enters World War II 1945-1946 Adolf Burley Jr. becomes U.S. ambassador to Brazil 1945 Vargas is overthrown by the military 1945-1951 General Uricogi Dutra serves as elected president 1947 President Truman visits Brazil to sign Rio Treaty 1949 Superior War College is founded 1951 to 1954 Vargas serves as elected president, commits suicide in 1954 1956 to 1960 Juscelino Kubitschek serves as elected president 1960 Janio Quadros is elected president, resigns in 1961 Quadros rejects Burley's bride João Goulart assumes presidency 1964 The military overthrows Goulart 1964 to 1985 Generals rule Brazil 1978 President Carter visits Brazil 1982 President Reagan visits Brazil 1985 Democracy returns to Brazil 1907 President Bush attends Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro President Fernando Collor is impeached 1995 Fernando Henrique Cardoso is elected president 1997, President Clinton visits Brazil. Introduction Brazil and the United States, two unequal giants in the Western Hemisphere, have maintained an outwardly friendly, but sometimes distant and strained, relationship since the early part of the 19th century. In an effort to establish a privileged relationship with the United States, Brazilian officials have endorsed the Monroe Doctrine and interventionism in Central America and the Caribbean, served as an intermediary between the other Latin American nations and the United States, sided with the United States during World Wars I and II, and provided a pillar of stability in South America. For Brazilian officials, endorsement of Washington's Latin American policies was more a recognition of diplomatic prudence and power politics than submissiveness to inequalities in power. If Brazil could promote closer trade links with the large U.S. market, counterbalance the power of Argentina, and enhance its desire for worldwide power and prestige, then a policy of alliance with the United States was considered a beneficial and prudent strategy. Brazil seemed willing to recognize the hegemony of the United States in the Western Hemisphere as long as it was allowed to pursue its own dominant position in South America. Brazil remained a monarchy after proclaiming independence from Portugal and didn't abolish slavery until 1888, but the United States managed to maintain peaceful relations as each pursued its own political and economic interests. For the United States, the kind of government in Brazil mattered little whether monarchy, democratic civilian government, dictatorship, or a small military group as long as other more important interests and objectives could be achieved. Between the end of the Brazil 53 monarchy in 1889 and 1968, the United States consistently wooed the Brazilian military, even when it intervened in internal politics, because it appeared to be a defender of stability and provided a bulwark against communist advances in the Americas. In economic relations, Brazil was viewed by U.S. policymakers as a market for manufactured goods, a source of raw materials, and a favorable place to invest. Brazil and the United States during the 19th century. Brazil and the independence of Latin America. Brazil's transition to independence was bloodless and much less chaotic than the devastating wars that took place in the rest of Latin America. After Napoleon's armies invaded Portugal in 1807, the British Navy escorted the Portuguese court to Brazil in 1808. There was no war of independence in Brazil because the colonial government headed by Pedro I, Crown Prince of Portugal, declared independence from Portugal in 1822 as a monarchical empire. President Monroe's distaste for monarchy delayed formal recognition of Brazil until 1824, but he had no doubt that Brazil would eventually move toward republicanism and recognize the commercial benefits of an alliance with the United States. In general, the United States kept its distance from Brazil in the 19th century, believing that Brazil's continuing support for slavery and the institution of the monarchy were somehow out of place with the rest of the Americas. The first U.S. consul to Rio de Janeiro, Conde Raggett, arrived with instructions to persuade the Brazilians to abolish the slave trade, support the Monroe Doctrine, and improve bilateral trade and commerce. However, he made little progress in fulfilling these instructions, with the exception of winning Brazilian admiration for Washington's hands-off the Americas message to the Europeans. Brazil and the Monroe Doctrine. Although the Spanish-American nations never officially recognized the Monroe Doctrine, few went as far as Brazil in giving it a cordial welcome. Less than 2 months after President Monroe's message of 1823, the Brazilian government recognized the new doctrine based in large part on the belief that it would protect Brazil's newly proclaimed independence and provide a protective shield against European aggression, but insisted on giving it a collective perspective rather than an interpretation by one state. Brazil became the only Latin American government in the 19th century to express appreciation and outright support for the Monroe Doctrine. Later, during the Rio Branco period, Brazil used the Mon. 54 the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine to cement closer relations with the United States and to strengthen its international position in the world. Brazil even responded favorably to the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, justifying U.S. intervention, an interpretation loathed by the rest of Latin America at the time because of the repeated violations of their sovereignty in the name of Monroe. Brazil actually favored Roosevelt's reference to the use of international police power to deal with chronic wrongdoing because it believed it might apply to its unruly neighbors, Paraguay and Uruguay. The Brazilian monarchy and the United States. The Brazilian monarchy was dominated by Dom Pedro I and his son, Dom Pedro II. For the most part the Brazilian Empire was stable and conservative, but Brazil and the United States remained apart due to its distant location, monarchy, and retention of slavery. Emperor Pedro II visited the United States in 1876 to attend the Centennial Exhibition at Philadelphia. He received a perfunctory reception by President Grant, but his visit left a positive and lasting impression. Despite periods of war and turmoil, relations between the United States and Brazil remained friendly and cordial for the duration of the empire. Offers from Washington to settle the Paraguayan War were turned down by Brazil, but Pedro II pleased the United States when he decreed the opening of the Amazon River to the merchant ships of all nations. When the empire was overthrown in 1889, the United States was the first to recognize the new government and congratulated the Brazilians on their adoption of republican institutions, but many in Washington also mourned the end of a stable and friendly regime. Brazil and the U.S. Civil War. The U.S. Civil War presented another opportunity for European powers to challenge the hegemony of the United States in the Western Hemisphere. Since the naval powers of Europe had never recognized the Monroe Doctrine, new colonies or protectorates could be more easily obtained while the United States was embroiled in its own civil war. Brazil granted the Confederate States the status of belligerents, but the emperor's government also displayed a friendly outlook toward the northern government. Although the Monroe Doctrine had nothing to do with ending the French occupation of Mexico in 1867, it may have saved Brazil from the expansionist plans of European powers since monarchy and slavery still existed at the time. Samuel F. Bemis argues that the Monroe Doctrine was one of the principal barriers to the mad romantic dreams for monarchy. Brazil. 55. For the Americas. Napoleon's hand-picked and subservient emperor in Mexico dreamed of a double Habsburg Empire based on the marriage of his younger brother to a Brazilian princess. Once the U.S. Civil War ended in 1865, thousands of American Southerners migrated to Brazil in hopes of continuing their way of life in another land. Brazil still has a small community of descendants of the thousands of Southerners who fled to Brazil after the war rather than face the unpleasant rise of Reconstruction. The Rio Bay Naval Revolt and Flint's Fleet. The Brazilian government faced a naval revolt in 1893 to 1894 that brought the United States and Brazil closer together and served as a prelude for the era of U.S. intervention between 1895 and 1930. The Rio Bay Naval Revolt also provided an opportunity for American entrepreneur Charles Flint to influence U.S. policy toward Brazil. His mercenary flotilla known as Flint's Fleet joined the battle to protect U.S. business interests in Brazil during the last decade of the 19th century. But Flint's Fleet was more than simply the privatization of American foreign policy in the wake of Pan-Americanism, trade expansion, and a renewal of Manifest Destiny and the Monroe Doctrine. It also marked a watershed in the shift from the 19th century filibusteros who often won concessions through bribery and cajolery, to the 20th century entrepreneurs who used the power of the U.S. state to get their way in Latin America. Charles R. Flint was a successful merchant in New York, perhaps the largest rubber dealer in the United States, a powerful private voice for trade expansionism, and one of the chief U.S. delegates to the Pan American Conference in 1889. Although he was younger than 40 years old at the time, Flint had decades of business experience in Latin America, particularly in shipping and the sale of arms. His greatest commercial interests in Latin America were in Brazil, and they needed protection. The origin of Flint's fleet centered on the transfer of leadership in Brazil from Deodoro da Fonseca to Vice President Marshal Floriano Peixoto in November 1891. A supporter of industrialization and friendship with the United States, Floriano faced a naval mutiny that ultimately changed the course of U.S. Brazilian relations. The revolt of the Brazilian Navy, led by José Custodio de Mello and Saldanha da Gama, started with monarchists intent on toppling the new republic. The naval revolt threatened international shipping in Brazilian ports and soon prompted a forceful U.S. naval demonstration on behalf of Floriano's government. According to Stephen Topic, the U.S. military response in Rio Bay represented the greatest concentration of U.S. gunboats in American history to that point and led directly to the X-56. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Pansionist policy that would continue the buildup of the new Navy, yield the Olney Doctrine in Venezuela, and lead to the Spanish-American War. As Floriano faced increasing turmoil and chaos in Brazil, it became imperative that he gain the support of the United States, but his requests for additional ships were turned down because of their unavailability by President Cleveland. Charles Flint was the perfect choice to help save the government under siege in Brazil. He had a long and vested interest in U.S. Brazilian relations and commerce, knowledge of shipping and the arms trade, experience in Latin American naval warfare, close ties with U.S. policymakers, and the necessary connections with international financiers who could finance the flotilla. There were times when Flint operated virtually as Brazil's minister to the United States. Flint's mercenary squadron gained public attention by outfitting its ships with the most sophisticated and experimental weapons of the time, some of which had never been tested in warfare. Flint and Salvador de Mendonça, co-organizer of Flint's fleet, were masters of favorable publicity and propaganda. Flint established a literary bureau to control the news coming from and going to Brazil. Mendonça published articles in U.S. newspapers in which he described the perilous adventure in terms of defending the Monroe Doctrine. Flint's fleet suffered numerous mishaps and arrived late, but it aroused great fear with its new dynamite gun, by preventing the naval rebels and the Federalists from joining forces to defeat Floriano. Flint's fleet played a critical role in ending the threat to the Brazilian government. Although Flint's mercenary squadron did not militarily defeat the rebels, they surrendered out of fear of the destructive potential of the dynamite gun. The success of Flint's fleet expanded the meaning of the Monroe Doctrine and created a closer relationship between Brazil and the United States. During the following year, the United States was acknowledged by Brazilians with celebrations and honors. At the inauguration of Brazil's new president Prudente de Moraes, the cornerstone to the James Monroe and Monroe Doctrine monument was laid in Brazil, testimony to the efforts of Charles Flint and the American naval effort in Brazil. In 1895, Brazil's new Senate building in Rio de Janeiro was named the Palácio Monroe in honor of the important principles of non-colonization and non-intervention. In the end, the events in Rio Bay between 1893 and 1894 demonstrated that even a domestically inspired attempt at restoring a monarchy now fit within the expanding interpretations of the Monroe Doctrine. It was certainly the most bizarre chapter of the naval revolt in Rio Bay, but it also turned out to be the decisive factor in saving Floriano's government and fostering closer ties between Brazil and the United States. Brazil. Dill. Brazil and the United States in the early 20th century. The United States did not intervene in South America, at least not in the same way that it did in Central America and the Caribbean. This regional difference, according to President Theodore Roosevelt, was based on the understanding that the southern half of South America had advanced so far that countries like Brazil could be treated as friends and equals, no longer requiring the guidance of the United States. The accuracy of Roosevelt's observation can be questioned, but threat perception and geographic distance seem to have been on the president's mind. Foreign Minister Barão de Rio Branco. Brazilian Foreign Minister Rio Branco worried about the inability of Latin American governments to pay their foreign debts, even though Brazil was on excellent terms with its foreign creditors. This problem surfaced in 1902 to 1903 when Britain, Italy, and Germany resorted to their own brand of gunboat diplomacy to coerce Venezuela into paying claims it owed to European citizens. Although the Europeans stressed that they were not interested in acquiring territory, their attempt to collect debts by force produced adverse reactions throughout Latin America. President Theodore Roosevelt used the episode to inaugurate his own corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, a new phase of diplomacy characterized by frequent intervention in the Caribbean and Central American regions. After the Venezuelan blockade incident, Rio Branco applauded the great service provided by the Monroe Doctrine in checking European territorial ambitions in the Western Hemisphere. In contrast to most of his Spanish-American counterparts, Rio Branco argued that the United States should be regarded as a benevolent guardian interested in protecting Latin America against external interference, and not an imperialist aggressor. Rio Branco endorsed the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, and he made Brazilian-American friendship the cornerstone of his foreign policy. By supporting U.S. Latin American policy, Rio Branco hoped to offset British influence in the Rio de la Plata region and reduce the negative impact of border disputes among Brazil's neighbors. The developing rivalry with Argentina also contributed to the perceived pro-U.S. stance of Brazilians at the time. In return, the United States recognized the importance of cultivating friendly relations with Brazil. Secretary of State Elihu Root tried to counter the distrust and fear in the Americas by reassuring Latin Americans that the United States had no selfish or aggressive motives in its Latin America policy and only wished for peace and prosperity for all. When he took office in 1905, Root's rhetoric offered a stark contrast to the bluster and 58. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Racist comments of Theodore Roosevelt and Secretary of State John Hay. In urging officials at the State Department to show friendship and respect to Latin American diplomats, Root wrote in 1905. The South Americans now hate us, largely because they think we despise them and try to bully them. I really like them and intend to show it. I think their friendship is really important to the United States, and the best way to secure it is by treating them like gentlemen. If you want to make a man your friend, it does not pay to treat him like a yellow dog asterisk. In an obvious diplomatic tilt toward Brazil, Root suggested to Brazilian Ambassador Joaquim Nabuco in a private conversation that the United States, with the assistance of Brazil and Mexico, take on the responsibility for affirming the Monroe Doctrine throughout the hemisphere. Several weeks later President Roosevelt indicated he wished to have Brazil, rather than Argentina, exercise the main influence in South America. On the basis of these unofficial soundings, Rio replaced Caracas or Buenos Aires as the site for the 1906 Pan American Conference. U.S. Brazilian relations were solidified further when Root decided to personally lead the American delegation to the conference in Rio, the first time that a serving Secretary of State had left the United States. In 1906, Brazil became the first South American country to exchange envoys at the rank of ambassador with the United States. It is important to point out that Root's Pan-Americanism was more public rhetoric than a genuine elevation of the importance of Brazil to the United States. Root's reference to South America in his address mentioned above was a deliberate effort to treat Brazil differently from Latin America. Unlike the less developed and unruly republics of Central America and the Caribbean, Brazil was considered peaceful, politically conservative, and law-abiding. Root's journey to South America was aimed at persuading the Latin American nations to attend the forthcoming peace conference at The Hague. While in Rio de Janeiro, Root spoke at the James Monroe Palace emphasizing the role of all nations of the hemisphere in securing world peace. The United States could not have found a more compliant ally than Brazil. It was the only country in the hemisphere to support the United States during the Spanish-American War, the chronic use of force in the Caribbean and Central America, the separation of Panama from Colombia in 1903, and Washington's position toward the leaders of the Mexican Revolutionary Government in 1914. Brazil and World War I. As the crisis in Europe deepened between 1914 and 1917, the United States struggled to remain neutral but ultimately realized that with G.E.R. Brazil. 59. Many's unrestricted submarine warfare it would have to intervene. President Wilson realized that U.S. intervention in Europe would violate the Monroe Doctrine's sacred injunction to stay out of Europe's battles, but in a bold effort to put his own stamp on the Monroe Doctrine, the president tried to elevate it to a universal principle on January 22, 1917. I am proposing, as it were, that the nations should with one accord adopt the doctrine of President Monroe as the doctrine of the world, that no nation should seek to extend its policy over any other nation, but that every people should be free to determine its own policy, its own way of development, unhindered, unthreatened, unafraid, the little along with the great and powerful. Point 4. Once the United States declared war on Germany, President Wilson made strenuous efforts to get Brazil to join the Allies in defeating Germany, hoping to set a precedent that the other Latin American governments would follow. Although a large number of German colonists lived in southern Brazil, Germany's naval encroachments threatened Brazil's extensive merchant marine, and Brazil found it easy to follow the wishes of the United States. After the war, Brazil took a pro-U.S. position at the Paris Peace Conference and became a staunch supporter of the League of Nations. Despite Brazil's wartime collaboration with the United States, Washington refused to grant its request for a special status relationship and shifted its focus again to themes of hemispheric solidarity, often neglecting Brazil as unimportant to U.S. policy concerns. The Vargas period, 1930 to 1954. Getulio Vargas came to power in a military coup in 1930 and ruled for 15 years before being overthrown by the military in 1945. He returned to power in 1951, but during a bitter political crisis 3 years later he committed suicide. A caretaker administration finished his term of office. Under Vargas's first period of rule, Brazil came under a semi-dictatorship, flirted briefly with Hitler's Germany, and then became a close wartime ally of the United States. Brazil was the first nation to sign a reciprocal trade agreement with the United States as part of Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy. The Roosevelt administration promoted the Monroe Doctrine and continental solidarity, frequently pressuring Brazil to enter the war as an example to the rest of Latin America. In 1936, President Roosevelt attended the Inter-American Conference for the Maintenance of Peace in Buenos Aires, the first occasion that an American president met with Latin American leaders outside the United States. President Roosevelt strongly supported the authoritarian government of Getulio Vargas and collaborated with it closely throughout the war. Although Washington considered Vargas's government a dictatorship, it was viewed as a benevolent one with considerable popular support. Vargas equated democracy with disorder, criticized liberalism, and praised fascist virtues, but the United States still considered Brazil a cornerstone of the Good Neighbor policy and a key ally. Argentine anti-Americanism also contributed to the belief that maintaining friendly relations with Brazil was important to hemispheric unity. The key to friendly relations between Brazil and the United States and Brazil's role as a fighting ally was Oswaldo Aranha, Vargas's foreign minister, who remained firmly committed to democratic procedures while at the same time serving an authoritarian government. Brazil and World War II. Until World War II, Brazil had established a professional military based on the educational and training programs of Germany and France, and it used their manuals, instructors, and equipment. The war changed this pattern, as President Roosevelt sought Brazil's support for U.S. actions against the Axis threat by strongly encouraging Brazilian leaders to join the war effort as an example to the rest of Latin America. During the war years, Adolph A. Burley Jr., Assistant Secretary of State for Latin American Affairs and Ambassador to Brazil, was Roosevelt's key Latin American advisor. Burley believed that the Brazilian military represented a positive force for democracy, free elections, and representative government. He painted a favorable picture of Vargas during his tenure, claiming that although the Brazilian government was a dictatorship, it had kept all its international obligations, and since Getulio Vargas was a popular figure in Brazil, his regime could hardly be a police state. Despite the fact that the Brazilian government was a dictatorship during the war, the United States, being more interested in stability and order than in promoting democracy, supported the Vargas regime and collaborated closely with it throughout the war. Vargas flirted with fascism prior to World War II, but eventually he succumbed to U.S. pressure to align Brazil with the Allies in the war effort. Cut off from German and French contacts because of the war, the Brazilian armed forces came to rely more and more on the United States for training, techniques, and equipment. The fear of a German invasion of Brazil combined with Nazi activity in neighboring Argentina contributed to several joint military arrangements and U.S. financial assistance for a large steel industry in Brazil. After a German submarine attack on a Brazilian ship, Brazil declared war on Germany in August 1942. To support the war, Brazil sent an expeditionary force Força Expedicionária Brasileira of 25,000 men to fight in Europe, a move that raised the professionalism of the Brazilian officer corps and heightened its political orientation. According to Gerald Haynes, the irony of a dictatorship sending an army across the seas to liberate oppressed Brazil. 61. People was not lost on the Força Expedicionária Brasileira. The contacts with American military forces and the war experience helped the FEB officers forge a much closer, or special, relationship with the United States and convince policymakers in Washington that the Brazilian military represented an apolitical force that supported the democratic process. However, this outlook ceased to exist after the election of Jimmy Carter in 1978. The harmony and cooperation in Brazilian-American relations during World War II changed in 1945 as many of the key players in Washington who carried out Latin American policy were replaced, including Nelson Rockefeller and Edward R. Stettinius Jr. Both were sympathetic to Latin America in their own way, but their links to corporate America led them to believe that private enterprise provided the best way to promote national economic development. In 1945, Spruce Braden, an outspoken diplomat with several businesses in Chile, became responsible for Latin American affairs in the U.S. State Department. With Braden and Burley now in charge, U.S. Latin American policy took a new turn and was marked by more blatant forms of intervention and hints that the good neighbor policy had served its purpose now that the war was over. After World War I, the United States turned away from the government-sponsored economic aspects of the good neighbor policy to an emphasis on private investment as the key to inter-American relations. The progressive disengagement of the United States in matters of economic assistance in Latin America contributed to Brazil's decision to adopt a more independent, nationalistic foreign policy in the 1960s and 1970s. Nelson Rockefeller and Henry Kaiser, giants of corporate America, came to Brazil after 1945 to demonstrate that U.S.-style democratic capitalism could have a positive effect on economic development and international relations. They invested in rural development, agriculture, and automobile manufacturing and helped determine the nature of U.S. Brazilian economic relations from 1945 to 1960. After Roosevelt's death in 1945, Burley and Braden joined the chorus of those who opposed dictatorships in Latin America and assumed efforts to squeeze Vargas from power. Ambassador Burley decided to give a speech to opposition journalists stating that the United States would not support dictatorships in the hemisphere. Burley's speech, indicating pleasure that Brazil was proceeding to restore constitutional democracy, caused an uproar by appearing to approve of opposition plots to depose Vargas. Within 1 month of the scheduled elections, the Brazilian military removed Vargas in a bloodless coup and then proceeded to oversee the election of General Eurico Gaspar Dutra. This political act delighted the Truman ad. 64. In Latin America, Kubitschek's OPA included the creation of the Inter-American Development Bank, social development loans, and more economic assistance with fewer strings attached. However, Brazil and the United States differed over economic development strategies. The United States wanted Latin Americans to rely on their own private initiative, whereas Brazilians believed in a hemisphere-wide economic plan. Despite Kubitschek's efforts, disputes with the United States and the International Monetary Fund led to OPA's failure. The unwritten alliance between Brazil and the United States that reached back to the turn of the century was unraveling as Brazil struggled to project a more independent foreign policy. Beginning in the late 1950s, Brazil's foreign policy included the following: a more active involvement in international organizations, increased emphasis on hemispheric solidarity and economic integration, increased trade and diplomatic ties with the communist bloc, and closer ties with the Third World. After the Cuban Revolution and President Kennedy's election, efforts were made to reverse the negative trends in U.S. Latin American relations left over from the Eisenhower years. In an effort to mobilize hemispheric unity in the battle against both poverty and communism, Kennedy proposed 2 dramatic initiatives: the Peace Corps and the Alliance for Progress, within his first 2 months in office. Kennedy's strategy was to use economic development and social reform to direct the growing nationalism of developing countries in democratic directions. By shifting the emphasis of U.S. aid programs from military assistance to economic development programs such as the Alliance for Progress, Kennedy hoped to prevent violent revolutions in Latin America. After Castro's revolution, what mattered the most to U.S. policymakers was not so much the development of a democratic Brazil as it was the creation of a bulwark against communism and the spread of Castroism in Latin America. When it seemed expedient to do so, the United States supported democratic elections in Brazil, but Washington also played a major role in deposing the 2 democratically elected Brazilian presidents who followed Kubitschek between 1960 and 1964. When Brazil's presidents appeared to be leaning too far to the left and pursuing a more independent foreign policy, they were considered threats to the security of the hemisphere and in need of replacement. Jânio Quadros angered Washington with his refusal to visit the United States before his inauguration, his informal talks with the communist bloc nations, and his decoration of Che Guevara with Brazil's highest medal, the Cruzeiro do Sul. Relations deteriorated further when Adolph Burley, Kennedy's special envoy, visited Brazil with an offer of $300 million in foreign aid in exchange for backing the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba in 1961. President Quadros expressed his disgust with Burley's bribe and Brazil 65. Promptly rejected the offer. When Quadros resigned unexpectedly in August 1961, his vice president, João Goulart, assumed the presidency, but Brazil's more independent foreign policy continued. The 1964 coup against Goulart. At least 2 years before the military coup that deposed Goulart in April 1964, the United States and Brazil had serious clashes over Cold War security issues and economic reform efforts. The key players in the coup against President Goulart were members of the Brazilian military who had developed close links with policymakers in Washington stretching back to World War II. Those who assisted with the coup, or did nothing to stop it, included U.S. Ambassador Lincoln Gordon, Defense Attaché Vernon A. Walters, and Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Mann. Most U.S. officials admitted privately that Goulart was not a communist but that his foreign policy suggested the possibility of a communist takeover in Brazil if things were not corrected. Colonel Walters, who had served as liaison officer with the Brazilian Expeditionary Force in Italy during World War II, was on friendly terms with the military conspirators and was fully aware of the details surrounding the coup. Walters communicated what he knew about the coup to Ambassador Gordon, who in turn informed Assistant Secretary Mann of the military conspiracy. In case the conspiracy against Goulart failed, the U.S. military had made contingency plans, including intervention if there were any signs of Soviet movement into Brazil. Some of the U.S. military officers operating out of Panama were convinced of a Soviet takeover. U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Robert Schuller compared the Brazilian crisis to the prior challenges to the Monroe Doctrine during the Venezuela crisis in 1902 to 1903. The Central Intelligence Agency was also instrumental in supporting the military conspirators and in generating hemisphere-wide propaganda in support of the new military government of Marshal Humberto Castelo Branco in 1964. The Brazilian coup of 1964 was considered a major event in Washington because it fit neatly into the Cold War prescription against communism in the Western Hemisphere. Those who saw military rule as the only alternative to chaos and communism also believed that military rule would be short-lived and serve as a transition to a more reliable civilian presidency. However, the majority of officers favored a strong apolitical government that would rule Brazil for a much longer time, despite opposition from Castelo Branco himself. The Cold War doctrine of national security that had been taught at the Escola Superior de Guerra formed the basis of authoritarian rule in Brazil after the coup. In Castelo Branco's government during the 1960s, fully 80% of the core group of Brazilian policymakers were graduates of the ESG or U.S. military schools. 64. In Latin America, Kubitschek's OPA included the creation of the Inter-American Development Bank, social development loans, and more economic assistance with fewer strings attached. However, Brazil and the United States differed over economic development strategies. The United States wanted Latin Americans to rely on their own private initiative, whereas Brazilians believed in a hemisphere-wide economic plan. Despite Kubitschek's efforts, disputes with the United States and the International Monetary Fund led to OPA's failure. The unwritten alliance between Brazil and the United States that reached back to the turn of the century was unraveling as Brazil struggled to project a more independent foreign policy. Beginning in the late 1950s, Brazil's foreign policy included the following: a more active involvement in international organizations, increased emphasis on hemispheric solidarity and economic integration, increased trade and diplomatic ties with the communist bloc, and closer ties with the Third World. After the Cuban Revolution and President Kennedy's election, efforts were made to reverse the negative trends in U.S. Latin American relations left over from the Eisenhower years. In an effort to mobilize hemispheric unity in the battle against both poverty and communism, Kennedy proposed two dramatic initiatives: the Peace Corps and the Alliance for Progress, within his first 2 months in office. Kennedy's strategy was to use economic development and social reform to direct the growing nationalism of developing countries in democratic directions. By shifting the emphasis of U.S. aid programs from military assistance to economic development programs such as the Alliance for Progress, Kennedy hoped to prevent violent revolutions in Latin America. After Castro's revolution, what mattered the most to U.S. policymakers was not so much the development of a democratic Brazil as it was the creation of a bulwark against communism and the spread of Castroism in Latin America. When it seemed expedient to do so, the United States supported democratic elections in Brazil, but Washington also played a major role in deposing the two democratically elected Brazilian presidents who followed Kubitschek between 1960 and 1964. When Brazil's presidents appeared to be leaning too far to the left and pursuing a more independent foreign policy, they were considered threats to the security of the hemisphere and in need of replacement. Jânio Quadros angered Washington with his refusal to visit the United States before his inauguration, his informal talks with the communist bloc nations, and his decoration of Che Guevara with Brazil's highest medal, the Cruzeiro do Sul. Relations deteriorated further when Adolph Burley, Kennedy's special envoy, visited Brazil with an offer of $300 million in foreign aid in exchange for backing the Bay of Pigs invasion of Cuba in 1961. President Quadros expressed his disgust with Burley's bribe and Brazil 65 promptly rejected the offer. When Quadros resigned unexpectedly in August 1961, his vice president, João Goulart, assumed the presidency, but Brazil's more independent foreign policy continued. The 1964 coup against Goulart. At least 2 years before the military coup that deposed Goulart in April 1964, the United States and Brazil had serious clashes over Cold War security issues and economic reform efforts. The key players in the coup against President Goulart were members of the Brazilian military who had developed close links with policymakers in Washington stretching back to World War II. Those who assisted with the coup, or did nothing to stop it, included U.S. Ambassador Lincoln Gordon, Defense Attaché Vernon A. Walters, and Assistant Secretary of State Thomas Mann. Most U.S. officials admitted privately that Goulart was not a communist but that his foreign policy suggested the possibility of a communist takeover in Brazil if things were not corrected. Colonel Walters, who had served as liaison officer with the Brazilian Expeditionary Force in Italy during World War II, was on friendly terms with the military conspirators and was fully aware of the details surrounding the coup. Walters communicated what he knew about the coup to Ambassador Gordon, who in turn informed Assistant Secretary Mann of the military conspiracy. In case the conspiracy against Goulart failed, the U.S. military had made contingency plans, including intervention if there were any signs of Soviet movement into Brazil. Some of the U.S. military officers operating out of Panama were convinced of a Soviet takeover. U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Robert Schuller compared the Brazilian crisis to the prior challenges to the Monroe Doctrine during the Venezuela crisis in 1902 to 1903. The Central Intelligence Agency was also instrumental in supporting the military conspirators and in generating hemisphere-wide propaganda in support of the new military government of Marshal Humberto Castelo Branco in 1964. The Brazilian coup of 1964 was considered a major event in Washington because it fit neatly into the Cold War prescription against communism in the Western Hemisphere. Those who saw military rule as the only alternative to chaos and communism also believed that military rule would be short-lived and serve as a transition to a more reliable civilian presidency. However, the majority of officers favored a strong apolitical government that would rule Brazil for a much longer time, despite opposition from Castelo Branco himself. The Cold War doctrine of national security that had been taught at the Escola Superior de Guerra formed the basis of authoritarian rule in Brazil after the coup. In Castelo Branco's government during the 1960s, fully 80% of the core group of Brazilian policymakers were graduates of the ESG or U.S. military schools. 66. The generals take control, 1964 to 1985. Since the 1946 Constitution had given the Brazilian military the responsibility of maintaining law and order and guaranteeing the effective functioning of government, those who engineered the coup of 1964 never doubted that they had acted constitutionally in removing Goulart. However, few Brazilians anticipated the length and harshness of military rule. Instead of a transitional regime that would usher in a return to democracy, the military consolidated its power and ruled for over 20 years. Military rule reversed the populist trends toward economic nationalism. The law limiting the remittance of profits by foreign firms was revoked and the earlier efforts to steer a more independent foreign policy. With the military firmly in power, the United States did not have to worry about demoralized foreign investors, the legitimacy of the Alliance for Progress, demands for populist economic policies, and communist disruption in Latin America's largest country. In return for Brazilian realignment with the United States under the generals, Washington increased its economic and military aid to substantial levels. To solidify its newly acquired dependency on the United States, Brazil severed its relations with Cuba, spearheaded the diplomatic and economic isolation of Cuba at OAS meetings, and was a key supporter of the U.S. intervention in the Dominican Republic in 1965. Believing that it was once again stopping communism in Latin America, Brazil provided the commanding officer and most of the 2,500 Latin American troops that were subsequently employed in the OAS peacekeeping operation. However, the United States provided the majority of military force. The commitment to military counterinsurgency, repression, and favorable conditions for foreign investment set the stage for numerous dirty wars that would sweep across Latin America in the 1970s. Brazil's military rulers provided logistical and financial support to the military coups that followed in Bolivia, Uruguay, Chile, and Argentina. However, President Carter was unsympathetic toward military governments, most notably that of Brazil, and battled with Brazil over trade issues, human rights, nuclear energy, international lending policies, and the reduction of U.S. military assistance. The deterioration of U.S. Brazilian relations during the Carter years was reversed by President Reagan, who was convinced that moderate authoritarians such as existed in Brazil deserved backing from the United States. The return of democracy. Brazil's return to democratic rule was a gradual process that began in the late 1960s and ended in 1985. Until the early 1970s, military economic policy centered on providing an economic miracle at the expense of any. Brazil 67. Effort to return Brazil to democracy. Emphasizing economic expansion and efforts to curb inflation, the Brazilian military enjoyed the support of many key groups in Brazil. Critics of the military authoritarian government who had not gone into exile were subject to threats and torture. In an effort to eliminate internal subversion, the military imposed press censorship, prohibited innovative teaching techniques of Paulo Freire, banned almost all political activity, outlawed old political parties and created new ones, and tightly controlled elections. By creating a two-party democratic facade, the military was able to control national politics in the name of a revolution for democracy. Some endorsed the coup industrialists, technocrats, and urban dwellers since they envisioned economic benefits from the regime, and the anti-communist ideology of the military coincided with their own political beliefs. However, the military's economic miracle came to an abrupt halt in 1973 when the OPEC oil embargo sent prices of petroleum skyrocketing and inflation began to rise. With the economy on a serious downturn, the military leaders decided to move toward an abertura, an opening toward the return of democratic rule, and their departure from the political arena. Brazil and the United States in the aftermath of the Cold War. The return of civilian rule in 1985 and the end of the Cold War have brought important changes to the Brazilian-U.S. relationship. The civilian politicians who have held power since 1985 have had to struggle with a huge foreign debt, bouts of hyperinflation and official corruption, expanding a trade-based economy, and working out a competitive, rather than complementary, economic status with the United States. Any effort to bring the generals to justice for human rights violations has been undermined by the residual power of the Brazilian military. Although the United States remains Brazil's largest market, its biggest supplier of goods and services, and a major source of investment and finance, recent trends indicate frictions and disagreements over trade policies. President Fernando Henrique Cardoso personifies the important changes in economic development strategy taking place in Brazil and in U.S. Brazilian relations. During the 1960s, Cardoso taught at the University of São Paulo, opposed the military government, and was a firm believer in neo-Marxist principles favoring socialism and a powerful state. He has since disavowed his earlier economic and political views, being convinced that a modified capitalist model is the solution to Brazil's economic woes. As the end of the century approaches, relations between the United States and Brazil have become less important than was the case during the Cold War. There are several reasons for this change, despite a long history of collaboration and close ties, both politically and militarily. First, the end. 68. Of the Cold War has reduced the need of the United States to cultivate the Brazilian military or worry about security matters in South America. Second, Brazil's success in forming the Southern Cone Common Market with Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay has offset the dominance of the United States in the North American Free Trade Agreement. Third, there is a growing gulf between how the two countries' governments see each other. Although Presidents Carter, Reagan, Bush, and Clinton have visited Brazil to promote American interests, most Americans know and care little about Brazil, and what they do comprehend often generates hostility. Brazilians feel that the United States either tries to prevent Brazil from becoming a world power or does little to provide assistance in overcoming its persistent economic, environmental, and technological difficulties. Conclusion. Today Brazil is a formidable world power, larger than the continental United States, with a population and economy that exceeds that of Russia, and the major player in a new trade bloc called the Southern Cone Common Market. The United States has never intervened directly to expel an alien force from Brazil, but the rhetoric and emotions associated with the Monroe Doctrine have served the foreign policy needs of both countries in ways that would have surprised even the most ardent Monroeists of the 1820s. Despite the changing nature of the historical relationship, and the tendency of American policymakers to neglect Brazil, the United States remains central to many aspects of Brazilian economic life, the largest investor and dominant foreign business presence in the country. The end of the Cold War and Brazil's efforts to consolidate democracy have helped improve the bilateral relationship between the two giants of the hemisphere. The fact that Brazil and Argentina have both forsworn nuclear weapons programs, once considered a threat to peace in the hemisphere, has also served to improve the relationship. Unlike U.S. Mexican relations, the absence of a shared border with the United States and Brazil means that the bilateral relationship is free of domestic economic and political problems. Chile. Timeline of U.S. relations with Chile. 1810 Chile declares independence from Spain. 1822 United States recognizes Chile's independence. 1352 United States establishes diplomatic relations. 1842 Chile leads world in copper production. 1850s Railroads and telegraph lines are built by U.S. engineers. 1879 to 1884 War of the Pacific. 1884 Treaty of Ancon ends War of the Pacific. 1891 Baltimore Incident. 1914 to 1918 Chile remains neutral during World War I. 1943 Chile breaks diplomatic relations with Axis powers. 1948 Communist Party is proscribed. Until 1956-1953 Chile signs defense pact with the United States. 1958 to 1964 Jorge Alessandri serves as elected president. 1964 to 1970 Eduardo Frei serves as elected president. 1965 Chileanization of U.S. copper companies begins. 1970 Salvador Allende is elected president. 1971 Allende nationalizes foreign-owned copper mines. 1973 Allende is overthrown in coup supported by CIA. 1973 to 1989 The military rules under General Augusto Pinochet. 1973 to 1977 Nixon and Ford presidencies remain friendly toward Chile. 1976 Orlando Letelier is assassinated in Washington, D.C. Kennedy Amendment ends military aid to Chile. 72. 1977 to 1981 Carter presidency emphasizes human rights. 1981 to 1989 Reagan presidency emphasizes quiet diplomacy. 1983 to 1985 Reagan administration shifts to promoting democracy. 1988 Dictator Pinochet is defeated in plebiscite. 1989 Democracy returns with election of Patricio Aylwin. 1994 to 1998 Eduardo Frei, son of former president, serves as elected president. 1997, Clinton administration allows sale of F-16 fighters to Chile. 1998 Pinochet retires as head of the military and assumes permanent Senate seat. President Clinton visits Chile and declares that the day of the dictators is over. Introduction. Although it is small in population and somewhat isolated from the rest of South America, Chile has had frequent confrontations with the United States over trade and commerce, security, access to raw materials, intervention, and political ideology. William Sater describes this troublesome relationship between the two nations as one of empires in conflict. The rivalry between Chile and the United States in the 19th century was fueled by the size of Chile's navy and its territorial gains from the War of the Pacific. After the Baltimore incident in 1891 in which 2 U.S. sailors were killed in a drunken brawl, the United States forced Chile to pay an indemnity that generated deep anti-Yankee sentiment in Chile. The demand for sodium nitrate and copper contributed to the rise of a foreign-dominated economy, first by the British and later by the United States. Chile's distant location and Washington's tendency to waffle during times of European encroachment weakened the validity of the Monroe Doctrine and alienated the Chileans. When Americans invested heavily in the large copper mines at El Teniente and Chuquicamata at the turn of the century, that helped forge an important economic and political link between Washington and Santiago, producing heightened security concerns during times of war. However, foreign control over lucrative mining enterprises frequently boiled over into nationalist resentment against U.S. corporations. Once U.S. companies came to dominate Chile's major source of foreign exchange, it became possible to exercise a greater degree of control over Chilean foreign policy. During the Cold War, the United States pressured Chile to conform to its anti-communist foreign policy by demanding that it outlaw its Communist Party, integrate its military into the inter-American collective security structure, and subject its democratic system to electoral manipulation and covert action that eventually destroyed Chilean democracy in 1973. Chile 7. The military coup against President Salvador Allende ushered in 17 years of harsh military rule under General Augusto Pinochet. Between 1973 and 1988, thousands of Chileans were killed or disappeared by the military junta that seized power. It was primarily on the basis of the harsh repression in Chile that the Carter administration and the Democratic-controlled Congress elevated human rights in the making of U.S. policy toward Latin America and the Caribbean in the 1970s, although this was reversed after President Reagan took office in 1981. Later, Reagan shifted his rhetoric to democracy promotion in Chile as a counterbalance to his policy toward Nicaragua, and he watched as democracy gradually returned to Chile with the electoral defeat of dictator Pinochet in 1988. With the end of the Cold War and the return of Chilean democracy, U.S. Chilean relations have improved. There is emphasis on free trade and investment rather than ideological hostility, human rights abuses, and ownership of vital economic resources. Chile and the United States during the 19th century. Independence and the Monroe Doctrine. Chile fought for its independence from Spain between 1810 and 1818, but the United States did not establish formal diplomatic relations until 1832. In the spirit of Monroe's defensive imperialism, President Andrew Jackson signed a number of commercial treaties with Chile, Mexico, Peru, Bolivia, Spain, and Venezuela, but Spanish interest in Peru and Chile continued despite the Monroe Doctrine. Washington refused to act during times of European intervention, claiming that it did not wish to alienate Spain and that at such a distance there hardly seemed a security threat to the United States. For example, Secretary of State Seward irritated Chileans by claiming that as long as European nations did not intend to seize or occupy land in the Western Hemisphere, there was no need to invoke the Monroe Doctrine. Through the latter half of the 19th century, Chileans remained ambivalent toward Monroe's principles. They criticized the United States for assuming the role of hemispheric policeman and refusing to stand by its declared policies, but at the same time they expected Washington to halt Spanish intervention. On two occasions in the 1860s and the 1880s, the United States failed to stand behind the Monroe Doctrine in Chile. This indifference to any form of protective imperialism allowed the Chileans to establish their own sphere of influence and dominate the Pacific coast of South America until World War I. Once the United States became embroiled in its own civil war, fears surfaced over the possibility of European intervention in the Americas. Prior to the Emancipation Proclamation in 1862, President Abraham Lincoln, 74, contemplated colonizing Latin America and Africa with freed slaves to defuse the heated abolition issue in the United States, but Secretary of State Seward's opposition to slavery squelched this option. President Lincoln thought that abolishing slavery would reduce European interest in the Americas. Between 1861 and 1866, Thomas Henry Nelson served as U.S. Minister to Chile, where he tried to improve relations by emphasizing the Monroe Doctrine, democracy, and the fact that the United States was not interested in acquiring territory in Latin America. Chile's mineral wealth, mainly in copper and nitrates, played a major role in its domestic and international politics after independence. By 1842, Chile led the world in copper production, and mining wealth began to shape its political economy and relations with the outside world. U.S. economic penetration of Chile started with American railroad and bridge builders such as Henry Meigs and William Wheelwright during the 1850s and 1860s. Wheelwright built the first railroad in South America from the Chilean port of Caldera to the silver and copper mines of Copiapo, and in 1850 constructed Chile's first telegraph line. For years he ran a steamship service along the western coast of South America. The ambitious Henry Meigs also built railroads in Chile, mined and exported Bolivian guano, founded a bank in La Paz, and constructed railroads in Peru. The War of the Pacific, 1879 to 1884. Once it was discovered that fertilizers could be produced from sodium nitrate, the large deposits in the Atacama Desert created a mining frenzy that generated great wealth and a major war. The War of the Pacific was fanned by the great commercial value of nitrates and copper, Chilean imperialism, and inept political leadership in Bolivia and Peru. After Chilean laborers and entrepreneurs flocked to the northern desert to mine the nitrate, treaties were signed among the three nations to allow for taxation, revenue sharing, and territorial demarcation. When it became apparent that there was considerable wealth in the Atacama Desert, Bolivia and Peru entered into a secret treaty of alliance in the event that Chile might attempt to expand its control over the nitrate fields. Both Bolivia and Peru violated the 1874 treaty permitting Chile to carry on its mining activities, thereby provoking a major confrontation. After Chilean troops occupied Antofagasta, both Peru and Bolivia declared war on Chile. With superior naval and army forces, Chile defeated both Peru and Bolivia and was clearly the victor by 1884. The War of the Pacific ended with the Treaty of Ancon between Peru and Chile in 1883 and an armistice between Bolivia and Chile in 1884. As a result of the war, Bolivia was left landlocked, without a land outlet to the Pacific Ocean. Peru ceded the province of Tarapacá outright to Chile, which thereby increased its national territory by 1/4. The Chile 75 War gave Chile clear access to nitrate revenues, and within 10 years its national income increased nearly fourfold. However, Chile's possession of Tacna and Arica poisoned relations with Peru until the territory question was settled in 1929. Under the terms of the final settlement, Chile returned Tacna to Peru in exchange for a $6 million cash settlement, and Arica remained under Chilean jurisdiction. Once Chilean forces moved north and occupied Tacna and Arica during the early phases of the war and were preparing to attack Peru's capital, Lima, the United States decided to invoke the Monroe Doctrine in order to stave off the possibility of European intervention. When Germany suggested that it join with them and Britain to negotiate a peace settlement between the three contending parties, the United States brought up George Washington's dictum against involvement in entangling alliances. In an effort to settle the war, U.S. Secretary of State William Evarts sent envoys to mediate the dispute, but they were unsuccessful. James G. Blaine replaced Evarts in 1881, but his tenure was brief and his assertive nationalism, racist remarks, and interventionism proved to be counterproductive. In one of the worst cases of diplomatic ineptitude, Blaine sent two diplomats, Hugh J. Kilpatrick and Stephen A. Hurlbut, to Chile and Peru to engineer a peaceful settlement of the war. Hurlbut tried to have the U.S. Navy intervene in the war, but he exceeded his instructions from President Garfield by demanding that Peru cede to the United States territory for the Chimbote coaling station without the president's permission. Kilpatrick was replaced by his wife after he fell ill and died during his brief stint in Chile. Blaine replaced Kilpatrick and Hurlbut with two new envoys, but their instructions were limited on account of Blaine's replacement Frederick Frelinghuysen after the death of Garfield and the ascendancy of Chester A. Arthur as president in 1881. Frelinghuysen initiated a policy shift that emphasized mediation and compromise rather than confrontation. In the end, the United States convinced Peru to cede land to Chile and Santiago to moderate its demands to terminate the conflict. The War of the Pacific helped Chile develop its own sphere of influence in South America after the war, but relations worsened with the United States because of the diplomatic incompetence and arrogance displayed during the dispute. The Baltimore Incident, 1891. After 5 months at sea, the USS Baltimore docked in Valparaiso, Chile, in October 1891. In a brawl at the True Blue Saloon, 2 U.S. sailors were killed by a mob after fighting with a Chilean sailor. During the melee, 17 U.S. sailors were beaten severely and another 30 were jailed by Chilean authorities. Tensions escalated as each side searched for ways of blaming the other for an incident that came close to provoking a war between the 76. United States and Chile. After receiving a report on the affair, Admiral Winfield Scott Sly concluded that the Chileans were to blame. He passed this on to President Benjamin Harrison, who demanded an apology and the payment of reparations for what he concluded was an insult to the U.S. military. Chile misperceived the level of concern of the Harrison administration and tried to ignore the diplomatic demands. As Washington's patience wore thin, Chilean Foreign Minister Manuel Matta sent a telegram to Chile's minister in the United States, claiming that President Harrison was either stupid or lying in his report blaming Chile for the incident. After the message was leaked to a Santiago newspaper, the news filtered back to the United States, where it further inflamed the situation. In January 1892, Chile finally released the results of its own investigation, concluding that U.S. sailors were to blame for instigating the riot, that the Valparaiso police had acted properly, and that the whole affair had been nothing more than a drunken brawl. The United States refused to accept this interpretation, and in a speech to Congress in 1892, President Harrison suggested that the United States prepare for war against Chile if the incident was not settled properly. However, after Chile determined that its South American neighbors were not on its side in the affair, it decided to dissociate itself from the Matta telegram and agreed to third-party arbitration. Santiago then sent word to Washington that it hoped that Matta's remarks had not destroyed the historical friendship between the two countries. The diplomatic debacle was resolved after the United States interpreted this gesture as an apology and further pleased the Chileans by granting an earlier request to recall U.S. Minister Patrick Egan in September 1893. The United States and Chile during the early 20th century. The conquest of copper. During the first 2 decades of the 20th century, mining engineers and entrepreneurs opened operations in Chile that would gradually become a defining feature of the relationship between the United States and Chile. William Braden, a mining engineer from Indianapolis, founded the Braden Copper Company in 1904 to mine the rich Rancagua mine in north-central Chile. 4 years later he sold the company to Guggenheim Enterprises, a family of entrepreneurs with mining interests in California and Mexico. In 1915 the Guggenheims transferred control of the company to Kennecott Copper Company. By 1925, U.S. copper companies controlled most of the copper and nitrate mines in Chile. Although Chileans recognized the wealth to be gained in mining enterprises, Braden was unsuccessful in convincing Chileans to invest in their copper mines. Consequently, American capitalists gained a powerful foothold in what would later become the principal Chile th. source of the Chilean economy. As the Guggenheims and Braden reaped huge profits from the mines, Chileans grew increasingly resentful of U.S. ownership of their primary source of foreign exchange. Between 1906 and 1929, U.S. mining corporations expanded production tenfold and owned 90% of Chilean copper operations. Chile, the United States, and World War I. At first the outbreak of war in Europe in 1914 did not significantly affect U.S. Chilean relations. After the United States declared war in April 1917, President Woodrow Wilson tried to enlist Latin American countries on the side of the United States. With strong ties to Germany, France, and Britain, Chile decided to remain neutral during the war, claiming that it was better to provide nitrates to the Allies than to issue a declaration of war. More important in Chile's decision to avoid entering World War I was domestic opposition to the war, significant currents of pro-German sentiments, and a residual anti-Americanism from the 19th century. Chile's mineral wealth should have brought prosperity during the war, but Chile gained little from its neutrality and its economy suffered from devalued nitrates. Chile's refusal to enter the war annoyed the United States, and the inability to resolve the Tacna-Arica dispute further strained U.S. Chilean relations after World War I. During the 1920s, the United States acted as a mediator in the heated border controversy, but the final settlement in 1929 was a result of direct negotiations between Peru and Chile without the United States. The Good Neighbor period and World War II. President Franklin D. Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy was popular in Chile and helped to improve bilateral relations until the outbreak of World War II, when relations again turned sour. The United States tried to pressure Chile into breaking relations with the Axis powers, but Santiago resisted due to the influence of its strong German community and the perceived security threats to its long coastline. However, after the United States exposed subversive German activity in Chile, it broke relations with the Axis powers in January 1943. It did not formally declare war on Japan until early 1945, a precondition for attending the San Francisco Conference that gave rise to the United Nations. Chile received Lend-Lease war materials from the United States and joined in the defense of South America. U.S. owned copper companies kept copper prices low during the war years, which was a boon to Washington, but Chile lost hundreds of millions of dollars in lost revenues and taxes, and post-war inflationary pressures further devalued the price of copper. 78. Chile and the United States during the Cold War. Chile and the U.S. military. After World War II, the United States spent most of its time fostering Chile's integration into the newly established Inter-American Security System. The establishment of the Inter-American Defense Board led Chile to join the United States and other Western Hemispheric nations in signing the 1947 Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance and the Charter of the Organization of American States in the following year. Chile did not send troops to the Korean War, and it resisted U.S. pressure to impose a price ceiling on copper. In 1953, Chile signed the Mutual Defense Assistance Pact, allowing its military to receive U.S. military training, grants, and low-interest loans. Until Salvador Allende, candidate of a socialist-communist coalition, almost won the Chilean presidency in 1958, Washington assumed it would not have to worry about combating communism in Chile. The CIA comes to Chile. Shortly after Allende nearly won the presidency in 1958, the Central Intelligence Agency moved into Chile to combat the influence of the Chilean Communist Party and undermine any attempt on the part of a socialist-communist alliance from coming to power, legally or illegally. After the success of the Cuban Revolution in 1959, Washington became even more concerned about the spread of communism southward to Chile. A combination of covert action, economic and military assistance, and international pressure was put in place to protect U.S. copper companies, prevent Allende from coming to power, and keep the Cubans and Soviets out of South America. Chile and the Alliance for Progress. Chile became a showcase of President Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, a 10-year aid program for Latin America designed to demonstrate the advantages of democratic reform over Fidel Castro's revolutionary path, which was then gaining popularity in the Americas. With a history of commitment to pluralist democracy, a centrist political party, and compliant leaders, Chile became an important target for alliance reforms and American largesse. The CIA spent $2.6 million in support of Eduardo Frei Montalva's successful campaign for the presidency in 1964. Speaking of a revolution in liberty, Frei successfully promoted economic growth, land reform, and Chile's purchase of Chile 79. Majority ownership of the U.S. owned copper companies. The United States sent civilian financial advisors and provided the Chilean military with generous assistance in the form of grants and equipment. By the late 1960s, the Frei administration faced a host of difficulties at home and abroad. Frei's reforms angered both the left and the right inside Chile, and the Nixon administration reduced U.S. assistance to Chile as part of its low-profile policy for Latin America. Salvador Allende and the Nixon administration. Once it became evident that the left had a chance of winning the 1970 presidential election in Chile, the Nixon administration reversed its low-profile strategy and became deeply involved in Chile. The CIA was authorized to spend $300,000 for an anti-Allende propaganda campaign, while U.S. businesses funneled $600,000 to Jorge Alessandri, the candidate of the right. Despite the covert efforts of the CIA and heavy involvement of the U.S. corporate community to prevent Allende from being elected, he emerged from the contentious elections as the winner, but by only 1.2% over his closest opponent. President Nixon then ordered the CIA to prevent Allende from being approved by the Chilean Senate, and when that failed, to continue a program of destabilization. According to Paul Sigmund, the CIA program included propaganda, economic destabilization, and a top-secret, ultimately unsuccessful, effort to promote a military coup. President Allende's domestic and foreign policies brought added pressure from the Nixon administration. On the domestic front, Allende tried to redress decades of social and economic inequality by confiscating and dividing large landed estates, and by implementing income redistribution measures of benefit to the lower classes. He blamed foreign capitalists and multinational corporations for looting Chile's resources and put in place measures to eliminate foreign control of its mines and other economic activities in the hands of foreigners. Allende believed the solution to the nation's problems required the complete political and economic independence of Chile, resistance to imperialism, and the formation of closer ties with Latin America. Allende's determination to eliminate monopolies and the nationalization of foreign-owned mines and factories while committed to pluralist democracy and freedom provoked anger and resentment inside the Nixon administration. However, President Nixon and Henry Kissinger, his national security advisor, worried less about the fate of American economic holdings in Chile than about the spreading effects of a leftist government on South America and the strategic interests of the United States around the globe. Despite Allende's solid socialist credentials, President Nixon considered Allende a communist, someone who could not at the same time be a Democrat. Henry Kissinger worried about the spread of communism if a freely elected Marxist government was allowed to rule Chile, disregarding the fact that Salvador Allende had become president of Chile through a democratic process. The ideological hysteria displayed by Nixon and Kissinger was not matched, however, by the foreign policy bureaucracy in Washington. The CIA and Departments of State and Defense indicated that Allende posed no threat to the region and that the United States had no vital interests within Chile, although most agreed that Allende's victory symbolized a psychological defeat for the United States. In retaliation for Allende's policies of nationalization and his independent foreign policy, the United States reduced economic aid to Chile and pressured the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and private lenders to deny loans to Chile. During a top-level meeting at the White House, Nixon told his foreign policy advisors he wanted to make the Chilean economy scream in an effort to undermine Allende. President Allende tried to avoid the squeeze by obtaining loans from the Soviet Union and European and Latin American countries. While U.S. economic pressures caused economic difficulties for his administration, Allende generated his own problems: runaway inflation and increasing violence on the left and right in pursuit of his goals of economic and political restructuring. A CLA-supported truckers' strike that lasted for months worsened the domestic turmoil and provoked the Chilean military to move against Allende's democratically elected government. On September 11, 1973, Allende was overthrown in a bloody military coup led by General Augusto Pinochet Ugarte. His suicide death sparked an avalanche of criticism and controversy over the role of the United States in the sordid affair, particularly the role of the CIA, the U.S. military, and multinational corporations in the destabilization campaign and Allende's replacement by a military junta. The Pinochet dictatorship, 1973 to 1989. Few of those who supported the coup against Allende imagined that the Chilean military would remain in power for 17 years in what was portrayed as a heroic effort to save democracy and repudiate the actions of the Soviet Union in Chile. Pinochet's military authoritarian regime involved harsh repression and killings that provoked outrage in the United States. The violence that followed the coup was uncharacteristic of Chile. From 1,000 to 6,000 people were killed or disappeared, thousands were arrested, and by the 1980s as many as 300,000 Chileans lived in exile. In the year following the coup, information disclosed about CIA involvement in Chile led Chile 31 to a full-scale investigation, which in turn led Congress to cut aid to Chile. The June 1976 Kennedy Amendment ended U.S. military aid and sales to Chile, pending human rights improvements. The Nixon and Ford administrations favored the new government, but the Carter administration did not, emphasizing the brutality of the regime, its human rights violations, and the destruction of democracy there. Pinochet's efforts to destroy what he called the enemies of Chile reached far beyond Chile's borders. Orlando Letelier, Allende's former ambassador to the United States, and a female American companion were killed by a car bomb in Washington, D.C., in September 1976, and others critical of the dictator were killed in other countries. The United States was able to trace Letelier car bombers to Chile and sought an investigation and justice, but at first with little assistance from the junta. The Letelier assassination became a major issue in U.S. Chilean relations, as it served to mobilize the United States against the dictatorship and its human rights abuses. After the Carter administration imposed military and economic sanctions on Chile, General Pinochet extradited a U.S. citizen who had organized the attack. Along with several Cuban Americans who had carried out the bombing, he was sent to prison. Ronald Reagan, who began his presidency emphasizing quiet diplomacy and the virtues of the Pinochet dictatorship, removed Carter's sanctions, and the Letelier assassination became a low-key issue in Washington. The Chicago Boys. The University of Chicago and the Catholic University of Chile signed an agreement in March 1956 that provided scholarships for Chilean students pursuing the study of economics at the University of Chicago. Under the guidance of Milton Friedman and Arnold Harberger, conservative economists who emphasized free market reforms, Chile soon developed a network of young civilian technicians anxious to apply their American-acquired economic knowledge to their homeland. Known as the Chicago Boys, they were employed by Pinochet to aid in the consolidation of authoritarian rule while removing all traces of Allende's socialist economics. The Chicago Boys became defenders of the dictatorship by claiming that postponing democratic rule was needed to allow General Pinochet the opportunity to achieve economic freedom and a market-based economy. The Reagan administration and return of democracy. By the mid-1980s, the Reagan administration stopped extolling the benefits of Pinochetismo and shifted toward a greater concern for Chilean democracy. As the threat from the evil empire declined and the rest of Latin 82 America shed military rule, the Pinochet government became more of an embarrassment and policy liability to the United States. Reagan's change in Chilean policy was also aided by a broad-based Chilean democratic movement opposed to the Pinochet regime. In response to U.S. threats to block World Bank and Inter-American Development Bank loans to Chile, Pinochet lifted the state of siege, justifying press censorship and indefinite detentions in June 1985. The United Nations Human Rights Commission passed a resolution criticizing Chile's human rights situation, adding further pressure on the dictatorship. As Chile's 1988 presidential election approached, the U.S. Congress appropriated $1 million for democracy promotion in Chile through the National Endowment for Democracy, a quasi-public institution designed to assist with democratization efforts abroad. An additional $1.2 million in funds for Get Out the Vote and voter registration efforts was appropriated through the U.S. Agency for International Development. U.S. funding of Pinochet's opposition, however, was not without controversy, as many Chileans remembered the heavy investment in preventing Allende from being democratically elected in 1964 and 1970. Democracy finally returned to Chile after the 1988 vote went against Pinochet by 55 to 43%, and in December 1989 a Christian Democrat, Patricio Aylwin Azocar, was elected president of Chile. Chile's return to democracy after 17 years of dictatorship was more an internal victory for Chileans, however, than a tribute to Washington's democratization efforts. The dilemmas of democratization. After President Aylwin was inaugurated in March 1990, Pinochet remained as head of the army until his retirement in early 1998. U.S. Chilean relations improved after the end of the Pinochet dictatorship, the arms ban was lifted, and a free trade agreement with the United States seemed to be within reach. U.S. investment in Chile increased dramatically, and the past tension and mutual distrust were replaced by cooperation and assistance. Nevertheless, Chile's two successor regimes found governing difficult with Pinochet in charge of the military. After all, he was a powerful political player responsible for the deaths of thousands of political opponents, but with self-imposed immunity for past crimes. General Pinochet's legacy is still being hotly debated inside and outside Chile. Pinochet's supporters portray him as a national father who transformed Chile into an economic powerhouse. His opponents still consider him a bloody dictator. A recent government poll showed that over 70% of Chileans remember Pinochet as a military dictator. President Clinton's inability to secure fast-track authority from Congress after his South American trip in 1997 bothered Chile. 83. Chile, since it had anticipated a free trade agreement similar to the North American Free Trade Agreement among Canada, the United States and Mexico. Chile has not refrained from criticizing the United States over its harsh Cuba policy, nor did it hesitate from joining the Southern Cone Common Market as an associate member in 1996 to build closer ties with Argentina and Brazil. However, during his visit to Chile in 1998 as part of the Second Summit of the Americas gathering, President Clinton spoke of the importance of deepening democracy and distributing its benefits to all citizens throughout the hemisphere. With the exception of Castro's Cuba, he asserted that the day of the dictators is over in the Americas. He made no mention of the CIA-induced military coup against democratically elected Salvador Allende in 1973 and the dark days when the United States supported ruthless dictators in Latin America on a regular basis. Conclusion: U.S. relations with Chile represent a microcosm of numerous policies that have been employed to deal with Latin American countries over the past 2 centuries. Unlike its implications for other countries geographically closer to the United States, the Monroe Doctrine had little to do with U.S. involvement in Chile, regardless of threats to its independence from foreign powers. Beginning in the late 19th century, mining companies invested heavily and profited handsomely from contracts signed with weak and compliant governments in Santiago. With only a few exceptions, U.S. relations with Chile remained cordial until the 1960s, when Chilean nationalism and the Cold War clashed, disrupting a democratic system that had served Chile since 1833 and ultimately leading to 17 years of brutal dictatorship, often with Washington's support. The mixture of self-interest and idealism, often the source of conflict between two unequal empires, will likely continue to influence U.S. Chilean relations. Colombia. Timeline of U.S. relations with Colombia. Colombia achieves independence from Spain. Colombia is recognized by the United States. Panama Conference is organized by Simon Bolívar. Simon Bolívar dies. Colombia separates from Gran Colombia. Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty is signed. Clayton-Bulwer Treaty. War of 1,000 Days. Hay-Heron Treaty is signed but not ratified. Panama is separated from Colombia by the United States. Thompson-Urrutia Treaty is signed. United States pressures Colombia to purge German nationals during World War II. Organization of American States is created. Jorge Elier Gaitan is assassinated. Laureano Gómez becomes president. Military pact is signed with the United States. General Gustavo Rojas Pinilla assumes dictatorial powers. Rojas' dictatorship is overthrown. Alberto Lleras Camargo serves as elected president. National Front power-sharing experiment begins. Colombian leaders endorse Alliance for Progress. National Liberation Army is formed. 86. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. 1966 Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia is formed. 1966 to 1970 Carlos Lleras Restrepo serves as elected president. 1974 to 1978 Alfonso López Michelson serves as elected president. 1978 President Turbay and Carter administration quarrel over human rights violations. 1979 to 1987 Colombia plays key role in solving Central American crisis. 1980 to 1990 United States increases funding of anti-drug programs. 1985 President Belisario Belize Ario Betancourt begins extraditing key drug traffickers to the United States under 1977 extradition treaty. 1994 to 1998 Echo Beto Samper serves as elected president. 1996 Colombia is decertified due to lack of progress in drug war. 1997 Colombia is decertified for second time. 1998 U.S. military reports that Colombian rebels are winning the war against Colombian government. President Clinton certifies Samper government despite human rights violations and escalating drug-related violence. Introduction. Due to its location astride the top of South America, bordered by Panama, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, and Brazil, Colombia has played an important role in the Latin American policy of the United States since independence. Colombia's strategic importance to the United States in the 19th century stemmed from the possibility of constructing an interoceanic link across Panama. During times of war in the 20th century, Colombia's value to the United States increased due to the fact that it is the only South American country with coastlines on two oceans, the Caribbean Atlantic and the Pacific. Colombia is only one of two cases in which the United States managed to take territory from Latin America after independence. In a deliberately provoked war with Mexico in 1846 to 1848, the United States seized over one-half of its territory. In the political battle over a canal route at the turn of the century, the United States helped generate a separatist revolt that resulted in Colombia's loss of Panama. In both cases the United States compensated the losing countries. Mexico was paid $15 million for its loss in 1848, and Colombia was paid $25 million, but not until almost 2 decades after the loss of Panama. Despite chronic political violence and periods of intense internal war, Colombia has managed to avoid either U.S. military intervention or occupation, or frequent or long periods of direct military rule. Since independence, Colombia has had only 3 military governments, the last one between 1953 and 1958. The ability of powerful party elites, liberal and conservative, to reach some form of accommodation with the United States has been one factor in explaining this fact. Moreover, the absence of serious security threats from Germany or the Soviet Union allowed the United States and Colombia to avoid the acrimony so common elsewhere in Latin America. The fact that Colombian elites came to the conclusion, after the loss of Panama, that a constructive foreign policy should center on cautious cooperation with the United States because of its proximity and power laid the foundation for generally friendly relations throughout most of the 20th century. Colombia's essentially pro-American foreign policy, with only minor differences over U.S. intervention in other Latin American countries, human rights, multinationals, and illicit drug trafficking, makes it a somewhat unique case. The Monroe Doctrine was not needed to justify U.S. intervention in Colombia, since there was no burden of having to respond to violent revolutions, rebellious and nasty dictators, and nationalist repercussions from years of Yankee domination. Colombia and the United States in the 19th century. The United States and Colombian independence. Colombia's independence was complicated by the fact that it separated from Spain as part of a larger political entity called the United Provinces of New Granada, and the length and intensity of the liberation struggle, from 1811 to 1819. The United States had little contact with Colombia while it was a colony of Spain and maintained a policy of cautious neutrality until it formally recognized Colombia in 1822. Unofficially, major political figures in the United States such as Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe, Thomas Paine, and William Henry Harrison expressed support for Latin American independence. Washington's official policy of strict neutrality clashed with the efforts of Colombian rebels to gain the support of the United States to help defeat royalist forces. Manuel Torres, a longtime resident of the United States, lobbied hard from 1818 to 1820 for weapons, U.S. recognition, and a reciprocal commercial agreement. The reluctance of the United States to side with those in the independence movement stemmed in large part from its interest in acquiring Florida from Spain, rather than challenging Spain over liberation struggles among its colonies. By 1822 the United States was ready to recognize Colombia, and Torres was received by the Monroe administration as the first official Colombian and Latin American representative to the United States. Although Gran Colombia was dissolved in 1830, Colombia would have to endure chronic Colombia 89 political instability and civil wars throughout the rest of the 19th century. This pattern of early development complicated and frustrated U.S. Colombian relations, culminating in the War of a Thousand Days and the loss of Panama in 1903. Colombia and the Monroe Doctrine. President Monroe's message was initially received with great enthusiasm in Bogotá. However, Sim-6 and Bolívar recognized the ambiguities in Monroe's words, fearing the dangers of European imperialism less than the merits of being included in a U.S. sphere of influence. Alarmed at the rumors of a French effort to colonize territory and the re-establishment of a monarchy in 1824, Colombia requested a treaty of alliance with the United States based on the Monroe Doctrine. John Quincy Adams rejected the Colombian initiative, arguing that in order to undertake military resistance to a European incursion there would have to be assistance from the British. It was a strange way to retreat from the bold language of the year before, but it seemed to indicate a reluctance to translate the broad generalities of Monroe's message into more concrete terms. Each of the requests for an alliance with the United States was turned down by policymakers in Washington, ostensibly on grounds that it was not wise to get involved in the affairs of the nations to the south. Later, efforts to link the Monroe Doctrine with the Canal question proved to be ineffectual. Between 1848 and 1850 the United States signed the Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty and the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty to establish rights of transit across the Isthmus of Panama. The Bidlack-Mallarino Treaty provided the United States with the exclusive right of transit across Colombia's northern province in return for U.S. guarantees of Colombia's sovereignty. The Clayton-Bulwer Treaty addressed British encroachments in Nicaragua, the site of a competing canal across the isthmus. The Clayton-Bulwer Treaty was the most controversial. It was attacked by those who claimed that it violated the non-colonization principle of the Monroe Doctrine but remained in force until the Second Hay-Pauncefote Treaty in 1901, a treaty that removed the requirement that any canal constructed would have to be completed jointly by the United States and Britain. Colombia and the United States in the early 20th century. The loss of Panama and the politics of compensation. The United States was not about to let Colombia stand in the way of a U.S.-built canal project, regardless of previous promises or even obligations under international law. As far as Theodore Roosevelt's administration was 90, the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine concerned, Colombia's rejection of the Hay-Herran Treaty of 1903 could be overcome by stirring up a revolt among Panamanian separatists, then simply renegotiating a new treaty with an independent Panama. The Hay-Herran Treaty would have given the United States the right to construct the canal in Colombia, plus other generous benefits. In an expression of his irritation at the recalcitrant Colombians, President Roosevelt told Secretary of State John Hay in August 1903 that "I do not think that the Bogotá lot of jackrabbits should be allowed permanently to bar one of the future highways of civilization." The loss of Panama was a traumatic event for the nation, one that resulted in anti-Americanism because of President Roosevelt's role in the secession from Colombia. The bitter feelings and antagonism toward the United States increased as negotiations over compensation dragged on, impeding friendly relations for at least a generation. From the middle of the 19th century until 1903, Colombia had expected to reap the financial benefits from an interoceanic canal through its northern province. After World War I, President Wilson resubmitted to the U.S. Senate the treaty with Colombia that he hoped, when approved, would heal the rift caused by the loss of Panama in 1903. Wilson faced the opposition of Senators Albert Fall and Henry Cabot Lodge, two Republicans who wanted to use the treaty as a lever for oil concessions and who objected to any apology for the U.S. role in Colombia's loss of its northern province. According to Joseph Tulchin, the public debate outraged Colombians who resented the arrogance with which the Americans discussed another sovereign nation. After the Colombians announced that their government would control all petroleum rights, the U.S. Senate, for domestic political reasons, refused to act on the treaty for the remainder of Wilson's term. The U.S. Senate finally ratified the Thompson-Urrutia Treaty in 1921, awarding Colombia compensation of $25 million. After almost 2 decades the matter of Panama was settled, but the sordid affair would be remembered as one of the most volatile episodes in U.S. Colombian relations. It left a bitter legacy that complicated future matters, particularly trade expansion and petroleum exploitation. The Polar Star Doctrine. It was during the final diplomatic negotiations over the Indemnification Treaty that Colombian President Marco Fidel Suárez proclaimed the Polar Star Doctrine, by which he meant that Colombia should look northward to its powerful English-speaking neighbor for economic support and democratic political guidance. It was a piece of prudent statecraft perfectly tailored to the interests of the United States in Colombia, but unfortunately Suárez's efforts to improve relations with the United States contributed to the domestic political crisis that drove him. Colombia. 91. From office before the treaty was ratified. Despite the lack of popularity of the Polar Star Doctrine, U.S. Colombian relations improved considerably over the next 50 years. With few exceptions, Colombia followed the Polar Star Doctrine with remarkable consistency through the 1980s. The success of this foreign policy was buttressed by the fact that Colombia's powerful coffee oligarchy was fond of the doctrine. Colombia and the Good Neighbor Policy. The United States faced the possibility of a government takeover of U.S. oil concessions during the 1930s as Colombian liberals attempted mild socialist reforms, but Colombian governments did not follow the pattern of nationalization that occurred in Mexico and Bolivia during the Good Neighbor Policy. Fortunately for the United States, the Good Neighbor Policy of Franklin D. Roosevelt overlapped with Colombian administrations that adopted programs that dovetailed with U.S. strategic and economic interests during the war years. Although his close collaboration with the Pulpo del Norte helped to fuel criticism from the conservative opposition, President Eduardo Santos complied with the wishes of the United States during the early years of World War II. Colombian cooperation came through the nationalization of German-controlled airlines, the expulsion of thousands of Germans from Colombia, the severing of relations with the Axis powers, and permitting the U.S. Embassy to operate a counter-espionage system throughout the country. Santos was attacked bitterly by conservative Laureano Gómez, whose newspaper, E/Siglo, ran continuous stories praising the Nazi cause and denouncing the United States. The United States and Colombia during the Cold War. Colombia emerged from World War II polarized by political divisions that would soon plunge the country into a long period of internal war called La Violencia, a cataclysmic event sparked by the assassination of popular liberal leader Jorge Elier Gaitan in April 1948. The wave of violence unleashed by political hostility had little to do with communism. It grew out of the hereditary hatreds between liberals and conservatives, but before the violence was over, 200,000 people lay dead and Colombia experienced its first military takeover in the 20th century. Although short-lived, the Gustavo Rojas Pinilla dictatorship alienated the major sectors of Colombian society, virtually contributing to his overthrow in 1957, and aided in the establishment of the National Front in 1958. The NF was a constitutional arrangement of alternation between the two major parties for a period of 16 years. 92. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Colombia and the U.S. military. Contacts between the U.S. military and Colombia's armed forces can be traced to the War of 1,000 Days. Prior to World War II, U.S. Colombian military relations involved assistance with the Leticia conflict with Peru and the coordination of efforts to defend the Panama Canal. During World War II, Colombia allowed the United States to construct air and naval bases on its territory, strengthened by a military training mission and Bogotà's commitment to the Allied cause. This collaboration continued after the war with the signing of mutual security pacts along with U.S. military assistance. When the School of the Americas opened in Panama in the late 1940s, Colombia was among the first Latin American countries to send recruits for training. It was the only Latin American country to commit troops to fight as part of the United Nations force in Korea, and in 1952 it hosted the first U.S. military counterinsurgency training school in Latin America. Colombian troops gained valuable experience from the Korean conflict, skills that were later used to confront rural insurgencies at home. Colombia and the Alliance for Progress. The Cold War and the effects of the Cuban Revolution shaped Colombian U.S. relations during the 1960s. Colombia's dominant political figures during the 1960s cooperated fully with the Alliance for Progress in an effort to forestall social revolution and promote economic growth. Colombia became a showcase for alliance reforms, launching needed reforms while receiving large amounts of both economic and military assistance from the United States. Although Larraz Camargo was a firm believer in the New Deal and Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, he differed with the United States by emphasizing the importance of acting through the Organization of American States and refusing to associate the Monroe Doctrine with the principle of collective defense spelled out in the OAS Charter. Larraz Camargo believed that the chronic use of force by the United States to achieve its foreign policy goals in Latin America demonstrated the emergence of a new form of imperialism. Despite these policy differences, between 1960 and 1975 Colombia received $1.5 billion in U.S. aid in loans and grants, in most cases tied to the purchase of U.S. goods. U.S. Colombian military aid and cooperation increased with the growing problem of narco-trafficking in the 1980s, and by the early 1990s Colombia ranked first in U.S. military assistance to Latin America. Colombia and the United States, from Reagan to Bush from the early 1980s to the 1990s, the defining factor in U.S. Colombian relations has been the huge flow of illegal drugs to the United States from Colombia. 93. Colombia and the difficulties that each country has faced in dealing with the problem. To strengthen the U.S. anti-narcotics efforts at home and abroad in early 1986, the Reagan administration declared drug trafficking a lethal threat to U.S. national security, thus setting the stage for an expanded role of the U.S. military in drug interdiction at U.S. borders and abroad. In the same year the U.S. Congress passed the Anti-Drug Abuse Act. This mandated the annual International Narcotics Control Strategy report to assess the situation in the drug-producing and drug-trafficking nations around the world, including Colombia and 18 others in Latin America and the Caribbean basin. Drug trafficking, however, is not the only problem affecting Colombian U.S. relations. Between 1980 and 1990 the expanding guerrilla movement, communism, and the Central American crisis served to worsen the drug problem echoing throughout the region. During the Central American crisis, Colombia opposed President Reagan's aggressiveness in dealing with El Salvador and Nicaragua, and it became one of the leading voices within the Contadora peace process, arguing that a negotiated settlement and the withdrawal of all foreign military influence were preferable to Washington's strategy. However, in dealing with rural insurgencies and drug cartels, Colombia and the United States recognized the importance of cooperation in devising a common strategy to counter the problem. The drug insurgency nexus. Colombia's preeminent position in the Latin American drug trade is largely the result of its location, its remote forests and jungles where processing laboratories and airstrips can be hidden, the strong entrepreneurial skills of the Colombian people, and the availability of exiles living in major U.S. cities willing to collaborate with trafficking operations. Since the 1970s, Colombian presidents have had to face the difficult task of solving three interrelated problems: economic decline, the growing guerrilla movement, and drug trafficking. Each of the post-National Front presidencies, beginning with Alfonso López Michelsen, has had to face rural guerrillas and drug cartels that hold significant control over the national economy, thereby undermining the ability of government authorities to deal effectively with these forces. Although U.S. presidents have made some headway in addressing the demand side of the drug problem, the United States still prefers the law and order approach, emphasizing militarized interdiction efforts, extradition of drug traffickers from Latin America, and a variety of measures to reduce supply from the region. Guerrilla involvement with the major drug cartels, and the massive social and economic damage that drugs cause in 94. The United States have made the Colombian cocaine industry an especially potent threat to the fabric of American society. Currently, Colombia is the world's largest producer of cocaine and second largest grower of coca leaf after Peru. Because of the high demand for drugs such as cocaine, marijuana, and heroin and vast profits, the drug cartels have been able to hire private armies, bribe local judges and politicians, distort national development programs, and contribute to corruption and human rights abuses. The economic impact of drug production in Colombia is evident in its providing of employment, foreign exchange, and stabilizing economies beset by declining prices of primary exports like coffee and petroleum. After the death of Pablo Escobar, the neighboring Cali cartel quickly became the world's largest in the refining, smuggling, and distribution of cocaine. However, the Cali cartel's grip on world control was weakened in 1995 by the arrest of its leaders and the revelation that it had contributed to the successful election campaign of President Escobar Samper. The United States and Colombia after the Cold War. U.S. Colombian relations have deteriorated since the end of the Cold War, due in large part to the expanding problem of narcotics-linked terrorism and differences over the extradition of captured drug kingpins. During the presidency of Cesar Gaviria, Colombia struggled against the twin demons of drugs and the expanding of power of the Army of National Liberation and the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia. Both of these leftist guerrilla groups have been in operation since the mid-1960s, drawing their inspiration from Marxism and Castroism, and have grown to more than 20,000 insurgents by the end of the 1990s. The greater threat seems to be from FARC, since it is estimated to have 15,000 members and supports itself mainly through drug trafficking operations, kidnappings, and bank robberies. Although Gaviria had campaigned against the extradition treaty with the United States, which caused considerable tension within Colombia, his close and active cooperation in dealing with the drug trade as president won him strong support from Washington. After winning the 1994 presidential election, Escobar Samper fell under a cloud of suspicion that he had received $6 million from the Cali cocaine cartel so that they could avoid long jail terms. Despite protests and corroborating statements from his closest associates, Samper has repeatedly denied that any drug money was funneled to his campaign. However, the chief accountant of the Cali cartel, Guillermo Palomori, Colombia, 95, testifying in a drug trial in Miami in July 1997, offered further evidence of the link between the Cali cocaine trafficking ring and the Samper campaign by claiming he had arranged for the large cash donation and was present at a secret dinner in Cali in 1994, hosted by members of the Cali cartel and attended by Samper, then a presidential candidate. On hearing that Samper would win the Colombian presidential elections, according to Palomori, the boss of the Cali ring boasted, "We've got ourselves a president." Despite being cleared of charges that Cali drug dealers financed his election, Samper was pressured to leave office by the Clinton administration and leading business and industrial groups in Colombia because of the extent of his narco-corrupted government. But the pressure was to no avail. In response to the Anti-Drug Abuse Act, Colombia was decertified by the United States in 1996 and 1997 because of its insufficient effort in the eradication of illicit drugs. To further express its concern about Colombia and drugs, the Clinton administration canceled President Samper's visa in July 1996 in hopes of generating more pressure on the president to resign. Although his vice president resigned 2 months later, claiming he could no longer be associated with such a drug-corrupted government, President Samper refused to leave office, defying the United States and strong opposition inside Colombia. After more than a decade of anti-drug abuse legislation, the United States finds itself even more entangled in the controversies over the interconnection between drug cartels and several guerrilla groups in Colombia and the impact of drug trafficking on the national security of the United States. In late 1997, the United States announced that it had approved more than $50 million in equipment to help Colombia's military fight leftist guerrillas involved in drug trafficking. This White House initiative reversed the termination of military assistance to Colombia in 1994, after the U.S. General Accounting Office found that such aid had gone to units accused of violating human rights and was being used to fight leftist guerrillas rather than drug traffickers. General Barry R. McCaffrey, head of President Clinton's anti-drug campaign, visited Colombia and announced that the additional aid contingent on an agreement by the Colombian police and armed forces to observe human rights was not to be used for counterinsurgency efforts. Despite the fact that the State Department, the National Security Council, and the Drug Enforcement Agency counseled McCaffrey against a visit that would involve meeting with drug-tainted President Beto Samper. The White House drug czar carried his campaign to Colombia, citing the importance of the drug war to the national security of the United States. Those who doubt the sincerity, or ability, of the Colombian government to improve human rights concerns among military units point to the fact that despite many accusations, not a single Colombian soldier has been sentenced for torture. Despite the hemisphere's worst human 96 rights record in 1998, the Clinton administration lifted Colombia's status as a pariah nation in the fight against drugs. By 1998, the United States confronted another problem in its relations with Colombia. As Colombian rebel forces made increasing gains in attacking the Colombian army throughout the countryside, the United States faced the difficult choice of adding to the 200 U.S. military advisors to fight the leftist guerrillas, a move that some feel could easily lead to the Vietnamization of U.S. policy in Colombia. The security situation in Colombia has contributed to growing tension within the Clinton administration and the Pentagon over how best to confront the Marxist insurgency, financed by millions of dollars from the drug trade. Colombia's anti-rebel campaign has been hampered by an inept and poorly equipped military and a weakened government unable to function effectively. A 1997 U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency report concluded that Colombian rebels controlled more than 40% of the country. Conclusion: the United States and Colombia have clashed over a number of issues that have strained relations between the two countries, but in general the foreign policies of Colombia have been of benefit to Washington. The importance of transportation and trade issues in the 19th century were focused on Panama, Colombia's northern province. In an effort to counter British and French influence in the Isthmus, the United States conspired to undermine the power of both European powers by putting teeth in the Monroe Doctrine and establishing hegemony over the region. After the loss of Panama, Colombians decided that it was more important to cooperate with the United States, and suffer challenges to the nation's sovereignty, than to oppose top officials in Washington and their policies devised to deal with Latin America. One of the important lessons that emerges from the U.S. relationship with Colombia is the importance of acquiescing to the foreign policy interests of the United States, rather than challenging or opposing the power Washington wields in the region. Costa Rica. Timeline of U.S. relations with Costa Rica. Costa Rica achieves independence from Spain. Costa Rica joins British-backed force against William Walker U.S. Diplomatic relations are established. Costa Rica and Nicaragua propose a reverse Monroe Doctrine. Minor Cooper Keith begins railroad from the Caribbean to San Jose. Costa Rica's first free democratic elections are held. United Fruit Company is founded. General Federico Tinoco seizes power. Tinoco resigns under pressure from Wilson administration. Rafael Angel Calderón serves as elected president. Teodoro Picado serves as elected president. Odilo Olate is elected president. Jose Figueres successfully leads Army of National Liberation against government. New constitution abolishes the military. Jose Figueres serves as elected president. Jose Figueres serves as elected president. Costa Rica breaks relations with Nicaragua. Sandinista offensive against Somoza starts from Costa Rica. Luis Alberto Monge is elected president. Contra forces operate out of northern Costa Rica. Oscar Arias is elected president. 100. 1987 Arias Peace Plan for Nicaragua is proposed. Arias wins Nobel Peace Prize. 1989 Rafael Calderón is elected president. 1994 Jose Figueres Jr. is elected president. 1997 to 1998 Costa Rican government is faced with serious conflicts with Costa Rican squatters on U.S. owned estates and ranches. 1990 Costa Rica celebrates 100 years of democratic rule. Introduction. Costa Rica is less well known than the other countries of Central America, often confused with Puerto Rico, and rather distinct from its neighbors. It has managed to avoid most of the wars, repressive dictatorships, military coups, assassinations, revolutions, and economic woes that have afflicted its neighbors, a remarkable achievement in Central America. Those who visit Costa Rica today are surprised to find a democratic and peaceful country with a level of social development rarely found in third world nations. After decades in which bananas and coffee provided most of the national income, ecotourism is now the #1 generator of foreign exchange. Home to national parks, biological reserves, and wildlife refuges, Costa Rica easily holds the world's #1 rank for its commitment to environmental protection. Costa Rica's relationship with the United States is based on its political geography, its export economy based on coffee and bananas, a long history of democratic institutions, and a foreign policy that has emphasized neutrality and peaceful resolution of regional conflicts. For the most part, the history of U.S. Costa Rican relations has been cordial, based on commercial dependency and a shared political outlook. However, imbalances in power and contrasting definitions of political and security interests have contributed to several disruptive conflicts between Washington and Costa Rican policymakers in San Jose. In response to the daring filibustero William Walker in the 1850s, Costa Rica joined a British-backed regional armed force to expel Walker's U.S.-backed regime from Nicaragua. After World War II, Cold War anti-communism worsened tensions between the United States and Costa Rica. Washington considered Costa Rican governments to be troublemakers because they traded with Cuba, aided Nicaraguan revolutionaries, refused to join a Central American Defense Force and other Pentagon projects, opposed U.S.-supported intervention schemes, and pushed for a peaceful solution to the conflicts in Central America during the 1980s. Costa Rica. 101. The full force of U.S. involvement that occurred in other parts of Central America never materialized in Costa Rica. It has never been invaded by the United States, and the Monroe Doctrine has not been needed, or utilized, by either country. Plagued by economic difficulties in the early 1980s, it became impossible for Costa Rica to resist U.S. pressure in convincing Costa Rica to create a southern front against the Sandinista revolutionaries in Nicaragua. Its small size and limited foreign policy autonomy have caused Costa Rica to place a great deal of emphasis on the organization of American states and its principles of neutrality, non-intervention, and peaceful resolution of conflicts. Costa Rica and the United States in the 19th century. Domestic and international issues: the location of a Transisthmian Canal, banana and coffee production, railroad building, Central American unification, and U.S. expansionism played a role in U.S. Costa Rican relations throughout the 19th century. Costa Rica managed to escape the patterns of elite rule and the degree of economic dependency that hampered the rest of Central America after the Central American Federation collapsed in 1838, a failed effort to unify all of Central America between 1823 and 1838. The United States and Great Britain fought to protect economic, political, and security interests in Central America, enticed by the possibility of constructing a canal through one of the small countries of the region. Coffee for export became the major source of foreign revenue, particularly in Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. Costa Rica managed to overcome the debilitating effects of liberal conservative turmoil and military rule to hold its first fair and free elections in 1899. This early democratic development took place without any support or encouragement from the United States, a tribute to the determination of Costa Ricans to control their fate without the guiding hand of local dictators or meddling foreigners. The United States and Costa Rican independence: Costa Rica gained its independence from Spain in 1821 but agreed to join the Central American Federation in 1823. Although the attempt at federation only lasted until 1838, it established a legacy by which domestic and regional issues have often blended together and fostered other problems of a political and economic nature. The failure of union had many explanations, but Costa Rica often displayed little interest in getting entangled with the political turmoil in Nicaragua and Panama that Greater Sen. 102. American unity would have required. Until World War I, Costa Rica remained of little concern to the United States. Costa Rica and the Monroe Doctrine. Costa Rica is one of the rare cases in U.S. Latin American relations in which policymakers in Washington have not invoked the Monroe Doctrine to justify U.S. involvement or protect U.S. interests in the country. Even when coping with Latin America's first Cold War, leftist government in Costa Rica under Teodoro Picado, the United States did not resort to the Monroe Doctrine or intervene militarily. The Costa Ricans never embraced the Monroe Doctrine like the Brazilians, or others, to pry concessions from the United States. After Mexico's loss of territory in the Mexican-American War and William Walker's filibustering activities during the 1850s, Costa Ricans worried about talk from Washington of expanding territorial limits in the name of Manifest Destiny and the Monroe Doctrine. In an interesting response to U.S. expansionism and use of the Monroe Doctrine after 1845, Costa Rica and Nicaragua proposed a reverse Monroe Doctrine in the form of a manifesto requesting that England and France assist them in protecting their respective territories from further intervention from the United States. The United States tried unsuccessfully to foster union movements in Central America throughout the 19th century on the grounds that federation would offer political strength to the Central American republics and help prevent encroachments of European powers. Costa Rica and William Walker. During the 1850s, filibusteros from the United States moved into Mexico and Central America intent on spreading slavery southward and obtaining transit concessions across the isthmus. William Walker was the most notorious of these North American adventurers, leading expeditions to Mexico and Nicaragua to acquire additional slave territory on behalf of the southern slave owners. As the United States replaced Britain as the most influential power in Central America during the 1850s, Costa Rica and other Central American countries began to worry about the impact of the increasingly aggressive policies that appeared to threaten their continuing independence and sovereignty. William Walker and his filibusteros had grandiose plans for the Central American venture. After conquering Nicaragua and moving into northern Costa Rica, Walker planned to use wealthy U.S. investors and cheap Nicaraguan labor to construct canals from the Atlantic to the Pacific, using Lake Nicaragua and the San Juan River. A romantic figure, Walker envisioned himself the supreme leader of a new federal republic of Central Costa Rica 103 American states and Cuba along with a profitable slave system. Walker and his troops found more than they could handle when they attacked northern Costa Rica in 1856, losing a historic battle against 9,000 Costa Ricans led by Juan Santamaria. Two more defeats, one in Nicaragua and the other in Honduras, put an end to Walker's idea of a southern empire. After being stopped by a British naval ship in 1860, he was turned over to the Hondurans, who promptly placed him before a firing squad. At the center of these controversial efforts was James Buchanan, an aggressive expansionist and pro-slavery president who struggled to create U.S. protectorates over Mexico and Nicaragua that were unsuccessful. Buchanan was one of many opponents of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty of 1850, arguing that it precluded the possibility of a Central American canal constructed, owned, and operated exclusively by the United States, not a joint venture with Great Britain. Between 1855 and 1856, Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Nicaragua asked for both arms and the protection of the powerful European maritime powers as a shield against the United States and the Monroe Doctrine. Although Buchanan predicted that Central America would eventually become part of the United States, his expansionist plans and calls for the use of military force were thwarted by Northern senators who opposed the acquisition of more slave states for the Union. Had Buchanan's diplomatic efforts not been entangled in the issues of abolition and sectionalism, it is quite possible he would have achieved greater U.S. control over Cuba, Nicaragua, Mexico, and Panama. The King of Central America. After several decades of expanding coffee production and the use of mules to ship coffee beans to the small Pacific port of Punta Arenas, Costa Rica realized that it needed a railroad from the Central Highlands to the Pacific Ocean. With the major markets being in Europe and along the eastern seaboard of the United States, it was not profitable to continue shipping the long way around Cape Horn at the tip of South America. In the early 1870s, President Tomas Guardia contracted with miner Cooper Keith to build a railroad linking the prime coffee-growing region with the Atlantic coast. Despite Keith's success as a railroad engineer in South America, the Costa Rican project was a monumental undertaking. But Keith was a charismatic and somewhat larcenous individual who had no trouble doing business with the dictators who governed the region. It took Keith almost 20 years to complete the 120-mile railroad, struggling with rough terrain, tropical diseases, mutinies by disgruntled workers, and bankruptcy. Over 5,000 workers, including 3 of Keith's brothers, died during the ordeal, either from malaria, yellow fever, or exhaustion. Although he came to Costa Rica to build a railroad, Keith soon recognized 104. The wealth that could be made in the cultivation and export of bananas. During the construction of the railroad, Keith planted banana trees as a ready source of income. Later he expanded his banana business into Guatemala, present-day Panama, and Colombia, building railroads, port facilities, banks, and trade and transport companies. By the end of the century, Minor Cooper Keith was one of the most powerful figures in modern Central American history. According to historian Paul Dosel, Minor Keith was not just the man who built or acquired most Central American railroads and founded the world's largest banana company. He was also known as the uncrowned king of Central America, the Green Pope, and the Cecil Rhodes of Central America. Minor Keith was not only well connected with power brokers in Washington but also maintained close ties with Costa Rican politicians and British bankers. To make sure he had the blessings of Costa Rica's elite, Keith married the daughter of a family whose father had twice occupied the presidency and whose mother's family ties were distinguished as well as extensive. Keith received extremely lucrative grants and tax concessions while his railroad and banana empire expanded. In return for renegotiating bank debts with British bankers, the Costa Rican government granted him 800,000 acres of land adjoining the railway route. In 1899 Keith merged his tropical trading and transport company with the Boston Fruit Company to form the giant United Fruit Company. By the early 20th century, coffee and banana production provided massive profits for those very few at the top and opened Costa Rica to powerful foreign investment. It also generated enormous social and economic problems later in the century. However, Keith's Atlantic Railroad and United Fruit never came to monopolize Costa Rica like they did Guatemala and Honduras. The foreign presence was more isolated on the coast. The Costa Rican government owned the other half of the nation's railroad system from San Jose to Punta Arenas, and reformer politicians carried out needed social reforms. By the turn of the century, bananas, coffee, and minerals formed the backbone of Central American export activity, a pattern that lasted until after World War II. Financial losses and landslides forced the Atlantic Railroad to close in 1990, a few days short of its 100th anniversary. Costa Rica and the United States in the 20th century. The Central American Court of Justice. After the United States obtained treaty rights to proceed with the building of the Panama Canal in 1903, the importance of Central America to the Costa Rica 105. Security of the United States increased considerably. What worried the United States was the tendency of Central American dictators to intervene in one another's affairs, causing continual political turmoil and revolutionary activity. To remedy the situation, the United States called a conference of all 5 Central American republics to take place in Washington in 1907. At the meeting, a series of treaties aimed at promoting peace and cooperation in the region would be signed. One treaty required that the Central American republics submit all future conflicts between them to a permanent Central American Court of Justice. Others attempted to place restrictions on the use of their respective territories as a base for revolutionary movements and to prevent unconstitutional regimes from coming to power by adopting the Tobar Doctrine, a policy of collective non-recognition of governments established by revolutions or by other than democratic means. Although the United States was not a party to the treaties, it tried to follow the non-recognition principle in recognizing Central American governments. President Woodrow Wilson borrowed from the Tobar Doctrine for his recognition policy, but it fostered considerable distrust and hatred of the United States after it became commonly viewed as a pretense for U.S. intervention in the region. After the court ruled in 1917 that the Bryan-Chamorro Treaty was injurious to Costa Rica, Nicaragua ignored the decision and withdrew from the body, and it ceased to exist in 1918. Costa Rica and others soon departed from the Tobar principles in recognizing new governments. This contributed to its demise and a new era of dictatorships in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras in the early 1930s. Woodrow Wilson, World War I, and the Tinoco dictatorship. After the difficulties of dealing with the turbulent early phase of the Mexican Revolution, President Wilson, a professionally trained political scientist, decided to use Costa Rica as a case for teaching the political arts to Latin Americans. At the time the United States was being drawn into World War I, Costa Rica experienced an illegal seizure of power in 1917 that produced internal strife, international conflict, and the threat of direct U.S. intervention. The coup against democratically elected President Alfredo González Flores was carried out by Federico Tinoco, sparked by González's close ties to Costa Rica's large German colony, and economic and tax reforms to modernize the economy that challenged the coffee oligarchy and the United Fruit Company. President Wilson, fearful of what political disturbances might do to the security of the Panama Canal, and convinced of the illegitimacy of Tinoco's government, invoked his policy of non-recognition. State Department official Herbert Stabler was assigned the task of 106. Devising a policy toward Tinoco that would reflect Wilson's political philosophy. Stabler recommended that the United States will not give recognition to him or to any government which he may form, since he came to power through a revolutionary, illegal, and unconstitutional act. Although Tinoco had the support of the United Fruit Company and the coffee growers, he could not survive the diplomatic pressure and economic sanctions against his government by Washington. Tinoco refused to bend to the heavy-handed arm-twisting, and President Wilson remained steadfast in his determination to teach Tinoco a lesson in democratic governance, even when his non-recognition policy clashed with U.S. economic and strategic interests. Wilson prevailed despite a Senate resolution favoring recognition of Tinoco after he declared war against Germany, support for Tinoco among U.S. business interests, and warnings from Secretary of State Robert Lansing that the U.S. non-recognition of Tinoco ran directly contrary to its interests in prosecuting World War I. Nevertheless, Wilson held to his belief that the principles of non-recognition and democracy promotion were more important than treating Costa Rica in terms of national interest. Wilson's non-recognition of Tinoco did not help promote peace in Costa Rica, it further harmed the economy, made the dictatorship more repressive, and stimulated rebellion and internal violence. Although the United States did not intervene directly in Costa Rica despite pleas from González's supporters, Tinoco had only 30 months before being forced to step down in August 1919. The Tinoco affair is noteworthy because it was one of the few examples of a destabilization campaign directed against a dictator by the United States in the 20th century. Moreover, Wilson's reaction to Tinoco was considered a form of blatant intervention and left bitter memories that lasted for decades. It also demonstrated that U.S. efforts at democracy promotion had little effect on Costa Rica. Although after the Tinoco military dictatorship was overthrown in 1919, constitutional rule became the norm through the period of the Good Neighbor policy. A huge labor strike against United Fruit in 1934 helped lay the foundation for social reform, beginning with the presidency of Rafael Angel Calder VI between 1940 and 1944. Costa Rica and the United States during the Cold War. Calder VI's social reforms, an advanced labor code, a social security system, and a program of government-assisted housing antagonized many of his initial supporters but didn't seem to bother Washington until the beginning of the Cold War. In a top-secret CIA report in 1948, Costa Rica was viewed by the Washington intelligence community as the country in Central America with the most likely potential for communist revolution. Costa Rica 107. Calder VI's wartime alliance of convenience with the communists caused great concern and division within Costa Rica. In an effort to capture the presidency again in 1948, Calderón was defeated by a coalition of the traditional coffee oligarchy and young reformist Social Democrats. However, the Calderón-controlled Congress nullified the election, sparking a revolt led by José Figueres. Figueres was an anti-communist social democrat who accused Calderón in 1942 of turning Costa Rica over to the Reds. Known affectionately as Don Pepe, he and his insurgents founded the junta of the Second Republic and governed until November 1949. The rise of José Figueres. After serving as head of government during the period of junta rule, Figueres helped found the Social Democratic National Liberation Party and later served 2 terms as Costa Rica's elected president. The alleged irregularities in the 1948 elections provided the incentive for Figueres's insurrectionary army to remove Calderón from power. With economic and military assistance from the United States and Nicaragua's anti-communist dictator, Anastasio Somoza, Figueres's forces prevailed after a week of heavy fighting and thousands of casualties. Worried about communist control in San Jose, the United States informed Figueres that its military forces were ready in the Panama Canal Zone if needed to head off a leftist victory. While in office between 1948 and 1949, Figueres carried out a number of surprising reforms in which his government disbanded the army, nationalized the banking system, taxed the very wealthy, extended full political rights to women and blacks, and announced a foreign policy of neutrality. During his presidency of 1953 to 1958, Figueres befriended Vice President Richard Nixon and CIA Director Allen Dulles. His anti-communism and pro-Americanism motivated him to support the CIA-supported overthrow of Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala in 1954, Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, the Bay of Pigs invasion, and the overthrow of Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo. Although he was not president at the time, Don Pepe was on intimate terms with some of Kennedy's White House advisors such as Adolph A. Burley Jr. President-elect Kennedy appointed Burley to head a task force on Latin America in 1960 that recommended a program that was later incorporated into the Alliance for Progress. Burley's task force consulted with some of the leading Democrats in Latin America, including Figueres, before making its recommendations. Its advocacy of a democratic international, an international movement to finance and provide direction for democratic movements in other countries, was rejected by the Kennedy administration, but it accurately reflected Burley's philosophy of inter-American relations and democratic governance. 108. His presidency during 1970 to 1974 overlapped with the Nixon administration but was tainted by his relationship with American fugitive Robert L. Vesco, who fled to Costa Rica after being criminally charged with stealing $224 million from his investment company and making large illegal campaign contributions to President Nixon. President Figueres's protection of Vesco damaged his presidency, but the scandal did not prevent his party from succeeding itself in 1974. He was instrumental throughout his career in helping the CIA fund the non-communist left throughout Latin America and the Caribbean. In dealing with Nicaragua and other right-wing dictatorships, Figueres helped create the Caribbean Legion, a loose alliance of forces dedicated to removing dictators, and he supported opposition efforts to topple Anastasio Somoza. By the time of his death in 1990, Costa Rica had embarked on a developmental path that would ultimately dismantle many of the reforms that made Don Pepe the modern father of Costa Rica. Costa Rica versus the Reagan administration. The Reagan administration's anti-Sandinista policy eventually carried over into Costa Rica, where a southern front was set up under Eden Pastoro with financial assistance from the Central Intelligence Agency. National Security Council staff member Oliver North, in charge of the U.S. Contra resupply operation, arranged to have an airstrip built in northern Costa Rica in 1985 that was used to provide weapons for those fighting against Nicaragua. Costa Rica's economic problems, and its concern about the influx of Nicaraguans into Costa Rican cities, contributed to its willingness to be pressured to accept large amounts of U.S. financial assistance in return for strengthening its modest security forces to confront mounting terrorist actions. The more hardline faction within the Reagan administration pressured Costa Rica to join the battle against Nicaragua despite its reluctance in being drawn into the Contra War, growing concerns about damage to Costa Rican democracy, its neutrality, and the national pride associated with its demilitarized society. The Costa Rican foreign minister at the time put the dilemma rather bluntly by saying, "We desperately needed United States aid to deal with an economic crisis. In order to get that aid, we decided to play ball with the United States on the issue of the Contras." Costa Rica received large amounts of economic and military assistance. It received over $1 billion in economic aid during the Reagan years, and during a 3-year span it received almost 4 times as much military assistance from the United States as it had in the past 40 years combined. The United States appointed hardline ambassadors to convince Costa Rican leaders of the magnitude of the Nicaraguan threat and the importance of building up its security forces. One such ambassador, Costa Rica 109, was Curtin Windsor, known for his anti-Sandinista views, arrogance, and desire to involve himself in Costa Rica's internal affairs. Worried about growing terrorist incidents in Costa Rica and protests against his subservience to Washington's Nicaragua policy, President Luis Alberto Monge tried to balance these forces by publicly committing Costa Rica to neutrality in the conflict with Nicaragua, but by 1985 this approach became untenable. The public anger increased after the United States began sending Green Berets to Costa Rica to provide counterinsurgency training to its security forces. Convinced that Monge was sacrificing Costa Rica's sovereignty, anti-militarism, and its democratic institutions, Costa Ricans replaced him in 1986 by electing Oscar Arias president. He relieved the tension by charting a different foreign policy course, one that refused to allow U.S.-backed Contra forces to use Costa Rican territory, putting in motion a high-profile campaign to bring peace to the region and publicly challenging Washington's strategy for dealing with the Central American crisis. President Arias was helped in his peace efforts by the Iran-Contra affair in 1986 and the international condemnation of the United States for its blatant contempt for Costa Rica's sovereignty and democratic institutions. Although President Arias often 110 muted his public criticism of Reagan's attitude toward the peace process and the dangers of the Southern Front strategy, he once told Reagan that we want to be an intelligent friend, not a stupid ally. Despite President Reagan's opposition to President Arias and his assertion that his peace proposal was fatally flawed, the Costa Rican president won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1987 for devising a plan to end the conflict and bring peace to the region. Costa Rica and the United States after the Cold War. In general, U.S. Costa Rican relations have been favorable since the end of the Cold War. After the dismantling of the Contras, the Sandinista electoral defeat in 1990, and the election of Rafael Calderón Fernández of the Social Christian Party, the United States and Costa Rica have returned to more cordial relations and a dramatic decline in U.S. economic assistance. After assuming office, Calderón announced that he was going to be a strong supporter and great friend of Washington's policy in Central America. As its neighbors have wrestled with demilitarization and democratization, economic reconstruction, and expanding trade and exports, Costa Rica has emphasized foreign economic relations, including reforms to make World Bank and International Monetary Fund lending more attractive. U.S. Costa Rican relations were strained during the Bush administration after Republican Senator Jesse Helms arranged for Congress to withhold $10 million in Agency for International Development funds because he claimed that Costa Rica was not making sufficient progress in compensating U.S. citizens for property seized to create a national park. To add further pressure on Costa Rica, President Bush managed to block Inter-American Development Bank development loans worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Son of Figueres. José María Figueres, son of three-time President José Figueres, became president in 1994, promising to uphold his father's legacy of statist economic development. However, once in office he changed course by embracing free market economics and downsizing the welfare state. This has not made Figueres a popular figure in Costa Rica. In his effort to dismantle the European-style welfare state, he has become Costa Rica's most unpopular president in recent times. Facing accusations that he is betraying the socialist principles of his father and their party, Figueres has also experienced urban riots and deadly disturbances caused by his austerity plans. Costa Rica adopted a banana policy that favored imports from former colonies in Africa and the Caribbean. Instead of taking a stance in favor of free trade, the United States tried to keep out of the feud until Colombia and Costa Rica persuaded the EU to allow a small quota of their bananas into the market. After Chiquita Brands International complained to the U.S. Trade Office claiming discrimination, The United States joined the Banana War and it eventually worked its way into the 1996 presidential campaign. In a display of arrogance toward Costa Rica and Colombia, and at the risk of undermining democracy and worsening the drug trade, Republican presidential candidate Bob Dole with close ties to Chiquita Chief Carl Linder raised the banana issue in Congress so that economic sanctions would be applied to Latin America's two major banana producers, Ecuador and Costa Rica. Dole finally gave up his banana crusade after the press revealed his ties to Linder and Chiquita brands. Trade sanctions were not imposed, but the episode demonstrated a willingness on the part of the United States to trample on two Latin American economies for the sake of partisan politics in the United States. Conclusion: U.S. involvement in Costa Rica illustrates several things about policy making in Washington. First, asymmetries in power leave small countries like Costa Rica with little autonomy when it comes to formulating an independent foreign policy. Second, with more than 100 years of almost uninterrupted democratic rule, Costa Rica's history is devoid of U.S. intervention, the Monroe Doctrine, and chronic anti-Americanism and animosity. If there is a lesson in the Costa Rican case, it may be that democratic institutions grow best from within, not from promotional efforts by policymakers in Washington. Finally, it is important to point out that while small countries can defy the United States on some occasions, for example, under the enlightened leadership of Oscar Arias, trade patterns, leverage over international lending agencies, and economic assistance still leave Costa Rica highly dependent on the United States. Cuba. Timeline of U.S. relations with Cuba. 1848 to 1851 Narciso Lopez organizes filibustering expeditions. 1895 Cuba's Second War of Independence begins. 1898 Battleship Maine explodes in Havana Harbor, United States declares war on Spain. 1899 to 1902 U.S. military occupation. 1902 Platt Amendment is attached to Cuban Constitution. May 20, Cuban independence from Spain is achieved. 1902. 1906 to 1909 U.S. military occupation. 1912 U.S. military intervention. 1917 to 1922 U.S. military intervention. 1924 Gerardo Machado is elected president. $933 U.S. Ambassador Sumner Wells is dispatched to remove Machado. Sergeant's revolt leads to rise of Fulgencio Batista Dr. Ramon Grau becomes president. 1934 President Grau is driven into exile. Platt Amendment is abrogated. 1940 Fulgencio Batista is elected president. 1944 to 1952 Carnival of Graft characterizes administrations of Grau and Prio. 1952 Batista seizes power in military coup. 1953 Revolution begins with Castro's attack on Moncada Army Barracks. 114. 1955 Castro organizes M26-7 in Mexico. 1959 Castro's revolution sends Batista into exile. 1960 United States imposes trade embargo, assassination plots begin. 1961 Diplomatic relations are severed. Bay of Pigs invasion. 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis Organization of American States expels Cuba's government for its communist ideology. 1964 OAS votes its economic sanctions against Castro's government. 1967 Che Guevara captured and executed in Bolivia. 1974 OAS votes to lift mandatory economic sanctions. 1977 Diplomatic interest sections are established. 1980 Mariel Boat Lift. 1981 Cuban-American National Foundation is created. 1983 U.S. military captures and arrests Cubans during invasion of Grenada. 1985 Radio Marti begins broadcasting. 1990 Soviet Union begins to withdraw subsidies. TV Marti begins broadcasting. 1992 Cuban Democracy Act is enacted. 1994 Immigration Control Agreement is signed. 1996 Helms-Burton Bill is enacted. 1997 Jorge Moscanosa dies. 1998 CIA's secret report on bungled Bay of Pigs invasion is uncovered and published. Introduction. Since the early 1800s, U.S. Cuban relations have been characterized by a convergence of interests that have been pivotal to the development of both countries. After recognizing the strategic and economic importance of Cuba to its own early development, the United States often treated it as if it owned the island and was responsible for its fate, long before the island ceased to be a possession of Spain. Cuba's history has been a continual struggle to achieve control over its own national destiny, establish a legitimate government, and solve the problem of dependency on sugar and tobacco. Cuban leaders reasoned that the island's successful future would require both a strong sense of nationalism and a powerful and tightly controlled government. After the Spanish-American War in 1898, Cuba's fate was determined. Cuba 115. By the United States through a variety of measures. These included the controversial Platt Amendment and favorable treaties signed by compliant governments. Cubans, frustrated because they lacked full independence, often attributed their failures to the constant meddling and penetration by the United States. After Spanish control ended, they came to resent American domination of their sugar plantations and public utilities. Cubans despised the presence of North American mobsters who worked hand in glove with greedy dictators who ran the legal casinos and converted the island into a tourist haven for gambling and other vices. Throughout the Yankee years, Cubans were treated as children who required civilized guidance to develop the proper culture, economy, and political system. From Washington's perspective, the military interventions, lengthy occupations, economic control, and diplomatic manipulation were both necessary and proper for Cuba and the United States. Since the Revolution, Cuba and the United States have been what former U.S. diplomat Wayne Smith calls the closest of enemies. The failure to normalize relations over a span of 4 decades is a complex tale of poor judgment and missed opportunities in both Washington and Havana. There are similarities in the way Spanish pride resisted Cuban demands for independence in the 19th century, and the determination of the United States to resist all forms of compromise with the Castro regime, no matter what the costs. In any case, what has been done by the United States in trying to eliminate Castro from Cuba far exceeds the level of hostility directed at any other Latin American country for the sole purpose of changing its political behavior and leadership. Moreover, the animosity of 8 U.S. presidents has often been counterproductive, serving to enhance Castro's legitimacy while undermining U.S. relations with long-standing allies in Canada, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Yen. Cuba and the United States in the 19th century. Cuba and the independence of Latin America. Cuba remained a colony of Spain for almost 400 years, longer than any of its territorial possessions in the Americas. As South American liberators such as Sim-6 and Bolívar succeeded in driving Spanish rule out of the Western Hemisphere, the United States came to realize that revolutions close to its shores could pose threats to its security and economic interests. In the case of Cuba, John Quincy Adams felt that it better served the United States as a weak part of the Spanish Empire until the time came for it to tumble naturally into the grip of the United States. Instead of having the legitimate right to rebel and become independent of 116. 4. YYWYYEGMWY. Baltimore SWF 255. It's those Latin commies we can't stand. Spain. Cubans faced a different political fate due to the question of slavery and U.S. perceptions of security. Secretary of State Henry Clay expressed the commonly held view that if Cuba became independent, its freed slaves would stimulate an insurrection among slaves in the United States. Cuban plantation owners favored Cuba's annexation by the United States as a way to sever ties with Spain, while at the same time retaining the necessary state powers to repress possible slave revolts. In any case, by thwarting Cuban independence, the United States damaged its reputation as a supporter of freedom and self-determination in the Americas. Cuba and the Monroe Doctrine. President Monroe's message of 1823 emerged from the concern of possible territorial plans among major European powers. Napoleon's deeds in Spain forced the United States to rethink its Cuba policy at a time when its capacity to challenge Europe was limited. However, in the 1820s U.S. Cuban policy remained wedded to the cautious approach of Secretary of State Adams, who adhered to his ripe fruit theory, a clumsy and questionable set of assumptions, but the best that Washington, Cuba Lily, had at the time. When the South American liberator Simón Bolívar considered freeing Cuba and Puerto Rico from Spanish control in 1823, Adams told him to stay out, arguing that Cuba could only belong to the United States. With Spain firmly in control of Cuba, the Monroe Doctrine had little to do with 19th-century U.S. policy toward the island. Manifest Destiny and the Age of the Filibusters. By the 1840s, the United States had shed the defensiveness of the Monroe Doctrine in favor of its own territorial expansion. Guided by the concept of manifest destiny, the United States engaged in a war with Mexico and at the same time tried to wrestle Cuba from Spain. Manifest destiny grew out of the belief that U.S. territorial expansion would occur because of certain unique characteristics of the American people, particularly the sense of obligation to extend its civilization to those less fortunate, and a strong conviction in the positive features of the country's democratic political institutions. In the 1850s, thousands of adventurers launched expeditions from the United States against Cuba, Ecuador, Honduras, Mexico, and Nicaragua. 3 presidents, James K. Polk, Franklin Pierce, and James Buchanan, made attempts to buy Cuba from Spain, but all efforts ended in failure. The private mercenaries who ventured south violated U.S. and international law, but their expeditions captured the attention and support of many citizens in the United States. Motivated by manifest destiny and the expansion of slavery, they often created foreign relations headaches for the United States. With each effort to acquire Cuba by the United States in the 1850s, Spain refused to relinquish its Caribbean territory from the remains of its dying empire. One of the most tenacious adventurers who operated outside the law and against the wishes of U.S. presidents was Narciso López. A Venezuelan-born Cuban aristocrat, López led 3 aborted invasions of Cuba between 1849 and 1851, backed by Southerners committed to the expansion of slavery into new territory. His expeditions were aimed at liberating Cuba from Spanish control and then annexing the island to the United States, but the Spanish were too powerful to defeat in this way. Although López was captured and killed by the Spanish in 1851, his filibustering activities set the stage for future anti-Spanish uprisings among Cubans. As part of manifest destiny and the expansion of slavery, filibustering served to intensify sectional forces in the United States that eventually led to civil war. Presidents Zachary Taylor and Franklin Pierce tried to discourage these adventurers, but the power of private interests won out. Others worried that continual efforts to free Cuba from the Spanish Empire might lead to a slave uprising, independence, and a second Haiti, even in a so-called controlled revolution. The failure of the López expeditions and the abolition of slavery in the United States dampened the desire of Cuban slaveholders to establish permanent relations with their northern neighbor. After the U.S. Civil War, Cuba fell under the increasing control of American business interests as tariff policies created a quota system by which Cuban sugar was guaranteed a certain percentage of the American market. The devastation wrought by the 10 Years' War, Cuba's first struggle for independence that ended in failure, allowed the United States to gain a greater economic foothold in Cuba as many planters had to foreclose on land investments. By the time of the Spanish-American War in 1898, Cuba accounted for 75% of all Latin America's exports to the United States, and more than half of all Latin America's imports from the United States. Cuba and the United States in the 20th century. The Spanish-American War. Cuba's Second War of Independence began in 1895, but the odds of victory were in Spain's favor. 200,000 Spanish soldiers squared off against 4,000 Cuban guerrillas. President Cleveland at first tried to avoid getting entangled with Spain over its colonial possession, worried that if Spain should lose, then the United States with $50 million in investments on the island would have to take charge of Cuba. The fact that José Martí, the major force behind the push for complete independence, was killed in the first few months of the war did not help the rebel efforts. For 3 years the war dragged on with a vicious brutality but with no end in sight. After the sinking of the battleship Maine in Havana Harbor in 1898, cries from Americans to seize Cuba increased dramatically, especially with the yellow journalism spewed forth by William Randolph Hearst and other newspaper owners. The United States soon found itself at war with Spain despite the fact that President McKinley received a message of conciliation from the Spanish shortly before the war proclamation. In his war message, McKinley made no mention of Cuban independence or the recognition of any Cuban provisional government. The United States wanted the world to believe that it was intervening in Cuba to stop the war, whereas the real purpose was to ensure U.S. control over the island. The war had a marked impact on the United States and helped to boost the popularity of Theodore Roosevelt. Afterwards, he once acknowledged, "It wasn't much of a war, but it was the best war we had." John Hayes, ambassador to Britain, called it a splendid little war, because U.S. forces won a swift and decisive victory, suffered relatively few deaths, and A.C. Cuba 119. Acquired a host of new overseas territories. Although just 385 Americans died in battle, 2,061 succumbed to tropical diseases malaria, yellow fever, and dysentery, and 1,662 were wounded. Spain and the United States signed the Treaty of Paris that ended the war in 1898 but left the U.S. Army as an occupying force. The Spanish loss freed Cuba and ceded Guam, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines to the United States, a victory that contributed to more military and political muscle flexing in the Caribbean region. Convinced that Cuba would eventually request annexation to the United States, American military officers tried to reshape Cuban institutions to resemble those in the United States. The Platt Amendment and the years of Yankee paternalism. Cubans finally achieved their independence in 1902, but only after being forced to accept the Platt Amendment, a clause in the Cuban Constitution that gave the United States the right to intervene for the preservation of Cuban independence and stability. Named after Republican Senator Orville Platt of Connecticut, but the brainchild of Elihu Root, the Platt Amendment also gave the United States control over Cuban foreign policy and provided the legal basis for the acquisition of Guantanamo Bay. In many ways the Platt Amendment was a compromise between annexation and complete independence, a device by which the United States was allowed to continue the role of protector without having to put an occupation force on the island. The Platt Amendment gave rise to a 30-year period of paternalistic control over the island and a bitter animosity on the part of Cubans toward the way in which the island was manipulated for U.S. economic and political gain. From the early part of the 20th century, the United States developed a variety of ways to control Cuban political and economic life. First, the Platt Amendment, as part of the Cuban Constitution, provided a legal means for U.S. intervention from 1902 to 1934. Second, the United States created the Cuban Army to protect its own economic and security interests. Third, the Monroe Doctrine provided the justification for further political meddling and supervision of fiscal and other budgetary matters. There were times when the United States maintained its control over Cuba by appointing its own citizens to govern Cuba. Until the Castro government took power in the late 1950s, U.S. ambassadors and political advisors were often more powerful than any elected president of Cuba. United Fruit and other companies dominated sugar production and owned vast amounts of the best land in eastern Cuba, and other American companies had tight control over the rest of the economy, including oil refining, rubber, chemicals, and banking. 120. Sumner Welles, Fulgencio Batista, and the Good Neighbor Policy. The most critical year in U.S. Cuban relations before 1959 was 1933. The convulsion that gripped Cuba for almost a year was a reaction by a younger generation against earlier revolutionaries who were seen to have sold out, by accepting American paternalism and foreign economic control over the island. The 1933 revolution was a hostile reaction to the deep penetration of Cuba by the United States and decades of corrupt government. Although it failed, it had a dramatic impact on the future of Cuban politics and the future role of the United States in Cuba. In July 1933, President Roosevelt sent Ambassador Sumner Welles to Cuba to oversee the removal of Gerardo Machado, a dictator whose brutal repression threatened American economic and security interests. The chaotic events of the summer of 1933 soon led to the removal of Machado and the formation of a new government under Dr. Ramon Grau San Martin, a favorite of the university students who had participated in the revolt. However, Ambassador Wells opposed Grau on the basis of his socialist reforms and eventually helped to drive him into exile by early 1934. Wells opposed diplomatic recognition and made repeated requests for U.S. military intervention, but President Roosevelt and Secretary of State Cordell Hull refused to intervene, citing previous pledges of non-intervention and the unwarranted claims of the American ambassador. Nevertheless, Grau's inability to gain recognition from the United States and political pressures from within contributed to his removal. From this point until 1959, Cuba was ruled by either Fulgencio Batista or a succession of elected governments that often presided over a carnival of graft and domestic violence. A new treaty with the United States eliminated the odious Platt Amendment, a boon to Batista's legitimacy as a ruler of Cuba. According to Luis Perez Jr., the abrogation of the Platt Amendment helped Batista to assume the mantle of defender of national sovereignty and protector of national honor, a political asset that no Cuban politician had ever acquired. He governed from behind the scenes until 1940, then was elected to a 4-year term of office. The United States and Cuba during the Cold War. During World War II, Batista aligned Cuba with the United States and the Soviet Union in the fight against Hitler's aggression in Europe. After his term of office ended in 1944, he returned to military life while 2 civilian presidencies governed Cuba, often with close ties to organized crime figures in the United States. Realizing he could not win the 1952 presidential election, Batista carried out a military coup that brought Cuba 121. Cuba's weak democratic system to an end. The Cuban dictator ruled by terror and favoritism but was considered a friendly dictator by the United States in the Cold War struggle against communism in the Caribbean. Batista's collaboration with organized crime figures, mostly in drugs and prostitution, helped to strengthen the dictatorship. Meyer Lansky, the chief mob boss in Havana, is reported to have deposited more than $3 million in Batista's Swiss bank accounts, and the dictator's total wealth was estimated at somewhere between $100 and $300 million. The United States and the politics of insurrection. On July 26, 1953, Fidel Castro and 125 followers attacked the Moncada Army barracks in Santiago, a large city in eastern Cuba, hoping to spark enough resistance against Batista to drive him from power. After a series of tactical blunders, the revolutionaries were defeated, and later most were hunted and killed by Batista's secret police. Although Fidel Castro survived, he was sentenced to 15 years on the Isle of Pines and immediately started plans for the next revolt. After serving a year and a half in jail, Castro was released from prison and left for Mexico, where he met the Argentine revolutionary Escobedo Che Guevara. Together they created the 26th of July movement, the organizational and philosophical basis for the insurrection designed to topple Batista. When Che Guevara arrived in Guatemala in 1954, he was clearly anti-American and an admirer of revolutions, but not a communist. After witnessing the U.S. directed coup against the elected government of Jacobo Arbenz, Che turned toward communist ideology. During the early years of the Cuban Revolution, he became the principal architect of Cuba's break with the United States and its military and economic alignment with the Soviets. In November 1956, Castro, Che, and 80 other revolutionaries left Mexico on a leaky second-hand yacht called the Granma. Stormy seas delayed the arrival of the craft, the uprising that was to coincide with the arrival fizzled, and when the seasick revolutionaries arrived they were captured and most were killed by Batista's troops. The dozen or so survivors escaped into the Sierra Maestra Mountains, where they set up their rebel army and began to plan the revolution. During the next few years the revolutionaries attracted more followers among small farmers or campesinos, set up schools and hospitals in the countryside, and established an informal government as a structure with a manifesto for change in a Cuba without Batista. To publicize their efforts, the M26-7 established Radio Rebelde, campaigned for a democratic Cuba, and brought Herbert Matthews, a reporter from the New York Times, to their mountain hideaway to put out their own counter-propaganda against Batista's claims that he had demolished the guerrillas. During the guerrilla 122 campaigns, the United States increased its military supplies to Batista. Castro deeply resented this support and appealed to the United States to terminate military assistance, but to no avail. However, in late 1958 Washington did finally cut off aid to Batista and tolerated arms being smuggled to Castro from the United States. Shortly after midnight on New Year's Eve, 1958, with guerrilla forces advancing on Havana and his own army defecting, Batista fled Cuba for the Dominican Republic with most of the Cuban treasury in his baggage. After Batista's escape, the United States tried to establish a provisional government excluding the guerrillas, but Castro's revolutionary charisma prevailed, leaving the United States with little choice but to deal with Castro. As people in Havana rejoiced at the overthrow of Batista, Castro and his guerrilla forces left Santiago for a victory sweep of the island ending in Havana on January 8, 1959. Chants of Fidel, Fidel, and Cuba Si, Yankee No could be heard from the huge crowds that lined the streets on their arrival. Castro's guerrilla strategy would soon become the theme of the revolution, and his charisma the basis of legitimacy for the regime that emerged to change and govern Cuba. The Cuban Revolution and the United States. The triumph of Castro's armed insurrection came as a surprise to many Cubans who were the beneficiaries of decades of U.S. domination. Few understood Castro's real intentions, and the Eisenhower administration at first adopted an optimistic but cautious approach to Cuba. Although the United States had managed to reach an accommodation with other Latin American revolutions, it seemed unlikely that a revolution could adjust to or alter the closely intertwined relationship with the United States. Havana resembled an American city in the 1950s, and the children of wealthy Cubans were often sent to school in the United States. The sugar industry was highly mechanized and was the beneficiary of railroads and roads built with the technical assistance of the United States. However, the apparent well-being in Cuba also consisted of shocking disparities in wealth between city and countryside, and between races. Whites were far better off than Afro-Cubans and others of mixed race. Cubans of all classes reacted negatively to the corruption, graft, oppression, and inequality that had been fostered by Batista and his collaborators. Cuban youth who made up the Castro generation lived in a society of alienated intellectuals, corrupt politicians, and rampant violence. Thousands of Cubans were murdered, mostly city youths accused of burning sugar fields and bombing electrical installations. Castro's revolution was the result of a long tradition of struggle reaching back to the 19th century, and its intellectual roots stemmed largely from earlier revolutionary leaders Antonio Maceo and José Martí, heroes of the 19th century struggle for independence, not Karl Marx and V. I. Lenin. Cuba 123. The Politics of Hostility, 1959 to 1968. Coming at the height of the Cold War, the Cuban Revolution had a dramatic impact on the United States and inter-American relations. The United States was not prepared to acknowledge or accept the authenticity of Cuban grievances or their demands for self-determination. As soon as the Cubans aligned themselves with the Soviet Union, Washington was convinced that this consolidation of revolutionary strategy was part of a unified plan for world revolution. The large number of exiles who fled to Miami were convinced that Castro was nothing more than Batista with a beard, or a committed Marxist-Leninist determined to rule in a ruthless fashion with the support of the Soviet Union. In their view, Castro had betrayed the revolution. Those who discredited this Cold War theory of the Cuban Revolution claimed that the United States had pushed Cuba into the hands of the Soviets. Castro's political ideology was more in the moralist and nationalist tradition of José Martí, removing the evils of crime, corruption, unemployment, disease, and U.S. imperialism than a rigid Marxist-Leninist belief system. Further, to carry out a successful revolution in the shadows of the United States, Castro had no choice but to reduce the power of deeply entrenched U.S. companies. In the place of a feeble capitalist system, the radical renovationists installed a socialist system to deal with pressing economic and social problems and reforms, an impossibility if the old system had been left in place. In brief, Fidel Castro used socialism because of the resistance of powerful interests national and international that fought against the revolutionary reforms in housing, agrarian, and industrial commercial areas. Many in the revolutionary elite had been with Fidel from the Moncada attack and remembered the way the United States had thwarted the 1933 revolution and the brutal effort to rid Guatemala of Jacobo Arbenz in 1954, and they wanted to avoid a costly repetition of these events. Cuba's seizure of American companies and citizens' property generated the most hostile U.S. response to revolutionary change in Latin American history. The fact that U.S. citizens owned over 3 million acres of rural property at the time of the revolution complicated the relationship with the United States. Between 1959 and 1960, the new government seized U.S. owned cattle and sugar property, 2 oil refineries, 3 banks, numerous manufacturing entities, public utilities, and hotels. A Foreign Claims Settlement Commission in the United States estimated that the Cuban government seized U.S. property totaling $3.3 billion out of 3,806 claims. Actual appraisals of the amount were half that of the claims, but U.S. losses in Cuba probably exceeded $1 billion and were far greater than those that occurred with other revolutions in Latin America. Cuban compensation for the seizure of U.S. property was problematic from the beginning, but Eisenhower's cut-off of the sugar quota and his authorization of an anti-Castro paramilitary force in early 1960 left Castro with little or no inducement to compromise on property settlements. Castro's first goal was to consolidate power after the removal of Batista and his many supporters who remained on the island. Castro declared himself the prime minister, and Che Guevara was appointed head of the National Bank. Batista supporters were jailed, tried, sentenced, and publicly executed, a move that had highly negative consequences in the United States. The public trials and executions of Batista's followers shocked Americans who found it difficult to understand the violent forces that often come with a social revolution. Castro's postponement of free elections and his willingness to collaborate with the Cuban communists began to concern U.S. policymakers caught up in the anti-communist psychology of the Cold War. In Cuba, an agrarian law was passed, property that belonged to U.S. companies was nationalized, and efforts were made to redistribute wealth. The revolutionary laws called for means of compensation, but the offer was unacceptable to American companies. After the middle and upper classes lost their privileges and homes, a large exodus of Cubans fled to Miami. Bay of Pigs invasion. By early 1960, the Eisenhower administration had decided it could no longer remain tolerant of Castro and his brand of anti-American nationalism because it threatened U.S. leadership in the hemisphere and endangered U.S. investments in the region. Convinced that it would be impossible to get along with Castro, Eisenhower's Latin American advisors decided it was necessary to undermine the Cuban Revolution. By January 1960, high-ranking members of the Eisenhower administration were calling for the overthrow of Castro in the same way Arbenz had been removed in Guatemala in 1954. U.S. hostility toward Cuba proved to be counterproductive, because Castro moved sharply to the left in both domestic and foreign policies after he discovered that the Eisenhower administration wanted to destroy his revolution. The United States now faced the task of assessing Castro's character within the context of the Cold War. Was Fidel Castro a communist? Was he a Soviet agent under Moscow's domination that somehow threatened the security of the United States? Fidel Castro visited the United States in April 1959 and spent an afternoon discussing the revolution with Vice President Richard Nixon. Nixon concluded that Castro was incredibly Cuba 125 naive about communism and eventually came to believe that Castro was a communist. Nixon's memo from that encounter would become the genesis of the Bay of Pigs invasion 2 years later. For many in the Eisenhower administration, Castro's presence in Cuba was a grave challenge to the Monroe Doctrine. As Castro's links to the Soviet Union became more firm, U.S. policymakers began increasingly to refer to the Monroe Doctrine in the press and in Congress as the primary justification for some kind of hostile action against Cuba. In legislative debate on June 30, 1960, Congressman Mendel Rivers lashed out against Castro by invoking the Monroe Doctrine and asserting a formula of revenge. "We should issue a proclamation telling him what this nation proposes to do if he keeps on blackmailing and vilifying our president and our people and taking property without due process of law. We should assert the Monroe Doctrine. We should threaten Castro with blockade. We should, if necessary, and, if conditions demanded, occupy Cuba." In March 1960, Eisenhower set in motion plans that would culminate in the disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion 1 year later. Eisenhower's top aides apparently ignored public opinion polls indicating an overwhelming degree of support for Fidel Castro. Nevertheless, with CIA successes in Guatemala and Iran in mind, the effort went forward despite erroneous assumptions and faulty planning. Political pressures to do something about Castro increased as he took over more and more U.S. property, and the Soviets appeared to be creating a Russian colony near the U.S. mainland. When the United States eliminated Cuba's sugar quota, thereby wiping out the U.S. market, Castro retaliated by nationalizing American-owned industrial and agrarian enterprises, as well as banks. Shortly thereafter, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev called a press conference and announced the death of the Monroe Doctrine. The United States was furious, and demands for military intervention increased. Meanwhile, Cuba became an issue in the 1960 presidential election. John F. Kennedy attacked the Eisenhower administration for its failure to remove Castro and stated that as president he would support the use of armed Cuban forces in exile to overthrow Fidel Castro. Kennedy's position was quite popular at the time, and he agreed to implement the CIA plan to forcefully overthrow Castro once he was in office. Using the successful overthrow of President Arbenz in Guatemala as a model, the Central Intelligence Agency trained and equipped 1,500 exile mercenaries to overthrow Castro in April 1961. However, the invasion at the Bay of Pigs was a disaster for the Kennedy administration, as Castro managed to defeat the invaders in a series of lopsided battles that lasted only 72 hours. Most were taken prisoner and later released after the United 126 States traded $50 million in medicines for their return. The Bay of Pigs failure produced repeated charges from Republicans that Kennedy had failed to defend the Monroe Doctrine, and it further confirmed Khrushchev's claim that the doctrine had died a natural death. In a spirit of vengeful retaliation, President Kennedy spent the remainder of his presidency trying to remove Castro from power by means of secret assassination attempts, a tightened trade embargo, and orchestrating the removal of Cuba's Marxist-Leninist government from the Organization of American States. In one of the most secret documents of the Cold War, until its release under the Freedom of Information Act to the National Security Archive in 1998, the Central Intelligence Agency produced a brutally honest self-criticism that exposed its bungled efforts to end Castro's rule with a small exile brigade in 1961. The 150-page report, written by the CIA's Inspector General Lyman Kirkpatrick in 1961, depicts the secret operation as ludicrous or tragic or both, and states that among the officers chosen to carry out the operation, very few spoke Spanish or had Latin American background knowledge. Assassination attempts on Fidel Castro. Shortly after the Bay of Pigs disaster, the Kennedy administration decided that it would do whatever it took to get rid of Castro, including assassination. Although assassination of a foreign leader was not illegal at the time, the task of eliminating him required that the U.S. president be shielded from any guilt, utmost secrecy be maintained, and the murder attempt itself require the use of CIA assets that could hire the hit squad to do the dirty work. President Kennedy was wary of using the CIA against Castro after the Bay of Pigs, so he gave the job to Attorney General Robert Kennedy, then in charge of Operation Mongoose, a covert effort to disrupt the Cuban economy and build unrest on the island in hopes of toppling Castro. Robert Kennedy used a private investigator from Las Vegas on the CIA payroll to hire mafia boss Sam Giancana for the hit on Fidel. The murder-for-hire project was launched in May 1962. In a strange twist of events, while the CIA set $150,000 as payment for the successful assassination of Castro, The mafia connection emphatically stated that it wanted no payment and would do the job for free. The fact that Castro survived more than a dozen assassination attempts by the CIA and that President Kennedy was later killed by an assassin has generated conspiracy theories that Kennedy's death was an act of revenge in retaliation for the plots against Castro's life. Following congressional investigations into these activities in the mid-1970s, President Ford issued an executive order in 1976 outlawing assassination as an instrument of American foreign policy. Cuba 197. The Cuban Missile Crisis. After the Bay of Pigs fiasco, Castro grew more fearful of a military effort by the United States to remove him from power. The Kennedy administration continued its efforts to rid the Caribbean of Castro by endorsing a range of covert efforts. General Maxwell Taylor, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, noted in a secret document in 1962 that a successful plan to overthrow Castro would ultimately require U.S. military action. The Soviets, anxious to close their missile gap with the United States, proposed a secret plan to ship over half their nuclear arsenal to Cuba, but with Cuban approval. In order to counter a direct invasion by the United States, Castro welcomed the missile deployment plan of Premier Khrushchev. The crisis began once the United States discovered the missile sites on the island and was forced to develop a response, one that ran the risk of a nuclear confrontation. After several meetings with his top advisors, Kennedy decided to confront the Soviets with a quarantine that would stop all incoming ships bearing Soviet missiles and then demand the removal of all existing missiles on the island. In a forceful but somber address to the nation, President Kennedy made no mention of the Monroe Doctrine but described the nature of the Soviet-Cuban maneuver as a deliberate violation of the Rio Pact of 1947 and the traditions and agreements binding the nations of the Western Hemisphere. By the time of the missile crisis, Cuban participation in the OAS had already been suspended by an organ of consultation meeting in Uruguay in January 1962. But the origin of the missile crisis lay in the Bay of Pigs invasion and the ongoing efforts to destroy Castro and his regime. It is now clear to most analysts that had there been no CIA-backed invasion, no assassination plots, no military invasion plans, and no diplomatic and economic efforts to isolate and destroy Castro, Nikita Khrushchev would never have decided to move his nuclear missiles into the Caribbean less than 100 miles from the United States. The nuclear crisis was averted when Khrushchev agreed to withdraw his missile force from Cuba in exchange for a U.S. pledge not to invade Cuba and to remove its missiles in Turkey. The exchange of missiles in Turkey for missiles in Cuba was agreed to in a secret deal worked out in late October 1962 by Attorney General Robert Kennedy and Soviet Ambassador Anatoly Dobrynin. Kennedy's important symbolic concession, the secret deal on the missiles, did not become public until the late 1980s. Angry over the Soviet decision to back down and its largely ignoring the Cubans during the exchange of demands, Castro could claim some degree of victory with the U.S. pledge not to invade his island, although the CIA 128 stepped up efforts to sabotage the revolution and revitalized its assassination efforts. After the Soviet-American agreement to remove the missiles, Kennedy was criticized by those who cited the Monroe Doctrine as evidence that he had betrayed the sacred message of President Monroe and suffered a grievous defeat. He resented the way his critics used the Monroe Doctrine to justify partisan sniping at his administration and was prepared to take his flag-waving critics head-on in a speech he planned to deliver in Dallas, Texas, on the day of his assassination. According to Luis A. Perez, the worst nightmares of Thomas Jefferson and John Quincy Adams that a potentially hostile European power would insert itself in Cuba and menace U.S. interests seem to have come to pass. The lessons of the Cuban Missile Crisis are still being debated, but the confrontation was clearly the closest the Soviet Union and the United States ever came to the brink of nuclear war. Cuba and the United States, from Nixon to Reagan, with his revolution more secure after the Cuban Missile Crisis, Castro proceeded to further consolidate his power and pursue his radical reforms and programs. The fact that the Cuban opposition believed that Washington would eventually take care of Castro served to diminish the ardor of revolt among those who longed for another counter-revolution. The Cuban Communist Party was established in 1965, and in the following year Castro proclaimed that the Andes would become the Sierra Maestra of South America. After a visit to the Congo in 1965, Che Guevara left for Bolivia, where he hoped to create the conditions for the spread of revolution in Latin America. He failed again, but this time he was killed in 1967 by Bolivian Rangers trained and equipped by the CIA. In the following year Castro endorsed the Soviet invasion of Czechoslovakia. At this point he directed his energies inward, trying to diversify the economy through industrialization, but found he still had to rely on sugar for national wealth. Repression increased during the 1960s, when many Cubans were jailed as socially unacceptable dissidents. Neighborhood watch groups called Committees for the Defense of the Revolution were established to root out counter-revolutionaries at the local level. After a series of skyjackings to Cuba from the United States during the Vietnam War, the Nixon administration signed a treaty with Castro to block such events. In 1975 the OAS lifted its sanctions against Cuba, and many Latin American countries re-established diplomatic and trade relations with Cuba. With large Soviet subsidies, Cuba advanced economically and socially, adding further legitimacy to the goals of the revolution. In an effort to align himself with Black Power movements in Africa and the Caribbean, Castro sent thousands of soldiers to Angola. Cuba 129. You're taking the Caribbean too seriously, Mr. President. In 1975 to help it win independence from South Africa. Thereafter he sent sorely needed technical and medical help, and then repeated this gesture in Ethiopia. In 1979 Castro hosted the annual conference of the Non-Aligned Movement, befriended left-leaning governments in Jamaica, Grenada, and Nicaragua, and supported the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. In an effort to open up a dialogue with Cuba, President Carter established an interest section in Havana to deal with diplomatic matters and relaxed travel restrictions on Americans interested in visiting the island. At the start of the 1980s, Cuba stood out as a symbol of Latin American independence from U.S. imperialism, but the quality of life began to worsen. As productivity decreased and healthcare and education deteriorated, Castro blamed the troubles on the workers who do not work and the students who do not study, although Cuba's Soviet-style political system was also considered a culprit. After 10,000 disaffected Cubans took refuge in the Peruvian embassy in Havana in April 1980, Castro approved the exodus of over 125,000 Cubans from all parts of the island in what became known as the Mariel boat lift. By the time Ronald Reagan came to Washington in 1981, a new source of domestic power over U.S. Cuban relations was beginning to take shape. Modeled after the powerful pro-Israel lobby, wealthy Cuban exiles founded 130. The Cuban-American National Foundation with headquarters in Miami and Washington, and then formed the Free Cuba Political Action Committee for fundraising and influencing key members of Congress. Since 1980 the Cuba lobby has poured more than $4.4 million into the U.S. political system in an effort to dictate Cuba policy. It pressured Congress to create both radio and TV. Marty at considerable expense to the American taxpayers and was instrumental in drawing up the legislation for both the Cuban Democracy Act and the Helms-Burton Act. Until his death in 1997, Jorge Moscanosa, a Miami multimillionaire and veteran of the Bay of Pigs debacle, was another factor in the success of CANF. Beginning with the Reagan administration, Moss enjoyed ready access to the White House, often through relatives of U.S. presidents living in South Florida. He was a vociferous critic of the Miami Herald, attacked the voices in favor of dialogue as communist sympathizers, and sued a number of people for speaking out against him and CANF. Opposed by all U.S. allies in North America and Europe, and frequently condemned in the United Nations, the U.S. trade embargo against Cuba continues to generate political controversy and demonstrate amazing staying power. The desovietization of Cuba. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1990 dealt a devastating blow to Cuba through the withdrawal of vast amounts of assistance. The United States rejoiced, and many Cuban exiles predicted that Castro's Caribbean dictatorship would also fall. Cuba lost billions in economic aid and military assistance when the Soviets left, leaving the economy paralyzed. It now had to sell its sugar at fair market prices, and with over 500 Soviet-sponsored industrial projects left unfinished, Cuba came to a standstill. Sacrifices became so extreme that horse-drawn buggies were put back in service. 1 million Chinese bicycles were imported and the people were ordered to start pedaling. In order to get the economy moving again and subdue growing discontent, Castro made compromises in his revolutionary ideology. In 1991 he eased travel restrictions abroad, released many political prisoners, and granted economic autonomy to farmers. In 1993 he legalized the use of the American dollar and allowed people to go into business for themselves. Through increases in Canadian and European investment, mainly in a booming tourist industry, Cuba has been able to withstand the loss of Soviet subsidies and the continued efforts of the United States to internationalize the embargo against the island nation. Bill Clinton and Cuba. The Clinton administration inherited a number of problems from its predecessor in dealing with Cuba, including domestic demands for tight. Cuba 131. Ending the economic noose around Castro and curtailing the flow of illegal immigrants from the island. The immigration crisis of 1994 was in part the result of the desovietization in Eastern Europe and the tightening of the U.S. trade embargo. The crisis for the Clinton administration was triggered in July 1994 when 30,000 Cubans tried to sail to Florida in rickety boats and makeshift rafts. Recognizing the seriousness of uncontrolled migration, the United States and Cuba agreed to develop measures to halt the flow of boat people. The agreement ending Washington's policy of granting refugee status to virtually all Cubans rescued at sea now requires the United States to return any refugees caught in boats, and it establishes at least 20,000 immigrant visas to Cubans each year. Cuba, in return, has pledged not to harass or persecute the returnees and to allow U.S. officials to monitor their well-being. Nevertheless, a Cuban court in 1997 sentenced 6 Cubans to long prison terms for trying to flee to Florida in a stolen tugboat. Since the agreement went into effect, more than 500 Cubans have been returned by the United States, including dozens of baseball players. Cuban-U.S. relations have also worsened with the passage of the Helms-Burton Act of 1996, which aims to punish the Castro regime by allowing Cuban Americans to use U.S. courts to settle claims over property seized in Cuba at the time of the revolution. The passage of this punitive measure, largely the result of domestic politics in the United States and the shooting down of several civilian aircraft from Miami close to Cuban waters in 1996, which was designed to hasten democracy in Cuba and the demise of Fidel Castro, has all but ended the chances of a compromise with Cuba as long as Fidel is alive. In a move to soothe his international allies, President Clinton continues to issue 6-month waivers that delay the full implementation of Helms-Burton, in hopes of swaying American allies to join the hardline anti-Castro bandwagon started by Senator Jesse Helms and Representative Dan Burton. The tone and legal intent of Helms-Burton have alienated virtually every trading partner the United States has, and the bill is now facing a series of counter-proposals by Canada and the European Union designed to blunt the impact of current U.S. policy toward Cuba. Pope John Paul II's January 1998 visit to Cuba and his criticism of the U.S. trade embargo as morally unethical, unleashed a number of changes in Washington, Miami, and Havana. With the idea of limited trade and aid for Cuba gaining bipartisan respectability, the Clinton administration announced in March 1998 that it would loosen restrictions on travel and humanitarian aid. The death of Jorge Mas Canosa, the Cuba lobby's legendary leader, has diminished the exile community's influence over Cuba policy and produced a growing disillusionment with the futility of economic sanctions. Inside Cuba, the Pope's trip served to embolden the Roman Catholic Church and the hopes of dissident groups calling for greater. 132 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Freedom and protection of human rights, a sign that greater change may be on the horizon. Conclusion. With over 40 years of hostility toward Castro and the Cuban Revolution, there appears to be little reason to expect a change in current policy until Castro dies. Castro sometimes hints that he may step down if the United States lifts the economic blockade, but this issue is virtually dead in policy terms. Castro has told some of his followers that "I am a revolutionary, and revolutionaries do not retire," a sign he wants to remain in power as long as he is alive. In any case, until the spirits of Monroe are finally exorcised from the corridors of power in Washington, or Fidel Castro dies, the prospects for meaningful dialogue and cooperation seem remote. The tangled web of U.S. Cuban relations is part of a sad and painful history, one that few political leaders seem to be able to understand, much less try to change, of two nations in close geographical proximity but with strongly divergent views of political life and social change. Dominican Republic. Dominican independence from Spain is achieved. Haiti rules Dominican Republic. Dominican independence from Haiti is achieved. Spain annexes Dominican Republic. United States recognizes Dominican Republic. President Baez tries to annex Dominican Republic to United States. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. San Domingo Improvement Company acquires control over custom houses. General Hurons is assassinated. U.S. economic interests are threatened. Roosevelt corollary to Monroe Doctrine receivership is established. U.S. military intervention. U.S. military occupation. Dominican National Guard is established. Rafael L. Trujillo arranges election as president and then establishes dictatorial power. Trujillo orders massacre of Haitians. U.S. Customs receivership is terminated. Trujillo orders kidnapping, murder of critic Jess Galindez. 136. 1961 Trujillo is assassinated with U.S. assistance. 1962 Juan Bosch wins presidency, is ousted by military coup in 1963. 1965 U.S. invasion of Dominican Republic. 1966 to 1978 Joaquin Balaguer rules Dominican Republic with U.S. backing. 1978 Guzman Fernandez is elected president with U.S. and OAS electoral supervision. 1982 Salvador Jorge Blanco is elected president. 1986 Balaguer is re-elected president. 1990 Balaguer is re-elected amid charges of election irregularities. 1994 Clinton administration helps negotiate Pact for Democracy. 1996 Leonel Fernandez Reina is elected president. Introduction. Although it is small, the Dominican Republic has often been at the center of major U.S. policies. The Monroe Doctrine, dollar diplomacy, military intervention and occupation, support for friendly dictators, and democracy promotion efforts toward Latin America and the Caribbean. Occupying the eastern two-thirds of the island of Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic has had a difficult relationship with its close island neighbor and has been plagued by foreign intervention, dictatorship, political instability, and corruption throughout much of its history. Foreign intervention drained its wealth and chronic political turmoil undermined its ability to develop stable and legitimate rule. Between 1844 and 1930 the Dominican Republic experienced 50 different presidents and 30 revolutions. Throughout the Dominican Republic's turbulent history since independence, the United States has played a major role in its economic and political life. During the 19th century the United States recognized the importance of the island because of its harbors and location near vital sea lanes. Later, the value of the Dominican Republic stemmed from its resources, mainly its commercial empire and its raw materials. During the 20th century the United States struggled to solve the Dominican Republic's ongoing difficulties with financial and political matters. Often the Monroe Doctrine served as a convenient cloak for sending either money doctors or Marines to stabilize a chaotic economic or political situation and to forestall any attempt on the part of extra-hemispheric powers to acquire the island. Dominican political instability and financial insolvency were the pretext for the 1904 Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. The United States intervened and occupied the Dominican Republic on two occasions, 1916-1924 and 1965-1966, and treated the tyrant Rafael Trujillo as a friendly dictator during the early part of the 7. Cold War. With its security interests in the Caribbean of less concern, the United States has spent the last 2 decades expanding trade, promoting democracy, and attempting to manage the flow of legal and undocumented Dominicans who have come to the United States. The Dominican Republic and the United States in the 19th century. The United States and Dominican independence. Dominican independence was complicated by foreign control and the fact that it shared part of Hispaniola, the name given the island by Columbus in 1492. Without gold, silver, or obedient Indian labor, the number of Europeans on the island was never very large. Pirates and filibusteros fought over Hispaniola until France took over in 1795 and developed the western half into a booming sugar/slave economy. The harsh treatment of sugar workers contributed to the rebellion led by Toussaint L'Ouverture and the eventual establishment of Haiti in 1804, Latin America's first independent nation. Haiti included the present territory of the Dominican Republic from 1821 to 1844. The 1970 film Burn featuring Marlon Brando dramatized the violent history of Hispaniola. In depicting the meddling by foreign powers, bribery and corruption, the savagery of colonial wars, and the popularity of former slaves as honest and effective leaders, Burn conveyed the difficulties of effective rule after independence. Annexation and reannexation. From the 1820s to the end of the U.S. Civil War, U.S. relations with most of Latin America were distant and sporadic, and many violations of the Monroe Doctrine were allowed to occur. During the 1860s, Spanish moves to reannex the Dominican Republic were carried out while Washington struggled with its own problems of slavery and secession. Secretary of State William H. Seward wrote to President Lincoln suggesting that he warn Spain of its violation of the Monroe Doctrine and have Congress declare war against it, if necessary, but there was little the president could do in the midst of the U.S. Civil War. After Seward's memo was leaked to the press, many European governments were furious and then sided with the Confederacy throughout the conflict. The Dominicans resented President Pedro Santana's voluntary efforts to restore Spanish sovereignty and were soon organizing to regain their independence. The departure of the Spaniards in 1865 left the Dominican Republic divided and deeply in debt. This time General Buenaventura Baez, fearing 138. Another invasion of Dominican exiles in Haiti, sought annexation by the United States in 1869. President Ulysses S. Grant's motives for seeking annexation of the Dominican Republic centered on its strategic location and the Samana Bay Harbor, and as a place to settle ex-slaves. He was backed by Seward, who favored U.S. expansion into the Caribbean to advance commercial influence and as a means of spreading democracy. The black diplomat Frederick Douglass was sent to the Dominican Republic in 1871 to investigate the possibilities of annexation and later served as charge d'affaires for the Dominican Republic from 1889 to 1891. If Grant had not faced corruption scandals in his administration and the forceful opposition of Republican Charles Sumner, chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the Dominican Republic might have become territory of the United States in the 1870s. By obstructing bills and appointments favored by President Grant, Sumner managed to squash U.S. efforts to annex the Dominican Republic, but his unpleasant manner led to his removal as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee in 1871. The Ulysses Hurons dictatorship. During the dictatorship of General Ulysses Hurons, the United States invested heavily in the sugar economy, helping to transform the island from its historical dependence on European markets and sources of credit. Throughout the 1880s and 1890s, the United States negotiated reciprocity treaties, and a private company, the New York-based San Domingo Improvement Company, took charge of Dominican Custom House offices to improve the collection of taxes or duties. When Hurons was assassinated in 1899, the Dominican Republic faced a staggering debt, and this left custom houses vulnerable to foreign takeover and control. By the turn of the century, the Dominican economy was clearly dominated by the United States, but European investors often demanded that their governments force the indebted Dominicans to repay or face the possibility of a forceful takeover of their custom revenues. The Dominican Republic and the United States in the 20th century. The Roosevelt corollary and financial receiverships events in the Dominican Republic forced the Theodore Roosevelt administration to formulate a response to the growing threat of European challenges in the Caribbean. President Roosevelt feared that incompetent governments in the Caribbean region might provoke European imperialism in violation of the Monroe Doctrine. Citing the insolvency of the Dominican Republic, Roosevelt decided to incorporate a strategic interest within Dominican Republic 139. The Rhetoric of International, Humanitarian Responsibility. In his annual message to Congress in 1904, President Roosevelt reinterpreted the Monroe Doctrine to make the United States the international policeman and prime debt-collecting agency in the Western Hemisphere. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with reasonable efficiency and decency in social and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, it need fear no interference from the United States. Chronic wrongdoing, or an impotence which results in a general loosening of the ties of civilized society, may in America, as elsewhere, ultimately require intervention by some civilized nation, and in the Western Hemisphere the adherence of the United States to the Monroe Doctrine may force the United States, however reluctantly, in flagrant cases of such wrongdoing or impotence, to the exercise of an international police power. It is a mere truism to say that every nation, whether in America or anywhere else, which desires to maintain its freedom, its independence, must ultimately realize that the right of such independence cannot be separated from the responsibility of making good use of it. Roosevelt's speech completely changed the meaning of the Monroe Doctrine by transforming its original negative and passive character into a more positive and active policy toward Latin America. Although some Latin American nations welcomed President Monroe's message as a form of protection from European intervention, the Roosevelt corollary soon gave way to resentment and conflict with the United States. Although it made no direct reference to the Dominican Republic, the implications of President Roosevelt's amendment to the Monroe Doctrine were readily apparent to the small republics of the Caribbean region. As Emilio Batenses argues, none of these republics behaved in the manner Roosevelt prescribed, and therefore all were potential candidates for direct U.S. intervention. Roosevelt's interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine brought forth a new Latin American policy, one that combined the big stick threats of a tough policy with chronic intervention. When presidential warnings and admonitions failed to produce the desired effect, however, U.S. military intervention followed, along with financial protectorates and rhetorical justifications based on the need to foster democracy and political stability. This in turn produced widespread resentment and hostility in Latin America until it was finally repudiated by President Hoover starting in the late 1920s. The Roosevelt corollary paved the way for gunboat diplomacy, the use of limited naval force as a supplement to diplomacy and an alternative to war in dealing with Caribbean and Central American states from 1904 until the ending of such activity by Franklin D. Roosevelt's Good Neighbor policy, which was formally announced in 1933. 140. Money doctoring and foreign control. Dominican dictatorships developed the habit of taking out large loans with European and U.S. bankers. By 1904 the Dominican Republic was on the verge of bankruptcy due to a foreign debt that had grown to $32 million, with national revenues nowhere near the capability of repaying the debt. To solve this problem, the United States imposed customs receiverships, formal arrangements between governments in which U.S. officials would take over Dominican custom houses and administer the collection of revenues for the sole purpose of paying creditors. These customs receiverships produced financial solvency, but they failed to bring political stability and eliminate revolutions. The United States was motivated by the need to impose order so that extra-hemispheric powers would have no excuse for using military force to collect overdue debts. Money doctoring and financial restructuring became commonplace in Cuba, Panama, the Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Nicaragua, where protectorates were created under treaties conceding the right of U.S. intervention. According to Paul Drake, from the 1890s through the 1920s, every Latin American country except Argentina and Brazil contracted U.S. financial consultants, and before World War II, Latin America had brought in more U.S. technocrats than any other world area. By exporting economic/financial expertise through private agents rather than through government officials, Washington could more easily diffuse anti-interventionist criticism at home and abroad. The Dominican Republic was one of the first Caribbean patients to receive treatment for financial mismanagement and economic chaos. Jacob Hollander, an economist from Johns Hopkins University, devised a plan in 1905 to 1907 by which Dominican customs collections would be administered by a U.S. receiver appointed by the Secretary of State but paid by the Dominican government. Hollander's advice opened the door for dollar diplomacy, the cornerstone of William Howard Taft's foreign policy beginning in 1908. The U.S. Congress passed the Dominican Convention in 1907, a legally binding financial agreement that lasted until 1941. Through the use of money doctors and financial arrangements that constituted a sort of colonialism by contract, the United States had invented a new tool for furthering its hegemony in the Caribbean region. U.S. financial and political interference eventually led to armed intervention and occupation in 1916. U.S. occupation of the Dominican Republic, 1916 to 1924, with German influence spreading to Haiti, and World War I underway, the Wilson administration began to realize the need to stabilize the Dominican Republic through military occupation. After the Dominican Con. Dominican Republic 141. Gress impeached President Juan Isidro Jimenez in 1916, setting off a new wave of internal rebellion. U.S. forces landed to restore order but soon were authorized to proclaim military rule. Military occupation lasted until 1924, but the consequences of U.S. military occupation were enormous and were felt throughout the 20th century. The Marines carried out extensive public works programs establishing roads, schools, sanitation systems, public health, agriculture, and communications financed by U.S. private sector investors rather than the U.S. government. Many of these programs were of benefit to U.S. owned sugar plantations, some of which experienced tremendous expansion during the 8-year occupation. As an occupation force, the United States helped to popularize baseball, but fairly rigid attitudes toward racial discrimination undermined what had been a more flexible pattern of black-white relations on the island. Despite many beneficial effects of the occupation, Dominican opposition to and resentment of U.S. control did not decrease. Given the history of political violence and instability in the Dominican Republic, the most urgent priority of the occupation was to establish law and order throughout the countryside. This was directed mostly at rebels who resisted U.S. authority as infringement on their sovereignty. To achieve this goal, the United States created a constabulary force in 1917 called the Dominican National Guard. The constabulary under U.S. guidance and control worked together with the U.S. Marines to put down guerrilla uprisings, protect U.S. owned sugar plantations, and oversee constitutional self-government. Upper ranks of the Guard were reserved for North Americans. Dominican recruits were from the lower middle class. These recruits often used the military as a means of upward mobility in Dominican society. Rafael L. Trujillo was one of the early recruits who joined the Guard in 1919, rose to the top of its ranks, and then used the Guard as a source of dictatorial control for more than 30 years. The most powerful illustration of the tragic consequences of occupation, however unintended, was to be the emergence of the brutal Trujillo dictatorship. The election of President Warren Harding in 1921 became a watershed in U.S. Latin American policy as it reflected the American public's rejection of military intervention and the broad moralistic objectives of his predecessor, Woodrow Wilson. In his efforts to foster goodwill to improve commercial relations with Latin America, Harding arranged for the transfer of U.S. supervision of American troops from the Department of the Navy to the Department of State, the part of the executive branch that was more likely to terminate military occupations. Although Harding's presidency was brief, his administration was instrumental in bringing U.S. military occupation of the Dominican Republic to a close in 1924. Harding's tone of conciliation in foreign policy, settling claims with Mexico, Colombia, and Cuba helped set the stage for the Good Neighbor. 142 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Policy, a commitment to non-intervention, and the policy overhaul of the Monroe Doctrine in the late 1920s. The Trujillo era, 1930 to 1961. From Trujillo's power base in the Dominican National Guard, he conspired in 1930 to take over the government from incumbent President Horacio Vázquez just 3 months before scheduled elections. Once in power, Trujillo ruled the Dominican Republic with an iron hand, convinced that as long as he pursued policies of economic modernization he could get away with extreme coercion of any opposition and little tolerance of dissent. Recognizing the power of the United States in the Caribbean, Trujillo managed to cultivate close diplomatic and political relations until the last few years of his dictatorship. In return for his unwavering support of the United States, Trujillo's dictatorship was given money, weapons, and moral support. U.S. presidents accepted Trujillo because he provided political stability, was strongly anti-communist, and served as a better alternative to revolution. There were episodes, however, in which the United States expressed displeasure with Trujillo's harsh rule and withdrew its support in protest. For example, in October 1937 Trujillo ordered the massacre of thousands of Haitians working out of squatter camps in the border provinces out of fear that the country was becoming Haitianized. To protest this genocidal action, President Roosevelt temporarily withdrew U.S. support and organized a commission to negotiate a settlement. In the wake of the international outcry over his slaughter of Haitians, Trujillo spent millions on propaganda to improve his political image. He admitted Jewish immigrants fleeing Nazi Germany, and anti-Franco Republicans from the Spanish Civil War. His all-out cooperation with the United States during World War II also helped improve his reputation. The genocide committed against Haitians in 1937 was soon forgotten once the United States entered the war in 1941. One of the hemisphere's major anti-communists, Trujillo became a master of political manipulation in the United States by playing on the fears of policymakers haunted by the ghosts of President Monroe. If the repressive methods of his dictatorship brought stability, provided support for the United States against its foes in international organizations such as the United Nations, and kept a Castro-backed communist regime from coming to power, then General Trujillo could be tolerated. By hiring expensive public relations firms and lobbyists, and by contributing large amounts of money to members of the U.S. Congress, Trujillo was able to portray himself as a close ally of the United States and cleverly mask the tyrannical aspects of his regime. During Eisenhower's second term as president, Dominican Republic 143. Trujillo had 20 agents registered with the Justice Department as representatives of the Dominican Republic lobbying on his behalf in Washington. Franklin D. Roosevelt's law firm represented the Dominican Republic until its client's image as a tyrant was impossible to cover up through legal and public relations tactics. Documented estimates indicate that Trujillo spent $1 million lobbying in the United States in 1956.5. He showered key members of Congress with gifts, lavish vacations in the Dominican Republic, and large campaign donations at election time. Thus, Trujillo gained the necessary international support where it counted the most. The vocal minority in the U.S. Congress who supported Trujillo as a friendly dictator did so on the basis of his pro-Americanism, his anti-communism, and the purported material accomplishments of his regime. Speaking on the floor of the Senate in 1960, Senator Richard Russell defended Trujillo by saying that if we must have a dictatorship, Trujillo has been about as liberal a dictator as a country could have. Registered the fact that Trujillo often invoked anti-communism to justify mass deportations, torture, and executions apparently did not bother Washington during the early years of the Cold War. Trujillo's economic policies were clearly designed to bring about national prosperity and his own personal gain. By the time of his assassination in 1961, Trujillo is estimated to have amassed a fortune worth more than $500 million, mostly the result of widespread corruption and monopolistic control over the Dominican economy. Once in power, Trujillo developed a network of monopolies over basic commodities and industrial enterprises, using the power of the state to eliminate domestic and foreign competition and enrich himself, family, and friends. For Trujillo, the government was a profitable means of personal enrichment rather than an instrument of public service. United States and the Dominican Republic during World War II. After the United States entered the war in late 1941, the importance of building a Caribbean defense system became paramount. The main geographic security concerns centered on protecting the Panama Canal, the natal region of Brazil because it seemed vulnerable to a German invasion, and the vital shipping lanes of the Caribbean Sea, Gulf of Mexico, and Atlantic Ocean. The importance of the Dominican Republic centered on its strategic position on the eastern approaches to the Caribbean and its role as a source of foodstuffs and raw materials imported by the United States. In the name of national security, the United States and the Trujillo regime developed numerous strategies for mutual cooperation. For example, Trujillo received Export-Import Bank loans for arms purchases and the Con. 144. Construction of military bases and harbors. When the Lend-Lease Act ended legal restrictions on supplying arms to Latin America in May 1941, the Dominican Republic acted quickly to become eligible for arms transfers. Trujillo and Secretary of State Cordell Hull signed the Trujillo-Hull Treaty in 1941. It restored Dominican sovereignty over its financial affairs by abolishing the administration of customs receiverships. Trujillo used this as the basis of a huge propaganda campaign designed to portray himself as father of national financial independence. The value of cooperation for defense and national security did not sit well with those who disagreed with Trujillo's dictatorial practices and the casual attitude of Washington toward them. At times the wartime goal of destroying dictatorial regimes in the name of democracy clashed with the support of friendly dictators in Latin America such as Trujillo. The United States became more critical of Trujillo's autocratic rule after the war by refusing to furnish arms and ammunition, but this punishment did not last long. The Dominican Republic and the United States. During the Cold War. The problem of mutual security. Post-war hemispheric security rested primarily on the provisions of the 1947 Rio Treaty signed by 21 hemispheric states and numerous bilateral military conventions. The most important of these was the Mutual Security Act of 1951, designed to facilitate both the standardization of arms throughout the hemisphere and closer U.S. Latin American military cooperation. Until Trujillo's assassination in 1961, the Dominican Republic received considerable amounts of military supplies from the United States. The establishment of military missions caused hundreds of Dominican officers to come to U.S. military schools for advanced training. One of the beneficiaries of the program was Rafael Leonidas Trujillo Jr., the dictator's playboy son. After failing a military course at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, in 1958, Ramphis reportedly spent his time in Hollywood showering movie actresses with lavish gifts. The comic opera nature of the Ramphis affair led to a number of rhetorical fights over the nature of the U.S. military aid program in the Dominican Republic. While Dominican senators accused the United States of hostility and lack of respect for the country's military cooperation, opponents of Trujillo in Washington tried to cut off aid to the dictator. Senator Wayne Morse, Dominican Republic 145. Deplored a military program of the United States for the benefit of dictators in South America such as Trujillo. Throughout President Eisenhower's second term, U.S. Dominican relations deteriorated as Trujillo's actions became less and less acceptable to the United States. The fall of the Trujillo dictatorship. Rafael Trujillo's propaganda machine could not whitewash the events that eventually led to his downfall in 1961. Between 1958 and 1961 the United States began to re-evaluate its policy toward Latin America in the aftermath of the CIA-engineered overthrow of the Arbenz regime in Guatemala in 1954 and Vice President Nixon's goodwill tour of Latin America in 1958. On his return, Nixon's recommendations on how to deal with dictators without sowing the seeds of communist subversion started a process of policy review in Washington. However, until Castro's revolution toppled Batista in 1959, the United States was unwilling to seriously oppose Latin American dictators. In the meantime, Trujillo continued to attack his opponents with all the force he could muster. In 1956 he arranged to have Jesus Galindez, a refugee from Spain and an outspoken critic of the Trujillo dictatorship, kidnapped off the streets of New York and returned to the Dominican Republic, where he was tortured and killed. Surprisingly, this produced only mild protest from the State Department, since it claimed that the missile tracking station on the island was vital to U.S. security needs in the Caribbean. After Dominican patriots invaded the Dominican Republic with the support of Castro and Venezuela's Democratic President, Romulo Betancourt, and were immediately defeated by Trujillo's forces, a brutal wave of torture and murder spread across the Dominican Republic. In retaliation, Trujillo plotted to assassinate Betancourt for his anti-Trujillo efforts, but Betancourt survived the detonated bomb. This led to the imposition of economic sanctions by the Organization of American States. Rather than an ally against communism, Trujillo was now seen as a negative catalyst for the possible spread of communism after the defeat of Batista and the success of Fidel Castro in Cuba. Policymakers in Washington further reasoned that if Trujillo was suddenly overthrown, there would most certainly be a political vacuum filled by a Castro-backed communist government. If this happened, then Haiti would follow, and there would soon be a line of communist governments stretched throughout the Caribbean, threatening the Panama Canal and vital sea lanes. In late 1960, the United States moved from a position of trying to persuade Trujillo to leave peacefully, followed by some kind of a moderate successor regime, to a covert plan to support and arm conspirators to overthrow the aging tyrant. With the backing of the Central Intelligence 146 Agency, a small band of Dominican conspirators assassinated Trujillo on May 30, 1961. When they were unable to mobilize the anti-Trujillo forces into a position of governmental control, the political situation deteriorated rapidly while Trujillo's agents and relatives tortured and killed scores of suspects. While Joaquin Balaguer served as the nominal chief executive, and Trujillo's son struggled to maintain the old regime, it became apparent that the Trujillo era was over. By late 1961, following a show of U.S. naval force and threats, Ramfis and most of the Trujillo clan had fled the island and Balaguer had gone into exile. In the following year, Juan Bosch, a poet and lifelong opponent of Trujillo, was elected president in the country's first free democratic election. Once in power, his populist government programs and tolerance of leftist and progressive organizations angered traditional elites and the United States. To remedy the situation, some U.S. military advisors in the Dominican Republic conspired with key members of the Dominican military and recommended the overthrow of Bosch, which occurred after he was in power for only 7 months. However, President Kennedy, on hearing of the anti-Bosch coup, withdrew the U.S. ambassador and suspended economic aid. The Johnson Doctrine. The framework for U.S. policy during the period from 1960 to the Dominican Revolt in 1965 was spelled out by President Kennedy's famous remark after the death of Trujillo: "There are 3 possibilities. In descending order of preference, a decent democratic regime, a continuation of the Trujillo regime, or a Castro regime. We ought to aim at the first, but we really can't renounce the second until we are sure we can avoid the third." U.S. policymakers paid close attention to developments in the Dominican Republic, fearful of another Castro-type socialist dictatorship aligned with the Soviet Union. President Kennedy was strongly opposed to the establishment of a second Cuba in the Caribbean, and his advisors tried to create the conditions that would prevent such an outcome. The regime that replaced Juan Bosch consisted of a conservative junta headed by Donald Reed Cabral and William Tapley Bennett. In April 1965, a counter-coup took place when a faction of the armed forces mobilized to re-establish Bosch as the constitutionally elected president. After several days of intense conflict and an emerging civil war, President Johnson ordered 500 U.S. Marines into the Dominican Republic to protect American lives and property there. Johnson's rhetorical justification changed as he introduced more troops under what became known as the Johnson Doctrine. The American nations cannot, must not, and will not permit the establishment of another Dominican Republic. 147. Communist government in the Western Hemisphere. Within 1 month, the United States had more than 20,000 troops in Santo Domingo to bring order and stability to the country. Convinced that heavy use of military force was the solution to defeating communist insurgents, President Johnson later used the same strategy in Vietnam through the large-scale use of American combat forces. According to Gaddis Smith, a persistent theme of latter-day Monroeism was that by keeping the hemisphere secure, and not having to erect defenses on our own doorstep, the United States could deploy forces all over the world? In any case, the Dominican crisis and the U.S. response reminded some of the tendency of Washington policymakers to rely on oversimplifications and outdated myths and policies such as the Monroe Doctrine in formulating policy toward the Caribbean. Despite widespread criticism of the invasion, the United States managed to pressure the OAS for approval after the fact, transforming the unilateral military action by the United States into the organization's first inter-American peace force under the command of a Brazilian general. With some careful political engineering, the United States managed to steer the Dominican Republic in a non-communist direction in the aftermath of the 1965 invasion. The June 1966 presidential elections were designed to make sure that the candidate favored by the United States won. In a style reminiscent of Dominican caudillos of the past, Balaguer continued to win elections and dominate national politics until 1996. The Dominican Republic and the United States. After the Cold War. The end of the caudillos. With the backing of the armed forces, Balaguer managed to rule by blending traditional elements of caudillismo with misguided economic policies that were designed to spur growth, but instead they produced high inflation and monetary chaos. His efforts to privatize the economy and decentralize the state produced little success. Longtime political boss and protege of Rafael Trujillo, Balaguer ruled the Dominican Republic for 22 of the 30 years between 1966 and 1996. His authoritarian and personal style of rule received backing from Washington due in large part to the earlier fear of a communist takeover and the fear of Juan Bosch, perennial candidate of the Dominican Liberation Party. In the 1996 presidential election, Leonel Fernandez of the PLD won through a modern, progressive, and pro-American campaign. A product of the U.S. educational system, he had spent 10 years in public schools in New York. Fernandez represented a new force in Dominican politics. With Balaguer gone from the presidential palace, the Dominican Republic now faces the daunting 148 task of developing a representative model of democracy while at the same time extricating itself from the aged caudillo who still influences Dominican politics. Democracy, corruption, and human rights. The United States has long assumed the role of promoter and protector of democracy in the Dominican Republic. It has exercised this external role by means of military intervention and/or occupation, economic sanctions, diplomatic recognition and other forms of political pressure, and military assistance. More recently, the United States has served as an observer and verifier of Dominican elections along with the Organization of American States. Between 1978 and 1996, the United States intervened to ensure that democratic procedures prevailed during Dominican elections. The Carter administration urged the Balaguer administration in 1978 to carry out an honest vote and protect human rights or risk losing U.S. economic aid. The Dominican Revolutionary Party governments of Antonio Guzman and Salvador Jorge Blanco struggled to maintain a semblance of democratic rule and independence from the United States while faced with riots, violence, and pressure from the International Monetary Fund to end government subsidies and privatize the economy. When Balaguer returned to office in 1986 after 8 years of PRD government and ruled until 1996, he was often accused of human rights violations and electoral fraud. The May 1994 election was observed by a large U.S. delegation sponsored by the National Endowment for Democracy and a team from the OAS, but again charges of fraud undermined the legitimacy of the democratic process. The two elections of 1996 were fought without the two old political protagonists Balaguer and Bosch, now both in their late 80s, and the Dominican Liberation Party candidate Leonel Fernandez won the runoff with a bare 51% of the vote. However, large numbers of international observers were present to ensure the integrity of the democratic process. The Clinton administration, after the Aristide debacle in Haiti, helped to negotiate a compromise between the government and opposition in 1994. Called the Pact for Democracy, the compromise involved changes in the rules of the Dominican political game. These included prohibitions against successive re-election of the president, the requirement of an absolute majority to become president, even if it meant a second-round runoff, and, in recognition of widespread fraud in the 1994 elections, the extension of Balaguer's illegitimate regime for only 2 years instead of 4. Although the pact smacked of intervention by the United States in Dominican politics, Balaguer saw it as a face-saving way to exit from presidential power while at the same time continuing his influence via legislative control. Dominican Republic 149. If Joaquin Balaguer's departure from Dominican politics after 7 terms has finally come to pass, then it could possibly mark the end of another era of autocrats, leaders who cared little about whether elections were free, fair, or competitive. Establishing and consolidating democracy in the Dominican Republic after the dictatorships of Trujillo and Balaguer, reaching back to the 1930s, will not be easy given the fact that the authoritarian aspects of the political system are still very much intact. After Balaguer left office in 1996, he became the target of 3 lawsuits accusing him of misappropriating $740 million in government funds and ordering the deaths of 2 opponents. These accusations of illegal enrichment and the killing of 2 journalists who tried to expose Balaguer's corruption and arbitrary rule in the 1970s may ultimately prove to be false. However, the accusations have put current President Leonel Fernández in a quandary as to how best to carry out the moral and ethical revolution he promised during his campaign. Conclusion. Despite a history of dependency on the United States, and numerous failed efforts to bring political stability and economic viability to the Dominican Republic, democratic rule has become more firmly established, in part due to the influence of the United States and the determined efforts of Dominicans to overcome the legacy of domestic tyrants Santana, Baez, Hurons, and Trujillo from the 19th century. The fact that the Dominican Republic has been greatly influenced by foreign powers and international organizations throughout its history has helped produce growing feelings of nationalism and the need for greater independence among its people. Yet the United States continues to influence Dominican politics, producing tensions between those who would like greater control over their national destiny and those who fear the dangers of a policy of benign neglect on the part of the United States. Despite the efforts of Dominican leaders to disconnect from the United States and reach out to the rest of the world, trade patterns, investment interest, and migration flows require that Dominicans remain within the orbit of the United States. The transformation of the Dominican economy over the past few decades has led to the creation of a service economy dependent on tourism, export manufacturing, and mining, with considerably less activity in sugar-related agribusiness. Dominican drug traffickers working the transshipment of drugs from Colombia transport an estimated 1/3 of the total volume of cocaine into the United States every year, mostly for distribution on the East Coast. As one of the leading sources of garment exports to the United States, the Dominican Republic cannot afford to jeopardize its new position in the Caribbean as a center of business and economic opportunity. Despite 150. Its troubled past, the Dominican Republic may finally emerge as a successful case of democratic consolidation and trade diversification with less dependence on the United States, but this is not likely to take place for quite some time. Ecuador. Timeline of U.S. relations with Ecuador. Ecuador is a province of the independent Republic of Gran Colombia. Ecuador becomes an independent republic. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. President Franklin Pierce encourages exploration of guano as fertilizer. Archer Harmon receives contract to build railroad from Guayaquil to Quito. U.S. money doctors visit Ecuador. United States is allowed to build air bases on the Galapagos Islands and on the Pacific Coast. Border war between Peru and Ecuador. Ecuador reluctantly agrees to Rio Protocol. Gallo Plaza Lasso serves as elected president. Political stability follows in wake of banana export boom. Beginning of tuna wars. United States and Ecuador sign military assistance agreement. Jose Maria Velasco Ibarra serves as elected president. Anti-U.S. demonstrations follow election of Velasco Ibarra. Texaco Gulf Consortium signs oil exploration agreement. Velasco Ibarra is elected to 5th term. Tuna wars intensify. Texaco Gulf Consortium invests heavily in petroleum industry. The military overthrows Velasco Ibarra. 2 moderate military governments rule. 152. 7s. Ecuador joins Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries 1974. Third Union Law of the Sea Conference reaches consensus for 12-mile territorial sea limit and 200-mile economic zone 1981 to 1984. Osvaldo Hurtado serves as elected president 1984 to 1988. Leon Febre Cordero serves as elected president 1988 to 1992. Rodrigo Borja serves as elected president 1992. Ecuador withdraws from OPEC 1992 to 1996. Sixto Duran Ballin serves as elected president 1995. Ecuador and Peru fight war over boundary 1996. Abdallah Bucaram is elected president 1997. Bucaram is removed from office because of mental incompetence. 1998. Ecuador and Peru sign a peace treaty whereby Ecuador relinquishes its claim to disputed territory in return for permanent access to Amazon. Introduction. Located on the northwestern coast of South America between Colombia and Peru, Ecuador is the second smallest nation in South America with geographical diversity that has posed formidable obstacles to its economic and political development. Four geographically distinct regions, Sierra, Costa, Orient, and the Galapagos Islands, constitute present-day Ecuador, although its national territory has been nibbled away since independence in 1830. In 7 border conflicts with Colombia, Peru, and Brazil dating back to the 1830s, Ecuador lost 61% of its total land area but still claims sovereignty over its lost territories. The history of U.S. involvement in Ecuador has been closely associated with border disputes, trade and commerce, fishing rights, and perceived security needs related to the nearby Panama Canal and drug trafficking in the Andes region. Ecuadorian dictators have been masters of the art of manipulating U.S. policy for the purpose of obtaining economic assistance by either exaggerating the danger of foreign plans for acquiring strategically located territory or waving the red flag of communism. U.S. Ecuadorian relations were influenced throughout the 20th century by Ecuador's chronic political instability and the absence of democratic institutions. From independence until 1979, both elected governments and non-elected military regimes averaged less than 2 years in duration, making the formulation of U.S. policy a frustrating and difficult process. Ecuador 153. Ecuador and the United States during the 19th century. The United States and Ecuadorian independence. During the colonial period, Ecuador was a backwater area dominated by Lima, Peru, and later Bogotá, Colombia. It lacked the mineral wealth of its neighbors and offered no site for an interoceanic canal. When independence occurred in 1822, Ecuador was incorporated into the multinational merger known as the Confederation of Gran Colombia. Sim-6 Bolívar became president of the Republic of Gran Colombia and pushed for cooperation among these newly independent states as a way to protect them from foreign intervention. Bolívar was ambivalent about the role of the United States in the early development of Latin America. Although he admired the government of the United States for its republican institutions, his emphasis on unity led him to endorse a strong, conservative republic for Latin America run by an intellectual elite. Bolívar was suspicious of the growing power of the United States and saw only U.S. self-interest in the Monroe Doctrine of 1823. The 2 U.S. delegates who were to attend his Panama Congress in 1826 were late in departing. Congress debated for 4 months about the danger of foreign entanglements and economic interests in the region, and one died en route and the other arrived after the conference was over. Despite Bolívar's stature and influence, the Panama Congress ended with disappointing results and the liberator soon lost interest in creating an American federation. Bolívar's rule became more dictatorial, and this contributed to the demise of Gran Colombia in 1830, the year of his death. Ecuador became an independent republic in 1830, but political life soon degenerated into intense rivalries between liberals and conservatives, and foreign relations consisted of trying to maintain the integrity of its borders with Brazil, Colombia, and Peru in the Amazon region. Since its independence in 1830, Ecuador has gone to war 5 times with its neighbors over competing claims to its eastern territory. These border conflicts have given rise to Ecuadorian nationalism and a rather politicized military establishment. The United States has often served as a broker in some of the multinational efforts to end the bloodshed, but in most cases has historically sided with Peru. Conservative military dictators continued to rule Ecuador until the 1895 revolution that brought liberal President General Eloy Alfaro to power. Ecuador and the Monroe Doctrine. The issues that gave rise to the Monroe Doctrine provided Ecuador the opportunity to appeal to the United States for protection on several ICSA. 154. Zions during the 19th century. While in exile in Europe after 1845, Ecuador's first president, Juan José Flores, tried to raise an army for the reconquest of Ecuador, favoring a monarchy under the guidance of a Spanish prince. Ecuador's president appealed to the Polk administration for military assistance under the Monroe Doctrine, but Flores ran into pressure from several South American countries and opposition abroad that squelched his plan. The Flores fiasco led to the convening of an American Congress in Lima, Peru, in 1847, where the participants passed a resolution reaffirming the non-colonization principle and denying the right of European powers to intervene in the Americas. The idea of a French protectorate over Ecuador was considered in the 1850s after it experienced the effects of manifest destiny and the filibustering activities operating out of southern parts of the United States. Former President Flores's great scheme failed, but it served to reawaken further interest in the Monroe Doctrine and the Bolivarian dream of a united South America. Flores continued to stir up trouble through his attempts to conquer southern Colombia until his death in 1865. The Monroe Doctrine played a role in the war between Spain and four Andean countries in 1865 when Ecuador joined Peru, Bolivia, and Chile in an alliance to prevent Spain from trying to reconquer part of its former territory. United against Spain, the Andean countries requested U.S. intervention in defense of the Monroe Doctrine. Secretary of State William Seward rejected the plea for direct intervention, arguing that Spain had abandoned its desire for territorial conquest. Nevertheless, Seward worried that if the conflict could not be settled under U.S. auspices, a super-alliance against the Spanish could be used against the United States at some future date. The war marked a significant development in U.S. Andean relations since it amounted to the first explicit request for direct U.S. intervention in internal Andean affairs. After policymakers in Washington helped to end the hostilities with an armistice signed in 1871, the Andean nations assumed that the United States was preparing to function as a peacekeeper in South America. Realizing that Monroe's words hardly constituted a binding commitment, Ecuador saw little need to appeal to Washington for protection after the U.S. Civil War. Guanopreneurs and the expansion of empire. A number of entrepreneurs and adventurers, with strong backing from the U.S. government, played a major role in expanding the involvement of the United States in South America between 1856 and 1902. Beginning in the 1840s, the U.S. government became interested in acquiring cheap fertilizer made from guano, the dried excrement of seabirds. Pressured by southern farmers faced with soils depleted by over-intensive cultivation of cotton and tobacco, the Fillmore and Pierce administrations tried to gain. Ecuador 55. Access to guano islands off the coasts of Peru and Ecuador. Congress passed the Guano Act in 1854 that enabled a U.S. citizen to apply for government protection after demonstrating continual possession of a guano island, no matter what its size. With the backing of the President of the United States and U.S. Army and Naval Forces to protect their discoveries and claims, the American guanopreneurs received individual assistance that has no parallel in the history of the United States. Foremost among the guanopreneurs were Alfred G. Benson and James W. Jennett, both energetic explorers but with little integrity in how they obtained or sold their U.S.-backed islands. The United States became interested in the Galapagos Islands, located roughly 600 miles west of the port city of Guayaquil, believing at first that the islands contained vast amounts of guano. During the 1850s, a U.S. ship captain made a deal to exploit the fertilizer with an Ecuadorian who held the rights to the islands. Once the secret deal became public knowledge, tremendous opposition developed in Ecuador. The United States was accused of trying to create a protectorate over the islands and eventually seize them outright. The Galapagos proved to be a poor source of guano, and eventually the United States lost interest in exercising control over them. The Great Guano Rush continued throughout the western coast of South America and the Caribbean, but it declined rapidly in the late 19th century. A Yankee president in the age of liberalism, the installation of Liberal Eloy Alfaro as president in 1895 marked a dramatic shift in political and economic power from Quito to Guayaquil on the coast that would last until the 1940s. Alfaro pushed ahead with economic modernization, building railroads and communication lines and encouraging foreign investment. One of his highest priorities was to join with North American capitalists to build a radial road between Quito and Guayaquil. He contracted with Archer Harmon, a railroad engineer from Virginia, to form a company that would raise $17.5 million for the railroad project. Harmon's close ties to Alfaro and the railroad angered Ecuadorian conservatives for what they claimed was a sellout to Yankee capitalists. By the time Harmon completed the railroad in 1908, he was considered the most powerful man in Ecuador and a key figure in advancing U.S. Ecuadorian relations. Unwilling to give up power, Alfaro was lynched by a once adoring Quito mob in January 1912. Ecuador and the United States during the early 20th century. By the early 20th century, Ecuadorian dictators and other incumbents were well versed in skillfully playing on American official and public. 156 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Ignorance to sustain themselves in office. For example, Ecuadorian politicians knew that U.S. policymakers wanted the Galapagos Islands as a place for naval bases. By spouting a steady stream of exaggerated tales of German and French intrigues to seize the islands, Ecuadorian officials were able to gain significant political and economic advantages. This strategy was particularly useful during times of international conflict when the United States worried about hemispheric security. As the Panama Canal neared completion, U.S. interest in the Galapagos Islands increased because many in Washington feared this strategic area might fall into the hands of another major power, thus making the new canal more difficult to protect. In order to further U.S. security interests, the United States began to negotiate with President Alfaro for a 99-year lease and a payment of $15 million to Ecuador to be spent cleaning up Guayaquil and putting its economic house in order. Alfaro welcomed a U.S. presence because payments for use of the islands would provide Ecuador with additional sources of revenue. However, when Secretary of State Philander C. Knox insisted on full and complete sovereignty over the islands during the duration of the lease, Alfaro resisted. Once the Ecuadorians learned of the negotiations, there was public outrage against Alfaro for considering the sale of national territory for private gain. Eventually he called off the negotiations. Ecuador is a good example of the obstacles Washington faced in trying to conduct relations with a country perennially on the brink of war with one of its neighbors, and a country where out-of-power politicians had already learned how to derive advantage from charging incumbents with complicity with nefarious Yankee capitalists. The desirability and consequences of foreign capital continued through World War I, when Ecuadorian politicians found it easier to turn to the awakening masses for support, blaming the local oligarchy and foreign capitalists on their sorry plight. During the 1920s, policymakers in Washington decided that national security considerations in South America could be achieved by supporting American businessmen, rather than by following the Caribbean policy of relying on the U.S. Marines. Washington diplomats thought that using economic missionaries to preach and practice the capitalist ethic would foster a middle class, instill democratic practices, and eliminate political instability. In realiter, the depressed economy and the inability to pay off foreign debts dampened foreign investment until after World War II. As a result, the negative reaction to U.S. economic penetration that was so common elsewhere in Latin America did not become an important part of Ecuadorian domestic politics. Money doctors and demagogues. The collapse of the cacao market in the 1920s sent the Ecuadorian economy into a tailspin, compounded. Ecuador 157. Politically by the increasing power of working-class organizations and the military. One of the solutions to Latin America's economic problems was the Foreign Financial Advisor, often sent on specific missions to sort out financial problems and satisfy foreign lenders that foreign debts were being paid on time. The most successful money doctor was Dr. Edwin W. Kemmerer of Princeton University, a sort of one-man international monetary fund who came to Ecuador in 1926 to 1927 with free market policy prescriptions. Armed with a bundle of suggestions including the adoption of the gold standard and the creation of central banks, Kemmerer set the stage for the dramatic increase in foreign investment that lasted until the onset of the Great Depression, when loan defaults and dictatorships returned to the region. Ecuador and the Good Neighbor Policy. President Franklin D. Roosevelt's Good Neighbor Policy, withdrawing Marines, removing the last evidence of the Protectorate era, and accepting the important principle of non-intervention, had little impact on Ecuador and the other Andean countries. The collapse of the cacao boom in the 1920s was compounded by the dramatic shrinkage of world markets during the 1930s. As political turmoil increased, Ecuador struggled to free itself of its difficulties by shifting from the golden cacao seed to bananas while restricting imports to protect infant industries. The Good Neighbor era also coincided with the rise of José María Velasco Ibarra, a fiery demagogue, who mesmerized the masses with speeches on behalf of the shoeless ones. So convinced of the power of his personalism and lofty ideals, he often said, "Give me a balcony and I will govern." Velasco proved to be a durable caudillo and opportunist. He was elected president 5 times but was overthrown 4 times by the Ecuadorian military. Ecuador's political situation did not improve after the overthrow of Velasco in 1934, as 14 different chief executives came and went over a 10-year period. Ecuador and World War II. The United States found a friendly dictator in Ecuador during the war years who proved to be extremely cooperative, allowing Washington to build a naval base on the Galapagos Islands and an air base on the Ecuadorian mainland. President Carlos Alberto Arroyo del Rio managed to stay in power throughout most of the war despite his unpopular methods of ruling and a disastrous 1941 war with Peru in which Ecuador lost some 200,000 square kilometers of territory in its Amazon region. Arroyo was not prepared for the Peruvian attack that came in July 1941, despite the 158 mounting tensions over the unsettled boundary with Peru and repeated warnings of a possible outbreak of large-scale hostilities. Peru, with an army that outnumbered Ecuador's by 3-1, pushed northward and occupied a vast tract of land occupied by Ecuador. Peru's occupation ended in 1942 when the two nations signed the Rio Protocol and Ecuador renounced its claim to territory then in the hands of the more powerful Peruvian military. The United States, Argentina, Chile, and Brazil were instrumental in establishing the terms of the agreement in which Ecuador relinquished most of the Amazonian Triangle to Peru. After the Rio Protocol was signed, and ratified by a bare plurality of the Ecuadorian legislature, the Ecuadorian government regretted having become a party to the protocol, claiming it had acted under pressure from the United States and did not plan to accept the revised frontier. Arroyo was accused of failing to defend the national honor, which was the charge of opposition forces civilian and military who removed him from power in 1944 and put the populist Velasco back in the presidency for a second time. Ecuador and the United States during the Cold War. Ecuador's banana industry. The production of bananas started much later in Ecuador than in Central America and the Caribbean. The production and marketing of bananas in Ecuador began when the United Fruit Company purchased an old cacao plantation in 1933, but the Depression years were not good for the banana business. Later, thanks to supply constraints in the other banana-producing regions due to disease and natural disasters, Ecuador replaced Costa Rica and Honduras and became the leading world banana exporter in 1951. The banana boom lasted until 1983 and helped underwrite an unprecedented 15-year period of political stability. Foreign producers of bananas like the United Fruit Company played a minor role in Ecuador's banana boom, in contrast to its monopolistic control in Honduras and Guatemala. The company's activities were confined mostly to marketing instead of the production of bananas, and its banana exports rarely exceeded 20% of Ecuador's total. Ecuador and the U.S. military. After World War II, the United States forged closer ties to Ecuador's military in an effort to coordinate military/intelligence efforts against the perceived influence of Cuba and the Soviet Union. Ecuador's armed forces are the product of assistance from the United States and Europe, both in Ecuador 159. Terms of professional training and in the acquisition of arms and equipment. Ecuador received considerable amounts of U.S. military surpluses at reduced prices, including light naval vessels and other equipment. Ecuadorian officers have been trained at the School of the Americas and in various military installations in the United States. In most cases, the military assistance was designed to preempt relations with other extra-hemispheric powers and promote internal stability as a bulwark against communism. The majority of Ecuadorian officers opposed communism, believing the ideology to be antithetical to everything the military stands for. As narco-trafficking increased early in the 1970s, U.S. troops traveled to Ecuador to engage in joint civic action programs to fight the drug war in the Andes. Tuna wars and territorial claims to the sea. After losing its outlet to the Amazon River through border conflicts with Peru, Ecuador attempted to extend its territorial rights to include sole control over the natural resources and territorial sea within 200 miles of its coastline. Ecuador joined with Chile and Peru in 1952 to formalize a 200-mile maritime zone to protect its national fishing interests in the Pacific Ocean. On the basis of this claim, a lengthy political and legal conflict started with the United States and other maritime powers over territorial claims and fishing rights. The United States particularly objected to the 200-mile claim to protect tuna and other fish, arguing in terms of traditional international law that the area beyond the 3-mile territorial sea was considered the high seas and therefore open to all. The enforcement of these claimed rights to regulate tuna fishing resulted in a series of tuna wars after Ecuador and Peru seized and fined U.S. private tuna boats during the 1950s and 1960s. The United States opposed these claims and decided to simply reimburse fishing boat captains whose boats and catch were captured and fined. The conflict was temporarily resolved in 1963 when the Kennedy administration negotiated a secret agreement with the ruling military junta in which the U.S. tuna fleet was allowed to fish in the disputed territory without penalties. However, once the secret arrangement with Ecuador's military government was discovered several years later, public and official outrage erupted and the military was accused of a traitorous act. The tuna wars intensified with the election of José María Velasco Ibarra for his fifth term in 1968. Between 1968 and 1971, Ecuador continued to seize U.S. fishing boats, which led to the suspension of military aid and arms sales to Ecuador. In retaliation, President Velasco terminated the U.S. military assistance program and the tuna wars continued. The conflicts over fishing rights reached their pinnacle in 1971 when Ecuador seized 51 U.S. tuna boats and assessed over $2.4 million in fines and fees. The folly and 160. Irony of the wars over fishing rights can be seen in the fact that the fines were paid by the U.S. government through reimbursements. The Ecuadorian Navy, made up mostly of antiquated vessels sold or given to Ecuador by the United States, got to keep 70% of all fines paid, and the majority of Ecuador's fishing fleet and tuna plants were already owned by U.S. companies. The tuna wars passed into history in the 1980s after the United States accepted the 200-mile economic zone, one of several approved at the Third United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea, 1973 to 1982. Ecuador and the Alliance for Progress. After the election of Galo Plaza Lasso, an era of cordiality developed in U.S. Ecuadorian relations that continued through the Eisenhower years. However, in 1960 Velasco Ibarra returned to the presidency with a campaign that emphasized the negative qualities of his pro-North American opponent, Galo Plaza. Unable to govern with any degree of stability, Velasco decided to turn to the communists and openly sympathized with Castro's Cuba, hoping the United States would increase the price it was willing to pay for his Cold War friendship. This strategy backfired on Velasco since the Ecuadorian military became concerned over the communist issue and staged a coup that toppled the president in late 1961. An extraordinarily gifted orator, Velasco's campaign charisma was never matched by his abilities as an administrator. His vice president, Carlos Julio Arozmena, a prominent Guayaquil banker, then took over. But he embarrassed his country with his frequent drinking bouts and favorable comments on the Cuban Revolution, provoking the military to strike again. After the military assumed full control and applauded the reformist principles of the Alliance for Progress as an antidote to communist revolution, the junta gained speedy recognition from Washington as well as $84.5 million in aid and assistance during the 3 years it remained in power. When Alliance for Progress funds dried up in the late 1960s, the military returned the presidency to civilian control under President Otto Arozmena Gómez. Arozmena reversed the cordiality of the military junta by refusing to endorse the charter of the Alliance for Progress at Punta del Este, further angering the United States. As income from banana exports declined, Ecuador experienced an oil boom that attracted U.S. companies, such as Gulf and Texaco. Both played a major role in developing the petroleum industry, which by the 1970s was Ecuador's leading exporter. Ecuador joined the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries in 1972 but left the organization in 1992 due to the high costs of membership and the dramatic drop in oil prices. Velasco Ibarra was elected to his fifth term of office in 1968, but he mistakenly believed that oil prosperity would carry him through a full term without military removal. Ecuador 161. Leon Febres Cordero and the Americanization of Ecuador. During the presidency of Leon Febres Cordero, a conservative businessman from Guayaquil, Ecuador again developed close ties with the United States. In what some called an experiment in Andean Thatcherism, Febres tried to build a special relationship with the United States by breaking diplomatic relations with Nicaragua, shrinking the size of the state and promising prompt debt repayment in order to enhance good relations with international financial institutions, permitting the presence of U.S. military forces in Ecuador, and agreeing wholeheartedly with Reagan's narco-terrorism rhetoric and strategy. President Febres also invited back the U.S.-based Summer Institute of Linguistics, a Christian missionary group engaged in translating the Bible into Indian languages and widely accused of having links to the CIA. Convinced that he could solve Ecuador's problems with an aggressive neoliberal economic strategy and the support of the Reagan administration, Febres became increasingly authoritarian in trying to force his reforms through a weakly constituted democratic system. The collapse in the price of petroleum in 1986 destroyed any cushion Febres enjoyed to implement his reforms, and a deep economic and political crisis soon gripped the country. With declining petroleum prices and charges of corruption, political ineptitude, and constitutional violations, Febres was kidnapped by forces loyal to a dismissed military figure, Frank Vargas Pazos, and held for 11 hours until he agreed to grant an amnesty for Vargas and his release from detention for inciting an earlier military rebellion. After an earthquake struck the eastern oil region in 1987, disrupting the oil pipeline, Febres was forced to forego his economic plan and focus on post-earthquake reconstruction. He was severely criticized by Ecuadorian nationalists who felt that his acceptance of some 6,000 U.S. troops to help with post-earthquake reconstruction efforts in the Amazon region was a serious affront to national sovereignty. This joint military effort with the United States, known as Operation Blazing Trails, also reawakened old fears that the United States was again seeking a military training base in Ecuador to fight the drug war in the Andes. Nevertheless, Febres completed his term in 1988, and Ecuador managed to survive 4 years of authoritarian populism, a deep economic recession, and the continual threat of another military coup. Ecuador and the United States after the Cold War. Ecuador and the war on drugs. When compared with the other Andean nations such as Colombia, Peru, and Bolivia, Ecuador is a relative island of peace in the battle against 162. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Drugs. For example, 1990 estimates of coca leaf production in Ecuador amounted to only 170 metric tons, as compared to 196,900 in Peru and 81,000 in Bolivia. Within the Andean region, Ecuador serves as a transit country for drugs moving northward from Peru and Bolivia, a location for money laundering, and an important spot for U.S. drug interdiction efforts. Ecuador's fragile political system is highly vulnerable to the influence of narco-trafficking, but its politicians have been the most willing to follow the U.S. anti-drug strategy: control, repression, and militarization designed by the State Department and controlled by U.S. government agencies. It is a strategy that has been criticized for its harmful effects on Andean societies, including the diversion of needed resources to the military, human rights abuses, and negative reactions directed at the United States. Moreover, the war on drugs has been costly to both the United States and the Andean countries, which are caught between the huge demand in the United States and the increasing power of well-organized drug mafias operating throughout the Americas. Peru-Ecuador border conflict of 1995. Peruvian troops invaded Ecuador in early 1995, and sporadic fighting continued for weeks before an emergency meeting of the Organization of American States arranged for mutual negotiations that helped resolve the differences. The guarantor nations of the 1941 Rio Protocol became the basis for negotiations, but it was several months before troops were withdrawn from the contested area. The short, undeclared war was a costly affair with over 300 casualties and an expenditure of an estimated $500 million between both nations. The high cost and intensity of the war surprised Washington and raised questions in the Clinton administration about its democracy promotion rhetoric, particularly the popular theory that democracies do not go to war against one another. After arguing over border claims since colonial times, Ecuador and Peru signed an agreement in January 1998, with May 30, 1998, as a target date for a peace treaty where Ecuador will give up its claim to the disputed land in return for permanent access to the Amazon River. With the help of the leaders of Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and the United States, both nations signed the treaty because they realized that trade and economic growth are more important than nationalist politics and war. After years of tension and war, the willingness of each party to accede to the existing peacekeeping machinery is encouraging. The perils of Ecuadorian populism. Despite the end of the Cold War and chronic political instability, Ecuador's political system continued on its shaky democratic path that began. Ecuador 163. In 1979. After seeking the presidency for years, the former mayor of Guayaquil, Abdallah Bucaram, won the presidency in July 1996 using ferocious attacks on the oligarchy and offering the masses a government for the poor. During his flamboyant campaign, Bucaram would sometimes sing with a Uruguayan rock band and frequently referred to himself as El Loco, or the Crazy One. Before long, Bucaram, the son of Lebanese immigrants, came to resemble a Hollywood caricature of a populist president. His time as mayor of Guayaquil earned his administration the nickname of Ali Abdallah and the 40 Thieves. After becoming president, Bucaram stepped back from his populist campaign and adopted economic measures to reduce the protective role of the state. His new economic policies produced painful increases in the cost of telephones, cooking gas, gasoline, and electricity that were made worse by rampant corruption and favoritism. After being bombarded with complaints about bribery and extortion by U.S. businesses in Ecuador, the U.S. ambassador to Ecuador, Leslie Alexander, warned in January 1997 about the pervasive corruption gripping the country. The public might have put up with the corruption Bucaram's stock in trade, but his austerity measures led to a general strike and days of angry protest that led the Ecuadorian Congress to remove him on charges of mental incompetence in February 1997. After just 6 months in office, Bucaram and his political cronies were reported to have made off with at least $80 million, according to charges made by a corruption commission appointed by Fabian Alarcon, the head of the legislature who succeeded Bucaram. With bags of cash in hand, Bucaram left for Panama, where he remains in self-imposed exile. He claims that he is still president and that his removal for mental incompetence was an illegal coup by Congress and the military. While the 1997 episode to remove Bucaram seemed comic opera in its response to a constitutional crisis, The outcome did not require either military intervention from the United States or a coup led by Ecuadorian forces. Conclusion. U.S. Ecuadorian relations have experienced periods of friendship and cordiality along with times of tension. Although the nation was never a high priority for U.S. policymakers, the United States has targeted Ecuador because of its economic and security interests. The historic involvement of the United States in Ecuadorian affairs has been a source of irritation and belligerent nationalism. Yet at the same time, Ecuador's politicians have often made opportunistic use of U.S. involvement to increase their popular political support at home and divert attention away from corruption, repression of opposition groups. 164. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine and the negative economic effects of inefficient administrations, a mainstay of Ecuadorian politics. Since World War II, Ecuador has put more emphasis on inter-American organizations for the peaceful settlement of controversies than relying on Washington's mediation efforts. Salvadoran independence from Spain is achieved. El Salvador requests annexation with United States. Central American unity ends. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. Maximiliano Hernández Martínez rules as dictator. Peasant uprising leads to massacre of 30,000 civilians by government troops. President Hernández Martínez resigns from office. Central American Defense Council is established. Soccer war. Reformist military officers take power. Civilian progressives resign from junta. Archbishop Oscar Romero is assassinated. José Napoleón Duarte assumes control of junta and later replaces Colonel Maginot as president. Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front is established. 55 U.S. military advisors travel to El Salvador. El Salvador ranks as third largest recipient of U.S. aid. Kissinger Commission report calls for increased aid to El Salvador. Duarte's election ends longest period of uninterrupted military rule in Latin America. 166. 1987 Frente Farabundo Martí de Liberación Nacional attacks major military base, killing 2 Americans, including a CIA agent and a military advisor. 1989 Alfredo Cristiani is elected president. FMLN launches major offensive. 1990 UN creates observer group in El Salvador to assist with peacemaking efforts. 1992 UN and Arena government sign peace accord. 1993 Unappointed Truth Commission is established. Clinton administration suspends military aid. 1994 Armando Calderón Sol is elected president. 1997 FMLN wins in local and parliamentary elections. 1998 members of National Guard convicted of killing U.S. nuns in 1980 admit from prison they only acted on orders from above. Introduction. Since the early 19th century, El Salvador has suffered from chronic internal strife, long periods of military rule often in alliance with a small oligarchy of wealthy coffee growers, and a 12-year span of intense U.S. involvement in a civil war beginning in 1979. Before peace could be attained in the 1990s, the bloody conflict left 75,000 people dead, crippled the nation, caused over 1 million Salvadorans to leave their country, and drew the United States into one of its longest Cold War paramilitary and military assistance efforts. Washington invested close to $6 billion to support military-dominated governments, fearful that another revolutionary Nicaragua would emerge if several moderate and pro-Cuban groups came to power. Until a peace agreement was reached between the government and leftist insurgents in 1991, arrogance and miscalculation characterized American policymakers who deliberately turned a blind eye to the use of state-sanctioned terrorism against Marxist guerrillas, their supporters, and suspected sympathizers. El Salvador is the smallest mainland country in Latin America and the only Central American country without a port on the Caribbean coast. Thus, it has no easy access to the major markets in the United States and Europe. With the highest population density of any country in the Americas, El Salvador has had to face demands for land ownership, resistance from wealthy European-descended whites, and border wars with its neighbors, Guatemala and Honduras. Racism against Indians and lower-class mestizos has been used by the ruling families to maintain an obedient labor force and control the hunger for land. A common strategy of the country's ruling elites has been to allow El Salvador 167. The killing of Indians, from the 1930s on, Indian equals communist was used to justify the suppression of demands for land reform and social justice. El Salvador was the site of the first communist uprising in the Americas in 1932, but the response from the government troops was a slaughter of close to 30,000 peasants, 4% of the population at the time. Throughout the 20th century, El Salvador has been ruled by a military oligarchical alliance with an intense dislike of social movements in favor of reform. Extremely wealthy landholders and traders known as the oligarchy or the 14 families and the military have controlled economic and political life. From 1931 until 1986, El Salvador experienced the longest period of uninterrupted military rule anywhere in Latin America. During the Cold War, the United States was instrumental in forming an alliance with the Salvadoran military designed to protect the Central American region against communism and, after 1980, the chance to win a military victory in the wake of the defeat in Vietnam and the failure to prevent the Nicaraguan Revolution. El Salvador and the United States during the 19th century. The United States and Salvadoran independence. At the time of independence in 1821, El Salvador was part of the Spanish colonial province of Guatemala, which also included Nicaragua, Honduras, and Costa Rica. Once the yoke of Spanish colonialism was gone, some of the Central American states decided to join the Empire of Mexico. El Salvador's resistance was so strong that Mexico felt it had to incorporate El Salvador by force of arms. However, the fall of Emperor Agustín de Iturbide came before the plan could be fully implemented, and the 5 Central American states were once more left in a kind of political limbo. To remedy this unstable situation, El Salvador passed an act annexing itself to the United States and sent several representatives to negotiate with the Monroe administration on the proposal, but the request was denied and El Salvador soon became part of the United Provinces of Central America in 1823. The Central American Federation proved unworkable. Political factions clashed both within each province and across provincial boundaries, and it ended in 1838. After the disintegration of the Federation, El Salvador was ruled by a string of harsh civilian or military dictatorships that kept a tight lid on social protest and any form of rebellion. International competition for building railroads and a future canal in Central America inevitably brought clashes between the United States and the British after 1850. After signing the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, the United States sent Ephraim G. Squire, a journalist and diplomat from New York. 168. To Central America to discuss American efforts to build railroads and the possibility of an interoceanic canal in Nicaragua. In a note of concern to El Salvador's Minister of Foreign Relations, Squire stated that some form of political consolidation among the Central American states would be necessary against the encroachments of foreign and unfriendly governments. About the same time, the Nicaraguan minister to London asked the U.S. minister whether El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua might be admitted to the Union, or if this was not possible, then they would accept some form of protection from foreign intervention. President Franklin Pierce turned down the request, but El Salvador and some of its neighbors apparently felt that annexation to the United States was preferable to any purported protection from extra-hemispheric powers offered by the Monroe Doctrine. El Salvador and the United States during the early 20th century. By the early 20th century, the United States had created a system of protectorates, or client states, in Central America. European rivals gradually retreated, leaving Central America under the thumb of the United States. In response, Central American governments found it convenient to accept U.S. dominance while seeking concessions that would serve their needs. Throughout the 20th century, the strategy of accommodation strengthened elite resistance to social and political change, and it increased the level of U.S. supervision and assistance once a revolution had started. The United States, Central American conflicts, and World War I. Between 1890 and World War I, the Central American republics quarreled constantly, often provoking military intervention and financial meddling by the United States. In what came to be known as the Roosevelt Corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, the United States assumed greater responsibility for unilateral peacemaking and conflict resolution. In 1906, El Salvador revived simmering conflicts by lending its support to rebels in neighboring Guatemala seeking to overthrow the pro-US regime of Manuel Estrada Cabrera. After Estrada defeated the rebels and threatened retaliation, Honduras offered its assistance to El Salvador. In an effort to resolve the dispute, the United States persuaded Mexico and Costa Rica to jointly sponsor peace talks aboard a U.S. vessel. At first the five republics signed an agreement to end hostilities and refrain from aiding rebels seeking to overthrow other governments, but the agreements were short-lived and cross-border hostilities continued. In the following year the United States and Mexico invited the warring parties to a conference in Washington in, well, look who's back, Mr. International Law order to develop some mechanisms that would reduce the regional hostilities. The Washington Conference accepted the Tobar Doctrine of not recognizing unconstitutional governments and created the Central American Court of Justice. However, when the court rendered verdicts in 1912 and 1916 that challenged the legality of U.S. intervention in and agreements with Nicaragua, the United States ignored the decision. After it became evident that it was impossible to enforce the actions of the court, it ceased to exist in 1918. After decades of U.S. intervention in the Caribbean area, efforts by Washington to create a united American front against the Central Powers during World War I failed. El Salvador, along with Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Paraguay, and Venezuela, maintained neutrality toward the war effort and diplomatic relations toward Germany. Despite the inability to achieve hemispheric solidarity, World War I removed all potential threats to U.S. strategic and political dominance in Central America. So complete was U.S. dominance after World War I, according to John Coatsworth, that the cost-conscious Republican administrations controlling the White House from 1921 to 1933 became increasingly anxious to end the U.S. occupations of Nicaragua, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. 170. Washington also faced opposition to its interventionism by anti-imperialists in the United States weary of dollar diplomacy and military occupation. Sandino's rebellion against U.S. forces in Nicaragua challenged the hegemony of the United States and paved the way for the good neighbor policy, beginning with the Warren G. Harding administration in the 1920s. Peasant massacres and the rise of the Salvadoran military. The Great Depression brought a sharp reduction in coffee prices to El Salvador and worsened social tensions, despite the completion of an important railroad connecting El Salvador with Guatemala. After a coup d'état led by a handful of young officers removed the regime of Arturo Araujo in late 1931, the military named Vice President Maximiliano Hernández Martínez to succeed him. The United States suspended diplomatic relations, citing earlier guidelines for recognizing extra-constitutional governments. Salvadorans interpreted this as another form of Yankee imperialism, and relations were not resumed until the beginning of Roosevelt's good neighbor policy in 1933. In January 1932 a peasant revolt erupted in El Salvador that was quickly repressed. The government blamed the Young Communist Party of El Salvador, which had participated in the revolt under the leadership of Agustin Farabundo Martí, as the source of every atrocity that occurred. Martí was a leftist known for his radical activities, influenced by his readings in socialist and Marxist-Leninist thought. He joined the forces of Augusto César Sandino, who was fighting U.S. forces in Nicaragua, and followed Sandino into exile in Mexico in 1929. The two men separated over ideological differences. Sandino was more interested in national independence and moral regeneration than in Martí's idea of a social revolution, and Martí returned to El Salvador in 1930, where he was jailed for his labor organizing and propaganda activities among the peasants. Having concluded that Martínez was not interested in allowing the Communist Party of El Salvador to participate in elections or hold office through legal means, Martí called for simultaneous uprisings against the government. The insurrection was unorganized and poorly coordinated and was met with a swift and bloody response. After several captured towns were taken by security forces, the massacre started. Anyone in Indian dress, anyone running from the security forces was fair game. When the carnage was over, 30,000 people were dead. Marty and several students were tried by a military tribunal and then shot. The bloody revolt, and the involvement of communists, made the other Central American governments and their upper classes quake with fear of a possible contagion effect. In the aftermath of the massacre, General Martinez had no trouble justifying El Salvador the righteousness of his course of action by telling critics that it is a greater crime to kill an ant than a man, for when a man dies he becomes reincarnated, while an ant dies forever. General Martinez rejected the services of the Special Service Squadron, American warships waiting offshore to assist native governments with the unpleasant task of keeping order. The 1932 revolt set back the leftist cause in El Salvador for decades, but it offered lessons for future revolutionaries. The Salvadoran military's success in putting down a communist revolt bolstered its reputation among the coffee oligarchy, and from 1932 onward it played a major role in the nation's political life. El Salvador and the United States during the Cold War. El Salvador and the overthrow of Arbenz in Guatemala. After the fall of Guatemalan dictator Jorge Ubico in 1944, Guatemala became a refuge for Salvadoran communists committed to the reform efforts initiated by Juan José Arevalo and Jacobo Arbenz. By 1953 things had reversed, with conservative Guatemalan exiles residing in El Salvador rather than subjecting themselves to a communist regime next door. In 1950, Major Oscar Osorio, a young military officer, won carefully orchestrated elections in El Salvador and then proceeded to implement a revolution in which he enacted mild reforms. At first sympathetic to Arbenz, in 1952 Osorio launched an anti-communist crusade and began to repress the Salvadoran labor movement. As Guatemala battled with the United States during the final months before the CIA-backed invasion against Arbenz in 1954, President Osorio remained aloof, apparently content to watch the ugly spectacle from the sidelines rather than spare his country the humiliation that Honduras had to endure. Arbenz's Guatemala was not a threat to El Salvador because of the communist influence in his government. The danger posed by his agrarian reform rested in its power as a propaganda weapon against the wealth of the oligarchy and U.S. investors. The United States and the Salvadoran military. During the 1930s, the United States began to solidify its relationship with Latin American military officers by providing military equipment, training courses, and the standardization of equipment along U.S. lines. This arrangement made it possible for U.S. military planners to influence military doctrine and American foreign policy. After World War II, the United States attempted to fit Latin America into its anti-communist orientation by courting the military at the expense of human rights and democracy. The State. 172. Department's expert on Soviet affairs, George Kennan, helped to outline the contours of the Cold War Latin American policy of the United States by indicating that it was not shameful to use harsh methods to repress communists because they were essentially traitors and Latin American democratic governments often too weak to resist the virus of communism. To build Latin American armed forces under closer U.S. supervision, Congress passed the Military Defense Assistance Act in 1951. Funding increased and counterinsurgency warfare training expanded at the Panama Canal Zone School of the Americas. During the 1950s and 1960s, U.S. policy toward Central America became increasingly militarized and allied with the Central Intelligence Agency. After the Cuban Revolution, the Kennedy administration sent a vastly increased number of military advisors, police training missions, and CIA agents to Central America. Officers from throughout Central America formed friendships with U.S. military figures and shared intelligence information on suspected subversives. The Kennedy administration also tried to improve the image of military establishments that had acquired reputations for coup-making, corruption, and human rights violations by having the military engage in civic action programs. In 1963, the Central American Defense Council was created to formalize military cooperation among the high commands of El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Panama and Costa Rica did not become members. The heavy hand of the Pentagon was evident in Condeca's joint military maneuvers against a potential invasion from the Caribbean and its emphasis on creating a military bulwark against communism and threats from insurgents and guerrillas. Condeca's promise as a regional organization was severely undermined by the 1969 soccer war, in which U.S. trained soldiers and officers from El Salvador and Honduras engaged in fighting each other, not defending their countries against a communist assault. Condeca sank into remission until Honduran General Alvarez took the initiative to revive the organization in the early 1980s as a mechanism to set in motion a joint invasion of Nicaragua. Hundreds of U.S. Army soldiers, mostly Green Berets, served as military advisors in El Salvador beginning in the 1980s, lasting until a 1992 peace accord was signed by leftist guerrillas and the government. According to the U.S. Army, 22 Americans died helping the Salvadoran army fight Marxist insurgents and other opponents of the regime during the Civil War. Because the United States armed and financed the army, whose human rights abuses resulted in many Salvadorans going into exile, few of them were able to obtain the refugee status granted to Cubans, Vietnamese, Kuwaitis, and others at various times during the Cold War. El Salvador 173. El Salvador and the Alliance for Progress. El Salvador became the pride of Kennedy's Alliance for Progress. It received more alliance aid than any other Central American country between 1961 and 1965. U.S. support for military strongmen in El Salvador seemed to be the best antidote to communist threats and controversial reforms. With military force used to provide political peace, U.S. investment in El Salvador increased significantly during the 1960s, contributing to one of the highest economic growth rates in the mid-1960s. At first the Salvadoran oligarchs hated the alliance, calling it a socialist experiment inspired by communists. Later, wealthy Salvadorans learned to turn Alliance for Progress funding into healthy profits and keep control of the new industries generating the wealth. The efforts to diversify its export base had disastrous results for El Salvador, as land under cultivation for food decreased while land used for coffee cultivation increased. By the time of the soccer war in 1969, hundreds of thousands of Salvadorans had fled to Honduras in search of land, food, and work. Human rights and the Carter administration. When Jimmy Carter became president in 1977, he significantly altered the direction of Central American policy by supporting the pursuit of human rights. In an attempt to distance his administration from the more repressive elements in El Salvador, Carter viewed the coup by reformist military officers in late 1979 as a key event that figured well for an improved relationship. Carter was not always successful in his human rights efforts, but he seemed serious in his rhetoric and made determined efforts to integrate human rights into the normal conduct of American foreign policy. Nevertheless, Carter's human rights policies provoked considerable controversy in Washington and throughout Latin America. The former governor of California, Ronald Reagan, and congressional critics argued that Carter's human rights policy in Central America was a misguided sacrifice of real U.S. interests in the region. Once he was elected president, Ronald Reagan embarked on an aggressive public campaign to reverse Carter's human rights efforts. El Salvador and the Reagan administration. El Salvador became the public focus of the battle over human rights policy in the 1980s, with the U.S. Congress as the central battleground. When asked on Meet the Press in March 1981 if he thought leftist guerrillas in El Salvador were in control of or being dominated by communists, Secretary of State Alexander Haig Jr. answered, "There's no question about." 174. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. TD like to demonstrate the advantages of a free market economy. That, the command and control of communications, has been implanted in El Salvador, which manipulates the rebel activity. It is centralized outside of El Salvador. As the human rights situation in Central America worsened, the legislative battle resulted in a legal requirement that the president certify human rights progress in El Salvador prior to the release of U.S. assistance. The Reagan administration countered by ignoring the facts of massive human rights violations in El Salvador in its certifications, and by fighting to weaken any further legislation. Despite the strains in applying international human rights standards to Central America, by the end of the Reagan administration there remained considerable bipartisan support in Congress and from the general public of the importance of human rights to American foreign policy. In a report from the Arms Control and Foreign Policy Caucus entitled Bankrolling Failure in late 1987, Congress concluded that the military solution to the Civil War the Reagan administration was pursuing was both unsuccessful and unworkable. The U.S. media struggled to expose the lies and deceptions about El Salvador from an administration determined to define El Salvador in terms of a simple East-West struggle, but press reports often had little effect in reversing policy. While the goal of the Carter administration had been to snuff the life out of the Monroe Doctrine, the Reagan administration retrieved the Doc. El Salvador 15. Trine from the diplomatic closet and tried to apply it to El Salvador in an effort to score a victory against the guerrilla insurgency of the Frente Farabundo Martí de Liberación Nacional and its allied groups. In offering huge amounts of military and economic assistance to El Salvador, a harsh and repressive regime fighting a leftist insurgency with support from governments outside the hemisphere, the Reagan administration applied the Kennan corollary to the Monroe Doctrine and paid little attention to the absence of democracy and gross human rights violations. Robert E. White, appointed U.S. ambassador to El Salvador by the Carter administration as a symbol of the importance of human rights, was openly critical of the Salvadoran government and its allied death squads. However, 10 days after Reagan's inauguration, White was fired for not following the new party line. Other diplomatic holdovers from the Carter years suffered the same fate, frequently being pressured to leave careers in the Foreign Service for expressing doubts about Reagan's Central American policy. According to some of President Reagan's supporters, the Monroe Doctrine justified the president's war in Central America. In 1981, former President Richard Nixon invoked the Monroe Doctrine to support U.S. military action in El Salvador. Senator Stephen Sims of Idaho proposed a joint resolution in Congress that reinstituted the Monroe Doctrine by asserting its authority to protect the Western Hemisphere from Marxism-Leninism. It passed both houses of Congress by overwhelming majorities in 1982. 1 year later, conservative Howard Phillips asserted that any attempt to negotiate with communists in the Western Hemisphere constituted a violation of the Monroe Doctrine. El Salvador and the Kissinger Commission report. After a quick fact-finding trip to Central America in 1983, the bipartisan Kissinger Commission found the brutality of civil war in El Salvador beyond belief. Government-associated death squads had killed at least 1,300 people during the previous year without any murder convictions. When the Commission issued its report on Central America in 1984, revolutions were considered to be the result of hostile outside forces. Cuba, backed by the Soviet Union working through Nicaragua, and El Salvador was considered to be one of the victims of this strategy. Therefore, the Commission recommended significantly increased levels of military aid and counterinsurgency capabilities for the Salvadoran government. Although the Commission recommended that increased military aid should be contingent on demonstrated progress toward free elections and termination of the activities of the death squads, during the Reagan administration not a single military officer was convicted for the tens of thousands of death squad murders and other crimes. In the case of El Salvador, Washington unwittingly hastened the death of the Monroe Doctrine by associating it with 176 torture, death squads, and the very denial of democratic ideals that the original doctrine honored and vowed to protect. Eventually Presidents Reagan and Bush put pressure on the Salvadoran government to give up its repressive tactics and disregard for human rights, and they encouraged the United Nations to take an active role in negotiating a peaceful solution to a conflict that had been so costly and misunderstood. Major Blowtorch and the Death Squads. Between 1979 and 1985, almost 40,000 people were murdered by right-wing death squads in El Salvador. The most notorious symbol of Salvador's death squads during this period was Roberto Dogwison, a former military figure known as Major Blowtorch because of his zeal as a torturer during the time he headed the National Guard's intelligence office. Dogwison was the product of Salvadoran military academies and a Hall of Fame graduate of the U.S. Army School of the Americas in Panama. in each case receiving instruction from U.S. military officers in Cold War doctrine. A cunning and charismatic figure, D'Aubuisson became the leader of the Salvadoran death squads, an alliance between far-right military officers and the oligarchy, until his death in 1992. Documents that were uncovered in the early 1980s indicate he ordered the assassination of Archbishop Oscar Arnulfo Romero in March 1980 and had a hand in the rape and murder of 3 American nuns and a lay worker, and the murders of 2 American land reform advisors and the head of Salvador's land reform program. To the disbelief of many critics, the Reagan administration claimed not to be able to determine who was behind the killings, even though D'Aubuisson often used national television to denounce teachers, students, union organizers, and politicians as communists. Within a matter of days their mutilated bodies would be discovered in one of El Salvador's many killing fields. He denied the existence of the massacre of the villagers of El Mazote, carried out by the elite U.S. trained at Les Satel Battalion in 1981. Although the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador and top officials in the Reagan administration had clear evidence of D'Aubuisson's involvement in death squad activities, no overt move was made to curb the death squads or cut off U.S. assistance. D'Aubuisson thrived because top officials in Washington feared a communist takeover in El Salvador and were willing to look the other way as long as communists were being killed. The responsibility for this misguided policy of Cold War indifference to violence and terrorism began with President Reagan and included William Casey, Judge William Clark, Alexander Haig Jr., George Bush, Gene Kirkpatrick, Jesse Helms, and his congressional staff, and Lt. Col. Oliver North. The carnage that was left in El Salvador as a result of the Civil War was as much an American tragedy as it was a reflection of a society torn by past patterns of injustice and oligarchic domination. El Salvador and the United States after the Cold War. As the last U.S. president during the Cold War, George Bush recognized the importance of human rights in foreign policy, especially in places like El Salvador. Convinced that the United States was no longer threatened by Soviet-Cuban proxies in El Salvador, Bush increased pressure on El Salvador to improve its human rights record, particularly after the events of late 1989 that contributed to the assassination by death squad of 6 Jesuit priests. To begin the search for peace, President Alfredo Cristiani was pressured to negotiate with the FMLN rebels. After a period of tension and prodding, a peace agreement was reached between the Arena government and the FMLN in December 1991. This promised to put an end to Salvador's long war. The agony of demilitarization, accountability, and democratization under United Nations supervision, the Salvadoran government struggled to reduce the size of its bloated armed forces, and the FMLN rebels made strides in disbanding its forces so as to reconstitute itself as an opposition political party. Efforts to bring to justice the perpetrators of the thousands of murders and other human rights violations of the past decade were less successful. In 1993, a UN Truth Commission report condemned top military and government officials for a good part of the brutal war, and by implication the policies of the Reagan administration that had strengthened and sustained them over a 10-year period. 5 years after the long Civil War, and after more than $670 million in U.S. assistance to rebuild the country, many jobless former combatants have turned to drug trafficking and other criminal activity as a means of economic survival. In 1998, all 4 of the Salvadoran National Guardsmen convicted of killing the U.S. nuns in 1980 admitted from prison that they acted only after receiving orders from their superiors. Although the Truth Commission found that 2 National Guard officers had organized a cover-up of military complicity in the killing, both men have been granted residence in the United States and currently live in Florida. The U.S. State Department continues to maintain that the killers acted on their own and is apparently unable to explain the circumstances under which the 2 Salvadoran generals were allowed the right of residence in the United States. El Salvador has made a remarkable transition from destruction and disarray during the 1980s to peaceful efforts at economic integration and political reconciliation. With peace and trade liberalization in the air, El Salvador's economy has been growing at an average annual rate of 6.178%. With the help of consultant Michael Porter, a Harvard professor of economics, El Salvador is engaged in reforms designed to deregulate and attract foreign investment, and other economic innovations. To reach the global market, El Salvador's new economy has spawned sweatshops that contribute to an overworked and underpaid labor force. Efforts to humanize some of the recent economic reforms have led to significant political gains by the leftist FMLN, now a legal political party. In 1997 it won San Salvador's municipal elections and now represents over half of El Salvador's urban dwellers. Conclusion: U.S. involvement in El Salvador has often been the result of domestic crises that were perceived as requiring military intervention or other forms of assistance. Despite its small size and vulnerability, El Salvador was never occupied by U.S. military forces and was largely ignored by Washington until 1960. Nevertheless, today the United States is the dominant external power in El Salvador, even though at times it has been unsuccessful in preventing the emergence of social and political forces hostile to its interests. The United States failed to obtain the military defeat of the Salvadoran guerrillas, despite the expenditure of vast amounts of resources on the U.S.-backed Salvadoran armed forces. The recent peace agreement reached with the assistance of the United Nations and the OAS would have been next to impossible during the Cold War. By the end of the Cold War, the United States had little choice but to accept the former guerrillas as a legitimate political force and welcome the role of international organizations to reach a peaceful solution. Unfortunately, to reach this point Washington had to spend over $6 billion and administer 10 years of misguided policy making in a failed effort to defeat the Salvadoran guerrilla forces. Grenada becomes a crown colony. Eric Gary organizes poor agricultural laborers and a political party. Gary dominates Grenadian politics. New Jewel movement is founded by Maurice Bishop and Kendrick Radix. Grenada achieves independence from Britain. Prime Minister Gary is removed in bloodless coup. Revolutionary government of Maurice Bishop introduces socialist programs. Diplomatic relations are established between Grenada and Cuba. Concern arises over communist expansion in Grenada. Bishop is removed in a coup, then is assassinated. U.S. military forces invade Grenada. Pro-U.S. leader wins first post-revolutionary election. U.S. troops leave Grenada. Economic aid is terminated in 1986. Grenada opposes U.S. proposal to construct a military base on the island. Introduction. Until its independence from Britain in 1974, Grenada, the southernmost of the Windward Islands in the West Indies, was of little interest to the United States. It served as a colony of France until the end of the 18th 182, the legacy of the Monroe Doctrine century, and then experienced a long period of British rule. Despite its small size, limited resources, and emotional and economic dependence on other nations, Grenada did have geostrategic importance for Britain and France as they quarreled for possession of the island. As one of the least developed microstates in the Caribbean basin, Grenada struggled with an agriculturally based economy that was dependent on the export of sugar, bananas, cacao, and nutmeg. Slavery was the institution that best served the colonies, and it was responsible for the large African influence in the Caribbean. Although the United States relied on its European allies to maintain security in their Caribbean colonies up through World War II, the advent of the Cold War and British efforts to disengage with dignity from the Caribbean territories heightened Washington's concern in the region. After a bloodless coup removed the corrupt and mismanaged government of Eric Gary in 1979 and replaced it with a revolutionary one with a socialist orientation, U.S. interest in Grenada expanded dramatically. With the establishment of a People's Revolutionary Government under the leadership of Maurice Bishop, the United States, first under President Carter and then under President Reagan, became concerned about Grenada's radical foreign policy, which included close ties with several communist countries. Although the Carter administration was concerned about the revolution in Grenada, it only applied economic and political pressure on the new government. After several years of tension and bitterness over the threat of Bishop's revolution in Grenada, the Reagan administration used military force to overthrow the People's Revolutionary Government in 1983, a move that some people in Washington felt reflected the spirit of the Monroe Doctrine. After the U.S. invasion, Washington quickly forgot Grenada after producing a pro-U.S. leader backed with large amounts of economic assistance. The United States now had little to fear that Grenada would serve as an outpost of some extra-hemispheric power, help to spread revolution throughout the region as another Cuba, or upset the strategic balance between the United States and the Soviet Union. Grenada during the 19th century. During the 19th century, Grenada remained a colony of European powers, first by the French and then by over 200 years of British colonial rule. The colonial experience resulted in the importation of African slaves and European culture. This eventually led to numerous rebellions and insurrections that required military power to crush. The French and British engaged in a tug-of-war with Grenada until it was restored to British control in 1783. Under the British, slavery increased and efforts were made to suppress the Roman Catholic faith introduced earlier by the French. As the condition of Grenadian slaves worsened toward the end of the 18th century, rebellions increased and soon became slave insur. Grenada 183. Wrecked ions. The most serious occurred in 1795 when Julian Fidon, a Grenadian mulatto, led a slave insurrection in hopes of restoring French rule. It took the British 15 months to end the revolt, but foreign domination continued to influence economic and political life on the island. When slavery was abolished in 1838, largely the result of economic competition from larger sugar producers in the Caribbean, Grenada's plantation owners shifted from sugar production to spices, particularly nutmeg and cacao. European domination throughout the Caribbean in the 19th century set the stage for the revolutionary upheavals that became more frequent in the 20th century. By the time Grenada became a crown colony of the British in 1877, commercial activities had created a native bourgeoisie that opposed the domination of the island's economic and political life by the British Crown and local plantocracy, or ruling planter class. Anglo-American relations and the Monroe Doctrine. When Spain's King Ferdinand VII suggested in 1823 that the major European powers help restore his throne and American colonies, both the United States and Britain became alarmed. In a prelude to the Monroe Doctrine, British Foreign Secretary George Canning suggested a joint Anglo-American statement that Spanish-American territories were closed to future colonization. Although President Monroe was impressed with the proposal, John Quincy Adams, his Secretary of State, opposed the offer, claiming that America's best interests lay in a unilateral pronouncement of the legitimacy of Latin American independence. Monroe's message to Congress in late 1823 rejected Canning's overture, but it contained important implications for Anglo-American relations throughout the rest of the 19th century. Monroe's warning to European monarchies was enforceable only by the British Navy. The United States would have to wait until the 1890s to put teeth into the Monroe Doctrine. By 1901 the British had signed several treaties with the United States that in effect conceded naval and military supremacy to Washington in Central America and the Caribbean. Grenada and the United States. During the early 20th century, after the Spanish-American War in 1898 and the creation of Panama in 1903, commercial and security interests in the Caribbean became more important to the United States. To consolidate its power in the Spanish and French-speaking Caribbean after 1900, the United States established protectorates, intervened and occupied several countries, and applied diplomatic non-recognition and other forms of coercion to protect its interests. To help protect the Panama Canal's Atlantic approaches, the United States 184 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Purchased the Danish Virgin Islands in 1914, and during the 1930s the Franklin D. Roosevelt administration considered annexing the English-speaking British colonies in the Lesser Antilles. In the Anglo-American Agreement of 1940, the United States traded 50 warships to the Royal Navy for the construction and operation of a string of U.S. Air Force bases from the Bahamas to Trinidad and British Guyana. In addition to the strategic value of the British Caribbean, substantial amounts of war-related raw materials such as oil and bauxite constituted other reasons to control shipping lanes from Venezuela to the United States. After World War II, the United States relied on its European allies to maintain security in their colonies. The one exception was British Guiana. In 1964 there was Anglo-American collaboration to remove the Marxist regime of Chetty Jugun, followed by electoral manipulation to ensure the accession to power of Forbes Burnham, a more suitable ally for Washington during the Cold War and the rising tensions in the Caribbean in the aftermath of the Cuban Revolution. Grenada and the United States during the Cold War. The rise of power of Eric Gary. Grenada's transition from colony to island self-rule is rooted in labor politics and the charisma of Eric Gary, who dominated the political scene through his organization and leadership of poor agricultural workers. Born into a poor family in 1922, Gary developed populist ideas and programs through observing the conflicts between the extreme poverty of poor workers and the wealth of economic and political elites on the island. In 1950 he organized the Grenada Manual and Metal Workers Union and founded the Grenada United Labour Party in an effort to mobilize agricultural laborers. By leading violent strikes and demonstrations, Gary was able to wring wage concessions from wealthy landowners and soon became a key figure in achieving independence from the British. Although he positioned himself as a champion of the dispossessed, Gary soon gravitated toward enriching himself and ruling in a corrupt and authoritarian manner. Prior to independence, Gary was repeatedly censured for squandermania, condemned for using his security forces to murder and brutalize his opposition, and criticized for his generally incompetent administration. Furthermore, he humiliated Grenadians by claiming that God had anointed him to rule and by giving lectures at the United Nations and other international organizations about the need for psychic research and the investigation of flying saucers. After becoming Grenada's first prime minister on achieving independence in 1974, Eric Gary became even more repressive and autocratic, generating Grenada 185. Further opposition on the island and general condemnation throughout the Caribbean. However, since Gary's government was pro-Western in its foreign policy, the United States ignored the human rights abuses and absence of democracy in Grenada. According to Gaddis Smith, he proclaimed his anti-communism, caused no trouble for the United States, and admired the Pinochet regime in Chile. The greatest challenge to Garyism came from Maurice Bishop and Kendrick Radix after they founded the New Jewel movement, a leftist party with a large membership base in 1973 to counter the Gary dictatorship. Bishop, 22 years younger than Gary, was a gifted politician who clashed with Gary's security forces and competed for the same working-class constituents. Trained in law in England, Bishop soon impressed Grenadians with his ability to articulate the needs and concerns of the average person. Bishop was elected to the Grenadian Parliament in 1976 and became the prime mover in the opposition to put an end to the Gary dictatorship. The Grenadian Revolution, 1979 to 1983. Problems with Grenada's agriculturally based economy and the corrupt and repressive nature of Gary's government served as the catalyst for the nearly bloodless coup that toppled the Gary regime. On March 13, 1979, while Prime Minister Gary was on a visit to New York City, members of the New Jewel movement seized power, suspended the Independence Constitution, and established a People's Revolutionary Government under the leadership of Maurice Bishop and his deputy Prime Minister, Bernard Cord, a self-proclaimed Marxist. A joyous crowd sang in celebration of the end of Gary, "Freedom come, Gary go, Gary gone with UFO." Although the new government assured everyone of its moderate and constitutional goals, the coup that brought the PRG government to power was the first unconstitutional change of government in the English-speaking Caribbean and produced unprecedented tensions throughout the region. The Carter administration recognized the Bishop government despite its socialist orientation and the fact that it had overthrown an elected government. However, shortly after securing recognition, the PRG shifted to a more radical foreign policy that included diplomatic and economic ties with the Soviet Union, other Eastern Bloc countries, and Castro's Cuba. Growing military relations with Cuba brought a message of concern from the American ambassador, Frank Ortiz, but this backfired when Prime Minister Bishop publicly denounced the United States for meddling in Grenada's affairs. A few days later, Bishop criticized U.S. efforts to dictate Grenadian foreign relations, and he went on to say, "We are not in anybody's backyard, an effort to defuse the symbolism of the Monroe Doctrine that portrayed the United States as the natural protector of the hemisphere. Rather than confront the PRG head-on, the Carter administration decided. 186 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. To assist the democratic governments in the Caribbean region in matters concerning economic development and regional security, while at the same time withholding aid and rejecting overtures for better relations from the Bishop administration. After Ronald Reagan became president in 1981, Bishop's Grenada became an outcast state to U.S. policymakers, part of the growing perception of communist expansion in the Caribbean. Tensions increased with the knowledge that Grenada had brought in Cuban military advisors and that Cuban construction crews were building a long runway at the international airport, ostensibly to assist the local economy by expanding the tourist trade. The Reagan administration exerted added pressure on the island by refusing to accept the credentials of the country's ambassador to the United States and deliberately excluded Grenada and Nicaragua from economic assistance programs such as the Caribbean Basin Initiative, a preferential trade program with political overtones. Prime Minister Bishop charged the United States with intentions of invading his island, and President Reagan countered with additional anti-communist charges. On a trip to Barbados in 1982, Reagan declared that Grenada had teamed up with Cuba, the Soviet Union, and Nicaragua to spread the virus of international communism among its Caribbean neighbors. In a March 1983 speech announcing the Strategic Defense Initiative, President Reagan linked the construction of the Point Salines Airport's new runway to the security of the United States, claiming that it was intended to enhance global military goals of the Soviet Union and Cuba. Operation Urgent Fury. Tensions continued to mount inside Grenada as the PRG government continued down its revolutionary path. By late 1983, a split in the Central Committee of the PRG resulted in the arrest and imprisonment of Prime Minister Bishop and his closest followers, followed by their execution and a declaration of martial law by the hardline faction. The execution of Bishop and his supporters prompted discussion among the United States and some members of the Organization of East Caribbean States regarding the possibility of a military operation in Grenada. In a meeting of the heads of government of OECS members on October 8 was agreed that a package of economic and political sanctions be applied to Grenada's newly formed Revolutionary Military Council and that a request be made to the United States to intervene in order to establish law and order. In the meantime, at the National Security Council in Washington, the newly appointed Latin American specialist, Constantine Menges, soon recognized how the turmoil on the island could serve as a pretext for a U.S. military invasion together with a small force from the nearby islands in the Grenada 187. Eastern Caribbean. 4 days after the OECS meeting of October 21, the Reagan administration orchestrated Operation Urgent Fury with the landing of 6,000 troops in Grenada to liberate the people of Grenada, safeguard U.S. citizens, and demonstrate general American resolve after the humiliating deaths of over 200 U.S. Marines in Lebanon a few days earlier. President Reagan justified the U.S. action in terms of protecting innocent lives, ending the chaos, and restoring law, order, and democratic institutions in Grenada. Although Grenada was a member of the British Commonwealth and had a Governor-General who served as representative of the Crown, the United States did not consult the British government in advance of the invasion, an omission that produced a sharp rebuke from Margaret Thatcher. The action provoked great controversy, especially among the Latin American states, because they argued that the Organization of American States, not the OECS, was the appropriate regional body to handle the crisis and the United States was not a member of the latter. The United States countered this criticism by arguing that the OECS was a sub-regional organization under the OAS and therefore an appropriate vehicle for dealing with turmoil on the island. The international reaction to the invasion was mostly negative, but the American public approved of Reagan's action because they perceived it as quick, relatively inexpensive, and decisive. The U.S. military invasion was definitely not a well-executed effort to remove a Marxist government from the Caribbean, and a post-invasion army investigation under Lt. Col. Norman Schwarzkopf revealed and admitted such. For example, It took almost a week to rescue the 1,000 UBS citizens, defeat the Cuban and Grenadian forces, and restore order. The invasion cost $75 million. The casualty figures included 18 Americans, 45 Grenadians, and 29 Cubans. Despite the loss of life and the rebuke from international organizations such as the United Nations, the Reagan administration viewed the intervention as an important triumph over hostile forces and a military success for the United States in the aftermath of the Vietnam debacle. Legal arguments that demonstrated U.S. actions violated the non-intervention principle of the OAS Charter, the alienation of Latin American allies, and the invalidity of claims that Grenada was being readied for a major Soviet bloc military base all mattered little to the Reagan administration when an important Cold War victory could be declared. The invasion of Grenada in 1983 marked the first time the United States had intervened militarily in an English-speaking Caribbean country, and it was the first U.S. military intervention in the Caribbean since the Dominican Crisis of 1965. Reagan's invasion grew out of rising tensions with the Soviet Union and the Netlesum Nicaraguans, who were the target of a 188 variety of U.S. counter-revolutionary efforts to eliminate the Sandinistas. It was designed in large part to send a warning to Cuba's Fidel Castro to stay out of the Caribbean. Reagan could now claim a military victory, something no American president had been able to do since President Johnson invaded the Dominican Republic to prevent a second Cuba in 1965. Although not invoked in name, the Monroe Doctrine remained very much alive in 1983, by defeating the tiny Grenadian forces and expelling a small contingent of Cuban workers extending an airport runway. The Reagan administration had defused a perceived strategic threat and brought life to the Monroe Doctrine. In his memoirs, Reagan wrote that I probably never felt better during my presidency than I did that day. Grenada and the United States after the Cold War. U.S. troops were withdrawn from Grenada by mid-December 1983, and new elections were held in the following year. To ensure the election of a pro-U.S. leader, the CIA spent $675,000 and the Reagan administration promised the new government $48 million in economic assistance. Herbert Blaise, representing the new National Party, was elected prime minister and soon developed a close friendship with the Reagan administration. Until his death in 1989, Blaise carried out reprisals against former backers of the Bishop regime, expanded tourism into the country's major industry, and received large amounts of U.S. economic assistance. After perceived threats to Grenada's security subsided, the Reagan administration terminated its economic assistance in 1986. Nicholas Brathwaite followed Blaise as prime minister after another election in 1990, and his government made efforts to reconcile the major divisions in Grenadian society that were left over from the Gary era and the revolution between 1979 and 1983. Grenada's importance to the United States surfaced again in 1996 when the Clinton administration proposed sending a detachment of Marines to Grenada to build a small military base so that the Grenada Coast Guard would be in a stronger position to combat hemispheric drug trafficking. Memories of the 1983 intervention and small island nationalism combined to generate serious objections on grounds of national sovereignty that caught the United States by surprise. Conclusion. The history of U.S. involvement in Grenada has been minimal and sporadic. Content to let European allies deal with the island's internal eco. Grenada 189. Economic and political struggles. The United States could easily ignore the island since it posed no threat to its security or access to important raw materials. However, when Grenada embarked on a revolutionary path that included close ties with Cuba, Sandinista Nicaragua, and the Soviet Union, U.S. displeasure escalated. The U.S. invasion of Grenada was a major event in the annals of foreign policy, both for the United States and Grenada. It was significant for the United States because it was the first direct military intervention after the Vietnam War, and the outcome had a valuable demonstration effect for other leftist governments in the Western Hemisphere that the Reagan administration disliked. It proved to be a valuable confirmation of the administration's resolve to use force when ideologically necessary, and it contributed to Reagan's winning the 1984 presidential election. The assassination of Prime Minister Bishop and the violent termination of the PRG government at the hands of U.S. military forces was a humbling experience for newly independent Grenada. A large number of Grenadines welcomed the invasion, calling it a rescue mission. Although Operation Urgent Fury launched a new centrist government under de facto U.S. control, Grenada still faced the difficult task of political reconstruction and economic self-sufficiency. With the Cold War over, Grenada must refocus its political agenda on global issues by means of its historical and economic ties to Europe, and as a member of the Organization of American States and other international organizations. Guatemala declares independence from Spain. Guatemala becomes part of Central American Federation. Clayton-Bulwer Treaty is signed between United States and Britain. William Walker's filibustering activities affect Guatemala. Justo Rufino Barrios rules Guatemala. Cornelius Logan proposes Guatemalan protectorate over Central America. Manuel Estrada Cabrera rules Guatemala. United Fruit Company is founded. United Fruit merges with Cuyamal. Jorge Ubico rules Guatemala. Ubico is removed from power. Juan José Arevalo is elected president. Jacobo Arbenz is elected president. Operation Fortune attempts to remove Arbenz. Operation Success overthrows Arbenz. The military takes control. Carlos Castillo Armas is assassinated. Guatemala becomes a staging area for Bay of Pigs invasion. Beginning of 36 years of guerrilla military warfare. Right-wing death squads begin operation. U.S. Embassy personnel are killed in guerrilla attack. President Carter suspends military aid to Guatemala. 192. 1980 Ronald Reagan is elected U.S. President. 1982 General Efren Rios Montt is overthrown in military coup. 1986 Democracy returns with election of Vinicio Cerezo. 1996 Guatemalan government and guerrilla forces sign peace accord. 1997 CIA admits it has records of Guatemala intervention but declassifies less than 1%. 1998 Bishop Juan Girardi is murdered after publishing report on human rights violations committed in Guatemala's 36-year war. Introduction. Located between Honduras and Mexico, Guatemala is the largest of the Central American republics. It has a significant agricultural economy that has generated intense internal struggles and external conflicts since independence from Spain. From the turn of the century, multinational fruit companies, working with corrupt Guatemalan dictators, have complicated the relationship between Guatemala and the United States. Armed with negative stereotypes and little knowledge of Guatemala, policymakers in Washington have tried to manage a society consisting of rebel groups, democratic reformers, a powerful military, conservative landed elites, and foreign interlopers, particularly during times of global and regional turmoil. The United States rarely used its own military to protect its interests in Guatemala, unlike in other Central American countries. Since Guatemala's independence, the United States has intervened militarily on only one occasion in 1920 to protect the diplomatic corps and other American interests during a period of civil war. Diplomatic and other forms of U.S. intervention in Guatemala have been sufficient to protect economic and security interests, aided and abetted by what Paul Dosal calls a corrupt cadre of caudillos who were more interested in personal aggrandizement than in national development. The U.S.-backed overthrow of President Jacobo Arbenz in 1954 marked the end of the Guatemalan Revolution begun under Juan José Arevalo 10 years earlier, but its future impact on the rest of Latin America and the United States was profound. It contributed to the radicalization of Che Guevara, Castro's revolution against Batista in Cuba, the Alliance for Progress, and the Bay of Pigs invasion, and it initiated over 30 years of military-dominated governments, human rights violations, and hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths. The Guatemalan affair during the Eisenhower years was a serious blow to Franklin D. Roosevelt's good neighbor policy and the legitimacy of using international organizations for the peaceful settlement of disputes in the hemisphere. The methods used to remove Arbenz undermine the Pledge of Non-Intervention in the Organization of American States Charter signed in 1948, and Guatemala 193. They signaled the use of the OAS by the United States as an anti-communist alliance during the Cold War. Guatemala and the United States in the 19th century. The major U.S. concerns in Central America during the 19th century were encouraging trade, coping with massive British naval power, and securing an efficient transit route across the isthmus. However, by the 1890s the United States embarked on a burst of extracontinental imperialism, sponsored by such leaders as Theodore Roosevelt, Henry Cabot Lodge, and naval philosopher and strategist Alfred T. Mahan. With the success of the Spanish-American War in 1898, the desire to acquire and control a Trans-Isthmian canal led the United States to take Panama from Colombia in 1903, and then to oversee events in Central America. Nicaragua and Panama were the prime locations of U.S. strategic concern, but other countries such as Guatemala were considered close enough to warrant protection from potentially encroaching foreign powers. The United States and Guatemalan independence. Guatemala achieved its independence from Spain in 1821 but elected to join the Mexican Empire of Agustín de Iturbide in the following year in hopes of securing more stability and prosperity. This option did not work out. When Iturbide's empire collapsed in 1823, the 5 Central American states created the United Provinces of Central America with Guatemala City as the seat of the federal government. Power struggles soon emerged between liberals and conservatives over a variety of issues, including land ownership and foreign investment, that led to civil war. This early experiment in unity modeled after that of the United States collapsed in 1838, and thereafter Guatemala assumed the status of an independent nation that was nevertheless heavily dependent on British loans and a growing debt. After 1838, Guatemala was ruled by ruthless dictators who received the backing of outside powers, first Britain, and then the United States. The stormy debates and bloody internal strife generated by liberals and conservatives in Guatemala continued throughout the 19th century and well into the next. From 1838 to 1944, Guatemala was ruled largely by 4 powerful dictators who used the state to improve the economy while encouraging foreign investment. To assist local entrepreneurs, Guatemala's dictators also mobilized cheap Indian labor for the coffee aristocracy by passing forced labor, debt servitude, and stiff vagrancy laws. Carrera tyrannized Guatemala in the name of 194. Conservatism and the Catholic faith, and with British backing he conducted 3 wars against neighboring El Salvador, which was backed by American interests. After independence, Central Americans were generally divided in their attitudes toward U.S. involvement in Guatemala. Conservatives avoided close contact with the United States, fearing that the relationship would infringe on their economic and political power. The other political faction, usually the liberals, generally favored intimate ties with the United States, arguing that the Monroe Doctrine and the advanced U.S. society would protect them and help in the process of modernization. When the liberals dominated Guatemala in the late 19th century, they made important concessions to private banana and transportation companies from the United States. Guatemala and the Monroe Doctrine. The first test of U.S. intentions to invoke the Monroe Doctrine to shield Central America from European expansion came in 1835 when Juan Galindo, a Briton who took up Guatemalan citizenship so he could acquire a 1,000,000-acre tract in the Petén region and Belize, traveled to Washington to try to convince President Andrew Jackson to invoke the Monroe Doctrine after the British had established control over Belize in what came to be part of the Mosquito Kingdom. Claiming that the British encroachment at Belize was a threat to North American security, Galindo told the Jackson administration that the policy of the United States should be to prevent European settlement in the Americas. However, President Jackson had recently acquiesced to Britain's reoccupation of the Falkland Islands, and he perceived no visible threat to the Monroe Doctrine by the British actions in Central America. The Monroe Doctrine also came into play during the last 2 decades of the 19th century. During the jingoism of the 1880s, Cornelius A. Logan, U.S. Minister to Central America, proposed to President Barrios a protectorate over all of Central America under the Guatemalans' leadership. Logan's plan would not only reinvigorate the Monroe Doctrine but also pave the way for the construction of a canal under U.S. control. Barrios liked the plan, pledged cooperation, and sent a special envoy to Washington to formalize the arrangement, but it was turned down by President Rutherford B. Hayes. During the dictatorship of Estrada Cabrera, Foreign bond debt contributed to U.S. efforts to reform Guatemalan fiscal management in the name of the Monroe Doctrine. In 1905, U.S. Minister Leslie Combs proposed a financial trusteeship in Guatemala to prevent another European violation of the Monroe Doctrine. At first Estrada Cabrera balked at the plan, calling it an infringement on Guatemala 195. Temalan sovereignty, but after the British threatened to use force against Guatemala in 1913, Estrada Cabrera capitulated and settled the financial mess. Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan feared that if he invoked the Monroe Doctrine against British claims, the United States would be supporting an extremely unpopular dictator. There was no outcry in the United States over the alleged British violation of the Monroe Doctrine, because in this case Estrada Cabrera was even more unpopular than British interference in the Western Hemisphere. The United States didn't need the Monroe Doctrine to deal with Guatemala between 1920 and 1950 since its interests were well protected by powerful fruit companies working hand in glove with Guatemalan dictators. The Clayton-Bulwer Treaty. After the Mexican War in 1848, U.S. foreign policy shifted to where the British had extended their control over the eastern coast of Central America, known as the Mosquito Kingdom. British encroachment prompted negotiations with the United States that culminated in the 1850 Clayton-Bulwer Treaty, one of the most controversial and far-reaching in U.S. history until it was nullified by the Second Hay-Pauncefote Treaty in 1901. The treaty was negotiated by John M. Clayton, Secretary of State, and British Special Negotiator Sir Henry Bulwer, to settle Anglo-American difficulties in Central America. The urgent domestic crisis in the United States and the Whig Party's policy of compromise with the British helped produce the treaty, which provided for joint control over any future Trans-Isthmian Canal in Central America. After Clayton returned to the Senate, he was attacked by the Young America faction of the Democratic Party for signing a treaty that violated the Monroe Doctrine by permitting the British to colonize a part of Central America. By conceding valuable rights to the British in Central America, the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty proved to be a disaster for the Whigs by contributing to a sweeping Democratic victory in 1852 and their disappearance from the electoral map of the United States. Beginning as an anti-Andrew Jackson movement in the 1830s, the Whig Party produced four presidents: William H. Harrison, John Tyler, Zachary Taylor, and Millard Fillmore between 1841 and 1857, but eventually self-destruct over the slavery issue. President Taylor was a military hero from the Mexican War and a strong proponent of manifest destiny and expansionism. In Central America, the Clayton-Bulwer arrangement was symbolic of the frustration of trying to gain some advantage by maneuvering one power against another, only to discover later that the United States and Britain would withdraw to their own countries and then arrive at some mutually beneficial arrangements. Despite the criticisms of the Clayton-Bulwer Treaty in the United States, the fact that Britain recognized the increasing 196 influence of the United States in the Isthmus, and the legitimacy of its claims to build a future canal, proved immensely valuable for American imperialists. Guatemala and William Walker. Under President Carrera's harsh rule in the 1850s, Guatemala became involved in Central American efforts to fight against William Walker. Walker was part of a group of 19th-century North American filibusters who planned and launched private military invasions of Latin America and the Caribbean in an effort to expand slave territory and satisfy personal dreams of wealth and glory. Walker's audacious maneuver to conquer and Americanize Nicaragua helped to mobilize and unify Central American elites against the foreign intervention. Guatemala and Costa Rica provided most of the troops and did most of the fighting, while U.S. and British naval forces aided in the capture of Walker in 1857 to 1858. Walker returned to the United States to a hero's welcome, regrouped, and carried out two more expeditions before he was captured again and executed by the Hondurans. Guatemala and the U.S. Civil War. U.S. diplomats expected that Guatemala would be a focal point of North-South competition in Central America because of its size, wealth, and traditional leadership role in Central America. Elisha O. Crosby, U.S. Minister to Guatemala between 1861 and 1864, worked to improve relations between the two countries by undermining Confederate efforts to obtain advantages in the country. He criticized Walker's filibustering activities, expressed regret that previous ministers to Guatemala had been Southerners interested in the extension of slavery, and won some Union sympathizers. He failed, however, in his efforts to establish a colony of emancipated blacks in Guatemala because of strong resistance to such an idea. Conservative governments in Guatemala expressed ambivalent views toward the United States during its secessionist struggle. Guatemala rejected Union objectives, forced unification versus the right of the South to secede, but it also expressed sympathy for the Union because of Southern support for filibustering and territorial expansionism. Guatemala also used the U.S. Civil War to express its opposition to the Monroe Doctrine and manifest destiny. For example, Guatemalan Minister Antonio José Irizarry told Secretary of State William H. Seward that he resented the Monroe Doctrine because it placed all Hispanic American states in the sad position of minors submitted to the tutelage of a foreign tutor who governs us as he best sees fit. In criticizing expansionism, Irizarry argued that the United Guatemala 197 states, during the past several decades, had robbed the Latin American states of their sovereignty, territory, and independence. Tyranny and Bananas, The Rise of Manuel Estrada Cabrera. The foundations for Guatemala's vast banana empire were laid during the period of liberal reform beginning in the 1870s, with modernization programs that served the interests of the coffee aristocracy. At the heart of this effort was railroad construction, but it required vast amounts of capital and technology, something Guatemalans were unable or unwilling to provide. The banana industry, in its formative years, was linked to foreign capital and liberal concessions from a string of dictators who ruled Guatemala. Out of the fruit growing of the 1880s and early 1890s would emerge the United Fruit Company of Boston, the most important private enterprise in the history of Guatemala and Central America, formed in 1899 from the combination of 20 existing fruit and steamship companies. The prime mover in creating the United Fruit Company was Minor Cooper Keith, a railroad builder and entrepreneur from Brooklyn, New York. Keith was a master at developing the economic and political infrastructure to move bananas from plantation to market in the most profitable way. United Fruit began its first banana production in Guatemala in 1908 and soon monopolized the railroads and banana business, with the help of friendly dictators. As historian Paul Dosel points out, United Fruit discovered that it was much more profitable to do business with a dictator than a democratic president. Between 1898 and 1944, Guatemalan dictators provided large parcels of land, freedom from government regulation, and generous concessions that included extremely low taxes. Guatemala and the United States in the 20th century. U.S. economic and political leverage over Guatemala was well underway by the dawn of the 20th century, based in large part on three large companies that monopolized banana production, land ownership, transportation, and electrical facilities. The United Fruit Company eventually monopolized banana production and became Guatemala's largest landowner. By 1950 it controlled close to 40,000 jobs in Guatemala, and its investments in the country were valued at $60 million. UFC cultivated 85% of the tropical lowlands suitable for banana production, although this was only a small fraction of its total land holdings. International Railways of Central America, a subsidiary of United Fruit, owned nearly every mile of railroad track in Guatemala. 198 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Electric bond and share controlled 100% of Guatemala's electrical facilities. For close to 5 decades, UFC was a colossus built around political power, generous concessions, and large privileges. United Fruit also had a bevy of friends and supporters in Washington that helped to solidify its ability to perpetuate its power. From the beginning of the 20th century, United Fruit was the major player in the Guatemalan economy. After UFC merged with Cuyamal Fruit Company in 1929, Samuel Zamuri replaced Minor C. Keith as the driving force behind United Fruit Company in Guatemala. The United States and Ubico, prelude to revolution. After the death of Estrada Cabrera in 1920, Guatemala experienced a brief democratic interlude and then more undemocratic governments before the 14-year dictatorship of Jorge Ubico. Ubico seemed like a reliable and friendly dictator. He had worked closely with the Rockefeller Foundation and catered to the United Fruit Company. The son of a politician and wealthy coffee planter, Ubico worked his way to the top during the Estrada Cabrera dictatorship by displaying organizational skills in the military and local politics. Good at resolving political crises and restoring order, Ubico soon became a favorite of the liberal oligarchy and the United States. After winning a fraudulent election in 1931, Ubico ruled Guatemala until 1944. An admirer of Napoleon, Ubico surrounded himself with busts and paintings of the great French general. His method of imposing a strict political order on Guatemala spared the local oligarchy and foreign companies from the demands of popular democratic forces. Severe distortion in land ownership. 98% of all cultivated land was owned by 142 people formed the basis of reformist efforts to reverse this pattern between 1945 and 1954. Washington seemed pleased when General Ubico was overthrown in 1944, but it remained in doubt concerning the motives of the revolutionaries led by Juan José Arevalo, Jacobo Arbenz, and Jorge Torriello. Guatemala and the United States during the Cold War. During World War II, the United States stationed thousands of troops in Guatemala to defend the distant Panama Canal and various economic interests. Dictator Ubico helped to counter Nazi and German influences in Guatemala. After World War II, the United States continued to focus its attention on economic and security concerns, but with a heightened interest in containing Soviet-inspired communism. The Monroe Doctrine was applied regionally to contain the expansion of Soviet influence since policy. Guatemala 199. Makers in Washington believed that Latin America was a prime target for Soviet military strategists. Democratic reform in Guatemala. The downfall of Ubico and unsuccessful efforts to continue the old regime fed the opposition forces led by disgruntled military officers Jacobo Arbenz and Francisco Arana and civilians who demanded national elections and a democratic revolution. The junta government scheduled elections, won easily by Juan José Arevalo in 1945, and set out to make the capitalist system more responsive to the needs of the downtrodden. The young Guatemalans who helped topple Ubico were mostly doctors, lawyers, teachers, and students who sought to rid the nation of its dictatorial past. During his 6 years in office, Arevalo opened up the political system by respecting freedom of speech and press and allowing political parties to form and compete for office. Labor unions were encouraged and given favorable treatment by the government, and the large Indian population received numerous benefits from the new government. Arevalo's domestic reforms produced both excitement and confusion as nationalist and anti-imperialist forces pushed him to radically alter the wealth and power of the United Fruit Company. Many of his supporters believed that UFC controlled by U.S. stockholders, and the beneficiary of lucrative contracts with prior dictators exploited Guatemala for the benefit of foreigners. Although they were not interpreted as such, Arevalo's reforms were modeled in many ways after Roosevelt's New Deal. As Arevalo's left-of-center policies gained support among the workers and dispossessed, the Guatemalan elite and middle class became concerned about the nature of the new society that was being put in place. Although Arevalo was opposed to communism, his critics labeled him and his supporters communists and conspired to bring about his downfall. The United States, confused about the nationalist character of Arevalo's politics, felt that the disparity of wealth and land ownership in Guatemala made the country ripe for communist expansion in the hemisphere. Washington's concern with Guatemalan communism continued after Jacobo Arbenz succeeded Arevalo in March 1951. To protect U.S. business interests in Guatemala, the Truman administration appointed Richard C. Patterson Jr. as ambassador in 1948. Patterson's anti-communism and blustering manner undermined U.S. Guatemalan relations and eventually led to his recall to Washington. He continued to speak out concerning what he considered the communist dangers in Guatemala. In his speeches around the United States, he devised the duck test as a practical method of detecting whether a certain individual is a COM. 200. Munist or not registered. Patterson's interference in Guatemala, although never explicitly authorized by the Department of State, contributed to the radicalization of Guatemalan politics under Arevalo, the polarization of domestic politics, and increasing U.S. hostility. Once Arbenz was elected in 1950, Guatemalan politics moved further to the left by promoting agrarian reform, courting the Communist Party, and stubbornly defying the United States. As he amplified his revolutionary program, Arbenz weakened his ties to the Guatemalan military and betrayed the hopes of the Truman administration for Guatemala. His gradual radicalization moved him closer to the leaders of the fledgling Communist Party and others on the left. Although he was interested in communist ideas, Arbenz could not formally be called a communist, and Guatemala never became a Soviet beachhead, but many in Washington thought it was close enough to raise major security concerns for the United States. At the heart of Arbenz's revolutionary program was agrarian reform. This would ultimately require a confrontation with the Guatemalan elite, United Fruit Company, and policymakers in Washington. The Cold War crisis that developed in Guatemala under Arbenz culminated in the first of the many CIA-covered schemes to rid the hemisphere of leftist governments. The Kennan corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. In March 1950, George Kennan, a Soviet specialist in the State Department, and famous as principal author of the Cold War Doctrine of Containment, argued that defense of the Monroe Doctrine required that the United States support authoritarian forms of rule to counter the communist menace. After a brief visit to Latin America, Kennan advanced what Gada Smith calls the Kennan corollary to the Monroe Doctrine. We cannot be too dogmatic about the methods by which local communists can be dealt with, where the concepts and traditions of popular government are too weak to absorb successfully the intensity of communist attack. Then we must concede that harsh measures of government repression may be the only alternative to further communist success. The first application of the Kennan corollary occurred in Guatemala in 1954 when the United States assisted in the removal of Jacobo Arbenz and his replacement with Carlos Castillo Armas, a military leader who implanted a regime advocated by Kennan. Since Kennan's long memorandum on U.S. Latin American policy was classified secret until it was uncovered in the 1980s, it is impossible to know precisely what impact it had on official thinking. NEV. Guatemala 201. Nevertheless, it did offer the Monroe Doctrine as a justification for supporting repressive governments. Policymakers in Washington had a sense of worldwide danger during the years of the Cold War, but rarely was Latin America considered on its own terms. Invariably, the region was viewed in terms of global strategy by the men who crafted U.S. Latin American policy. The foreign policy and national security officials in Washington were well informed on leaders and events outside the hemisphere, but not in Latin America. Few cared about Latin America enough to live there or acquire a rudimentary knowledge of Spanish or Portuguese. Moreover, when officials in Washington did direct their attention to Latin America, their views were often arrogant, prejudiced, and condescending. John Foster Dulles, for example, thought he had figured out how best to deal with Latin Americans. You have to pat them a little bit and make them think you are fond of them. Dulles knew very little about Latin America except for brief stints as a corporate lawyer for U.S. companies in Guatemala, and had no interest in inter-American issues unless they surfaced as a side issue in his global crusade against communism. He was a firm believer in friendly dictators because he reasoned they were more dependable than other kinds of leaders. Dulles believed that any form of Soviet intervention would jeopardize the principles of the Monroe Doctrine, undermine the global policy of containment, and possibly precipitate a nuclear war. Operation Fortune, Conspiracy No. 1 against Arbenz. On a private trip to the United States in 1952, Nicaraguan dictator Anastasio Somoza praised the United States as the champion of democracy and passed a covert scheme to the Truman administration in which the CIA and United Fruit would join him in a clandestine effort to rid Guatemala of Arbenz. The plot, codenamed Operation Fortune, would arm an exile army headed by Somoza's protege, Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas, and other officers in the Guatemalan army. The State Department was kept in the dark while the plan unfolded, but once it learned of the arms shipment in late 1952, several officials notified Secretary of State Atchison, who told Truman. At that, the plot was quickly terminated. However, as Arbenz pressed ahead with his land reform programs in 1953, Washington became more worried about communist influence inside Guatemala. Recently declassified government documents from the 1950s indicate that the CIA compiled an elimination list, using information on top-flight communists gathered by the Guatemalan military that were to be used in preparation for the coup against Arbenz and its aftermath. The CIA director at the time was Walter Bedell Smith, an aggressive anti-communist with a deep 202 suspicion of Marxist philosophy and a hatred of the Soviet Union and any form of socialism in the United States, but he was sorely misinformed about the situation in Guatemala. Operation Success and the overthrow of Arbenz. The decision to draw the line against communist expansion in Guatemala was known in the Eisenhower administration as Operation Success. The events that contributed to the covert efforts of the Central Intelligence Agency to remove the constitutionally elected Jacobo Arbenz centered on his domestic and foreign policies, and on perceptions of his threat in Washington. In 1953, after some viewed the Arbenz regime as posing a communist danger, cries rang out in Washington for a recognition of the applicability of the Monroe Doctrine to deal with Guatemala. The strategic thinking of Dulles, Eisenhower, and the CIA connected perceptions of communist influence in Guatemala with the security of the Panama Canal. After it was discovered that Soviet arms were being shipped to Guatemala in 1954, Dulles and others claimed that they were to be used to sabotage the Panama Canal. The expropriation of United Fruit lands in Guatemala by the Arbenz government in 1952 to 1953 forced company officials to devise a strategy that would somehow reverse the Agrarian Reform Decree. At one point United Fruit's Public Relations Counsel, Edward Bernays, suggested to Sam Zamuri that a prominent lawyer be hired to write to the Senate Foreign Relations Committee condemning expropriation, find a Democratic Latin American leader to publicly condemn the property expropriation, and pressure the President of the United States to issue a statement expressing the dangers of expropriation based on the Monroe Doctrine. Bernays' suggestions were rejected, but he continued his assault on Arbenz by arranging fact-finding trips to Guatemala for reporters from leading newspapers and magazines to convince them that communism had indeed taken control under the Arbenz regime. John Clements, a supporter of Joseph McCarthy's anti-communist campaign and part of a Washington public relations firm, was contracted to produce reports on the extent of communist influence in Guatemala. The reports produced by Clements' associates were filled with inaccuracies and innuendo but were frequently cited by officials in Washington to demonstrate the penetration of Guatemala by communists. To add further fuel to the overthrow plan, several members of the Eisenhower administration had close links to the United Fruit Company. Both Dulles brothers came to Washington from Sullivan and Cromwell, the New York law firm that handled United Fruit's account. Other policymakers at the time had connections with United Fruit, including John M. Cabot, Henry Cabot. Lodge. Guatemala 203. Sinclair Weeks, Robert Hill, John McCloy, and N. Whitman. Friends of United Fruit seemed to make up a significant part of the upper echelon of the Eisenhower administration. When he retired from government service in 1955, Walter Bedell Smith took a job with the United Fruit Company. Despite the close connections between United Fruit and the Eisenhower administration, there is still controversy over Washington's motives for overthrowing Arbenz. Was Operation Success designed to restore United Fruit's banana business after the devastating agrarian reform law, or was it a result of the dangers posed by the rising influence of communism in Guatemala? In a recent evaluation of the disposal of Arbenz, Piero Gligices argues that the deciding factor was not United Fruit's bananas but the perception that a communist takeover of Guatemala was a real threat to its neighbors and an intolerable challenge to the security of the United States. In the heart of the American sphere of influence, in an upstart banana republic, there stood proud, defiant a president whose pro-communist sympathies were obvious, a president and his communist friends were successful. It was an intolerable challenge to America's sense of self-respect. Fortuny was right when he said, "They would have overthrown us even if we had grown no bananas." Registered once the Red Jacobo was gone from Guatemala, President Eisenhower boasted of having assisted Guatemala in liberating itself from communism, a theme that would recur in U.S. Latin American relations throughout the Cold War. The successful overthrow of Arbenz induced a sense of euphoria concerning the ease with which the regime collapsed, and it led to repetition of mistakes in dealing with future revolutionaries in Latin America. The Washington intelligence and security bureaucrats who participated in the Operation Allen Dulles, Richard E. Bissell, E. Howard Hunt, David Phillips, J.C. King, Adolph Burley, and Thomas Mann were proud of the role they had played in the victory against Arbenz and were anxious to repeat it. Shortly after Arbenz's resignation, Secretary of State Dulles told the American people that the intrusion of Soviet despotism was a direct challenge to the Monroe Doctrine, and elimination of this menace in Central America marked a new and glorious chapter to the already great tradition of the American states. Operation Success became the standard for quick-fix covert intervention within the CIA's Latin American division, but revolutionary upheavals in Central America did not cease. In the process of watching the revolutionary events unfold in Nicaragua and El Salvador after 1979, one State Department official lamented, "What we'd give to have an Arbenz now. We are going to have to invent one, but all the candidates are dead." Between 1954 and 1990, over 100,000 Guatemalans were killed, and at least 50,000 disappeared, by military-dominated Gov. 204. Governments intent on preserving the fruits of their victory over Arbenz and his followers. Post-coup Guatemala, counter-revolution and counterinsurgency. Following the overthrow of Arbenz, Guatemala experienced government-directed counter-revolution and brutal military counterinsurgency. Castillo Armas became the first in a line of Guatemalan presidents, all supported by the United States, who ruled by terrorism and repression in the name of anti-communism. Castillo Armas reversed most of the reforms of the Arevalo Arbenz era but did not live to see the final results of his efforts. He was assassinated in 1957 inside the National Palace by one of his former bodyguards. While the military ruled the country, a number of guerrilla groups formed to oppose the injustices imposed by repressive and violent governments in Guatemala City. The use of guerrilla warfare and Marxist-Leninist ideology by these groups prompted the United States to increase military aid to the Guatemalan armed forces, in addition to $50 million in Alliance for Progress funds during the early 1960s. U.S. Guatemalan relations improved with the election of Miguel Ydígoras Fuentes because he cooperated with the Eisenhower administration by allowing Cuban exiles to train in Guatemala in preparation for the Bay of Pigs invasion. When the army revolted against Ydígoras in late 1960, he tried to counter the revolt by filling a transport plane with Cubans to fight his own army. The revolt was halted on orders from the U.S. ambassador, a signal of Ydígoras's ineptitude and dependence on the United States. When he allowed former President Arevalo to campaign for the 1963 presidential elections, he was overthrown by the military. The United States and the Guatemalan military. Beginning in the early years of the Cold War, the United States decided that to secure the Western Hemisphere from an external attack it would provide military assistance and training to Central America. To build Latin American armies under U.S. direction, a carrot-and-stick approach was put into effect through the Military Defense Assistance Act beginning in 1951. Protecting the hemisphere against external attack, not fighting internal insurgencies mounted by guerrilla armies, was the primary focus. However, as small bands of guerrilla forces emerged in the early 1960s, the United States shifted its military assistance to providing equipment and training in counterinsurgency warfare. After the rebellion against Ydígoras Fuentes in 1960, and after some officers joined the guerrillas in the countryside, Guatemala became a testing. Guatemala 205. Ground for Washington's counterinsurgency warfare strategy. President Johnson provided $17 million in new military equipment and assistance, while the Guatemalan government allowed the Green Berets from Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to enter the country in 1967. During the 1960s and 1970s, violence and repression escalated to defeat the guerrillas, but the battle for Guatemala soon reached a stalemate in which neither side was capable of defeating the other. In the late 1960s, guerrilla violence moved to urban areas, where attacks resulted in the deaths of the American ambassador and the head of the U.S. military mission, among others. After the removal of Arbenz, Guatemalan military officers received advanced training at the Panama Canal Zone's Army School of the Americas. Until the end of the Cold War, the School of the Americas, located at Ft. Benning, Georgia, since 1984, was shrouded in mystery and free of scrutiny, despite having trained over 60,000 military soldiers and officers from 21 Latin American countries. The Pentagon released training manuals from the School of the Americas in 1996. These manuals recommend interrogation techniques such as torture, execution, blackmail, and the arrest of relatives of those being questioned. Efforts to shut down the School of the Americas by Representative Joseph Kennedy, and others, have failed despite the long roster of graduates who have returned home to become military dictators, death squad operators, and armed silencers of democratic discourse. Two Guatemalan military officers, Colonel Julio Alpirez and General Hector Gramajo, are graduates of the School of the Americas and are accused of torture and assassination of Guatemalan and American citizens living in Guatemala. Colonel Alpirez, a paid agent of the racism that characterized U.S. behavior in the Black Republic, and the brutality associated with pacification efforts. The policies implemented by the occupying U.S. Marines were not popular and contributed to a major revolt in 1919 to 1920. Marine occupation revived forced labor, enacted press censorship and curfews, removed restrictions on land ownership by foreigners, and introduced racial segregation. The local economy failed to improve, and Haitians resented the conditions imposed by military force. Rear Admiral William B. Caperton, head of the U.S. military forces, tried to fix Haiti by disarming all presidential candidates and disbanding the CACOs, or peasant mercenaries who served as private armies for the regional strongmen dominating Haitian politics. In a counterinsurgency campaign called the CACO Wars, U.S. military forces and the so-called Gendarmerie de Haiti defeated the guerrillas with ruthless success. A major turning point in the war against Haitian peasants was the Marine capture and execution of CACO leader Charlemagne Péralte in late 1919. In a scene much like that of the death of Che Guevara in Bolivia in 1967, the Marines photographed Peralte's body on a plank as if he had been crucified, and then buried the rebel leader in 224. Concrete to deter future use of the corpse for ceremonial purposes. However, Peralte's photo only confirmed his martyrdom status as a patriot who gave his life to remove foreign control of his homeland. After the pacification campaign, rumors about the most flagrant offenses filtered back to Washington, where Republicans used the Peasant War in Haiti to discredit the Democrats. After a Senate investigation in 1921 calling for an end to human rights abuses and improved administration, a high commissioner in charge of a shadow government was appointed. The task of administering Haiti went to John B. Russell of Georgia, a Marine officer with service during the early years of the occupation, who many in Washington believed would provide the needed discipline and good government for the unruly Haitians. Beginning in 1922, General Russell teamed up with Haitian President Louis Borneau to operate a two-headed dictatorship that lasted for 8 years. The balance sheet for the occupation reveals a series of costly public works projects and the elimination of yaws and malaria-breeding mosquitoes, but at the price of Haiti's sovereignty and national dignity. The rosy reports released by Marine officers eventually clashed with more critical reports on the occupation, leading to a process of Haitianization of civil, military, and police functions and Marine withdrawal in August 1934. The occupation left behind a professional armed force with modern weapons, the Gendarmerie, later called the Garde de Haiti, to staff and operate a national guard. The United States intended the Guard to have no role in governance, but its acceptance of a strictly professional ethic was only superficial. With the Marines gone, Haiti celebrated its second Independence Day, this time after 20 years of U.S. military occupation. U.S. Haitian relations improved considerably after 1930, thanks to two good neighbor diplomats, Dr. Dana G. Monroe and Norman Armour. They followed General Russell, an insensitive and autocratic high commissioner who made up half of the two-headed dictatorship during the 1920s. Haiti and the Good Neighbor period, 1930 to 1946. The United States resumed normal relations with Haiti after the termination of the occupation, while the Haitian army assumed a major role in the political arena, and Haitian Presidents Sténio Vincent and Elie Lescot adopted a more conciliatory policy toward the United States. The Hoover and Roosevelt administrations accepted former leaders who were bitter opponents during the occupation, a gesture that influenced both Vincent and Lescot. Haiti enjoyed relative stability between 1930 and 1946, despite economic distress and racial tension and hostility with the Dominican Republic over the integrity of national borders. During the 1930s, the United States became Haiti's principal foreign trade partner and banker. Haiti 225. The Vincent administration had to face high levels of unemployment among peasants, made worse by the expulsion of Haitian workers from Cuba and the declining value of coffee and tropical fruit exports. After thousands of Haitians crossed the border in search of employment on plantations in the Dominican Republic, Dominican dictator Rafael Trujillo ordered their massacre in 1937, a move that some speculate was based on a perceived opportunity to divert attention from his domestic difficulties. Vincent's agreement to negotiate directly with Trujillo to settle the matter undermined his support at home, and there were several coup attempts on his increasingly dictatorial government. Opposition in Washington to Vincent's desire to run for a third term contributed to his decision to name his ambassador to the United States, Elie Lescot, as his successor in 1941. Lescot turned out to be more pro-American than Vincent, declared war on the Axis powers after Pearl Harbor, and allowed the United States to oversee Haitian politics and attend to Haitian problems. The United States initiated agricultural programs in 1941 and provided economic assistance in 1944, the only country to maintain a resident aid mission in Haiti. President Lescot's pro-American administration, black-mulatto tension over administrative appointments, and the desire for economic and social reforms led to his removal in a bloodless coup in 1946, supported by Dominican dictator Trujillo. President Dumarçais time replaced Lescot and planned a revolution of 1946, through which he attempted to reduce mulatto influence by increasing black power in the government. This effort stimulated further problems and contributed to his overthrow in 1950. Haiti remained unstable until François Duvalier, a key figure in public health campaigns during Estime's administration, came to power in 1957 with Haitian military support. The United States and Haiti during the Cold War. During the first decade of the Cold War, Haitian leaders followed Washington's lead in foreign affairs, with the exception of the pro-Teojolo policies of the Truman and Eisenhower administrations. The United States seemed to benefit from the mutual hostility between the Dominican Republic and Haiti because Trujillo helped restrain the unruly Haitians, and Trujillo could be more easily disciplined by Washington if it so desired. At the same time, the Haitian military was viewed as a source of badly needed domestic law and order. With the Rio Pact, a mutual security alliance, the United States had some protection against extra-hemispheric intervention. After the outbreak of the Korean War, Haiti agreed to the Mutual Security Act of 1951 to become the beneficiary of economic and military assistance from 226. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. The United States. The rift between blacks and mulattoes, and growing civil-military conflict, set the stage for 30 years of Duvalier family dictatorship. François Duvalier. François Duvalier was a Noir who earned a medical degree and got involved in public health campaigns against yaws and malaria. He received his medical training in Haiti, worked with the U.S. Army Medical Corps, and studied public health at the University of Michigan in 1944 while on a year-long fellowship program. His ideas about race and politics evolved from his medical studies and public health campaigns. Duvalier's opposition to mulatto rule was manifested in his belief in black nationalism and negritude, a political movement stressing African roots and voodoo. His political outlook was shaped by the U.S. occupation, Rafael Trujillo's massacre of Haitians in 1937, mulatto control of economic and political life, and army intervention in national politics. After a year of political instability and civil war in 1956, Duvalier was elected president in 1957 with military support. Papa Doc's dictatorship rested on his anti-communism, the ruthless suppression of all opposition through a secret police apparatus called the Tonton Macoutes, and the use of voodoo theology and black nationalism to appeal to Haiti's impoverished majority. Duvalier's Tonton Macoutes arrested, attacked, terrorized, and murdered members of the press and broadcasters. The army was neutralized through the purging of disloyal and potentially disloyal members. By appointing the Tonton Macoutes to positions of authority, Duvalier created a patronage machine that was personally loyal and responsible to him. What was unique about Duvalier's rule, according to Larman Wilson, was that he controlled everything and almost everyone by making them responsible to him. Loyalty was more important than competence. It was government by franchise, whereby the dictator and his family and closest advisors got a financial slice of all government enterprises. Duvalier also blackened the government by replacing whites and mulattoes. However, since he only promoted blacks already existing within the government, the country as a whole did not benefit from his negritude. Duvalier's blatant human rights violations were ignored in Washington, as U.S. presidents were typically all too willing to aid and support anti-communist dictatorships. The United States tolerated Duvalier for the first several years because of the 1959 Cuban Revolution and Cuba's geographical proximity to Haiti, but eventually was embarrassed by the brutality of the dictatorship and its misappropriation of aid money. After President John F. Kennedy ended most U.S. assistance to Haiti in 1963, Duvalier renounced all aid from Washington, refusing to accept the strict accounting. Haiti 22d. Procedures required for aid renewals. As a result, Haiti did not participate in the Alliance for Progress. The Johnson administration was ashamed of Haiti's human rights violation but did send military aid to Haiti because of its strategic location near Castro's Cuba. Confident that he had gained the acceptance of Washington, Papa Doc declared himself president for life in 1964. Duvalier's anti-communism convinced President Nixon of the strategic importance of Haiti, and economic aid was restored in 1970. In failing health, Duvalier named his 19-year-old son, Jean-Claude Baby Doc Duvalier, as his successor in 1971. Jean-Claude Duvalier, an unsuccessful law student and playboy, became president for life after his father's death. For the first several years Jean-Claude Duvalier's title was in name only, as a Papa Doc appointed Council of State made all the decisions, designed to ensure that Duvalierism did not die with the dictator. Baby Doc's mother, and his father's principal advisors, remained the power behind the throne until 1972. To consolidate his power, Duvalier announced an economic revolution, one that included some reductions in political repression and some genuine economic incentives designed to improve Haitian-U.S. relations and put an end to Haiti's isolation in the Western Hemisphere. Baby Doc's modest efforts to modify the more repressive aspects of the family tyranny and improve opportunities for U.S. corporate investment gave Washington a rationale for renewed economic and military support for the regime. Between 1972 and 1981, Haiti received $584 million in development assistance from the United States and other donor countries. During President Reagan's first term, he provided virtually unqualified support for any dictator who was staunchly anti-communist. However, during his second term he began to shift away from repressive dictators such as Duvalier and General Pinochet in Chile. Duvalier's downfall began in 1980 when he married mulatto Michelle Bennett, daughter of a wealthy exporter-importer. Although Baby Doc envisioned that his biracial marriage would unite Haiti's ruling class and put an end to the chronic racial and political strife, his marriage had the opposite effect. It enraged many anti-mulatto blacks, since they perceived the marriage as an indication that the old mulatto elite was regaining power. After the marriage, the Duvalier-Bennett family fortunes improved substantially, including Bennett family involvement in illicit drug trafficking. Michel Bennett's spending sprees in Paris and lavish lifestyle caused a national revulsion, leading to riots and demonstrations beginning in 1984. In 1985, 2 years after the papal visit to Haiti, Father Jean-Bertrand Aristide criticized the larcenous dictatorship and called for drastic change. 228 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. The United States urged Jean-Claude's resignation, threatening to withhold assistance after serious food riots of 1985. As the political turmoil and human rights situation continued to deteriorate in 1986, the Reagan administration postponed a $26 million aid package to Haiti. Unable to pacify the country, and without the guarantee of U.S. support, Duvalier and his family, and a few close advisors, were airlifted into exile in France on a U.S. cargo plane in early 1986. As most Haitians celebrated Baby Doc's abdication and the end of Duvalierism, an army-dominated government replaced the family dynasty and continued the politics of repression. The most ruthless members of the secret police were lynched, and the symbols of the Duvalier dictatorship were destroyed. The devastating effects of 30 years of Duvalierism left Haiti under the thumb of the United States and the Haitian military, a risky combination that made the task of economic and political reconstruction problematic. Having been trained and supplied by the United States, the Haitian military displayed no interest in democratization or economic reform. During the last 2 decades of the Duvalier regime, Haiti lost 40% of its remaining forests and vegetation, an ecological disaster brought about by poor farmers who chopped down trees for charcoal, and the dictatorship's faulty reasoning that clearing forests would eliminate sanctuaries for anti-government guerrillas. Duvalierism without Duvalier. The army-dominated Conseil National de Government became the provisional government of Haiti after the demise of the Duvaliers in 1986. Henry Namfi, a U.S. Army-trained general, became Haitian chief of state after coaxing from the U.S. Embassy. The United States resumed foreign assistance programs and substantially increased grant money to Haiti. The CNG attempted to restore order in Haiti by policing protests and maintaining curfews, but many saw this type of government as nothing more than Duvalierism without Duvalier, a dismal future indeed. The Duvalier dictatorship left a more politicized and participatory nation, one that would be much more difficult to govern than at any time in the 20th century. The reforms that Haitians demanded in post-Duvalier Haiti included a popularly elected civilian government and some form of legal accountability for crimes committed by the followers of the Duvaliers. Under domestic and international pressure to move Haiti toward democracy, General Namfi scheduled presidential elections for November 1987, and the CNG unenthusiastically began prosecuting Duvalierists thought to have committed crimes during the dark days of the dictatorship. President Reagan withheld non-humanitarian assistance when the army-dominated government suspended the election in the midst of widespread terrorism caused by Duvalierists. The presidential election was rescheduled for January 1988, but the turnout was scant, and Leslie Manigat assumed the presidency with little legitimacy, having colluded with the CNG for the presidency. When he defied the CNG 6 months later, Manigat was removed and army juntas and repeated military coups continued to dominate Haitian politics with support from the United States, particularly military assistance. Yen. Haiti and the United States during the post-Cold War era. The rise and fall of Father Aristide. President George Bush inherited the Haitian problem from the Reagan years and continued to use carrot-and-stick policies in a futile effort to steer Haiti in a more stable and democratic direction. The December 1990 presidential election that brought Jean-Bertrand Aristide, former priest and professed enemy of Duvalierism, to power was carefully supervised by the United States. Aristide, campaigning as a foe of Duvalierism and foreign meddling and as a champion of the impoverished majority, won the election with over 70% of the vote. He also dished out severe 230 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Criticism of the United States for its longtime support of the Duvalier dynasty. Tensions increased as Aristide tried to put redistribution policies in effect, hampering his ability to rule. In the midst of continuing political turmoil, General Raoul Cedras conducted a military coup in September 1991 that removed Aristide from power. Many of Aristide's supporters were slain in the coup, thousands of Haitians fled the island in rickety boats for the United States, and Father Aristide narrowly escaped death to begin a life of exile, hoping someday to finish his elected term of office. The Haitian military under General Cedras soon assumed its traditional role as defender of the status quo with no intention of ending repression or promoting democracy. In a feeble effort to return Haiti to democracy, the Bush administration imposed trade sanctions on Haiti and supported mediation efforts of the Organization of American States. These efforts had little impact on the military government, as the human rights abuses continued, drug smuggling increased, and tens of thousands of Haitian refugees tried to flee the island only to be intercepted by the U.S. Coast Guard and forcibly repatriated to Haiti. Although Bill Clinton criticized Bush's Haiti policy as being insensitive to the plight of Haitians and the lack of democracy, he did not reverse the policies he criticized after taking office in 1993. The administration's harsh treatment of Haitian refugees in contrast to the welcome mat for Cubans leaving Castro's Cuba on the grounds that they were economic, rather than political, refugees gained little support in the U.S. public and elsewhere. Return of Aristide and the politics of intervention After Jean-Bertrand Aristide began his residence in exile in the Georgetown section of Washington, D.C., the Clinton administration soon faced one of its major foreign policy dilemmas. Using the Organization of American States and the United Nations, the Clinton administration spent almost 2 years trying to negotiate the removal of the Haitian military and the return of the democratically elected Aristide. In a reversal of political roles in the United States, liberals such as Senator Edward M. Kennedy and Reverend Jesse Jackson advocated military intervention, whereas conservatives such as Senator Robert Dole spoke out against military involvement. Several agreements were signed, but on each occasion the diplomatic arrangements failed. The frustration of failed agreements and economic and arms embargoes led the United Nations Security Council to approve the use of multilateral force to attempt a last-ditch effort to return Aristide. On September 15, 1994, President Clinton, buffeted by critics who accused him of conducting a weak and vacillating foreign policy, declared his intention to invade Haiti unless the generals stepped down. The following day, a last-minute mission by former President Jimmy Carter brokered a deal whereby the military Haiti junta would leave Haiti so that President Aristide could return to Port-au-Prince. On September 19, 1994, U.S. troops landed in Haiti with virtually no opposition, and on the following day multinational forces arrived from other countries. Aristide returned to power a month later and resumed the presidency in November 1994. With the sanctions lifted, Haiti faced the daunting task of national reconstruction, including efforts to redesign the government to improve the economic situation and prevent a return of the military and the Duvalierists. U.S. forces focused on creating the Interim Public Security Force, and its troops began to withdraw before the end of 1994. During the following year, the UN mission in Haiti replaced many of the U.S. troops. President Aristide faced the impossible task of pleasing the United States and international donors and lenders while fulfilling his populist promises to his followers. Democracy and its discontents. According to the Governor's Island Agreement, Aristide pledged not to run for a second term as president and to permit presidential elections to take place on schedule. Although Washington shifted to a more pro-Aristide policy, it put pressure on Aristide to follow conservative economic policies and cooperate with international lenders. Haitians remained frustrated and disappointed with Aristide's government, and relations with the United States did not improve. While many were willing to acknowledge the U.S. contribution to the restoration of an elected government and stability, they disagreed with the methods employed by Washington to rehabilitate the country. Despite this dissatisfaction and sporadic violence, the pro-government Electoral Alliance, Plateforme Politique Lavalas, and its presidential candidate, René Préval, were victorious in the 1995 elections. In that same year the Haitian National Police Force replaced the Interim Public Security Force and the United Nations withdrew more of its forces, leaving 1,300 international troops in Haiti. Preval improved Haitian-Dominican relations and denounced tax evasion and corruption, but instability and dependence on foreign assistance made his political survival tenuous. By 1998, political infighting had so paralyzed Haitian democracy that the country was left without a prime minister and deprived of large amounts of foreign aid. The UN peacekeeping mission remained in place while hundreds of U.S. troops worked to help rebuild the country. Conclusion: Haiti and the United States both emerged from anti-colonial rebellions in the 18th century, but their developmental paths produced some striking differences as each faced the challenge of ending slavery and es. 232 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Establishing republicanism, democracy, and economic development. Haiti's importance to the United States varied according to how it affected U.S. interests. During the 19th century, the United States paid little attention to Haiti until the U.S. Civil War. After the Spanish-American War in 1898, the security value of Haiti increased as the United States established protectorates throughout the Caribbean and constructed the Panama Canal. The long period of U.S. military occupation preceding the Good Neighbor policy helped to create the foundation for future military governments and the 30-year Duvalier dictatorship during the Cold War. After the Cold War, the Bush and Clinton administrations found it impossible to ignore Haiti due to its volatile government and the continual threat from refugees and drugs, and the almost impossible task of promoting democracy and protecting human rights. 16. Honduras. Timeline of U.S. relations with Honduras. Honduran independence from Spain is declared. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. First banana concession is granted. United Fruit Company is founded. Sam Zamuri founds Kyamal Fruit Company. Lee Christmas Revolution. United Fruit buys Kyamal Fruit Company for $32 million. General Tiburcio Carías and Dino rules as dictator. Military assistance agreement is signed. Soccer war. Bananagate scandal. Honduras receives $1.2 billion from United States in exchange for acting as a base for the United States to carry out anti-communist crusade in Central America. Roberto Suazo Cerdoba is elected president. Contra operation begins. Iran-Contra affair reveals depth of U.S. involvement in Honduras. Rafael Leonardo Calleja serves as elected president. Contras are disbanded. Carlos Roberto Reina serves as elected president. Baltimore Sun publishes a series on the human rights abuses of Battalion 3 to 16. 234 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Introduction. U.S. Honduran relations have been influenced more by developments in other parts of Central America and the world than by the debilitating tendencies that characterize Honduras: chronic political instability, frequent military takeovers, government inefficiency and corruption, and economic underdevelopment. The only Central American country bordering three countries, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Nicaragua. Honduras did not attract the same degree of political attention devoted to Nicaragua and Guatemala until the Cold War era. The United States sent military troops to Honduras at least 10 times between 1896 and 1925 to protect American lives and interests during periods of turmoil and revolution. One of the famous individuals who was instructed to enforce U.S. Central American policy during the period was Major General Smedley D. Butler, who confessed in 1935 that, "I spent 33 years and 4 months in active service as a member of our country's most agile military force, the Marine Corps. I served in all the commissioned ranks from second lieutenant to major general. And during that period I spent most of my time being a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and for the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer for capitalism." One helped make Honduras write for American fruit companies in 1903. While serving the interests of banana companies, banks, and other foreign investors, Honduras also became one of the closest friends of the United States in responding to revolutionary threats deemed dangerous to U.S. security. On 2 major occasions regarding Guatemala in 1954 and Nicaragua from 1979 to 1989, the United States used Honduras as a staging area to either remove or destabilize revolutionary governments. Unlike Nicaragua, Honduras never experienced extended periods of occupation or the status as a formal U.S. protectorate. Moreover, the virulent anti-Americanism that developed elsewhere never took hold in Honduras, making it prime territory for foreign manipulation and domination. Honduras lacked rich volcanic soils and a large indigenous population to exploit as cheap labor, which hindered the development of a powerful landed elite. As a result, Honduras avoided the extremes of wealth and poverty, polarization, and revolutionary upheavals that have characterized its neighbors. Until the end of the 19th century, Honduras operated in isolation with a population mostly engaged in subsistence agriculture. To change this situation, the Honduran elite courted foreign investment by providing lucrative concessions to foreign investors. Two U.S. banana companies, United Fruit and Standard Fruit, soon dominated Honduras, of Honduras D5. 10 exercising as much, or more, power than the Honduran president. For the first half of the 20th century, under the thumb of large private banana companies and corrupt rulers, Honduras fit the image of the quintessential banana republic, economically dependent on foreign money and markets, coup-prone, corrupt, and economically backward. Hollywood movies and foreign authors often ridiculed the country and its people, fostering a deep sense of inferiority and dependency on the United States. Throughout the Cold War, Honduras was mostly ruled by military personnel trained and equipped by the United States. Honduras and the United States in the 19th century. Honduras declared its independence from Spain in 1821 as part of the Central American Federation. After the Federation collapsed in 1838, Honduras became an independent republic along with the rest of Central America. During the early decades of separation from Spain, Central Americans looked naturally to the United States for protection against Mexico, Great Britain, and the large nations to the south. Honduras and the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine has not been a major factor in U.S. Honduran relations, even though Honduras was by no means immune from external involvement and colonizing efforts on its territory. During the first half of the 19th century, Britain established the colony of British Honduras in the Guatemalan territory of Belize and the Mosquito Protectorate along the eastern coast of Nicaragua in order to protect mining, timber, and political interests. In 1838 the British seized the Bay Islands lying off the coast of Honduras and held them until 1860. When Honduras, El Salvador, and Nicaragua faced another invasion from Mexico in 1849, the Nicaraguan minister in London asked the U.S. minister whether they might be admitted to the Union. The United States refused in large part because Northerners feared that Southerners were interested in annexation of Central America for additional slave territory. When the filibustering expedition of William Walker seized the government of Nicaragua and received formal recognition from the Pierce administration in the 1850s, Honduras began to worry about the usefulness of the Monroe Doctrine to their sovereignty and independence. Each of these cases might have provoked a protest from Washington over violations of the non-colonization principle proclaimed in the doctrine, but the United States did not seem to care or interpret the violations as serious threats. Hondurans tended to reject the Monroe Doctrine because it was considered less a guarantee of independence than a menace to its very existence. 236 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Honduras and the United States in the early 20th century. The emergence of a banana republic. Banana plantations developed in the 1880s after railroads were constructed and ocean-going steamships made it possible to export perishable fruit with less chance of damage. By 1900 bananas were Honduras's most important export crop. The key figures in Honduras's banana business were the Vaquero brothers, Sicilian immigrants from New Orleans and founders of Standard Fruit Company, and Samuel Zamuri, founder of Cuyamel Fruit Company and a later director of United Fruit Company. With keen entrepreneurial skills, access to large funds of investment capital, and ties to Honduran dictators, these banana pioneers amassed huge fortunes during the first half of the 20th century. Until his retirement as president of United Fruit in 1951, Sam Zamuri was the most powerful man in Central America, worth an estimated $30 million after more than 50 years in the banana business. With a local oligarchy lacking the necessary capital to develop an export economy, Honduran politicians provided generous concessions to foreign investors in order to attract sufficient funds to address the country's lack of development. The first boatload of bananas from Honduras to New Orleans took place in 1899, which marked the beginning of U.S. interference and decades of political instability. Honduras's dynamic banana empire at first received support from the government, expecting the fruit companies to build a needed railroad that would link the northern coast with the mountainous interior, but which never was built. Three banana companies, Standard Fruit, Cuyamal, and United Fruit, competed among themselves and with the Honduran government to see who could extract the best concessions. Soon the banana companies were engaged in electioneering and party politics, each seeking ways to outmaneuver the competition by catering to Honduran politicians. This meddling in Honduran politics included the financing of armed rebellions, bribery of government officials, and pressing the government to repeal unfavorable legislation. The banana companies developed a symbiotic relationship with the government of Honduras, based in large part on the need for favorable labor laws, land grants, and permission to build railroads and port facilities. Honduras needed the United States for its steamships to get the fruit to market before it spoiled, as well as the capital and the marketing expertise to succeed. To compensate for its weak economic position, Honduras taxed every stem of bananas exported and attempted to support local growers by encouraging competition and passing various forms of protective legislation. After a peaceful and constitutional transfer of power in 1899, Honduran politics became more unstable and conflictual due to the power of the U.S. Honduras D's. Banana companies and the greed of Honduran politicians. In 1903, General Manuel Bonilla seized power, after his predecessor tried to perpetuate himself in power, and soon proved to be a great friend of the banana companies. During his first term, Bonilla promoted internal improvements, settled several border disputes, and made generous concessions to the fledgling banana companies. However, his repressive treatment of the opposition ultimately led to his ouster in 1907 by militant liberals led by General Miguel Davila. After a border conflict between Nicaragua and Honduras in 1907, President José Santos Zelaya invaded Honduras, occupied Tegucigalpa, and forced President Bonilla into exile aboard a U.S. warship. In an effort to reach a settlement among the disputants, the U.S. State Department allowed Washington S. Valentine, an American with extensive mining interests in Honduras, to mediate along with American diplomats. Known as the King of Honduras because of his dominance over oil and mining interests, Valentine was the obvious choice to be our man in Honduras. However, to the shock and dismay of the U.S. State Department, Valentine suggested that the Nicaraguan leader be permitted to establish a military government in Honduras as a way of preventing further foreign interference. The United States refused Valentine's proposal and called for a Central American Peace Conference in 1907. The 5 Central American republics agreed to a provision for permanent neutrality of Honduras in any future conflict and several other agreements designed to stimulate constitutional government and stability. Lee Christmas, soldier of fortune and friend of Sam, U.S. plans to stabilize the Honduran financial system and promote political stability were interpreted by the Banana Man as a threat to his private interests in Honduras. In defiance of Washington in 1910, Zamora befriended former President Manuel Bonilla, then in New Orleans after a failed invasion plan against President Davila. Bonilla borrowed money from Zamora, purchased a yacht and loaded it with arms, recruited a small army headed by soldier of fortune Lee Christmas and Colonel Guy Machine Gun Maloney, and then set sail for Honduras to overthrow the Davila government in 1911. The Bonilla-Zamora Revolution, with Lee Christmas in command, proved easy, and Tegucigalpa fell in a matter of hours without a fight. Within a short time Bonilla was restored to the presidency, ready to provide generous concessions to Zamora. Christmas was rewarded with command of the Honduran army, and his lieutenant, Machine Gun Maloney, was given the task of subduing peasants whose land was needed to make good the concessions granted to Cuyamal Fruit. Not content to remain in Honduras, Christmas also provided revolutionary services in Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala, and he is credited with 238th legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. helping place 5 Central American presidents in power through revolution before he died in 1924. Although Washington was angry at Zamuri and United Fruit, it never took legal action against them, even though the evidence strongly suggests a conspiracy to break U.S. neutrality laws and overthrow the Honduran government. The Carrias dictatorship, 1932 to 1948. Tiburcio Carrias Andino came to power through an election in 1932, but by using strong-arm methods of rule and constituent assemblies to extend his term of office, he managed to rule Honduras longer than any individual in his country's history. Carrias faced the negative effects of the Depression combined with a particularly bad economic situation throughout the 1930s. The banana industry was hit by a dramatic drop in exports caused by the Depression and a serious outbreak of plant diseases that threatened production after 1935. Carrias strengthened his power over the country by expanding the military and pursuing conservative economic policies that pleased the banana companies. After 3 years in power, stressing the need for peace and internal order, Carrias had solidified his dictatorship through propaganda and repression of opposition forces. Carrias fit the mold of what Hollywood might call the perfect banana republic dictator. He was 6 feet 4, weighing 260 pounds. Eccentric, irascible, puritanical, and tyrannical. He carried a cane and wore a fedora, but his thick leather belt and cheap rough-cut boots bespoke his peasant origins. The 16-year dictatorship of Tiburcio Carrias Andino brought an end to the Banana Company-backed civil wars and the possibility of greater political stability for Honduras. It was a rather vicious brand of authoritarianism with features that seemed particularly harsh on its political opponents. Until his young nephew convinced him otherwise, Carrias banned baseball to prevent his enemies from using the bats as weapons against him. His was one of several Central American dictatorships during the 1930s and 1940s that seemed out of tune with President Franklin D. Roosevelt's good neighbor policy. Having abandoned its interventionist practices in the 1930s, Washington would have to ignore the tyranny, electoral fraud, and constitutional maneuvering of the friendly dictators operating in Central America prior to World War II. Under Carrias, peaceful demonstrators against the dictatorship were fired on by troops with intent to kill. His motto of dealing with the opposition became known as round them up, throw them out, and bury them. He jailed hundreds of innocent people on charges of either being communists or aiding communism in some fashion. Despite continual efforts to topple his government, Carrias remained in power until 1948, when he decided to yield to U.S. pressure to step aside after 16 years in power. Honduras 239. Honduras and the United States during the Cold War. Underscore the Honduran military and U.S. security. The Carrias dictatorship helped to forge close ties between the armed forces of the United States and Honduras that extended throughout the Cold War. The beginning of a professional Honduran military dates from 1952, when the Francisco Morazan Military Academy was established with the assistance of the U.S. Army. After Honduras and the United States signed a military assistance agreement in 1954, the power of the Honduran military increased with financial and technical assistance from Washington. The United States supplied modern equipment, provided advanced training to Honduran officers, and helped establish a network of military bases. Between 1949 and 1964, the United States trained 810 Honduran military officers at the U.S. Army School of the Americas in Panama. Honduras experienced its first Cold War military coup in 1956. In the following year, a new constitution was written making the armed forces independent of the elected government and, thus, a powerful force in national political affairs. For the next 30 years, the military with U.S. backing controlled Honduran politics despite efforts to promote democracy and human rights in the region. Counter-revolution and intervention in Guatemala. During the final years of the Jacobo Arbenz government in Guatemala, exiles gathered around their leader Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas in Tegucigalpa, Honduras. A protege of Somoza in Nicaragua, Castillo Armas aspired to be the supreme savior of Guatemala by garnering U.S. support to overthrow Arbenz. The plotters were given encouragement and material assistance by the United Fruit Company and various dictators in the region. President Eisenhower's plan to oust Arbenz, code-named Operation Success, called for the CIA to train and equip a small liberation army under a compliant leader to invade from Honduras. U.S. Ambassador Whiting Willour was given the task of prodding President Galvez to keep the Honduran government in line. He also worked with other activist ambassadors in the region such as Tom Whelan and Jack Purifoy. Both Willour and Purifoy knew little about the region, having never set foot in Central America before their arrival as ambassadors. As the day of the invasion approached, security concerns were heightened by the arrival of Soviet bloc weapons in Guatemala and a strike against United Fruit and Standard Fruit in Honduras among 40,000 workers. Pres. 240 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. President Galvez requested that 2 U.S. warships be stationed off the northern coast, ready to land if necessary, but plans for a marine landing had already been set. Honduran officials blamed the strike on the communists and singled out Guatemala as the source of the labor conflict. Before the conflict was over, Guatemala appealed to the United Nations to play a mediating role, but the United States, preferring the Organization of American States, was successful in getting the UN Security Council to defer to the OAS. The events in 1954 that led to Arbenz's downfall in Guatemala, and the big 1954 strike action, were important for future U.S. Honduran relations. For example, the strike convinced the government that it should sign a defense assistance agreement with the United States, but it did not provide base access or provisions to put large numbers of U.S. troops in Honduras. Later, during the Reagan administration, the agreement was amended to give the United States base rights that allowed for the later military buildup under the promise of almost perpetual joint military exercises. Honduras and the Alliance for Progress. The Kennedy administration was supportive of Honduran President Ramon Villeda since he was perceived in Washington as an anti-communist, supportive of private initiatives, and a fan of the goals of the Alliance for Progress. To help modernize and expand the economy, Villeda brought Honduras into the Central American Common Market and proposed an agrarian reform law in 1962. The U.S. ambassador to Honduras, Charles Burroughs, warned Villeda that he should delay the agrarian law legislation until it was approved by the State Department, while the U.S. military tried to dissuade the Honduran generals fearful of Villeda's communist agrarian measures from going forward with their coup. U.S. efforts to halt the military overthrow of Villeda in 1963 were unsuccessful, leaving the White House and State Department to wonder about the Pentagon's argument that training, equipment, security assistance, and personal relationships are vital to U.S. security because they provide the United States important leverage with their Latin American counterparts. By now, the frequency of military takeovers in Honduras had earned it the title of Tegucigalpa. Despite the coup, the new president Oswaldo López Arellano was soon recognized by Washington and economic assistance continued to flow. At his inaugural, the top corporate executives of United Fruit and Standard Fruit were given places of honor. The new military leaders proved inept at managing the economy, but this did not prevent continual military rule, and coups, over the next decade. Honduras 241. The Football War of 1969. A brief war erupted between El Salvador and Honduras after several violence-plagued soccer matches throughout June 1969. The real causes of the war were rooted in domestic problems in both countries, including the expulsion of thousands of Salvadoran peasants living illegally along the Honduran border, many for generations without title to the land. Many of the early Salvadoran immigrants had come from densely populated El Salvador in search of employment with the banana companies. Often the victims of harassment, Salvadorans living in Honduras were forced to return to El Salvador after Honduran President Oswaldo López Arellano decided to distribute government-owned lands to Honduran peasants. The massive exodus of Salvadorans to their homeland brought horrific tales of their treatment while in Honduras, which further inflamed tensions. With pressure mounting on Salvadoran President Fidel Sánchez Hernández from the military and conservative opponents of land reform, Sánchez Hernández severed diplomatic relations and ordered troops, and Air Force attacks, into Honduran territory. By the time of the soccer war, the Nixon administration had adopted a low-profile approach to Central America. The Alliance for Progress disappeared from presidential discourse, economic assistance was cut drastically, and one heard less frequent condemnation of the region's military rulers in Washington. As El Salvador and Honduras prepared for war, the embassies of the United States were kept in the dark. Meanwhile, two U.S. military officials, the military group commander and Army section chief, actually directed much of the mobilization and attack planning for the Salvadorans, while informing U.S. officials in Tegucigalpa that there were absolutely no signs of military mobilization or increased readiness next door in El Salvador. The astonishing deceit and duplicity of U.S. military officials led to an intelligence failure for the United States, contributing to a major foreign policy disaster in Central America when a diplomatic solution offered possibilities of success. While there is no evidence that embassy officials in El Salvador and Honduras, State Department personnel in Washington, and even CIA operatives in the region were aware of the infraction, the fact that two senior U.S. military officers secretly sided with El Salvador in the war is a reflection of one of the primary flaws in the conduct of U.S. Central American policy. After the conflict had subsided, both Honduras and El Salvador blamed the United States, although for different reasons. Since both countries violated the terms of their military agreements with the United States, Washington and the Organization of American States embargoed both countries. Nevertheless, both Honduras and El Salvador found ways of placing the blame for the invasion elsewhere, particularly on the United States. The 242 Nixon administration was also criticized by some in Congress who blamed the United States for supplying the weapons that each country used to pursue the war effort. The initial ceasefire arranged by the Organization of American States and the United States came quickly, but the war was brutal. Perhaps as many as 2,000 people were killed, twice that number wounded, 100,000 refugees created, $50 million lost, and the dream of Central American unity again shattered. Although the fighting itself lasted only 4 days, the conflict dragged on until the two sides agreed to final peace terms in 1980. The war had a lasting impact on Central America as well as on the two desperately poor countries that fought the brief, and unnecessary, war. It left in its wake a simmering border dispute that disrupted relations, all but killed the Central American common market, and aggravated the impending social crisis that would erupt in El Salvador during the 1970s. The whole affair increased the militarization of each society and destroyed any real hope for peaceful political change. The Soccer War paved the way for 9 years of military rule and the purchase of Honduras by the United States after the Nicaraguan Revolution had brought an end to the Somoza dynasty. The Bananagate scandal. After a long period of stagnation in the price of bananas, a growers' cartel, the Union of Banana Exporting Countries, was established in 1974 with hopes of raising banana prices by charging an export tax of $1 per 40-pound crate of bananas. The three U.S. controlled companies all refused to negotiate a price-fixing plan with the UPEB and announced they would not pay the tax. In what became known as the Bananagate scandal, United Brands was discovered to have paid $1.25 million in bribes to officials in Honduras in exchange for a tax decrease. The revelation was made by the Wall Street Journal in early 1975 after Eli Black, president of United Brands, jumped to his death from his New York office window. After the banana bribe was discovered, political instability followed. President Oswaldo López was forced to resign, and the banana cartel collapsed. The banana companies resumed normal business practices after the scandal, and the new military government in the hands of General Juan Melgar Castro pursued more conservative economic policies and did its best to avoid alienating the United States. The Central American crisis and the militarization of Honduras. The principal architects of U.S. Honduran relations between 1980 and 1985 were William Casey, Duane Claridge, and Honduras 243. Pentagon planners. The U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, Thomas Enders, played a secondary role, as did Jeane Kirkpatrick. Ambassador John Negroponte, a Yale graduate and career diplomat but with little experience in Central America, worked with the Hondurans and put the plans of Casey and Claridge in action. Both Casey and Claridge had little respect for Congress and international law, and the fact that neither had served in Latin America or knew much about the region did not seem to be relevant, or necessary, to those in the Reagan administration. As part of the core group for Central America, Claridge also worked with Oliver North and other members of the National Security Council until 1984, when he was replaced by Alan D. Fears, Jr. Claridge was the instigator of the CIA plan to mine Nicaraguan harbors, one of the most counterproductive projects he carried out while part of the Reagan team to destroy Sandinista Nicaragua, producing outrage on Capitol Hill. In the wake of the Iran-Contra affair, Claridge retired from the CIA in 1987 after being formally reprimanded by the agency for his role in the sordid affair. In November 1991, a federal grand jury indicted Claridge on 7 counts of perjury and false statements he made to congressional investigators and the Tower Commission, a presidential commission headed by former Senator John Tower that investigated the Iran-Contra affair in 1987. However, Claridge was spared a trial after President Bush pardoned him and 5 other Iran-Contra defendants in December 1992. Plus the Contras emerged in 1978 when Argentine Army Intelligence Battalion 601 sent advisors to Central America to counter what was viewed as Carter's soft on communism Central American policy. The Argentine advisors worked with Somoza's National Guard to bolster his crumbling dictatorship but were not able to prevent his downfall. After the Sandinistas overthrew Somoza in 1979, the Argentine advisors began training Somoza's former guardsmen, the first Contras in Central America, to battle the government in Managua. Shortly thereafter, Honduras became an important ally of the United States in responding to revolutionary change in Nicaragua, and the Argentines served as CIA surrogates in part to give the United States a measure of deniability. The Honduran military was needed to serve as a base of operations for the U.S.-backed Contra War during the Reagan years. In March 1980, Honduran President Policarpo Paz Garcia was told that the Pentagon had chosen Honduras to replace Nicaragua as a dependable pro-American country that would serve bought and paid for by U.S. military and economic largesse as a bulwark of anti-communism against revolutionary forces in Central America. General Gustavo Alvarez Martinez, head of the public security forces in Honduras, was the key liaison with Washington. He made several trips to the United States during which he met with Casey, Enders, and others, and was the first to broach the Contra operation to CIA Director Casey. Casey agreed, and in doing so made the United States an instrument of Honduran military policy, not the reverse. Honduras was now ready to serve as a stationary battleship for the Reagan administration's plan to remove the Sandinistas from Nicaragua and protect the Salvadoran government from the threat of leftist guerrillas. Ambassador Negroponte teamed up with General Gustavo Alvarez Martinez, head of the armed forces and a fervent anti-communist. Convinced he was fighting a holy war, Alvarez once said that everything you do to destroy a Marxist regime is moral. Alvarez had attended officer training schools in Argentina and Peru and taken advanced courses in infantry and counterinsurgency training at Fort Benning, Georgia, and the U.S. Army School of the Americas in Panama. Despite his command of the Contra operations and his close ties to the CIA and U.S. military figures, Alvarez did not last through Reagan's first term in office. Human rights abuses, corruption, and mistreatment of military colleagues forced his resignation in 1984. The Contras were eventually disbanded as part of the Central American peace process in the late 1980s. After the Central American presidents requested the UN Security Council to create an observer group in 1989 to assist with the Honduras 245 dismantling of the Contra forces in Honduras, it joined with the Organization of American States in disarming and escorting the Contras back to Nicaragua in 1989 to 1990. The repatriation of the Contras through the use of international forces was facilitated by the election of Nicaraguan President Violeta Barrios de Chamorro in 1990, the defeat of the Sandinistas, and the election of President George Bush, who was anxious to get Central America off the foreign policy agenda in Washington. Death squads and guerrillas. Soon after the United States moved into Honduras to assume control of the Contra War, human rights violations began to escalate, particularly by those who made up Battalion 3-16, a Honduran military unit trained by the CIA and the FBI that engaged in a systematic program of disappearances and political murder from 1981 to 1984. General Gustavo Alvarez Martinez commanded the unit that targeted mainly leftist activist students, teachers, unionists, and would-be guerrillas who were captured and never seen again, dead or alive. Although John Negroponte, U.S. ambassador in Honduras at the time, has denied the existence of death squads in Honduras on his watch, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights found Honduras responsible for these atrocities and ordered the government to pay damages to the relatives of the victims. A veil of secrecy surrounding the extent of CIA involvement in Honduras has prevented a full explanation of the U.S. government's role in Battalion 316. The Clinton administration has not seen fit to declassify the documents needed to illuminate what has become a shameful chapter in U.S. Honduran relations. Honduras and the United States after the Cold War. Honduras is a prime example of how politically motivated cash transfers from Washington to fight the Cold War in Central America declined rapidly after the crisis ended in the early 1990s. With Honduras no longer needed as a safe haven for anti-Sandinista Contra guerrillas and a training base for Salvadoran soldiers and thousands of American troops, the big money that poured into Honduras disappeared, leaving in its wake bitterness and frustration. With the struggle against communism over, Washington had little use for the Honduran military, now viewed as a largely corrupt and expensive obstacle to the consolidation of democracy. Important social and economic programs were started with U.S. assistance, but most of the aid was either wasted or stolen by corrupt politicians or military officers. The sharp decline in U.S. assistance has made it easier for Honduran presidents to tackle necessary reforms, including reduction in 246 size of the military, economic modernization, and eradication of corruption and government inefficiency. Nevertheless, these economic and military reforms have been the result of U.S. pressure, a sign that Honduras is still highly dependent on the United States. Conclusion. Relations between the United States and Honduras continue to reflect the legacies of intervention, domination, dependency, and economic exploitation. The banana companies are not as powerful as they once were. Bananas accounted for only 36% of export revenues in 1992, and the name United Fruit Company no longer exists, but Honduras still resembles a banana republic with limited sovereignty over its national territory. Chiquita Brands International, with headquarters in Cincinnati, Ohio, still exercises considerable power over the outcome of agrarian conflicts. The Honduran military and the U.S. Embassy continue to call the shots, regardless of who sits in the presidential palace in Tegucigalpa. Approximately 500 U.S. forces continue to operate out of Honduran bases, built during the height of the Cold War. In a public opinion poll published in 1996, Honduran respondents named the U.S. ambassador as the nation's most powerful man, outpolling President Carlos Roberto Reina by 8 percentage points. The ease with which the United States has been able to dominate Honduran society with large amounts of economic assistance and military aid has often been counterproductive, leaving military authoritarianism, corruption, and mass poverty in its wake. Although the blame does not rest solely on the United States or the multinational fruit companies, U.S. policies and attitudes have often been of little overall benefit to Honduras, one of the Latin America's poorest countries. Jamaica. Timeline of U.S. relations with Jamaica. 1838 Slavery is abolished. 1890s United Fruit Company begins banana production/export. 1914 United Negro Improvement Association is established by Marcus Garvey. 1916 Garvey moves UNIA to New York. 1926 Garvey is sentenced to 3 years in a Georgia prison. 1928 Garvey returns to Jamaica. People's Political Party is established. 1930 Workingman and Laborers Association is formed. 1938 Norman Manley founds People's National Party. 1939 to 1945 World War II, bauxite is discovered in Jamaica. 1942 Alexander Bustamante founds Jamaica Labour Party. 1944 British allow limited self-government. 1944 to 1952 Major U.S. Aluminum companies begin operations 1958 to 1962. British create West Indies Federation 1962. Jamaica becomes independent 1972 to 1976. Michael Manley serves first term as Prime Minister 1974. Manley declares his government socialist 1976. Jamaica establishes the International Bauxite Association 1980. Edward Seaga's Jamaica Labour Party wins election 1989. Michael Manley returns as Prime Minister 1992. Manley resigns 1997. Manley dies at age 72. 250. Introduction. Jamaica's relationship with the United States has been influenced by its size and strategic location in the northern Caribbean Sea, its long period as a colony of Great Britain, and a number of Jamaican black nationalists who have had a profound impact on the black population in the United States. When Jamaica finally achieved its independence in 1962, it possessed an economy that was structurally weak and dependent on the United States, Europe, and international financial institutions. The first Prime Minister, Alexander Bustamante, described Jamaica as pro-Western, anti-communist, and Christian, ready to align itself with the United States in the Cold War. The growing hostility between the United States and Cuba at the time of Jamaica's independence increased its importance during the Cold War. U.S. Jamaican relations remained friendly until the 1970s, when the Manley government decided to break out of the historical reliance on the United States and Britain. This shift contributed to his downfall in 1980, but a close alliance with the United States followed with the new conservative and anti-communist government headed by Edward Seaga. Despite the re-election of Michael Manley in 1989, and the continuation of People's National Party rule into the 1990s, relations with the United States have remained cooperative and cordial. Jamaica and the United States during the 19th century. Until the abolishment of slavery in 1838, the British in Jamaica utilized slave labor imported from Africa and tried to maintain a monopoly on the production of sugar. However, the emancipation of slaves only worsened Jamaica's economic and social problems as the British struggled to maintain control over the island throughout the rest of the 19th century. Jamaica's sugar exports shifted to the United States after 1870, and by the mid-1880s the United Fruit Company had developed a banana business that in time rivaled the sugar industry. It was during this period that Jamaican-born Marcus M. Garvey took up the cause of the island's working poor, openly challenging racism, British colonialism, and foreign penetration of the economy. Jamaica and the United States during the early 20th century. With the imposition of direct colonial rule under the Crown Colony Arrangement, Jamaica entered a period of social protest and organization. Jamaica DS. In which island labor organizers began to address the problems of poverty and exploitation of banana and sugar workers. Any form of political change was restrained by tight British control that forced middle-class elements of Haitian society, both black and brown, to seek change through non-governmental agencies and labor organizations. After 200 years of British control, labor disturbances over wages and working conditions converged into two closely linked movements, black nationalism, and labor union organization. Marcus M. Garvey, black nationalist and labor organizer at the head of the early black nationalist protest movement, was Marcus M. Garvey, a Jamaican of humble peasant origins who became outraged at the exploitation of black workers on the fruit plantations, railroads, and Panama Canal. One of the first black populists in the Americas, Garvey focused on racial solidarity, Africa for Africans, and anti-colonialism. His organizing skills on behalf of poor blacks had a profound impact on all Jamaicans and on the black population in the United States. In 1914 he established the United Negro Improvement Association to unite all the Negro peoples of the world into a great body to establish a country and government absolutely their own. Unable to recruit better off, educated blacks in Jamaica to his cause, Garvey left for New York in 1916, just in time to confront a growing tide of racial animosity and economic competition between blacks and whites. Working out of Harlem, Garvey built the UNIA into an organized force with an estimated 2 million members by 1925. Garvey's success as an organizer of the poor and working classes was also his downfall. he was perceived as a threat to the white establishment in the United States and was sent to prison in Georgia on phony charges in 1926. After his release in 1928, he returned to Jamaica where his UNIA was attacked by powerful West Indians. His emphasis on the illegitimacy of British colonialism earned him the wrath of British administrators in Jamaica. The relentless attacks on Garvey and the devastating effects of the Great Depression on his organization took their toll on his health and resources. He continued to fight for his principles until his death in 1940, leaving behind the seeds of future struggles against colonialism and racism. Jamaica and the United States during the Cold War. The anti-colonial struggles for independence in the Caribbean collided with the international events surrounding the end of World War II and the early decades of the Cold War. Despite the importance of the Caribbean during the war, the United States never challenged the European presence. 252. Despite the availability of the Monroe Doctrine or attempted to articulate a distinctly Caribbean policy that included Jamaica or the West Indies. It was only after European withdrawal from the area in the 1960s that the United States began in earnest to consider an authentic Caribbean policy. To give U.S. Caribbean policy legitimacy in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, emphasis was placed on foreign relations that reflected the independent role of Caribbean/Latin American nations in world affairs and respect for ideological diversity and types of economic organization. This revised outlook came to an end with a renewed emphasis on Caribbean security and anti-communism, beginning with the Reagan administration in 1981. Decolonization and the Cold War. After World War II, the United States began to play an increasingly important role in the Caribbean, anxious to replace its major European rival in the region. Under pressure from the United States and the growing power of Jamaicans clamoring for independence, the road to decolonization involved a combination of skills in the hands of Labour Party leaders such as Alexander Bustamante, Norman Manley, and others throughout the Caribbean. As U.S. and Canadian aluminum multinationals moved into Jamaica in the early 1950s to mine the rich bauxite ore, an anti-imperial dimension was added to the independence struggle. When Fidel Castro came to power in 1959, only two Spanish-speaking countries in the Caribbean were independent, but by 1983 the situation had changed dramatically, with the creation of 13 independent Caribbean states. The failure of federation and the end of British colonialism. Commonwealth Caribbean independence evolved under the aegis of a British-imposed federation, which was supported by the growing labor movement. The West Indies Federation took shape in the late 1950s but collapsed as politicians from the larger islands Jamaica and Trinidad envisioned a political future based on national independence rather than some form of union. By 1961 Jamaica had pulled out of the federation, claiming it would have to subsidize the smaller islands, and Trinidad followed shortly thereafter. Alexander Bustamante, a charismatic labor leader and founder of the Jamaica Labour Party, became Jamaica's first prime minister, following his party's success at the polls. Bustamante's pro-United States and pro-foreign investment policies pleased Washington in light of the difficulties the Kennedy administration faced in neighboring Cuba. Under Bustamante and two other prime ministers, the JLP dominated Jamaican politics until 1972. No longer a colony of Britain, Jamaica. 253. Took an active role in international organizations and world affairs during the first 2 decades of independence. It has enjoyed full diplomatic relations with the United States since independence, taken an active role in the British Commonwealth of Nations, joined the Non-Aligned Movement and the Organization of American States, and helped create the Caribbean Community and Common Market in 1973. The rise of Michael Manley. Allegations of corruption within the JLP and growing tensions stemming from the Black Power movement that had produced serious riots on the island in 1968 paved the way for the election of People's National Party candidate Michael Manley in 1972. The son of Norman Manley, the party's new leader declared his government's commitment to democratic socialism and a more independent foreign policy. His imposition of a heavy tax on foreign-owned bauxite companies, and later nationalization, contributed to animosity and a sharp reversal of policy from Washington. Under Manley's charismatic leadership, Jamaica's foreign policy shifted toward a third world, non-aligned status, including membership in the Socialist International and friendly relations with Castro's Cuba and the Soviet bloc. In response, the United States cut its traditional military relationship with Jamaica, eliminating training programs and other forms of assistance. Economic aid was reduced through declining levels of bilateral assistance and through pressure on multilateral lending agencies such as the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. Allegations of CIA involvement in internal violence to disrupt the tourist industry were also made. Despite pressure from the United States, Jamaica maintained uninterrupted diplomatic or consular ties with Cuba until the election of Edward Seaga in 1980. As Jamaica became more nationalist and Third World-oriented during the Manley years, the United States tried to reverse the trend with economic and diplomatic pressure and destabilization schemes. Jamaica frequently opposed the United States in the United Nations and the OAS with votes against Israel, and the U.S. trade embargo against Sandinista Nicaragua. Jamaica saw a promised aid package disappear after Prime Minister Manley came out publicly in favor of Cuban troops in Angola, in defiance of Secretary of State Henry Kissinger's request to remain neutral on the mat for a pro-Manley group in New York, the Jamaican Progressive League. 254 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Raised money and tried to influence U.S. policy in favor of Jamaica during the Manley years. It was successful in improving U.S. Jamaican relations while Jimmy Carter was president by working through UN Ambassador Andrew Young to open up bauxite markets. In more recent times it has worked to improve U.S. immigration laws in favor of Jamaicans. The Carter administration launched a new Caribbean policy through multilateralism and a new emphasis on human rights, political and social pluralism, and a reduction in the flow of U.S. military equipment to the region. It was a rare interlude in U.S. policy toward the Caribbean until geopolitical and military concerns returned in 1979, a sobering reminder of the lingering effects of the Cold War. Edward Seaga, Ronald Reagan, and the Caribbean Basin Initiative. The perception of a Cuban threat contributed to the electoral victory of Edward Seaga's anti-communist Jamaican Labour Party in late 1980. Seaga's governing approach was to reverse the previous administration's policies by severing ties with Cuba, encouraging foreign investment, and cooperating with the IMF. Once Ronald Reagan was inaugurated in 1981, the Caribbean Basin was defined as having considerable strategic importance to the United States. In exchange for needed U.S. economic assistance, the Reagan administration demanded allegiance in its confrontational crusade against Cuba and leftist-oriented governments in Nicaragua, Grenada, and elsewhere in the region. Jamaica denounced the Grenada Revolution under Maurice Bishop and supplied troops when the time came for the U.S.-led invasion of the island in late 1983. In an effort to strengthen Caribbean economies against further insurgencies, civil wars, and pro-Cuban governments, President Reagan launched the Caribbean Basin Initiative, a Seaga government proposal, in 1982. At the heart of the CBI was an emphasis on foreign private investment, combined with increased U.S. foreign assistance and preferential trade access to American markets. With Edward Seaga as Prime Minister, a conservative and pro-business leader, Jamaica was singled out as a Caribbean showcase to demonstrate the effectiveness of the CBI and the benefits of an alliance with Washington. Development assistance increased dramatically, in contrast to the drastic reductions during the Manley era. When it was originally proposed by President Reagan, the CBI was strongly endorsed by Canada, Mexico, and Venezuela, but they soon became critical when it was clear that its intent was political, to isolate and pressure the pro-Castro Sandinista government in Nicaragua. Although the CBI helped solidify support from Jamaica during the Reagan years, preferential market access did not solve other chronic economic problems, including U.S. restrictions on sugar quotas, textiles. Jamaica. 299. And apparel, and the fears of being unable to enter, or compete with, Mexico after its inclusion in the North American Free Trade Agreement, a comprehensive agreement to set up a free trade area among Canada, Mexico, and the United States beginning in 1994. U.S. Jamaican drug trade. The power of drug trafficking operations tends to expand in the Caribbean as a result of the small operating budgets of governments to engage in counter-narcotics activities and the vast resources available to private drug operations. The security of the state against money laundering, crime, corruption, arms trafficking, the viability of the military, and threats to sovereignty is a constant concern of government officials in Jamaica. Only marijuana is produced in the Caribbean, mainly in Jamaica, the Bahamas, Belize, and Guyana. The disparities in anti-drug capabilities has drawn the United States into drug-related security efforts in the Caribbean, where most Caribbean countries have signed mutual legal assistance treaties with the United States. MLATs allow the United States to share intelligence, equipment, and interdiction efforts where such agreements exist. By the early 1990s, Jamaica had become a major cocaine transshipment site for South American suppliers to the U.S. market. Although marijuana production has been illegal since 1913, crop expansion has increased dramatically since the mid-1960s. Jamaican gangs involved in drug trafficking, money laundering, and firearms operate in over 15 major cities in the United States, adding to the burden of local law enforcement efforts. An estimated 20% of the total amount of marijuana smuggled into the United States each year originates in Jamaica. Jamaica and the United States. After the Cold War. The end of the Cold War coincided with defeat of Edward Seaga's EE and the return of Michael Manley in 1989. Seaga's conservative and pro-business economic policies and his anti-communism pleased Washington, but his efforts to court international financial institutions proved to be harmful for ordinary Jamaicans, particularly his slashes in health and social service expenditures. Manley promised not to repeat the errors of his earlier term in office and instead pursued orthodox free market economic policies, privatization of state-owned enterprises, and relaxed restrictions on foreign investment that won him praise from the Bush administration. Until ill health forced him to resign in 1992, Michael Manley continued to maintain he was a socialist, vowing never to give up his commitment to economic and racial justice. He died in Kingston, Jamaica, in 1997. 256. Conclusion. Although there are some similarities between U.S. Jamaican relations and those in the Spanish and French-speaking parts of the Caribbean, especially in the realm of large multinational fruit and mineral corporations, the general pattern throughout the 20th century has been quite different. For example, the United States has never used the Monroe Doctrine in Jamaica as a justification for military force, and with British control over the region did not have to worry about defining its security on the basis of Jamaican stability and leadership. Since the British managed to supplant their form of parliamentary rule on Jamaica, the United States avoided the unpleasant task and questionable practice of teaching Jamaicans the arts of statecraft or legitimate rule. The negative consequences of supporting friendly dictators before and during the Cold War were avoided in Jamaica, since none existed, nor was there any anti-Americanism that is often the consequence of that practice. Nevertheless, the transference of racial politics from Jamaica to the United States and the island's ongoing dependency will no doubt continue to influence Jamaica's foreign policy and relationship with Washington. Mexico. Timeline of U.S. relations with Mexico. Mexico becomes independent from Spain. U.S. diplomatic relations are established. Texas declares independence. James K. Polk is elected president. Polk corollary to Monroe Doctrine. Mexican-American War. Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Gadsden Purchase. French occupy Mexico. Porfirio Diaz rules Mexico. Porfirio Diaz is re-elected president, sparking revolts. Francisco Madero calls for political reforms. Mexican Revolution begins. Diaz is overthrown and Madero assumes power. Lodge corollary to Monroe Doctrine. Madero is assassinated. Victoriano Huerta becomes president of Mexico. Woodrow Wilson is elected U.S. president. U.S. troops occupy Veracruz. Pancho Villa's army invades Columbus, New Mexico. President Wilson sends punitive military expeditions to Mexico. Plutarco Elias Calle serves as elected president. Bucareli agreements are signed. 258. The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. 1927 Dwight Morrow becomes U.S. Ambassador to Mexico. 1929 One-party system of government is formed. 1934 to 1940 Lázaro Cárdenas serves as elected president. 1938 Mexico nationalizes oil industry. 1942 Bracero program begins. 1945 to 1960 Mexico embarks on industrialization programs. 1946 Institutional Revolutionary Party is established. 1961 Mexico opposes Bay of Pigs invasion. 1970 to 1976 Luis Echeverría serves as elected president. 1976 to 1982 José López Portillo serves as elected president. 1982 Mexican economy nears bankruptcy. 1982 to 1988 Miguel de la Madrid serves as elected president. 1983 Mexico joins Contadora Group. 1988 to 1994 Carlos Salinas de Gortari serves as elected president. 1992 North American Free Trade Agreement is signed, is approved by U.S. Congress in the following year. 1994 Zapatista revolt begins in opposition to NAFTA. 1994 to 2000 Escobedo Zedillo serves as elected president. 1996 Former President Salinas leaves Mexico for exile in Ireland. 1997 President Clinton visits Mexico to discuss bilateral issues. PRI loses control of lower house of Congress and mayor's job in Mexico City. 1998 Mexico criticizes United States for Operation Casablanca, a sting operation in which 26 Mexican bankers are caught and charged with laundering drug funds. Introduction. The history of U.S. involvement in Mexico has been greatly influenced by a long land border that has intertwined the two nations in intense conflict as well as periodic collaboration on bilateral issues: trade, immigration, energy, and drugs of importance to both governments. Historian Gada Smith argues that Mexico has had more impact on the United States than any other Latin American or Caribbean country because it is the second most populous Latin American nation, the only country in the region with a land border with the United States, the only Latin American country with whom the United States has been formally at war, the source of millions of immigrants to the United States, more in the 20th century than from any other country in the world, the Mexico. 259. Country with more social and economic ties to the United States than all the rest of Latin America. U.S. relations with Mexico have also been complicated by diplomatic blundering and ignorance, arrogance, racism, intervention, and economic dependency. Between 1836 and 1920 the United States intervened with military force at least 15 times to protect American interests. Since the Mexican Revolution, the United States has developed and used a variety of indirect and non-military techniques for exerting and maintaining its influence. In dealing with the United States, Mexican leaders have struggled to retain a strong sense of nationhood despite the close proximity to the United States and the many negative experiences with the United States since independence. Although Mexican anti-Americanism has declined in recent years, it remains a part of Mexican national identity. Mexican school children visit the Museum of Intervention in Mexico City to view the displays portraying Mexico as the victim of foreign imperialists American, French, British, and Spanish since the time of independence. It is a sobering display of Mexico's feelings toward foreign involvement. Mexico's relationship with the United States has also been influenced by authoritarian rule. Powerful dictators dominated Mexico during the 19th century, except for a brief period of democratic rule from 1867 to 1876. During the 20th century, various forms of autocratic rule have been the norm, including 7 decades after 1930 under the control of a revolutionary family and a dominant one-party governing structure. Under this arrangement Mexico has always held regular elections, but until recently only the candidates of the Institutional Revolutionary Party would win. From the time of President Wilson's admonition to teach the Mexicans to elect good men in 1913, until the 1980s when democracy promotion became a catchphrase in Washington, the United States did little or nothing to promote democracy in Mexico. Mexico is now America's second largest trading partner, and both investment flows from the north and debt problems influence the bilateral relationship. The creation of a comprehensive free trade area among Canada, Mexico, and the United States, the North American Free Trade Agreement, and the international bailout of Mexico after the peso devaluation in 1995 demonstrated how closely tied Mexico is to the United States. No American president can afford to ignore Mexico, given its economic, cultural, and political impact on the United States. Mexico's proximity to the United States has conditioned patterns of immigration that have generated controversies over the presence of Mexicans both legal and illegal in the United States. However, when the United States faced labor shortages in times of war, it promoted controlled flows of Mexican. 260 The legacy of the Monroe Doctrine. Workers to the United States. Moreover, U.S. business leaders have had few complaints about the value of Mexican labor. Mexico and the United States. In the 19th century, Mexico and the United States clashed repeatedly over boundaries and territorial control from the time of Mexican independence until the 1870s. As Mexico struggled to achieve control over its national territory, the United States pursued economic growth and territorial expansion, eventually fighting a major war with Mexico in the 1840s. Although victory over Mexico greatly increased the size of the United States, it also intensified the issue of slavery and contributed to the U.S. Civil War of 1861 to 1865. The Southern slave owners sponsored numerous private mercenary expeditions into Latin America to acquire new slave states, which in turn drew some Latin American countries into the growing conflict between the North and South. U.S. Mexican relations were also undermined by incompetent diplomatic representatives from the United States. Many were arrogant, inept, and racist, fostering a bitter aspect to the bilateral relationship that lasted well into the next century. The United States and Mexican independence. Mexico's struggle for independence began in 1810, and by 1821 Spain's most prized possession in the Americas was lost. During their struggle against Spanish control, some Mexicans hoped for U.S. support and recognition while others remained apprehensive about U.S. desires to acquire Mexican territory. The United States recognized Mexico in 1822 while it was being ruled by Emperor Iturbide. Great Britain followed suit in 1826. These diplomatic actions gave international legitimacy to Mexico's new status. The first U.S. diplomatic contact with Mexico was through the special mission conducted by Joel R. Poinsett between 1823 and 1824, and later as U.S. Minister in 1825. Poinsett's appointment proved to be ill-advised since his undiplomatic efforts to counter British influence were considered violations of Mexican sovereignty. In an angry protest, the Mexican government requested his recall in 1829. Poinsett introduced the poinsettia flower to the United States in what would later become his most memorable contribution while minister to Mexico. Mexico and the Monroe Doctrine. Mexico figured prominently in the use and expansion of the Monroe Doctrine on two occasions that involved the United States during the Mexico 261 Mexican War, and during Japanese attempts to buy Mexican land on the Baja Peninsula. President James K. Polk's desires for westward expansion under the banner of Manifest Destiny in the 1840s led to serious diplomatic tangles and, eventually, war with Mexico between 1846 and 1848. In his December 1845 message to Congress, Polk warned Europe against both forcible intervention and the use of diplomatic schemes in Texas or California for purposes of acquisition. Until 1845, U.S. references to the Monroe Doctrine seemed to stress the importance of keeping Europe out of the Western Hemisphere combined with U.S. adherence to the non-interference principle of the Monroe Doctrine. After Polk's annexation of Texas in 1845, he declared that the people of this continent alone have the right to decide their own destiny and that if those constituting an independent state wish to unite themselves with the United States, this will be a question for them and us to decide without any foreign interposition. Shortly after this enlarged interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine, the United States annexed New Mexico and California. Polk went even further in his rather free interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine by urging the annexation of the Yucatan after a formal request for transfer of sovereignty in exchange for assistance with a troublesome insurrection, claiming it was permissible for the United States to accept such an offer from a Latin American state, but unacceptable for a European nation to engage in such a transfer of territory. From this point on, Monroe's words of 1823 acquired the honorific designation doctrine and a long history of corollaries and interpretations in inter-American relations. The second incident occurred after the Spanish-American War and the U.S. acquisition of Hawaii and the Philippines. American anti-imperialists at the turn of the century questioned how the United States could deny Europeans the right to acquire colonies in the Western Hemisphere while it was doing the very same thing in other parts of the world. After Japanese business interests offered to buy land in Baja California in 1912, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, introduced a resolution proclaiming that